The Secret Doctrine, Volume 2, by Helena Blavatsky. Read by Graham Dunlop. A production by Adult Brain Audiobook Publishing. Modern science insists upon the doctrine of evolution. So do human reason and the Secret Doctrine. And the idea is corroborated by the ancient legends and myths, and even by the Bible itself, when it is read between the lines. We see a flower slowly developing from a bud, and the bud from its seed. But whence the latter, with all its predetermined program of physical transformation, and its invisible, therefore spiritual, forces which gradually develop its form, color, and odor? The word evolution speaks for itself. The germ of the present human race must have pre-existed in the parent of this race, as the seed, in which lies hidden the flower of next summer, was developed in the capsule of its parent flower. The parent may be but slightly different, but it still differs from its future progeny. The antediluvian ancestors of the present elephant and lizard were, perhaps, the mammoth and the plesiosaurus. Why should not the progenitors of our human race have been the giants of the Vedas, the Voluspa, and the Book of Genesis? While it is positively absurd to believe the transformation of species to have taken place according to some of the more materialistic views of the evolutionists, it is but natural to think that each genus, beginning with the mollusks and ending with the monkey man, has modified from its own primordial and distinctive form. Isis Unveiled, I. 152-3. Preliminary Notes on the archaic stanzas and the 4 prehistoric continents. The stanzas, with the commentaries thereon, in this volume are drawn from the same archaic records as the stanzas on cosmogony in Volume 1. As far as possible, a verbatim translation is given, but some of the stanzas are too obscure to be understood without explanation, and therefore, as in Volume 1, they are first given in full, as they stand, and then when taken verse by verse with their commentaries. An attempt is made to make them clearer by words added in footnotes, in anticipation of the fuller explanation of the commentary. As regards the evolution of mankind, the Secret Doctrine postulates 3 new propositions, which stand in direct antagonism to modern science, as well as to current religious dogmas. It teaches A. the simultaneous evolution of 7 human groups on 7 different portions of our globe, B. the birth of the astral before the physical body, the former being a model for the latter, and C. that man in this round preceded every mammalian, the anthropoids included, in the animal kingdom. The Secret Doctrine is not alone in speaking of primeval men born simultaneously on the 7 divisions of our globe. In the divine Pymander of Hermes Trismegistus, we find the same 7 primeval men, evolving from nature and the heavenly man, in the collective sense of the word, namely from the creative spirits, and in the fragments of Chaldean tablets, collected by George Smith, on which is inscribed the Babylonian legend of creation. In the first column of the Kutha tablet, 7 human beings with the faces of ravens, that is to say, of black, swarthy complexions, whom the 7 great gods created, are mentioned, or as explained in lines 16, 17, and 18. In the midst of the earth they grew up and became great, and increased in number, 7 kings, brothers of the same family. These are the 7 kings of Edom, to whom reference is made in the Kabbalah. The first race, which was imperfect, that is to say, was born before the balance, sexes existed, and which was therefore destroyed. 7 kings, brethren, appeared and begot children. 600 in number were their peoples. The god Nergas, death, destroyed them. How did he destroy them? By bringing into equilibrium, or balance, those who did not yet exist. They were destroyed as a race by being merged in their own progeny by exudation. That is to say, the sexless race reincarnated in the potentially bisexual, the latter in the androgynes, these again in the sexual, the later third race. Were the tablets less mutilated, they would be found to contain word for word the same account as is given in the archaic records and in Hermes, at least as regards the fundamental facts, if not as regards minute details, for Hermes is a good deal disfigured by mistranslations. It is quite certain that the seeming supernaturalism of these teachings, although allegorical, is so diametrically opposed to the dead-letter statements of the Bible, as well as to the latest hypotheses of science, that it will evoke passionate denial. The occultists, however, know that the traditions of esoteric philosophy must be the right ones, simply because they are the most logical and reconcile every difficulty. Besides, we have the Egyptian books of Thoth and the Book of the Dead, and the Hindu Puranas with their 7 Manus, as well as the Chaldean Assyrian accounts, whose tiles mention 7 primitive men, or atoms, the real meaning of which name may be ascertained by means of the Kabbalah. Those who know anything of the Samothracian mysteries will also remember that the generic name of the Kabiri was the Holy Fires, which created on 7 localities of the island of Electria, or Samothrace, the Kabiri born of the Holy Lemnos, the island sacred to Vulcan. According to Pindar, this Kabir, whose name was Adamas, was in the traditions of Lemnos, the type of the primitive man born from the bosom of the earth. He was the archetype of the first males in the order of generation, and was one of the 7 autochthonos ancestors or progenitors of mankind. If coupling with this fact that the Samothrace was colonized by the Phoenicians, and before them by the mysterious Pelagians, who came from the east, we also remember the identity of the mystery gods of the Phoenicians, Chaldeans, and Israelites. It will be easy to discover whence came also the confused account of the Noachian deluge. It has become undeniable of late that the Jews, who obtained their primitive ideas about creation from Moses, who had them from the Egyptians, compiled their Genesis and first cosmogenic traditions, when written by Ezra and others, from the Chaldean Akkadian account. It is therefore sufficient to examine the Babylonian and Assyrian cuneiform and other inscriptions to find also therein, scattered here and there, not only the original meaning of the name Adam, Admi, or Adami, but also the creation of 7 atoms or roots of men, born of Mother Earth, physically, and of the divine fire of the progenitors, spiritually or astrally. The Assyriologists, ignorant of the esoteric teachings, could hardly be expected to pay any greater attention to the mysterious and ever-recurring number 7 on the Babylonian cylinders than they pay to it on finding it in Genesis and the rest of the Bible. Yet the numbers of the ancestral spirits and their 7 groups of human progeny are on the cylinders, notwithstanding the dilapidated condition of the fragments, and are to be found as plainly as they are in Pymander and in the book of the concealed mystery of the Kabbalah. In the latter, Adam Kadmon is the Sephirothal tree, as also the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and that tree, says verse 32, hath around it 7 columns, or palaces, of the 7 creative angels operating in the spheres of the 7 planets on our globe. As Adam Kadmon is a collective name, so also is the name of the man Adam, says George Smith in his Chaldean account of Genesis. The word Adam used in these legends for the first human being is evidently not a proper name, but is only used as a term for mankind. Adam appears as a proper name in Genesis, but certainly in some passages is only used in the same sense as the Assyrian word. Moreover, neither the Chaldean nor the biblical deluge, with their stories of Xisuthros and Noah, is based on the universal or even on the Atlantean deluges, recorded in the Indian allegory of Vivasvata Manu. They are the exoteric allegories based on the esoteric mysteries of Samothrace. If the older Chaldeans knew the esoteric truth concealed in the Puranic legends, the other nations were only aware of the Samothracian mystery and allegorized it. They adapted it to their astronomical and anthropological, or rather phallic, notions. Samothrace is known historically to have been famous in antiquity for a deluge, which submerged the country and reached the top of the highest mountains, an event which happened before the age of the Argonauts. It was overflowed very suddenly by waters from the Euxine, which had been regarded up to that time as a lake. But the Israelites had, moreover, another legend upon which to base their allegory, the legend of the deluge that transformed the present Gobi Desert into a sea for the last time, some 10,000 or 12,000 years ago, and which drove many Noahs and their families to the surrounding mountains. As the Babylonian accounts are only now restored from hundreds of thousands of broken fragments, the mound of Koinak, having yielded from Layard's excavations upwards of 20,000 fragments of inscriptions, the proofs here cited are comparatively scanty, yet such as they are, they corroborate almost every one of our teachings. Three most certainly, at the very least. These are, number one, that the race which was the first to fall into generation was a dark race, Zalmat Kakadi, which they call the Adamu, or dark race, and that Sarku, or the light race, remained pure for a long while subsequently. Number two, that the Babylonians recognized two principal races at the time of the fall, the race of the gods, the ethereal doubles of the Pitris, having preceded these two. This is Sir H. Rawlinson's opinion. These races are our second and third root races. Number three, that these seven gods, each of whom created a man or group of men, were the gods imprisoned or incarnated. These gods were the god Z, the god Ziku, noble life, director of purity, the god Mirku, noble crown, savior from death of the gods, imprisoned, and the creator of the dark races which his hand has made, the god Libzu, wise among the gods, the god Nisi, the god Suhab, and He or Sa, their synthesis, the god of wisdom and of the deep, identified with Oannes Dagon at the time of the fall, and called collectively the demiurge or creator. There are two creations, so called, in the Babylonian fragments, and as Genesis has adhered to this, we find its first two chapters distinguished as the Elohite and the Yehovite creations. Their proper order, however, is not preserved in these or in any other exoteric accounts. Now, these creations, according to the occult teachings, refer respectively to the formation of the primordial seven men by the progenitors, the Pitris, or Elohim, and to that of the human groups after the fall. All this will be examined in the light of science and comparisons drawn from the scriptures of all the ancient nations, the Bible included, as we proceed. Meanwhile, before we turn to the anthropogenesis of the prehistoric races, it may be useful to agree upon the names to be given to the continents in which the four great races, which preceded our Adamic race, were born, lived, and died. Their archaic and esoteric names were many, and varied with the language of the nation which mentioned them in its annals and scriptures. That which in the Vendidad, for instance, is referred to as Iryana, Veo, wherein were born the original Zoroaster. It is called, in the Puranic literature, Sveta Dvipa, Mount Meru, the abode of Vishnu, etc., and in the Secret Doctrine it's simply named the Land of the Gods, under their chiefs, the spirits of this planet. Therefore, in view of the possible, and even very probable confusion, that may arise, it is considered more convenient to adopt for each of the 4 continents constantly referred to a name more familiar to the cultural reader. It is proposed then to call the first continent, or rather the first terra firma, on which the first race was evolved by the divine progenitors. Number 1, the imperishable sacred land. The reason for the name is that it is stated that this imperishable sacred land never shared the fate of the other continents, because it is the only one whose destiny it is to last from the beginning to the end of the Manvantara throughout each round. It is the cradle of the first man and the dwelling of the last divine mortal, chosen as Shishta for the future seed of humanity. Of this mysterious and sacred land very little can be said, except perhaps according to a poetical expression in one of the commentaries, that the pole star has its watchful eye upon it, from the dawn to the close of the twilight of a day of the great breath. Number 2, the Hyperborean. This will be the name chosen for the second continent, the land which stretched out its promontories, southward and westward from the North Pole to receive the second race, and comprised the whole of what is now known as Northern Asia. Such was the name given by the oldest Greeks to the far-off and mysterious region, whither their tradition made Apollo, the Hyperborean, travel every year. Astronomically, Apollo is, of course, the sun, who, abandoning his Hellenic sanctuaries, loved to annually visit his faraway country, where the sun was said to never set for 1/2 of the year. But historically, or better, perhaps ethnologically and geologically, the meaning is different. The land of the Hyperboreans, the country that extended beyond Boreas, the frozen-hearted god of snows and hurricanes, who loved to slumber heavily on the chain of Mount Rippias, was neither an ideal country, as surmised by the mythologists, nor yet a land in the neighborhood of Scythia and the Danube. It was a real continent, a bona fide land, which knew no winter in those early days, nor have its sorry remains more than one night and day during the year even now. The nocturnal shadows never fall upon it, said the Greeks, for it is the land of the gods, the favorite abode of Apollo, the god of light, and its inhabitants are his beloved priests and servants. This may be regarded as poeticized fiction now, but it was poeticized truth then. Number 3, Lemuria, the third continent we propose to call Lemuria. The name is an invention or an idea of Mr. P. L. Sclater, who between 1850 and 1860 asserted on zoological grounds the actual existence in prehistoric times of a continent which he showed to have extended from Madagascar to Ceylon and Sumatra. It included some portions of what is now Africa, but otherwise this gigantic continent, which stretched from the Indian Ocean to Australia, has now wholly disappeared beneath the waters of the Pacific, leaving here and there only some of its highland tops, which are now islands. Mr. A. R. Wallace, the naturalist, writes Mr. Charles Gould, extends the Australia of tertiary periods to New Guinea and the Solomon Islands, and perhaps to Fiji, and from its marsupial types infers a connection with the northern continent during the secondary period. The subject is treated at length elsewhere. Number 4, Atlantis. Thus we name the fourth continent. It would be the first historical land where the traditions of the ancients to receive more attention than they have hitherto. The famous island of Plato, of that name, was but a fragment of this great continent. Number 5, Europe. The fifth continent was America, but, as it is situated on the Antipodes, the fifth continent was America, but, as it is situated on the Antipodes, it is Europe and Asia Minor, almost coeval with it, which are generally referred to by the Indo-Aryan occultists as the fifth. In their teaching followed the appearance of the continents in their geological and geographical order. then this classification would have to be altered. But as the sequence of the continents is made to follow the order of evolution of the races, from the first to the fifth, our Aryan root race, Europe, must be called the fifth great continent. The Secret Doctrine takes no account of islands and peninsulas, nor does it follow the modern geographical distribution of land and sea. Since the day of its earliest teachings and the destruction of the great Atlantis, the face of the earth has changed more than once. There was a time when the delta of Egypt and northern Africa belonged to Europe, before the formation of the Straits of Gibraltar, and a further upheaval of the continent entirely changed the face of the map of Europe. The last serious change occurred some 12,000 years ago, and was followed by the submersion of Plato's little Atlantic island, which he calls Atlantis, after its parent continent. Geography was part of the mysteries in days of old, says the Zohar. The secrets of land and sea were divulged to the men of secret science, but not to the geographers. The claim that physical man was originally a colossal pre-tertiary giant, and that he existed 18 million years ago, must of course appear preposterous to admirers of and believers in modern learning. The whole posse comitatus of biologists will turn away from the conception of this third race titan of the secondary age, a being fit to fight successfully with the then gigantic monsters of the sea, air, and land. So his forefathers and ethereal prototypes of the Atlantean had little need to fear that which could not hurt them. The modern anthropologist is quite welcome to laugh at our titans, as he laughs at the biblical Adam, and as the theologian laughs at the former pithecoid ancestor. The occultists and their severe critics may feel that they pretty well mutually squared their accounts by this time. Occult sciences claim less and give more, at all events, than either Darwinian anthropology or biblical theology. Nor ought the esoteric chronology to frighten anyone, for with regard to figures, the greatest authorities of the day are as fickle and uncertain as the Mediterranean waves. As regards the duration of the geological periods alone, the learned men of the Royal Society are all hopelessly at sea, and jump from 1 million to 500 million of years with the utmost ease, as will be seen more than once during this comparison. Take one instance for our present purpose, the calculations of Mount Kroll. Whether, according to this authority, 2.5 million years represent the time since the beginning of the Tertiary Age, or the Eocene period, as an American geologist makes him say, or whether again Mr. Kroll allows 15 millions since the beginning of the Eocene period, as quoted by an English geologist. Both sets of figures cover the claims made by the Secret Doctrine. For assigning as the latter does from 4 to 5 million years between the incipient and the final evolution of the fourth root race on the Lemuro-Atlantean continents, 1 million years for the fifth or Aryan race to the present date, and about 850,000 since the submersion of the last large peninsula of the great Atlantis. All this may have easily taken place within the 15 million years conceded by Mr. Kroll to the Tertiary Age. But chronologically speaking, the duration of the period is of secondary importance, as we have, after all, certain American scientists to fall back upon. These gentlemen, unmoved by the fact that their assertions are called not only dubious but absurd, yet maintain that man existed so far back as in the secondary age. They have found human footprints on rocks on that formation, and furthermore, M.D. Quatrefages finds no valid scientific reason why man should not have existed during the secondary age. The ages and periods in geology are, in sober truth, purely conventional terms, as they are still barely delineated, and moreover no two geologists or naturalists agree as to the figures. Thus there is a wide margin for choice offered to the occultist by the learned fraternity. Shall we take for one of our supports Mr. T. Mellard Reed? This gentleman, in a paper on limestone as an index of geological time, read by him in 1878 before the Royal Society, claims that the minimum time required for the formation of the sedimentary strata and the elimination of the calcareous matter is in round numbers 600 million years. Or shall we ask support for our chronology from Mr. Darwin's works, wherein, according to his theory, he demands for the organic transformations from 300 to 500 million years. Sir Charles Lyell and Professor Houghton were satisfied with placing the beginning of the Cambrian Age at 200 and 240 millions of years ago, respectively. Geologists and zoologists claim the maximum time, though Mr. Huxley at one time placed the beginning of the incrustation of the Earth at 1,000 million years ago, and would not surrender a millennium of it. But the main point for us lies not in the agreement or disagreement of the naturalists as to the duration of geological periods, but rather in their perfect accord on one point, for a wonder, and this a very important one. They all agree that during the Miocene age, whether 1 or 10 million years ago, Greenland and even Spitsbergen, the remnants of our second and Hyperborean continent, had an almost tropical climate. Now the pre-Homeric Greeks had preserved a vivid tradition of this land of the eternal sun, whither their Apollo journeyed yearly. Science tells us, during the Miocene age, Greenland, in N latitude 70 degrees, developed an abundance of trees, such as the yew, the redwood, the sequoia, allied to the Californian species, beeches, planes, willows, oaks, poplars, and walnuts, as well as a magnolia and a zamia. In short, Greenland had southern plants unknown to northern regions. And now arises this natural question. If the Greeks in the days of Homer knew of a Hyperborean land, i.e. a blessed land beyond the reaches of Boreas, the god of winter and of the hurricane, an ideal region which the later Greeks and their writers have vainly tried to locate beyond Scythia, a country where nights were short and days long, and beyond that a land where the sun never set and the palm grew freely. If they knew of all this, who then told them of it? In their day, and for ages previously, Greenland must certainly have already been covered with perpetual snows, with never thawing ice just as it is now. Everything tends to show that the land of the short nights and long days was Norway or Scandinavia, beyond which was the blessed land of the eternal light and summer. For the Greeks to know of this, the tradition must have descended to them from some people more ancient than themselves, who were acquainted with those climactic details of which the Greeks themselves could know nothing. Even in our day, science suspects that beyond the polar seas, at the very circle of the Arctic pole, there exists a sea which never freezes and a continent which is ever green. The archaic teachings and also the Puranas, for one who understands their allegories, contain the same statements. Suffice then for us the strong probability that during the Miocene period of modern science, at a time when Greenland was an almost tropical land, there lived a people now unknown to history. Note: the reader is requested to bear in mind that the following sections are not strictly consecutive in order of time. In Part 1, the stanzas which form the skeleton of the exposition are given, and certain important points commented upon and explained. In the subsequent section of Parts 2 and 3, various additional details are gathered, and a fuller explanation of the subject is attempted. Part 1. Anthropogenesis. 12 stanzas from the Book of Jan, with commentaries. In primeval times, a maiden, beauteous daughter of the ether, passed for ages her existence in the great expanse of heaven. 700 years she wandered. 700 years she labored, ere her firstborn was delivered, ere a beauteous duck descending hastens toward the water mother. Lightly on the knees she settles, finds a nesting place befitting, where to lay her eggs in safety, lays her eggs within at pleasure, 6. The golden eggs she lays there. Then a 7th, an egg of iron. Calivella, Crawford. Anthropogenesis. From the Stanzas of Jan, Stanza 1. Number 1. The law which turns the fourth is servant to the laws of the 7. They who revolve, driving their chariots around their Lord, the one eye of our world. His breath gave life to the 7. It gave life to the first. 2. Said the earth, Lord of the shining face, my house is empty. Send thy sons to people this wheel. Thou hast sent thy 7 sons to the Lord of wisdom. 7 times doth he see thee nearer to himself. 7 times more doth he feel thee. Thou hast forbidden thy servants the small rings to catch thy light and heat, thy great bounty to intercept on its passage. Send now to thy servant the same. 3. Said the Lord of the shining face, I shall send thee a fire when thy work is commenced. Raise thy voice to the other lokas. Apply to thy father, the Lord of the lotus, for his sons. Thy people shall be under the rule of the fathers. Thy men shall be mortals. The men of the Lord of wisdom, not the sons of Soma, are immortal. Cease thy complaints. Thy 7 skins are yet on thee. Thou art not ready. Thy men are not ready. 4. After great throes she cast off her old 3 and put on her new 7 skins and stood in her first one. Stanza 2. 5. The wheel whirled for 30 crores more. It constructed rupas, soft stones that hardened, hard plants that softened, visible from invisible, insects and small lives. She shook them off her back whenever they overran the mother. After 30 crores, she turned around. She lay on her back, on her side. She would call no sons of heaven. She would ask no sons of wisdom. She created from her own bosom. She evolved watermen, terrible and bad. 6. The watermen, terrible and bad, she herself created from the remains of others. From the dross and slime of her first, second, and third, she formed them. The Dhyani came and looked. The Dhyani from the bright father-mother. From the white regions they came, from the abodes of the immortal mortals. 7. Displeased they were. Our flesh is not there. No fit rupas for our brothers of the 5th. No dwellings for the lives. Pure waters, not turbid, they must drink. Let us dry them. 8. The flames came, the fires with the sparks, the night fires and the day fires. They dried out the turbid dark waters. With their heat they quenched them. The laws of the high, the Lamayan of below came. They slew the forms which were 2 and 4-faced. They fought the goat men and the dog-headed men and the men with fishes' bodies. 9. Mother Water, the great sea, wept. She arose. She disappeared in the moon, which had lifted her, which had given her birth. 10. When they were destroyed, Mother Earth remained bare. She asked to be dried. Stanza 3. 11. The Lord of the Lords came. From her body he separated the waters, and that was heaven above, the first heaven. 12. The great Kohans called the Lords of the Moon, of the airy bodies. Bring forth men, men of your nature. give them their forms within. She will build coverings without. Males, females they will be. Lords of the flame also. 13. They went, each on his allotted land, 7 of them, each on his lot. The lords of the flame remained behind. They would not go. They would not create. Stanza 4, 14. The 7 hosts, the will-born lords, propelled by the spirit of life-giving, separate men from themselves, each on his own zone. 15. 7 times 7 shadows of future men were born, each of his own color and kind, each inferior to his father. The fathers, the boneless, could give no life to beings with bones. Their progeny were Bhuta, with neither form nor mind. Therefore, they are called the Chaya race. 16. How are the Manusya born? The Manus with minds, how are they made? The fathers called to their help their own fire, which is the fire that burns in earth. The spirit of the earth called to help the solar fire. These 3 produced in their joint efforts a good rupa. It could stand, walk, run, recline, or fly. Yet it was still a chaya, a shadow with no sense. 17. The breath needed a form. The fathers gave it. The breath needed a gross body. The earth molded it. The breath needed the spirit of life. The solar laws breathed it into its form. The breath needed a mirror of its body. We gave it our own, said the Yanis. The breath needed a vehicle of desires. It has it, said the drainer of waters. But breath needs a mind to embrace the universe. We cannot give that, said the fathers. I never had it, said the spirit of the earth. The form would be consumed were I to give it mine, said the great fire. Man remained an empty, senseless Bhuta. Thus have the boneless given life to those who became men with bones in a third. Stanza 5, 18. The first were the sons of Yoga, their sons the children of the yellow father and the white mother. 19. The second race was the product by budding and expansion, the asexual from the sexless. Thus was O Lanu the second race produced. 20. Their fathers were the self-born. The self-born, the Chaya from the brilliant bodies of the lords. The fathers, the sons of twilight. 21. When the race became old, the old waters mixed with the fresher waters. When its drops became turbid, they vanished and disappeared in the new stream, in the hot stream of life. The outer of the first became the inner of the second. The old wing became the new shadow, and the shadow of the wing. Stanza 6. 22. Then the second evolved the egg-born, the third. The sweat grew, its drops grew, and the drops became hard and round. The sun warmed it, the moon cooled and shaped it, the wind fed it until its ripeness. The white swan from the starry vault overshadowed the big drop. The egg of the future race, the man swan of the later third. First male, female, then man and woman. 23. The self-born were the Chayas, the shadows from the bodies of the sons of twilight. Neither water nor fire could destroy them. Their sons were. Stanza 7. 24. The sons of wisdom, the sons of night, ready for rebirth, came down. They saw the vile forms of the first third. We can choose, said the Lord. We have wisdom. Some entered the Chayas. Some projected a spark. Some deferred till the fourth. From their own rupa they filled the kama. Those who entered became arhats. Those who received but a spark remained destitute of knowledge. The spark burned low. The third remained mindless. Their evas were not ready. These were set apart among the seven. They became narrow-headed. The third were ready. In these we shall dwell, said the lords of the flame and of the dark wisdom. 25. How did the Manasa, the son of wisdom, act? They rejected the self-born. They are not ready. They spurned the sweat-born. They are not quite ready. They would not enter the first egg-born. 26. When the sweat-born produced the egg-born, the twofold, the mighty, the powerful with bones, the lords of wisdom said, now shall we create. 27. The third race became the Vahan of the lords of wisdom. It created sons of will and yoga. By Kriya Shakti, it created them, the holy fathers, ancestors of the Arhats. Stanza 8. 28. From the drops of sweat, from the residue of the substance, matter from dead bodies of men and animals of the wheel before, and from cast-off dust the first animals were produced. 29. Animals with bones, dragons of the deep, and flying sarpas were added to the creeping things. They that creep on the ground got wings. They of the long necks in the water became the progenitors of the fowls of the air. 30. During the third, the boneless animals grew and changed. They became animals with bones. Their chayas became solid. 31. The animals separated the first. They began to breed. The twofold man separated also. He said, let us as they. Let us unite and make creatures. They did. 32. And those that which had no spark took huge she-animals unto them. They begat upon them dumb races. Dumb they were themselves, but their tongues untied. The tongues of their progeny remained still. Monsters they bred, a race of crooked, red-haired, covered monsters going on all fours. A dumb race to keep the shame untold. Stanza 9. 33. Seeing which, the laws, who had not built men, wept, saying, 34. The Amanasa have defiled our future abodes. This is karma. Let us dwell in the others. Let us teach them better, lest worse should happen. They did. 35. Then all men became endowed with manas. They saw the sin of the mindless. 36. The fourth race developed speech. 37. The one became two. Also all the living and creeping things that were still one. Giant fish, birds, and serpents with shell heads. Stanza 10. 38. Thus, 2 by 2 on the 7 zones, the third race gave birth to the fourth. The Sura became Asura. 39. The first on every zone was moon-colored. The second yellow like gold. The third red. The fourth brown, which became black with sin. The first 7 human shoots were all of one complexion. The next 7 began mixing. 40. Then the third and fourth became tall with pride. We are the kings, we are the gods. 41. They took wives fair to look upon. Wives from the mindless, the narrow-headed. They bred monsters, wicked demons, male and female, also Kado with little minds. 42. They built temples for the human body. Male and female they worshipped. Then the third eye acted no longer. Stanza 11. 43. They built huge cities. Of rare earths and metals they built. Out of the fires vomited. Out of the white stone of the mountains and of the black stone, they cut their own images in their size and likeness and worshipped them. 44. They built great images, 9 yatis high, the size of their bodies. Inner fires had destroyed the land of their fathers. The water threatened the fourth. 45. The first great waters came. They swallowed the 7 great islands. 46. All holy saved, the unholy destroyed. With them most of the huge animals produced from the sweat of the earth. Stanza 12. 47. Few remained, some yellow, some brown and black, and some red remained. The moon-colored were gone forever. 48. The fifth produced from the holy stock remained. It was ruled over by the first divine kings. 49. The serpents who redescended, who made peace with the fifth, who taught and instructed it. Commentaries on the 12 stanzas and their terms according to their numeration in stanzas and shlokas. Stanza 1. Beginnings of sentient life. Number 1. The law, or spirit of the earth. Number 2. Invocation of the earth to the sun. Number 3. What the sun answers. And number 4. Transformation of the earth. Number 1. The law, A, which turns the fourth, is servant to the law of the 7. B. They who revolve, driving their chariots around their Lord, the one eye of our world. His breath gave life to the 7. It gave life to the first. C. They are all dragons of wisdom, adds the commentary. D. A. Law is the ancient term in trans-Himalayan regions for spirit, any celestial or superhuman being, and it covers the whole series of heavenly hierarchies from archangel or dhyani down to an angel of darkness or terrestrial spirit. B. This expression shows in plain language that the spirit guardian of our globe, which is the fourth in the chain, is subordinate to the chief spirit or god of the 7 planetary genii or spirits. As already explained, the ancients had, in their creel of gods, 7 chief mystery gods, whose leader was exoterically the visible sun, or the 8th, and esoterically the 2nd logos, the demiurge. The 7, who have now in the Christian religion become the 7 eyes of the Lord, were the regents of the 7 chief planets, but these were not reckoned according to the enumeration devised later by people who had forgotten, or who had an inadequate notion of the real mysteries, and included neither the sun, the moon, nor the earth. The sun was the chief, exoterically, of the 12 great gods, or zodiacal constellations, and esoterically the Messiah, the Christos, the subject anointed by the great breath, or the One, surrounded by his 12 subordinate powers, also subordinate in turn to each of the 7 mystery gods of the planets. The 7 higher make the 7 laws create the world, states a commentary, which means that our earth, to leave aside the rest, was created or fashioned by terrestrial spirits, the regents being simply the supervisors. This is the first germ of that which grew later into the tree of astrology and astrology. The higher ones were the cosmocratores, the fabricators of our solar system. This is borne out by all the ancient cosmogonies, such as those of Hermes, of the Chaldeans, of the Aryans, of the Egyptians, and even of the Jews. The signs of the zodiac, the sacred animals or heaven's belt, are as much the Beni Elohim, sons of the god or of Elohim, as the spirits of the earth, but they are prior to them. Soma and Sin, Isis and Diana, are all lunar gods or goddesses, called the fathers and mothers of our earth, which is subordinate to them. But these in their turn are subordinate to their fathers and mothers, the latter being interchangeable and varying with each nation. The gods and their planets, such as Jupiter, Saturn, Bel, Brihaspati, etc. C. His breath gave life to the seven, refers as much to the sun, who gives life to the planets, as to the High One, the spiritual sun, who gives life to the whole cosmos. The astronomical and astrological keys opening the gate leading to the mysteries of theogony can be found only in the later glossaries, which accompany the stanzas. In the apocalyptic shlokas of the archaic records, the language is as symbolical, if less mythical, than in the Puranas. Without the help of the later commentaries, compiled by generations of adepts, it would be impossible to understand the meaning correctly. In the ancient cosmogonies, the visible and the invisible worlds are the double links of one and the same chain. As the invisible logos with its 7 hierarchies, each represented or personified by its chief angel or rector, form one power, the inner and the invisible, so in the world of forms, the sun and the 7 chief planets constitute the visible and active potency. The latter hierarchy being, so to speak, the visible and objective logos of the invisible, and, except in the lowest grades, ever subjective angels. Thus, to anticipate a little by way of illustration, every race in its evolution is said to be born under the direct influence of one of the planets. Race, the first, receiving the breath of life from the sun, as will be seen later on, while the third humanity, those who fell into generation, or from androgynes became separate entities, one male and the other female, is said to be under the direct influence of Venus, the little sun in which the solar orb stores his light. The summary of the stanzas in Volume 1 showed the genesis of gods and men taking rise in and from one and the same point, which is the one universal, immutable, eternal, and absolute unity. In its primary manifested aspect, we have seen it become one, in the sphere of objectivity and physics, primordial substance and force, centripetal and centrifugal, positive and negative, male and female, etc. And number 2, in the world of metaphysics, the spirit of the universe, or cosmic ideation, called by some the Logos. This Logos is the apex of the Pythagorean triangle. When the triangle is complete, it becomes the tetractys, or the triangle in the square, and is the dual symbol of the 4-lettered tetragrammaton in the manifested cosmos, and of its radical triple ray in the unmanifested, its noumenon. Put more metaphysically, the classification given here of cosmic ultimates is more one of convenience than of absolute philosophical accuracy. At the commencements of the great Manvantara, Parabrahman manifests as Mula Prakriti and then as the Logos. This Logos is equivalent to the unconscious universal mind, etc., of Western pantheists. It constitutes the basis of the subject side of manifested being, and is the source of all manifestations of individual consciousness. Mula Prakriti, or primordial cosmic substance, is the foundation of the object side of things, the basis of all objective evolution and cosmogenesis. Force, then, does not emerge with primordial substance from parabrahmic latency. It is the transformation into energy of the supraconscious thought of the Logos, infused, so to speak, into the objectification of the latter out of potential latency in the one reality. Hence spring the wondrous laws of matter, hence the primal impress, so vainly discussed by Bishop Temple. Force thus is not synchronous with the first objectification of Mula Prakriti. Nevertheless, as apart from it, the latter is absolutely and necessarily inert, a mere abstraction. It is unnecessary to weave too fine a cobweb of subtleties as to the order of succession of the cosmic ultimates. Force succeeds Mula Prakriti, but minus force, Mula Prakriti is for all practical intents and purposes non-existent. The heavenly man or tetragrammaton, who is the protogenos, Tikkun, the firstborn from the passive deity, and the first manifestation of that deity's shadow is the universal form and idea, which engenders the manifested logos, Adam Kadmon, or the four-lettered symbol in the Kabbalah of the universe itself, also called the second logos. The second springs from the first and develops the third triangle, from the last of which the lower host of angels, men, are generated. It is with this third aspect that we shall deal at present. The reader must bear in mind that there is a great difference between the logos and the demiurgus, for one is spirit and the other is soul. Or as Dr. Wilder has it, dianoia and logos are synonymous, nous being superior and closely in affinity to aiabov, one being the superior apprehending, the other the comprehending, one noetic and the other phrenic. Moreover, man was regarded in several systems as the third logos. The esoteric meaning of the word logos, speech or word, verbum, is the rendering and object expression, as in a photograph of the concealed thought. The logos is the mirror reflecting divine mind, and the universal is the mirror of the logos, though the latter is the S of that universe. As the logos reflects all in the universe of pleroma, so man reflects in himself all that he sees and finds in his universe, the earth. It is the three heads of the Kabbalah, intra, octrum, et alarum super altrum. Every universe, world or planet, has its own logos, says the doctrine. The sun was always called by the Egyptians the eye of Osiris, and was himself the logos, the first begotten, or light made manifest to the world, which is the mind and divine intellect of the concealed. It is only by the sevenfold ray of this light that we can become cognizant of the logos through the demiurge, regarding the latter as the creator of our planet and everything pertaining to it, and the former as the guiding force of that creator, good and bad at the same time, the origin of good and the origin of evil. This creator is neither good nor bad per se, but its differentiated aspects in nature make it assume one or the other character. With the invisible and the unknown universes disseminated through space, none of the sun gods had anything to do. The idea is expressed very clearly in the books of Hermes, and in every ancient folklore. It is symbolized generally by the dragon and the serpent, the dragon of good and the serpent of evil, represented on earth by the right and the left hand magic. In the epic poem of Finland, the Kalevala, the origin of the serpent of evil is given. It is born from the spittle of Soyater, and endowed with a living soul by the principle of evil, Hissi. A strife is described between the two. The thing of evil, the serpent or sorcerer, the Ati, the dragon or the white magician, Lemminkainen. The latter is one of the 7 sons of Ilmater, the virgin daughter of the air, she who fell from the heaven into the sea before creation, i.e., spirit transformed into the matter of sensuous life. There is a world of meaning and occult thought in the following few lines, admirably rendered by Dr. J. M. Crawford of Cincinnati, the hero Lemminkainen. Hews the wall with might of magic, break the palisade in pieces, hews to atoms 7 pickets, chops the serpent wall to fragments. Where the monster little heeding, pounces with his mouth of venom at the head of Lemminkainen, but the hero, quick recalling, speaks the master's words of knowledge, words that came from distant ages, words his ancestors had taught him. D. In China, the men of Fohi, or the heavenly man, are called the 12 Tianhong, the 12 hierarchies of Dhyanis or angels with human faces and dragon bodies. The dragon standing for divine wisdom or spirit, and they create men by incarnating themselves in 7 figures of clay, earth and water, made in the shape of these Tianhong, a third allegory, The 12 Aesers of the Scandinavian Eddas do the same. In the secret catechism of the Druses of Syria, a legend which is repeated word for word by the oldest tribes about and around the Euphrates, men were created by the sons of God, who descended on earth. And after gathering 7 mandragoras, they animated the roots, which forth became men. All these allegories point to one and the same origin, to the dual and triple nature of man. Dual as female and male, triple as being of spiritual and psychic essence within, and of material fabric without. 2. Said the earth, Lord of the shining face, my house is empty. Send thy sons to the people this wheel. Thou hast sent thy 7 sons to the Lord of wisdom. A. 7 times doth he see thee nearer to himself. 7 times more doth he feel thee. B. Thou hast forbidden thy servants the small rings to catch thy light and heat, thy great bounty to intercept on its passage. Send now to thy servant the same. A. The Lord of wisdom is Mercury or Buddha. And B. The modern commentary explains the words as a reference to a well-known astronomical fact, that Mercury receives 7 times more light and heat from the sun than the earth, or even the beautiful Venus, which receives but twice the amount falling on our insignificant globe. Whether the fact was known in antiquity may be inferred from the prayer of the earth spirit to the sun as given in the text. The sun, however, refuses to people the globe, as it is not ready to receive life as yet. Mercury, as an astrological planet, is still more occult and mysterious than Venus. It is identical with the Mazdean Mithra, the genius or god, established between the sun and the moon, the perpetual companion of the sun, of wisdom. Pausanias shows him as having an altar in common with Jupiter. He had wings to express his attendance upon the sun in its course, and he was called the Nuntius and Sun Wolf, Solaris Luminis Particeps. He was the leader and evocator of souls, the great magician and the Hierophant. Virgil depicts him as taking his wand to evoke from the orcus the souls plunged therein. Tum virgam capit. Hac animis il evocatorco. He is the golden-colored Mercury, whom the Hierophants forbade to name. He is symbolized in Grecian mythology by the one of the dogs, vigilance, which one watch over the celestial flock, occult wisdom, or Hermes Anubis, or again, Agathodemon. He is the Argus watching over the earth, mistaken by the latter for the sun itself. It is through the intercession of Mercury that the Emperor Julian prayed to the occult sun every night. For as says Vossius, all the theologians assert that Mercury and the sun are one. He was the most eloquent and the most wise of all gods, which is not to be wondered at, since Mercury is in such close proximity to the wisdom and the word of God, the sun, that he was confused with both. Vossius here utters a greater occult truth than he suspected. The Hermes of the Greeks is closely related to the Hindu Sarama and Saramia, the divine watchman, who watches over the golden flock of stars and solar rays. In the clearer words of the commentary, the globe propelled onward by the spirit of the earth and his 6 assistants gets all its vital forces, life, and powers through the medium of the 7 planetary yanis from the spirit of the sun. They are his messengers of light and life. Like each of the 7 regions of the earth, each of the 7 firstborn, the primordial human groups, receives its lights and life from its own special dhyani, spiritually, and from the palace, house, the planet, of that dhyani physically. So with the 7 great races to be born on it. The first is born under the sun, the second under Brihaspati, Jupiter, the third under Lohitanga, Mars, the fiery-bodied, and also under Venus, or Shukra. The fourth under Soma, the moon, our globe, also the fourth sphere being born under, from the moon. And Shani, Saturn, the Kriya, Lokana, evil-eyed, and the Asita, the dark, the fifth under Buddha, Mercury. So also with man and every principle in man. Each gets its specific quality from its primary, the planetary spirit. Therefore, every man is a septenate, or a combination of principles, each having its origin in a quality of that special jhani. Every active power or force of the earth comes to her from one of the seven lords. Light comes through Shukra, Venus, who receives a triple supply, and gives 1/3 of it to the earth. Therefore, the two are called twin sisters. But the spirit of the earth is subservient to the lord of Shukra. Otherwise, men represent the two globes, one over, the other under the double sign, the primeval swastika bereft of its 4 arms, or the cross. The double sign is, as every student of occultism knows, the symbol of the male and the female principles in nature, of the positive and the negative, for the swastika, or double cross, is all that and much more. All antiquity, ever since the birth of astronomy, imparted to the fourth race by one of the kings of the divine dynasty, and also of astrology, represented Venus in its astronomical tables as the globe poised over a cross, and the earth as a globe under a cross. The esoteric meaning of this is the earth fallen into generation, or into the production of its species through sexual union. But the later Western nations have not failed to give it quite a different interpretation. They explain the sign through their mystics, guided by the light of the Latin Church, as meaning that our earth and all on it were redeemed by the cross, while Venus, otherwise Lucifer or Satan, was trampling upon it. Venus is the most occult, powerful, and mysterious of all the planets, the one whose influence upon, and relation to, the earth is most prominent. In exoteric Brahmanism, Venus, or Shukra, a male deity, is the son of Bhrigu, one of the Prajapati and a Vedic sage, and is Datya Guru, or the priest's instructor of the primeval giants. The whole history of Shukra in the Puranas refers to the 3rd and 4th races. As says the commentary, it is through Shukra that the double ones, the hermaphrodites, of the 3rd root race descended from the 1st sweat-born. Therefore, it is represented under the symbol, a circle with a line through it, the circle and diameter, during the 3rd race, and a circle with a line horizontal and vertical during the 4th race. This needs explanation. The diameter, when found isolated in a circle, stands for female nature, for the first ideal world, self-generated and self-impregnated by the universally diffused spirit of life, thus also referring to the primitive root race. It becomes androgynous as the races and all else on earth develop into their physical forms, and the symbol is transformed into a circle with a diameter from which runs a vertical line, expressive of female and male, not separated as yet, the first and earliest Egyptian Tao, after which it becomes a cross, or male-female separated and fallen into generation. Venus, the planet, is symbolized by the sign of a globe over a cross, which shows the former as presiding over the natural generation of man. The Egyptians symbolized Ankh, life, by the unsated cross, or circle with a cross under, which is only another form of Venus, Isis, and meant esoterically that mankind and all animal life had stepped out of the divine spiritual circle and had fallen into physical male and female generation. This sign from the end of the 3rd race has the same phallic significance as the tree of life in Eden. Anuki, a form of Isis, is the goddess of life, and Ankh was taken by the Hebrews from the Egyptians. It was introduced into the language by Moses, one learned in the wisdom of the priests of Egypt, with many other mystical words. The word Ankh in Hebrew, with the personal suffix, means my life, my being, which is the personal pronoun Anoki, from the name of the Egyptian goddess Anukai. In one of the most ancient catechisms of southern India, Madras Presidency, the hermaphrodite goddess Adonari has the ansated cross, the swastika, the male and female sign, right in the center part to denote the pre-sexual state of the third race. Vishnu, who is now represented with a lotus growing out of his navel, or the universe of Brahma evolving out of the central point, Nara, is shown in one of the oldest carvings as double-sexed, Vishnu and Lakshmi, standing on a lotus leaf floating on the water rising in a semicircle and pouring through the Svatika, the source of generation or the descent of man. Pythagoras calls Shukra Venus the sole altar, the other sun, the 7 palaces of the sun. That of Lucifer Venus is the third in Christian and Jewish Kabbalah, the Zohar making of it the abode of Samael. According to the occult doctrine, this planet is our Earth's primary and its spiritual prototype. Hence, Shukra's car, Venus Lucifer's, is said to be drawn by an ogdode of earthborn horses, while the steeds of the chariots of the other planets are different. Every sin committed on Earth is felt by the Ushana's Shukra. The guru of the Datyas is the guardian spirit of the earth and men. Every change on Shukra is felt on and reflected by the earth. Shukra, or Venus, is thus represented as the preceptor of the Daityas, the giants of the fourth race, who, in the Hindu allegory, at one time obtained the sovereignty of all of the earth and defeated the minor gods. The Titans of the Western allegory are also closely connected with Venus Lucifer, which was identified by later Christians with Satan. And as Venus, equally with Isis, was represented with cow's horns on her head, the symbol of mystic nature, one convertible with and significant of the moon. Since all these were lunar goddesses, the configuration of this planet is now placed by theologians between the horns of the mystic Lucifer. It is owing to the fanciful interpretation of the archaic tradition, which states that Venus changes simultaneously, geologically, with the Earth, that whatever takes place on one takes place on the other, and that many and great were their common changes. It is for these reasons that St. Augustine repeats it, applying the several changes of configuration, color, and even of the orbital paths to that theologically woven character of Venus Lucifer. He even goes so far in his pious fancy as to connect the last changes of the planet with the Nochian and mythical deluge allowed to have taken place 1796 BC. As Venus has no satellites, it is stated allegorically that Ashpujit, this planet, adopted the Earth, the progeny of the moon, who overgrew its parent and gave much trouble. A reference to the occult connection between the two. The regent of the planet, Shukra, loved his adopted child so well that he incarnated as Ushanas and gave it perfect laws, which were disregarded and rejected in later ages. Another allegory in the Harivansha is that Shukra went to Shiva and asked him to protect his pupils, the Daityas and the Asuras, from the fighting gods, and that to further his object he performed a yoga rite, imbibing the smoke of chaff with his head downwards for 1,000 years. This refers to the great inclination of the axis of Venus, amounting to 50 degrees, and to its being enveloped in eternal clouds. But it relates only to the physical constitution of the planet. It is with its regent, the informing Gyan Chohan, the occult mysticism has to deal. The allegory which states that Vishnu was cursed by Shukra to be reborn 7 times on the earth as a punishment for killing his Shukra's mother is full of occult philosophical meaning. It does not refer to Vishnu's avatars, since these number 9, the 10th being still to come, but to the races on earth. Venus, or Lucifer, also Shukra, and Ushanas, the planet, is the light bearer of our earth in both the physical and mystic sense. The Christians knew it well in early times, since one of the early popes of Rome is known by his pontiff name as Lucifer. Every world has its parent star and sister planet. Thus, Earth is adopted child and younger brother of Venus, but its inhabitants are of their own kind, all sentient, complete beings, full septenary men or higher beings, are furnished in their beginnings with forms and organisms in full harmony with the nature and state of the sphere they inhabit. The spheres of being, or centers of life, which are isolated nuclei breeding their men and their animals, are numberless. Not one has any resemblance to its sister companion or to any other of its special progeny. All have double physical and spiritual nature. The nucleos are eternal and everlasting, the nuclei periodical and finite. The nucleoles form part of the absolute. They are the embrasures of that black impenetrable fortress, which is forever concealed from human or even Dionic sight. The nuclei are the light of eternity escaping therefrom. It is that light which condenses into the forms of the lords of being, the first and the highest of which are collectively Jivatma or Pratyagatma, which is said figuratively to issue from Paramatma. It is the logos of the Greek philosophers, appearing at the beginning of every new Manvantara. From these downwards formed the ever-consolidating waves of that light, which becomes, on the objective plane, gross matter. Proceed with numerous hierarchies of the creative forces, some formless, others having their own distinctive form, others again, the lowest, elementals, having no form of their own, but assuming every form according to the surrounding conditions. Thus there is but one absolute apadi, basis, in the spiritual sense, from on and in which are built for manvantaric purposes the countless basic centers on which proceed the universal, cyclic, and individual evolutions during that active period. The informing intelligences which animate these various centers of being are referred to indiscriminately by men beyond the great range, as the Manus, the Rishis, the Pitris, the Prajapati, and so on, and as Jnanas Buddhas, the Chohans, the Melhas, the fire gods, Bodhisattvas, and others on this side. The truly ignorant call them gods, the learned profane, the one God, and the wise. The initiates honor in them only the manvantaric manifestations of that which neither our creators, the Jan Chohans, nor their creatures can ever discuss or know anything about. The absolute is not to be defined, and no mortal or immortal has ever seen or comprehended it during the periods of existence. The mutable cannot know the immutable, nor can that which lives perceive absolute life. Therefore, man cannot know higher beings than his own progenitors, nor shall he worship them, but he ought to learn how he came into the world. Number 7, the fundamental figure among all other figures in every national religious system, from cosmogony down to man, must have its raison d'etre. It is found among the ancient Americans as prominently as among the archaic Aryans and Egyptians. The question will be fully dealt with in the second part of this volume. Meanwhile, a few facts may be given here. Says the author of the Sacred Mysteries, among the Mayas and the Quiches 11,500 years ago. 7 seems to have been sacred number par excellence among all civilized nations of antiquity. Why? This query has never been satisfactorily answered. Each separate people has given a different explanation, according to the peculiar tenets of their exoteric religion. That it was the number of numbers for those initiated to the sacred mysteries there can be no doubt. Pythagoras calls it the vehicle of life, containing body and soul, since it is formed of a quaternary, that is, wisdom and intellect, and a trinity, or action and matter. The Emperor Julian in Matrium and in Oratio expresses himself thus: Were I to touch upon the initiation into our secret mysteries, which the Chaldees backized, respected the seven-rayed God, lighting up the soul through him, I should say things unknown to the rabble, very unknown, but well known to the blessed theurgists. And who that is acquainted with the Puranas, the Book of the Dead, the Zendavesta, the Assyrian tiles, and finally the Bible, and has observed the constant occurrence of the number 7 in these records of people from the remotest times upwards unconnected and so far apart, can regard as a coincidence the following fact given by the same explorer of ancient mysteries. Speaking of the prevalence of 7 as a mystic number among the inhabitants of the western continent of America, he adds, it is not less remarkable, for it frequently occurs in the Popol Vuh. We find it besides in the 7 families said by Sahuagin and Clavigero to have accompanied the mystical personage named Wotan, the reputed founder of the great city of Nachen, identified by some with Palenque, in the 7 caves from which the ancestors of the Nahuatls are reported to have emerged, in the 7 cities of Cibola, described by Coronado and Niza, in the 7 Antilles, in the 7 heroes, and we are told escaped the deluge. Heroes, moreover, whose number is found the same in every deluge story, from the 7 rishis who were saved with Vevasvatu Manu, down to Noah's Ark, into which beasts, fowls, and living creatures were taken by 7s. Thus we see figures 1, 3, 5, 7 as perfect, because thoroughly mystic, numbers playing a prominent part in every cosmogony and evolution of living beings. In China, 1, 3, 5, 7 are called celestial numbers. In the canonical Book of Changes, Yi King, or transformation, as in evolution. The explanation of it becomes evident when one examines the ancient symbols. All these are based upon and start from the figures given from the archaic manuscript in the Proem of Volume 1. The symbol of evolution and fall into generation or matter is reflected in the old Mexican scriptures or paintings, as it is in the Kabbalistic Sephiroth and the Egyptian Tau. Examine the Mexican MS at MSS Brit Museum 9789. You will find it in a tree whose trunk is covered with 10 fruits ready to be plucked by a male and female, one on each side of it, while from the top of the trunk 2 branches shoot horizontally to the right and left, thus forming a perfect Tau. The ends of the 2 branches, moreover, each bearing a triple bunch with a bird, the bird of immortality, Atma, or the divine spirit, sitting between the 2 and thus making the 7th. This represents the same idea as the Sephirothal tree, 10 in all, yet when separated from its upper triad, leaving 7. These are the celestial fruits, the 10, or circle with a line, 10, born out of the 2 invisible male and female seeds, making up the 12, or the dodecahedron of the universe. The mystic system contains the central point, the 3, or triangle, the 5, star, and the 7, square with triangle in it, or again, the 6-pointed star, the triangle in the square, and the synthesizing point in the interlaced double triangles. This is for the world of the archetypes. The phenomenal world receives its culmination and the reflex of all in man. Therefore, he is the mystic square in his metaphysical aspect, the tetractys, and becomes the cube on the creative plane. His symbol is the cube unfolded and 6 becoming 7, or the cross, 3 crossways, the female, and 4 vertically. And this is man, the culmination of the deity on earth, whose body is the cross of flesh, on, through, and in which he is ever crucifying and putting to death the divine Logos, or his higher self. Says every philosophy and cosmogony. The universe hath a ruler, rulers collectively, set over it, which is called the Word, Logos. The fabricating spirit is its queen, which 2 are the first power after the 1. These are the spirit and nature, which 2 form our illusory universe. The 2 inseparables remain in the universe of ideas, so long as it lasts, and then merge back into Para Brahman, the one ever changeless. The spirit, whose essence is eternal, one and self-existent, emanates a pure ethereal light, a dual light not perceptible to the elementary senses. According to the Puranas, the Bible, the Sefer Yetzirah, the Greek and Latin hymns, the Book of Hermes, the Chaldean Book of Numbers, the esotericism of Lao Tse, and everywhere else. In the Kabbalah, which explains the secret meaning of Genesis, this light is the dual man, or the androgyne, rather sexless, angels, whose generic name is Adam Kadmon. It is they who complete man, whose ethereal form is emanated by other divine, but far lower beings, who solidify the body with clay, or the dust of the ground. An allegory indeed, but as scientific as any Darwinian evolution, and more true. The author of The Source of Measures says that the foundation of the Kabbalah and all of its mystic books is made to rest upon the 10 Sephiroth, which is a fundamental truth. He shows those 10 Sephiroth, or the 10 numbers, as follows. It's a circle with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and a line going through the middle. The circle is the knot. Its vertical diameter line is the first or primal one, the word or logos, from which spring the 2, the 3, and so on to 9, the limit of the digits. The 10 is the first divine manifestation, which contains every possible power of exact expression of proportion, the sacred Yod. By this Kabbalah, we are taught that these Sephiroth were the numbers or emanations of the heavenly light, 20,612 to 6,561. They were the 10 words. DBRIM 41224, the light of which they were the flux was the heavenly man, the atom KDM, the 144 minus 144, and the light, by the New Testament or Covenant, 41224, created God, just as by the Old Testament God, Elohim 31415, creates light, 20612 to 6561. Now, there are 3 kinds of light in occultism, as in the Kabbalah. Number 1, the abstract and absolute light, which is darkness. Number 2, the light of the manifested unmanifested, called by some the Logos. And number 3, the latter light, reflected in the Dhyan Chohans, the minor Logi, the Elohim collectively, who in their turn shed it on the objective universe. But in the Kabbalah, re-edited and carefully adjusted to fit the Christian tenets by the Kabbalists of the 13th century, the 3 lights are described as, number 1, the clear and penetrating, that of Jehovah, number 2, reflected light, and number 3, light in the abstract. This light, abstractly taken, in a metaphysical or symbolical sense, is Elohim, Elohim God, while the clear penetrating light is Jehovah. The light of Elohim belongs to the world in general, in its allness and general fullness, but the light of Jehovah is that pertaining to the chieftest production, man, whom this light penetrated to and made. The author of The Source of Measures pertinently refers the reader to in man's ancient faiths embodied in ancient names, II 648. There, an engraving of the Vesica Pisces, Mary, and the female emblem, copied from a rosary of the Blessed Virgin Mary, which was printed at Venice in 1542. And therefore, as Inman remarks, with a license from the Inquisition, and consequently orthodox, will show the reader what the Latin Church understood by this penetrating power of light and its effects. How sadly disfigured, applied as they were to the grossest anthropomorphic conceptions, have under Christian interpretation become the noblest and grandest, as the most exalted ideas of the deity of the Eastern philosophy. The occultists in the East call this light Deva Prakriti, and in the West the light of Christos. It is the light of the Logos, the direct reflection of the ever unknowable on the plane of universal manifestation. But here is the interpretation thereof given by the modern Christians from the Kabbalah, as declared by the author just cited, to the fullness of the world in general with its chiefest content, man the term Elohim Jehovah applies. In extracts from Sohar, the Reverend Dr. Castle, a Kabbalist, to prove that the Kabbalah sets forth the doctrine of the Trinity, among other things, says Jehovah is Elohim, Alhim. By 3 steps God, Alhim, and Jehovah become the same, and though separated each and together, they are of the same one. Similarly, Vishnu becomes the sun, the visible symbol of the impersonal deity. Vishnu is described as striding through the 7 regions of the universe in 3 steps. But with the Hindus, this is an exoteric account, a surface tenet and an allegory, while the Kabbalists give it out as the esoteric and final meaning. But to proceed, now light, as shown, is 20612 to 6561, as the proper enunciation of the integral and numerical relation of diameter to circumference of a circle. God, Alhim, that is 31415 to 1, a modified form of the above, is the reduction of this, so as to obtain a standard unit 1 as the basis, in general, of all calculation and all mensuration. But for the production of animal life and for a special time measure, or the lunar year, that influence which causes conception and embryonic development, the numbers of the Jehovah measure, the man even Jehovah measure, V's 1132355, have to be specialized. But this last ratio is but a modified form of light, or 20612 to 6561, as a pi value, being only one variation of the same. That is, 20612 to 6561 is 31415 to 1, and 355 to 113 is 31415, or Alhim, or God. And in such a manner that one can be made to flow into and be derived from the other. And these are the 3 steps by which the unity and sameness can be shown of the divine names. That is, the 2 are but variations of the same ratio, viz. That of pi. The object of this comment is to show the same symbolic measuring use for the Kabbalah, as taught, with that of the 3 covenants of the Bible, and with that of Masonry, as just noticed. First, then, the Sephiroth is described as light, that is, they themselves are a function of, indeed the same as, the manifestation of the Ein Sof. And they are so from the fact that light represents the ratio 20612 to 6561, as part of the words DBRIM 41224, or as to the word Dabar 206 equals 10 cubits. Light is so much the burden of the Kabbalah as to explaining the Sephiroth that the most famous book on the Kabbalah is called Sohar, or light. In this we find expressions of this kind. The infinite was entirely unknown and diffused no light before the luminous point violently broke through into vision. When he first assumed the form of the crown, or the first Sephirah, he caused 9 splendid lights to emanate from it, which, shining through it, diffused a bright light in all directions. That is, these 9 with his 1, which was the origin as above of the 9, together made the 10, that is, the circle with the line, or the circle with the X, or the sacred 10 numbers, or Sephiroth, or Jod. And these numbers were the light, just as the Gospel of St. John, God, Alhim, 31415 to 1, was that light, 20612 to 6561, by which light all things were made. In the Sefer Yetzirah, or number of creation, the whole process of evolution is given out in numbers. In its 32 paths of wisdom, the number 3 is repeated 4 times, and the number 4 5 times. Therefore, the wisdom of God is contained in numbers, Sephrim, or Sephiroth, for Sephir, or SPHR, when unvoweled, means to cipher. And therefore, also, we find Plato stating that the deity geometrizes in fabricating the universe. The Kabbalistic book, the Sefer Yetzirah, opens with a statement of the hidden wisdom of Elohim in Sephrim, i.e. the Elohim in the Sephiroth, in 30 and 2 paths. Hidden wisdom established Yah, IHVH, Sabaoth, Elohai of Israel, Elohim of life, El of grace and mercy, exalted, uplifted, dweller on high, and King of everlasting, and his name holy in 3 Sephrim, viz. B-S-PH-R, V-S-PH-R, V-SIPH-O-R. Mr. Ralston Skinner goes on to say, this comment sets forth the hidden wisdom of the original text by hidden wisdom, that is, by the use of words carrying a special set of numbers and a special phraseology, which will set forth the very explanatory system which we find it to fit so accurately in the Hebrew Bible. In setting forth his scheme to enforce it and to finish out his detailed exposition in a general postulate, viz. The one word, Sephrim, Sephiroth, of the number Jezerah, the author explains the separation of this word in 3 subordinate ones, a play upon a common word S-PH-R, or number. The Prince Al-Chazari says to the rabbi, I wish now that thou wouldest impart to me of the chiefest or leading principles of natural philosophy, which, as thou sayest, were in former times worked out by them, the ancient wise ones. To which the rabbi makes answer, to such principles appertains the number of creation of our race father Abraham, that is Abram and Abraham, or Numbers 41224 and 41252. He then says that this book of number treats of teaching the Alhimness and oneness through DBRIM, viz. The numbers of the word words. That is, it teaches the use of the ratio 31415 to 1 through 41224, which last is the description of the Ark of the Covenant, was divided into 2 parts by 2 tables of stone, on which these DBRIM, or 41224, were written or engraved, or 20612 times 2. He then comments on these 3 subordinately used words and takes care as to one of them to make the comment. And Alhim 31415 to 1 said, let there be light, 20612 to 6561. The words as given in the text are below in Hebrew, and the rabbi, in commenting upon them, says, it teaches the alhimness, 31415, and oneness, the diameter to alhim, through words, DBRIM equals 41224, by which, on the one side, there is infinite expression in heterogeneous creations, and on the other, a final harmonic tendency to oneness, which, as everyone knows, is the mathematical function of pi of the schools, which measures, weighs, and numbers the stars of heaven, and yet resolves them back into the final oneness of the universe through words. Their final accord perfects itself into that oneness that ordains them, and which consists in the Hebrew word. That is, the rabbi in his first comment leaves the yod or I out of one of the words, whereas afterwards he restores it again. If we take the values of those subordinate words, we find them to be 340, 340, and 346. Together, these are 1026. And the division of the general word into these has been to produce these numbers, which by Tumura may be changed in various ways for various purposes. The reader is asked to turn to stanza 4 of Volume 1, Shloka 3 and Commentary, to find that the 347 and the thrice 7, or 1065, the number of Jehovah, is the number of the 21 Prajapati mentioned in the Mahabharata, or the 3 Sephrim, words in ciphers or figures. And this comparison between the creative powers of archaic philosophy and the anthropomorphic creator of exoteric Judaism, since the exotericism of the Jews shows its identity with the secret doctrine, will lead the student to perceive and discover that, in truth, Jehovah is but a lunar and generation god. It is a fact well known to every conscientious student of the Kabbalah that the deeper he dives into it, the more he feels convinced that unless the Kabbalah, or what is left of it, is read by the light of the Eastern esoteric philosophy, its study leads only to the discovery that, on the lines traced by exoteric Judaism and Christianity, the monotheism of both is nothing more exalted than ancient astrology, now vindicated by modern astronomy. The Kabbalists never cease to repeat that primal intelligence can never be understood. It cannot be comprehended, nor can it be located. Therefore, it has to remain nameless and negative. Hence the Ein Sof, the unknowable and unnameable, as it could not be made manifest, was imagined as emanating, manifesting powers. It is then with its emanations alone that human intellect has to and can deal. Christian theology, having rejected the doctrine of emanations and replaced them with direct conscious creations of angels and the rest out of nothing, now finds itself hopelessly stranded between supernaturalism or miracle and materialism. An extra-cosmic God is fatal to philosophy. An intracosmic deity, i.e. spirit and matter inseparable from each other, is a philosophical necessity. Separate them and that which is left is a gross superstition under a mask of emotionalism. But why geometrize, as Plato has it? Why represent these emanations under the form of an immense arithmetical table? The question is well answered by the author just cited, who says, mental perception, to become physical perception, must have the cosmic principle of light. And by this, our mental circle must become visible through light. Or for its complete manifestation, the circle must be that of physical visibility, or light itself. Such conceptions, thus formulated, become the groundwork of the philosophy of the divine manifesting in the universe. This is philosophy. It is otherwise when we find the rabbi in Al-Chazari saying that under S, PH-R, is to be understood, calculating and weighing of the created bodies. For the calculation, by means of which a body must be constructed in harmony or symmetry, by which it must be in construction rightly arranged and made to correspond to the object in design, consists at last in number, extension, mass, weight. Coordinate relation of movements, then harmony of music, must consist altogether by number, that is S-PH-R. By Sippor, it is to be understood the words of Al-Him 206-1 of 31415 to 1, whereunto joins or adapts itself to the design, to the frame or form of construction. For example, it was said, let light be. The work became as the words were spoken, that is, as the numbers of the work came forth. This is materializing the spiritual without scruple. But the Kabbalah was not always so well adapted to anthropomonotheistic conceptions. Compare this with any of the 6 schools of India. For instance, in Kapila's Sankhya philosophy, unless, allegorically speaking, Purusha mounts on the shoulders of Prakriti, the latter remains irrational, while the former remains inactive without her. Therefore, nature, in man, must become a compound of spirit and matter before he becomes what he is. And the spirit latent in matter must become awakened to life and consciousness gradually. The monad has to pass through its mineral, vegetable, and animal forms before the light of the Logos is awakened in the animal man. Therefore, till then, the latter cannot be referred to as man, but has to be regarded as a monad imprisoned in ever-changing forms. Evolution, not creation, by means of words is recognized in the philosophies of the East, even in their exoteric records. Ex Orient Lux. Even the name of the first man in the Mosaic Bible had its origin in India. Professor Max Muller's negation notwithstanding, the Jews got their Adam from Chaldea, and Adami is a compound word and therefore a manifold symbol, and proves the occult dogmas. This is no place for philosophical disquisitions, but the reader may be reminded that the words ad and adi mean in Sanskrit the first. In Aramean, one, ad, the only one, in Assyrian, father, whence akkad, or father creator, and once the statement is found correct, it becomes rather difficult to confine Adam to the Mosaic Bible alone, and to see therein simply a Jewish name. There is frequent confusion in the attributes and genealogies of the gods in their theogonies, the alpha and the omega of the records of that symbolical science, as given to the world by the half-initiated writers Brahmanical and Biblical. Yet there could be no such confusion made by the earliest nations, the descendants and pupils of the divine instructors, for both the attributes and the genealogies were inseparably linked with cosmogonical symbols, the gods being the life and animating soul principle of the various regions of the universe. Nowhere and by no people was speculation allowed to range beyond those manifested gods. The boundless and infinite unity remained with every nation, a virgin, forbidden soil, untrodden by man's thought, untouched by fruitless speculation. The only reference made to it was the brief conception of its diastolic and systolic property, of its periodical expansion, or dilation and contraction. In the universe, with all its incalculable myriads of systems and worlds disappearing and reappearing in eternity, the anthropomorphized powers or gods, their souls, had to disappear from view with their bodies. As our catechism says, the breath returning to the eternal bosom which exhales and inhales them. Ideal nature, the abstract space in which everything in the universe is mysteriously and invisibly generated, is the same female side of the procreative power in nature in the Vedic as in every other cosmogony. Aditi is Sephira, and the Sophia of the Gnostics, and Isis, the Virgin Mother of Horus. In every cosmogony behind and higher than the creative deity, there is a superior deity, a planner, an architect, of whom the creator is but the executive agent. And still higher, over and around, within and without, there is the unknowable and the unknown, the source and cause of all these emanations. It thus becomes easy to account for the reason why Adam Adami is found in the Chaldean scripture, certainly earlier than the Mosaic books. In Assyrian, Ad is the father, and in Aramean, Ad is one, and Ad, the only one, while Ak is in Assyrian creator. Thus, Ad-Am Ak-Admon became Adam Kadmon. In the Kabbalah, Zohar, meaning as it did the one son of the Divine Father, or the Creator. For the words Am and Om mean at one time in nearly every language the divine or the deity. Thus, Adam Kadmon and Adam Adami came to mean the first emanation of the Father, Mother, or divine nature, and literally the first divine one. And it is easy to see that Ad Argat, or Astarte, the Syrian goddess, the consort of Adon, the Lord God of Syria, or the Jewish Adonai, and Venus, Isis, Ishtar, Mylitta, Eve, etc., are identical with the Aditi and Vak of the Hindus. They are all the mothers of all living and of the gods. On the other hand, cosmically and astronomically, all the male gods become at first sun gods, then theologically the sons of righteousness, and the Logi, all symbolized by the sun. They are all protogonoi, firstborn, and mikroprosopai. With the Jews, Adam Kadmon was the same as Athamas, Tamas, or the Adonis of the Greeks, the one with and of his father, the father becoming during the later races Helios, the son, as Apollo Carnios, for instance, who was the son-born. Osiris, or Mazd, and so on were all followed by and found themselves transformed later on to still more earthly types, such as Prometheus, the crucified of Mount Kajbi, Hercules, and so many others, sun gods and heroes, until all of them came to have no better significance than phallic symbols. In the Zohar it is said, Man was created by the Sephiroth, Elohim Javeh also, and they engendered by common power the earthly Adam. Therefore in Genesis the Elohim say, "Behold, man is become as one of us." But in Hindu cosmogony, or creation, Brahma Prajapati creates Viraj and the Rishis spiritually. Therefore the latter are distinctly called the mind-born sons of Brahma, and this specified mode of engendering precluded every idea of phallicism, at any rate in the earlier human nations. This instant well illustrates the respective spirituality of the two nations. Number 3. Said the Lord of the shining face, "I shall send thee a fire when thy work is commenced. Raise thy voice to the other locusts. Apply to thy father, the Lord of the lotus. A. For his sons, thy people shall be under the rule of the fathers. Thy men shall be mortals, the men of the Lord of wisdom. Not the sons of Soma are immortal. Seize thy complaints. B. Thy 7 skins are yet on thee. Thou art not ready. The men are not ready. C. A. Kumadapati is the moon, the earth's parent, in his region of Somaloka. Though the Pitris or fathers are sons of the gods, elsewhere sons of Brahma and even Rishis, they are generally known as the lunar ancestors. B. Pitrapati is the lord or king of the Pitris, Yama, the god of death and the judge of mortals. The men of Buddha, Mercury, are metaphorically immortal through their wisdom. Such is the common belief of those who credit every star or planet with being inhabited. And there are men of science, Mr. Flammarion among others, who believe in this fervently, on logical as well as astronomical data. The moon being an inferior body even to the earth, to say nothing of other planets, the terrestrial men, produced by her sons, the lunar men or ancestors, from her shell or body cannot be immortal. They cannot hope to become real, self-conscious, and intelligent men unless they are finished, so to say, by other creators. Thus, in the Puranic legend, the son of the moon, Soma, is Buddha, Mercury, the intelligent and the wise, because he is the offspring of Soma, the regent of the visible moon, not of Indu, the physical moon. Thus, Mercury is the elder brother of the earth, metaphorically, his stepbrother, so to say, the offspring of spirit, while she, the earth, is the progeny of the body. These allegories have a deeper and more scientific meaning, astronomically and geologically, than our modern physicists are willing to admit. The whole cycle of the first war in heaven, the Taraka Maya, is as full of philosophical as of cosmogonical and astronomical truths. One can trace therein the biographies of all the planets by the history of their gods and rulers. Yashanas, Shukra or Venus, the bosom friend of Soma and the foe of Brihaspati, Jupiter, the instructor of the gods, whose wife Tara or Taraka had been carried away by the moon, Soma, of whom he begat Buddha, took also an active part in this war against the gods and forthwith was degraded into a demon, Asura, deity, and so he remains to this day. Here the word men refers to the celestial men, or what are called in India the Pitares or Pitris, the fathers, the progenitors of men. This does not remove the seeming difficulty in view of modern hypothesis of the teaching, which shows these progenitors or ancestors creating the first human atoms out of their sides as astral shadows. And though it is an improvement on Adam's rib, still geological and climactic difficulties will be brought forward. Such, however, is the teaching of occultism. C. Man's organism was adapted in every race to its surroundings. The first root race was as ethereal as ours is material, the progeny of the 7 creators, who evolved the 7 primordial atoms, surely required no purified gases to breathe and live upon. Therefore, however strongly the impossibility of this teaching may be urged by the devotees of modern science, the occultist maintains that the case was stated eons of years before even the evolution of the Lemurian, the first physical man, which took place 18 million years ago. Archaic scriptures teaches that the commencements of every local kalpa, or round, the earth is reborn, and preliminary evolution is described in one of the books of Jan and the commentaries thereon in this wise: as the human jiva, monad, when passing into a new womb, gets recovered with a new body, so does the jiva and the earth. It gets a more perfect and solid covering with each round after re-emerging once more from the matrix of space into objectivity. This process is attended, of course, by the throes of the new birth, or geological convulsions. The only reference to it is contained in one verse of the volume of the Book of Jan before us, where it says, Number 4. After great throes, she cast off her old 3 and put on her new 7 skins, and stood in her first one. This refers to the growth of the earth, whereas in the stanza treating in the first round it is said in the commentary, after the changeless, avikara, immutable nature, essence, sadikarupa, had awakened and changed, differentiated into a state of causality, avyakta, and from cause, karana, had become its own discrete effect, vyaka. From invisible it became visible, the smallest of the small, the most atomic of atoms, or aniyansam, aniyasam, became one and the many, ikan charupa. And producing the universe produced also the 4th loka, or earth, in the garland of the 7 lotuses. The achyuta then became the চ্যুta. The earth is said to cast off her old 3 skins, because this refers to the 3 preceding rounds she has already passed through, the present being the 4th round out of the 7. At the beginning of every new round, after a period of obscuration, the earth, as do also the other 6 earths, casts off, or is supposed to cast off, her old skins as the serpent does. Therefore, she is called in the Atariya Brahmana the Sarpa Rajni, the queen of the serpents, and the mother of all that moves. The 7 skins, in the first of which she now stands, refers to the 7 geological changes which accompany and correspond to the evolution of the 7 root races of humanity. Stanza 2, which speaks of this round, begins with a few words of information concerning the age of our earth. A chronology will be given in its place. In the commentary appended to the stanza, 2 personages are mentioned, Narada and Asuramya, especially the latter. All the calculations are attributed to this archaic celebrity, and what follows will make the reader superficially acquainted with some of these figures. 2 antediluvian astronomers. To the mind of the Eastern student of occultism, 2 figures are indissolubly connected with mystic astronomy, chronology, and their cycles. 2 grand and mysterious figures, towering like 2 giants in the archaic past, emerge before him whenever he has to refer to Yugas and Kalpas. When, at what period of prehistory they lived, none save a few men in the world know, or ever can know, with that certainty which is required by exact chronology. It may have been 100,000 years ago. It may have been 1,000,000 for all that the outside world will ever know. The mystic West and Freemasonry talk loudly of Enoch and Hermes. The mystic East speaks of Narada, the old Vedic Rishi, and of Asuramaya, the Atlantean. It has already been hinted that all of the incomprehensible characters in the Mahabharata and the Puranas, Narada, the son of Brahma, in the Matsya Purana, the progeny of Kashyapa and the daughter of Daksha in the Vishnu Purana, is the most mysterious. He is referred to by the honorable title of Deva Rishi, divine Rishi rather than demigod, by Parashara, and yet he is cursed by Daksha and even by Brahma. He informs Kancha that Bhagavan, or Vishnu in exotericism, would incarnate in the 8th child of Devaki, and thus brings the wrath of the Indian Herod upon Krishna's mother. And then from the cloud on which he is seated, invisible as a true Manasuputra, he lauds Krishna in delight at the avatar's feat of killing the monster Keshin. Narada is here, there, and everywhere, and yet none of the Puranas give the true characteristics of this great enemy of physical procreation. Whatever those characteristics may be in Hindu esotericism, Narada, who is called in Cis-Himalayan occultism Peshun, the messenger or the Greek angelos, is the sole confidant and the executor of the universal decrees of karma and adibhavana, a kind of active and ever-incarnating logos, who leads and guides human affairs from the beginning to the end of the kalpa. Peshun is a general, not a special, Hindu possession. He is the mysterious guiding intelligent power, which gives the impulse to and regulates the impetus of cycles, kalpas, and universal events. He is karma's visible adjuster on a general scale, the inspirer and the leader of the greatest heroes of this Manvantara. In the exoteric works, he is referred to by some very uncomplimentary names, such as Kali Karaka, Strife Maker, Kapivaktra, Monkey-Faced, and even Pashuna, the spy, though elsewhere he is called the Diva Brahma. Even Sir William Jones was strongly impressed with this mysterious character from what he gathered in his Sanskrit studies. He compares him to Hermes and Mercury and calls him the eloquent messenger of the gods. All this besides the fact that the Hindus believed him to be a great rishi, who is forever wandering about the earth giving good counsel, led the late Dr. Keneally to see him in one of his 12 messiahs. He was, perhaps, not so far off the real track as some imagine. What Narada really is cannot be explained in print, nor would the modern generations of the profane gather much from the information. But it may be remarked that if there be in the Hindu pantheon a deity which resembles Jehovah, in tempting by suggestion of thoughts and hardening of the hearts of those whom he make his fools and victims, it is Narada. Only with the latter, it is no desire to obtain a pretext for plaguing and thus showing that I am the Lord God, nor is it through any ambitious or selfish motive, but verily to serve and guide universal progress and evolution. Narada is one of the few prominent characters, if we accept some gods in the Puranas, who visit the so-called nether or infernal regions, Patala. Whether or not it was from his intercourse with the 1,000-headed Shisha, the serpent who bears the 7 Patalas and the entire world like a diadem upon his heads, and who is the great teacher of astronomy, that Narada learned all that he knew. Certain it is that he surpasses Garga's guru in his knowledge of cyclic intricacies. It is he who has charge of our progress and national weal or woe. It is he who brings on wars and puts an end to them. In the old stanzas, Peshun is credited with having calculated and recorded all the astronomical and cosmic cycles to come, and with having taught the science to the first gazers at the starry vault. And it is Asuramaya who is said to have based all his astronomical works upon these records, to have determined the duration of all the past geological and cosmical periods, and the length of all the cycles to come, till the end of this life cycle or the end of the 7th race. There is a work among the secret books called the Mirror of Futurity, wherein all the kalpas within kalpas, and cycles within the bosom of Shisha, or infinite time, are recorded. This work is ascribed to Peshun Narada. There is another old work which is attributed to various Atlanteans. It is these 2 records which furnish us with the figures of our cycles and the possibility of calculating the date of cycles to come. The chronological calculations which will be presently given are, however, those of the Brahmins, as explained further on, but most of them are also those of the Secret Doctrine. The chronology and computations of the Brahmin initiates are based upon the zodiacal records of India, and the works of the above-mentioned astronomer and magician Asura Maya. The Atlantean zodiacal records cannot err, as they were compiled under the guidance of those who first taught astronomy, among other things, to mankind. But here again, we are deliberately and recklessly facing a new difficulty. We shall be told that our statement is contradicted by science, in the person of a man regarded as a great authority in the West upon all subjects of Sanskrit literature, Professor Albrecht Weber of Berlin. This, to our great regret, cannot be helped, and we are ready to maintain what is now stated. Asura Maya, to whom the epic tradition points as the earliest astronomer in Aryavarta, one to whom the sun god imparted the knowledge of the stars in propria persona, as Dr. Weber himself states, is identified by him, in some very mysterious way, with the Ptolemeus of the Greeks. No more valid reason is given for this identification than that this latter name, Ptolemeus, as we see from the inscription of Piyadasi, became the Indian Turamaya, out of which the name Asuramaya might very easily grow. No doubt it might be. The vital question is, are there any good proofs that it has thus grown? The only evidence that is given for this is that it must be so. Since this Maya is distinctly assigned to Romakapura in the West. The Maya is evident, since no Sanskritist among Europeans can tell where that locality of Romakapura was, except indeed that it was somewhere in the West. In any case, as no member of the Asiatic Society or Western Orientalist will ever listen to a Brahmanical teaching, it is useless to take the objections of European Orientalists into consideration. Romakapura was in the West, certainly, since it was part and parcel of the lost continent of Atlantis. And it is equally certain that it is Atlantis to which is assigned in the Hindu Puranas the birthplace of Asura Maya. As great a magician as he was an astrologer and an astronomer. Moreover, Professor Weber refuses to assign any great antiquity to the Indian zodiac, and feels inclined to think that the Hindus never knew of a zodiac at all, till they had borrowed one from the Greeks. This statement clashes with the most ancient traditions of India, and must therefore be ignored. We are the more justified in ignoring it, as the learned German professor himself tells us in the introduction to his work, that, in addition to the natural obstacles which impede investigation in India, there still prevails a dense mist of prejudice and preconceived opinions hovering over the land and engulfing it as with a veil. Caught in that veil, it is no wonder that Dr. Weber should himself have been led into involuntary errors. Let us hope that he knows better now. Now, whether Asura Maya is to be considered a modern myth, a personage who flourished in the day of the Macedonian Greeks, or that which he is claimed to be by the occultists, in any case, his calculations agree entirely with those of the secret records. From fragments of immensely old works attributed to the Atlantean astronomer and found in southern India, the calendar elsewhere mentioned was compiled by two very learned Brahmins in 1884 and 1885. The work is proclaimed by the best Pandits as faultless from the Brahmanical standpoint, and thus far relates to the chronology of the orthodox teachings. If we compare its statements with those made several years earlier in Isis Unveiled, with the fragmentary teachings published by some theosophists, and with the present data derived from the secret books of occultism, the whole will be found to agree perfectly, save in some details which may not be explained, for secrets of higher initiation, as unknown to the writer as they are to the reader, would have to be revealed, and that cannot be done. Stanza 2. Nature unaided fails. 5. After enormous periods, the earth creates monsters. 6. The creators are displeased. 7. They dry the earth. 8. The forms are destroyed by them. 9. The first great tides. 10. The beginning of incrustation. 5. The wheel whirled for 30 crores more. It constructed rupas, soft stones that hardened, hard plants that softened, visible from invisible, insects and small lives. She shook them off back whenever they overran the mother. After 30 crores, she turned round. She lay on her back, on her side. She would call no sons of heaven. She would ask no sons of wisdom. She created from her own bosom. She evolved watermen, terrible and bad. B. This relates to an inclination of the axis, of which there were several, to a consequent deluge and chaos on earth, having, however, no reference to primeval chaos, in which monsters, half human, half animal, were generated. We find it mentioned in the Book of the Dead, and also in the Chaldean account of creation, on the Kutha tablets, however mutilated. It is not even allegory. Here we have facts that are found repeated in the account of the Pymander, as well as in the Chaldean tablets of creation. The verses may almost be checked by the cosmogony, as given by Berosus, which has been disfigured out of recognition by Eusebius, but some of the features of which may yet be found in fragments left by ancient Greek authors, Apollodorus, Alexander Polyhistor, etc. The watermen terrible and bad, who were the production of physical nature alone, a result of the evolutionary impulse and the first attempt to create man, the crown, and the aim and goal of all animal life on earth, are shown to be failures in our stanzas. Do we not find the same in the Berosian cosmogony, denounced with such vehemence as the culmination of heathen absurdity? And yet, who of the evolutionists can say that things in the beginning have not come to pass as they are described? That as maintained in the Puranas, the Egyptian and Chaldean fragments, and even in Genesis, there have not been two, and even more, creations before the last formation of the globe, which, changing its geological and atmospheric conditions, changed also its flora, its fauna, and its men. This claim agrees not only with the very ancient cosmogony, but also with modern science, and even to a certain degree with the theory of evolution, as may be demonstrated in a few words. There is no dark creation, no evil dragon, conquered by a sun god in the earliest world cosmogonies. Even with the Akkads, the great deep, the water abyss or space, was the birthplace and abode of Ea, wisdom, the incognizable infinite deity. But with the Semites and the later Chaldeans, the fathomless deep of wisdom becomes gross matter, sinful substance, and Ea is changed into Tiamat, the dragon slain by Merodach, or Satan, in the astral waves. In the Hindu Puranas, Brahma, the creator, is seen recommencing de novo several creations after as many failures, and two great creations are mentioned, the Padma and the Varaha. The present, when the earth was lifted out of the water by Brahma in the shape of a boar, the Varaha, Avatara. Creation is shown as a sport, an amusement, Lila, of the creative God. The Zohar speaks of primordial worlds, which perished as soon as they came into existence, and the same is said for the Midrash, Rabbi Abahu, explaining distinctly that the Holy One had successively created and destroyed sundry worlds before he succeeded in the present one. This does not relate only to other worlds in space, but to a mystery of our own globe contained in the allegory about the kings of Edom. For the words, "this one pleases me," are repeated in Genesis, though in disfigured terms as usual. The Chaldean fragments of cosmogony in the cuneiform inscriptions and elsewhere show two distinct creations of animals and men, the first being destroyed, as it was a failure. The cosmogonical tablets prove that this our actual creation was preceded by others, and as shown by the author of the Kabbalah in the Zohar, Sifr Disinuta, in Jova Rabbah 128a, etc. The Kabbalah states the same. B. Oanes, or Dagon, the Chaldean manfish, divides his cosmogony in Genesis into two portions. First, the abyss of waters and darkness, wherein resided most hideous beings, men with wings, 4 and 2-winged men, human beings with 2 heads, with the legs and horns of a great goat. are goat men, hippocentaurs, bulls with the heads of men, and dogs with tails of fishes. In short, combinations of various animals and men, of fishes, reptiles, and other monstrous animals, assuming each other's shapes and countenances. The feminine element they resided in is personified by Phaleth, the sea, or water, which was finally conquered by Belus, the male principle. And Polyhistor says, Belus came and cut the woman asunder, and 1.5 of her he formed the earth, and the other half the heavens, and at the same time destroyed the animals within her. As pertinently remarked by Isaac Meyer, with the Akkadians, each object and power of nature had its Z, or spirit. The Akkadians formed their deities into triads, usually of males, sexless rather. The Semites had also triadic deities, but introduced sex, or phallicism. With the Aryan and the earliest Akkadians, all things are emanations through, not by, a creator, or logos. With the Semites, everything is begotten. 6. The watermen, terrible and bad, she herself created from the remains of others. From the dross and slime of her first, second, and third she formed them. The Gianni came and looked. The Gianni from the bright father-mother, from the white regions they came, from the abodes of the immortal mortals. A. The explanations given in our stanzas are far more clear than that which the legend of creation from the Kutha tablet would give, even were it complete. What is preserved on it, however, corroborates them. For in the tablet the Lord of Angels destroys the men in the abyss, when there were not left the carcasses in waste after they were slaughtered. After which they, the Greek gods, create men with their bodies of birds of the desert, human beings, 7 kings, brothers of the same family, etc., which is a reference to the locomotive qualities of the primeval ethereal bodies of men, which could fly as well as they could walk, but who were destroyed because they were not perfect, i.e., they were sexless like the kings of Edom. Weeded of metaphors and allegories, what will science say to this idea of a primordial creation of species? It will object to the angels and spirits having anything to do therewith. But if it be nature and the physical law of evolution, there are the creators of all there is now on earth. Why could there be no such abyss when the globe was covered with waters, in which numbers of monstrous beings were generated? It is the human beings and animals with human heads and double faces which are a point of the objection. But if man is only a higher animal and is evolved from the brute species by an infinite series of transformations, why could not the missing links have had human heads attached to the bodies of animals, or being two-headed, have heads of beasts and vice versa, in nature's early efforts? Are we not shown during the geological periods in the ages of the reptiles and the mammalia, lizards with birds' wings and serpents' heads on animal bodies? And arguing from the standpoint of science, does not even our modern human race occasionally furnish us with monster specimens? 2-headed children, animal bodies with human heads, dog-headed babies, etc.? And this proves that if nature will still play such freaks now, that she has been settled for ages in the order of her evolutionary work, monsters like those described by Berosus were a possibility in her opening program, a possibility which may have existed once upon a time as a law, before she sorted out her species and began regular work upon them. And this indeed now admits a definite proof of the bare fact of reversion, as science puts it. This is what the doctrine teaches and demonstrates by numerous proofs. But we shall not wait for the approval of either dogmatic theology or materialistic science, but proceed with the stanzas. Let these speak for themselves, with the help of the light thrown on them by the commentaries and their explanations. The scientific aspect of these questions will be considered later on. Thus, physical nature, when left to herself as the creation of animal and man, is shown to have failed. She can produce the first 2 kingdoms as well as that of the lower animals. But when it comes to the turn of man, spiritual, independent, and intelligent powers are required for his creation, besides the coats of skin and the breath of animal life. The human monads of preceding rounds need something higher than purely physical materials from which to build their personalities, under the penalty of remaining even below any Frankenstein animal. Number 7. Displeased they were, our flesh is not there. No fit rupas for our brothers of the fifth, no dwellings for the lives. Pure waters, not turned, they must drink, let us dry them. A, says the Catechism on the commentaries, it is from the material worlds that they descend, who fashion physical man at the new Manvantaras. They are inferior spirits, possessed of a dual body, an astral within an ethereal form. They are the fashioners and creators of our body of illusion. Into the forms protected by the Petris, the 2 letters, and the monad, called also the double dragon, descend from the spheres of expectation. But they are like a roof with no walls, nor pillars to rest upon. Man need 4 flames and 3 fires to become one on earth, and he requires the essence of the 49 fires to be perfect. It is those who have deserted the superior spheres, the gods of will, who complete the Manu of illusion. For the double dragon has no hold upon the mere form. It is like the breeze where there is no tree or branch to receive and harbor it. It cannot affect the form where there is no agent of transmission. Manas, mind, and the form knows it not. In the highest worlds, the 3 are one. On earth, at first, the 1 becomes 2. They are like the 2 side lines of a triangle that has lost its bottom line, which is the 3rd fire. Now this requires some explanation before proceeding any further. To do so especially for the benefit of our Aryan Hindu brethren, whose esoteric interpretations may differ from our own. We shall have to explain to them the foregoing by certain passages in their own exoteric books, namely the Puranas. In the allegories of the latter, Brahma, who is collectively the creative force of the universe, is thus described. At the beginning of the Yugas, cycles, possessed of the desire and of the power to create, and impelled by the potencies of what is to be created, again and again does he, at the onset of a kalpa, put forth a similar creation. It is now proposed to examine the exoteric account in the Vishnu Purana, and see how much it agrees or disagrees with our occult version. Creation of divine beings in the exoteric accounts. In the Vishnu Purana, which is certainly the earliest of all the scriptures of that name, we find, as in all the others, Brahma as the male god, assuming for purposes of creation, 4 bodies invested by 3 qualities. It is said, in this manner Maitreya, Yosna, dawn, Ratri, night, Ahan, day, and Sandhya, evening, twilight, are the 4 bodies of Brahma. As Parashara explains it, when Brahma wishes to create the world anew and construct progeny, through his will, in the 4-fold condition, or the 4 orders of beings, termed gods, Yan Chohans, demons, i.e. more material devas, progenitors, Petris, and men, he collects yoga-like his mind into itself, Yuyuj. Strange to say, he begins by creating demons, who thus take precedence over the angels or gods. This is no incongruity, nor is it due to inconsistency, but has, like all the rest, a profound esoteric meaning, quite clear to one free from Christian theological prejudice. He who bears in mind that the principal mahat, or intellect, the universal mind, literally the great, which esoteric philosophy explains as the manifested omniscience, the first product of pradhana, primordial matter, as the Vishnu Purana says, but the first cosmic aspect of Parabrahman or the esoteric Sat, the universal soul, as occultism teaches, is at the root of self-consciousness. We'll understand the reason why. The so-called demons, who are esoterically the self-asserting and intellectually active principle, are the positive pole of creation, so to say, hence the first produced. This is, in brief, the process as narrated allegorically in the Puranas. Having concentrated his mind into itself and the quality of darkness pervading Brahma's assumed body, the asuras, issuing from his thigh, were first produced, after which, abandoning his body, it was transformed into night. Two important points are involved herein. Primarily, in the Rig Veda, the asuras are shown as spiritual divine beings. Their etymology is derived from asu, breath, the breath of God, and they mean the same as the Supreme Spirit or the Zoroastrian Ahura. It is later on, for purposes of theology and dogma, that they are shown issuing from Brahma's thigh, and that their name began to be derived from A, privative, and Sura, a god or not a god, and that they became the enemies of the gods. B, every ancient theogony, without exception, from the Aryan and the Egyptian down to that of Hesiod, in the order of cosmogonical evolution, places night before day, even Genesis, where darkness is upon the face of the deep, before the first day. The reason for this is that every cosmogony, except in the Secret Doctrine, begins by the secondary creation, so-called, to wit, the manifested universe, the genesis of which has to begin by a marked differentiation between the eternal light of primary creation, whose mystery must remain forever darkness, to the prying finite conception and intellect of the profane, and the secondary evolution of manifested visible nature. The Veda contains the whole philosophy of that division, without having ever been correctly explained by our Orientalists, since it has never been understood by them. Continuing to create, Brahma assumes another form, that of the day, and creates from his breath the gods, who are endowed with the quality of goodness, passivity. In his next body, the quality of great passivity prevailed, which is also negative, goodness, and from the side of that personage issued the Pitris, the progenitors of men, because, as the text explains, Brahma thought of himself, during the process, as the father of the world. This is Kriya Shakti, the mysterious yoga power explained elsewhere. The body of Brahma, when cast off, became the Sandhya, evening twilight, the interval between day and night. Finally, Brahma assumed his last form, pervaded by the quality of foulness. And from this, men in whom foulness or passion predominates were produced. This body, when cast off, became the dawn, or morning twilight, the twilight of humanity. Here Brahma stands esoterically for the Pitris. He is collectively the Pita, father. The true esoteric meaning of this allegory must now be explained. Brahma here symbolizes personally the collective creators of the world and men. The universe with all its numberless productions of things movable and seemingly immovable. He is collectively the Prajapati, the lords of being, and the four bodies typify the four classes of creative powers of Jan Cholhans, described in the commentary on Shloka 1, Stanza 7 in Volume 1. The whole philosophy of the so-called creation of the good and evil in this world, and of the whole cycle of manvantaric results therefrom, hangs on the correct comprehension of these four bodies of Brahma. The reader will now be prepared to understand the real, the esoteric significance of what follows. Moreover, there is an important point to be cleared up. Christian theology having arbitrarily settled and agreed that Satan with his fallen angels belonged to the earliest creation, Satan being the first created, the wisest and most beautiful of God's archangels, the word was given, the keynote struck. Henceforth, all the pagan scriptures were made to yield the same meaning, and all were shown to be demoniacal. And it was and is claimed that truth and fact belong to and commence only with Christianity. Even the Orientalists and mythologists, some of them no Christians at all but infidels or men of science, entered unconsciously to themselves by the mere force of association of ideas and habit into the theological groove. Purely Brahmanical considerations based on greed of power and ambition allowed the masses to remain in ignorance of great truths. And the same causes led the initiates among the early Christians to remain silent, while those who had never known the truth disfigured the order of things, judging of the hierarchy of angels by their exoteric form. Thus, as the asuras had become the rebellious, inferior gods fighting the higher ones in popular creeds, so the highest archangel, in truth the Agatha demon, the eldest benevolent logos, became in theology the adversary, or Satan. But is this warranted by the correct interpretation of any old scripture? The answer is most certainly not. As the Mazdean scriptures of the Zendavesta, the Vendidad, and others correct and expose the later cunning shuffling of the gods in the Hindu pantheon, and restore through Ahura and Azura to their legitimate place in theogony. So the recent discoveries of the Chaldean tablets vindicate the good name of the first divine emanations. This is easily proved. Christian angelology is directly and solely derived from that of the Pharisees, who brought their tenets from Babylonia. The Sadducees, the real guardians of the laws of Moses, knew not of any angels, opposing even the immortality of the human soul, not the impersonal spirit. In the Bible, the only angels spoken of are the sons of God, mentioned in Genesis 6, who are now regarded as the Nephilim, the fallen angels, and several angels in human form, the messengers of the Jewish God, whose own rank needs a closer analysis than heretofore given. As shown above, the early Akkadians called A-wisdom, which was disfigured by the later Chaldees and Semites into Tiamat, Tisalat, and the Thalath of Berosus, the female sea dragon, now Satan. Truly, how art thou fallen by the hand of man, O bright star and son of the morning? Now, what do the Babylonian accounts of creation, as found on the Assyrian fragments of tiles, tell us? Those very accounts upon which the Pharisees built their angelology. Compare Mr. George Smith's Assyrian discoveries with his Chaldean account of Genesis. The tablet with the story of the 7 wicked gods or spirits has the following account. We print the important passage in italics. Number 1, in the first days the evil gods. Number 2, the angels who were in rebellion, who in the lower part of heaven. Number 3, had been created. Number 4, they caused their evil work. Number 5, devising with wicked heads, etc. Thus we are shown, as plainly as can be, on a fragment which remained unbroken, so that there can be no dubious reading that the rebellious angels had been created in the lower part of heaven, i.e., that they belonged and do belong to a material plane of evolution. Although, as it is not the plane of which we are made cognizant through our senses, it remains generally invisible to us, and thus regarded as subjective. Were the Gnostics so wrong after this in affirming that this, our visible world, and especially the earth, had been created by lower angels, the inferior Elohim, of which, as they taught, the God of Israel was one? These Gnostics were nearer in time to the records of the archaic Secret Doctrine, and therefore ought to be allowed to have known what it contained better than non-initiated Christians, who took upon themselves, hundreds of years later, to remodel and correct what was said. But let us see what the same tablet says further on. Number 7. There were 7 of them, the wicked gods. Then follows the description of these, the 4th being a serpent, the phallic symbol of the 4th race in human evolution. Number 15. The 7 of them, messengers of the god Anu, their king. Now, Anu belongs to the Chaldean Trinity and is identical with Sin, the moon in one aspect, and the moon in the Hebrew Kabbalah is the arga of the seed of all material life, and is still more closely connected Kabbalistically with Jehovah, who is double-sexed as Anu is. They are both represented in esotericism and viewed from a dual aspect, male or spiritual, female or material, or spirit and matter, the two antagonistic principles. Hence, the messengers of Anu, who is Sin, the moon, are shown in lines 28 to 41, as being finally overpowered by the same sin with the help of Bel, the sun, and Ishtar, Venus. This is regarded as a contradiction by the Assyriologists, but it is simply metaphysics in the esoteric teaching. There is more than one interpretation, for there are 7 keys to the mysteries of the fall. Moreover, there are 2 falls in theology, the rebellion of the archangels and their fall, and the fall of Adam and Eve. Thus, the lower as well as the higher hierarchies are charged with a supposed crime. The word supposed is the true and correct term, for in both cases it is founded on misconception. Both are considered in occultism as karmic effects, and both belong to the law of evolution. Intellectual and spiritual on the one hand, physical and psychic on the other. The fall is the universal allegory. It sets forth at one end of the ladder of evolution the rebellion, i.e. the act of differentiating intellection, or consciousness, on its various planes, seeking union with matter. And at the other, the lower end, the rebellion of matter against spirit, or of action against spiritual inertia. And here lies the germ of an error which has such disastrous effects on the intelligence of civilized societies for over 1800 years. In the original allegory it is matter, hence the more material angels, which was regarded as the conqueror of spirit, or the archangels who fell on this plane. They of the flaming sword, or animal passions, had put to fight the spirits of darkness. Yet it is the latter who fought for the supremacy of the conscious and divine spirituality on earth and failed, succumbing to the power of matter. But in theological dogma we see the reverse. It is Michael, who is like unto God, the representative of Jehovah, who is the leader of the celestial hosts, as Lucifer in Milton's fancy is of the infernal hosts, who has the best of Satan. It is true that the nature of Michael depends upon that of his creator and master. Who the latter is, one may find out by carefully studying the allegory of the war in heaven with the astronomical key. As shown by Bentley, the war of the Titans against the gods in Hesiod, and also the war of the Asuras, or the Tarakamaya, against the Devas in Puranic legend are identical in all save the names. The aspects of the stars show Bentley taking the year 945 BC as the nearest date for such conjunction, that all the planets except Saturn were on the same side of the heavens as the sun and moon. And hence were his opponents, and yet it is Saturn, or the Jewish moon god, who is shown as prevailing, both by Hesiod and Moses, neither of whom was understood. Thus it was that the real meaning became distorted. Stanza 2 continued. Number 8. The flames came, the fires with the sparks, the night fires and the day fires. A. They dried out the turbid, dark waters. With their heat they quenched them. The laws of the high. The Lamayan of below came. B. They slew the forms, which were 2 and 4-faced. They fought the goat men, and the dog-headed men, and the men with fishes' bodies. A. The flames are the hierarchy of spirits parallel to, if not identical with, the burning, fiery seraphim, mentioned by Isaiah. Those who, according to Hebrew theogony, attend the throne of the Almighty. Melha is the Lord of the Flames. When he appears on earth, he assumes the personality of a Buddha, says a popular legend. He is one of the most ancient and revered laws, a Buddhist Saint Michael. B. The word below must not be taken to mean infernal regions, but simply a spiritual, or rather ethereal, being of a lower grade, because nearer to the earth or one step higher than our terrestrial sphere, while the laws are spirits of the highest spheres, whence the name of the capital of Tibet, Lhasa. Besides a statement of a purely physical nature and belonging to the evolution of life on Earth, there may be another allegorical meaning attached to the sloka, or indeed, as is taught, several. The flames or fires represent spirit, or the male element, and water, matter, or the opposite element. And here again we find, in the action of the spirit slaying the purely material form, a reference to the eternal struggle on the physical and psychic planes between spirit and matter, besides a scientific cosmic fact. For as said in the next verse, number 9, Mother Water, the great sea wept. She arose, she disappeared in the moon, which had lifted her, which had given her birth. Now what can this mean? It is not evident reference to tidal action in the early stage of the history of our planet in its fourth round. Modern research has been busy of late in its speculations on the Paleozoic high tides. Mr. G.H. Darwin's theory was that not less than 52 million years ago, and probably much more, the moon originated from the Earth's plastic mass. Starting from the point where research was left by Helmholtz, Farrell, Sir William Thomson, and others, he retraced the course of tidal retardation of the Earth's rotary motions far back into the very night of time, and placed the moon during the infancy of our planet at only a fraction of its present distance. In short, his theory was that it was the moon which separated from the Earth, the tidal elevation concurring with the swing of the globular mass, centrifugal tendency being then nearly equal to gravity. The latter was overcome, and the tidally elevated mass could thus separate completely from the Earth. The occult teaching is the reverse of this. The moon is far older than the Earth, and, as explained in Volume 1, is the latter which owes its being to the former, however astronomy and geology may explain the fact. Hence the tides and the attraction to the moon, as shown by the liquid portion of the globe ever striving to raise itself toward its parent. This is the meaning of the sentence that the mother water arose, she disappeared in the moon, which had lifted her, which had given her birth. Number 10. When they were destroyed, Mother Earth remained bare. She asked to be dried. The time for the Earth's incrustation had arrived. The waters had separated and the process was started. It was the beginning of a new life. This is what the key divulges to us. Another key teaches the origin of water, its admixture with fire. Liquid fire, it calls it, and enters upon an alchemical description of the progeny of the two, solid matters such as minerals and earths. From the waters of space, the progeny of the male spirit fire and the female gaseous water has become the oceanic expanse on earth. Varuna is dragged down from the infinite space to reign as Neptune over the finite seas. As always, the popular fancy is found to be based on a strictly scientific foundation. Water is the symbol of the female element everywhere. Matter, from which comes the letter M, is derived pictorially from 3 triangles, a water hieroglyph. It is the universal matrix, or the great deep. Venus, the great Mother Virgin, issues forth from the sea wave, and Cupid, or Eros, is her son. But Venus is the later mythological variant of Gaia, the earth, which in its higher aspect is Prakriti, nature, and metaphysically Aditi, or even Mula Prakriti, the root of Prakriti or its noumenon. Hence, Cupid, or love, in its primitive sense, is Eros, the divine will, or desire of manifesting itself through visible creation. Thence Fohat, the prototype of Eros, becomes on earth the great power, life electricity, or the spirit of life-giving. Let us remember the Greek theogony and enter into the spirit of its philosophy. We are taught by the Greeks that all things, gods included, owe their being to the ocean and his wife Tethys, the later being Gaia, the earth or nature. But who is ocean? Ocean is the immeasurable space, spirit and chaos, which is the deity. And Tethys is not the earth, but primordial matter in the process of formation. In our case, it is no longer Aditya, who begets Uranos or Varuna, the chief Aditya among the 7 planetary gods, but Prakriti, materialized and localized. The moon, masculine in its theogenic character, is in its cosmic aspect only the female generative principle, as the sun is the male emblem thereof. Water is the progeny of the moon, an androgyne deity with every nation. Evolution proceeds on the laws of analogy in cosmos, as in the formation of the smallest globe. Thus, the above, applying to modus operandi at the time when the universe was appearing, applies also in the case of our Earth's formation. The stanza now being commented upon opens by speaking of 30 crores, 300 millions of years. We may be asked, what could the ancients know of the duration of geological periods, when no modern scientist or mathematician is able to calculate their duration with anything like approximate accuracy? Whether they had or had not better means, and it is maintained that they had them as is evidenced by their zodiacs, still the chronology of the ancient Brahmins shall now be given as faithfully as possible. The chronology of the Brahmins. No greater riddle exists in science, no problem is more hopelessly insoluble than the question, how old, even approximately, are the sun and moon, the earth and man? What does modern science know of the duration of the ages of the world, or even of the length of geological periods? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. If one turns to science for chronological information, one is told by those who are straightforward and truthful, as for instance, Mr. Pengelly, the eminent geologists, we do not know. One will learn that, so far, no trustworthy numerical estimate of the ages of the world and man could be made, and that both geology and anthropology are at sea. Yet, when a student of esoteric philosophy presumes to bring forward the teachings of occult science, he is at once sat upon. Why should this be so? When reduced to their own physical methods, the greatest scientists have failed to arrive even at an approximate agreement. It is true that science can hardly be blamed for it. Indeed, in the Cimmerian darkness of the prehistoric ages, the explorers are lost in a labyrinth, whose great corridors are doorless, allowing no visible exit into the archaic past. Lost in the maze of their own conflicting speculations, rejecting, as they have always done, the evidence of Eastern tradition, without any clue or one single certain milestone to guide them, what can geologists or anthropologists do but pick up the slender thread of Ariadne where they first perceive it, and then proceed at perfect random? Therefore, we are first told that the farthest date to which documentary record extends is now generally regarded by anthropology as but the earliest distinctly visible point of the prehistoric period, in the words of the writer of the article in the Encyclopedia Britannica. At the same time, it confesses that beyond that period stretches back a vast, indefinite series of prehistoric ages. It is with those specified ages that we shall begin. They are prehistoric to the naked eye of matter only. To the spiritual eagle eye of the seer and the prophet of every race, Ariadne's thread stretches beyond that historic period, without break or flaw, surely and steadily, into the very night of time. And the hand which holds it is too mighty to drop it, or even let it break. Records exist, although they may be rejected as fanciful by the profane, though indeed many of them tacitly accepted by philosophers and men of great learning, and meet with an unvarying refusal only from the official and collective body of orthodox science. And since the latter refuses to give us even an approximate idea of the duration of the geological ages, save in a few conflicting and contradictory hypotheses, let us see what Aryan philosophy can teach us. Such computations are given in Manu and the Puranas, save trifling and most evidently intentional exaggerations, are, as already stated, almost identical with those taught in esoteric philosophy. This may be seen by comparing the two in any Hindu calendar of recognized orthodoxy. The best and most complete of all such calendars at present, as vouched for by the learned Brahmins of southern India, is the already mentioned Tamil calendar, called the Tirukanda Panchananga, compiled, as we are told from and in full accordance with, secret fragments of Asuramaya's data. As Asuramaya is said to have been the greatest astronomer, so he is whispered to have also been the most powerful sorcerer on the White Island, which had become black with sin, i.e. of the islands of Atlantis. The White Island is a symbolical name. Asuramaya is said to have lived, as in the tradition of the Yana Bhaskara in Romakapura in the west, because the name is an allusion to the land and cradle of the sweatborn of the third race. That land or continent had disappeared ages before Asuramaya lived, since he was an Atlantean, but he was a direct descendant of the wise race that never dies. Many are the legends concerning this hero, this pupil of Surya, the sun god, himself, as the Indian accounts allege. It matters little whether he lived on one island or another, but the question is to prove that he was no myth, as Dr. Weber and others would make him. The fact of Romakapura in the west being named as the birthplace of this hero of the archaic ages is the more interesting because it is so very suggestive of the esoteric teaching about the sweat-born races, the men born from the pores of their parents. Romakupas mean hair pores in Sanskrit. In the Mahabharata, a people named Ramas are said to have been created from the pores of Virabhadra, the terrible giant who destroyed Daksha's sacrifice. Other tribes and people also represented as born in this way. All these are references to the second and the earlier third root races. The following figures are from the calendar just referred to. A footnote marks the points of disagreement with the figures of the Ara Sama school. Number 1, from the beginning of cosmic evolution up to the Hindu year Tarana or 1887, 1,955,884,687 years. 2, the astral, mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms up to man have taken to evolve 300 million years. Number 3, time from the first appearance of humanity on our planetary chain, 1,664,500,987 years. Number 4, the number that elapsed since the Vivasvata Manvantara, or the human period, up to the year 1887 is just 18,618,728 years. Number 5, the full period of one Manvantara is 308,448,000 years. Number 6, 14 Manvantaras plus the period of one Satya Yuga make one day of Brahma, or a complete Manvantara, 4,320,000,000 years. Therefore, a Maya Yuga consists of 4,320,000 years. The year 1887 is from the commencement of Kali Yuga, 4,989 years. To make all this still clearer in its details, the following computations by Rao Bahadur P. Srinivas Rao are given from the Theosophist of November 1885. 360 days of mortals make a year. Krita Yuga contains 1,728,000. Treta Yuga contains 1,296,000. Dvapara Yuga contains 864,000. Kali Yuga contains 432,000. The total of the said 4 yugas constitute a Maya Yuga, 4,320,000. 71 such Maha Yugas form the period of the reign of one Manu, 306,720,000. The reign of 14 Manus embraces the duration of 994 Maha Yugas, which is equal to 4,294,080,000. And Sadandis, i.e. intervals between the reign of each Manu, which amount to 6 Mahayugas, equals to 25,920,000. The total of these reigns and interregnums of 14 Manus is 1,000 Mahayugas, which consist of a Kalpa, i.e. 1 day of Brahma, 4,320,000,000. As Brahma's night is of equal duration, 1 day and night of Brahma would contain 8,640,000,000. 360 of such days and nights would make 1 year of Brahma equal to 3,110,400,000,000. 100 such years constitute the whole period of Brahma's age, i.e. Mahakalpa. 311,040,000,000,000. These are the esoteric figures accepted throughout India, and they dovetail pretty nearly with those of the secret works. The latter, moreover, amplify them by a division into a number of esoteric cycles, never mentioned in the Brahmanical popular writings, one of which, the division of the Yugas into racial cycles, is given elsewhere as an instance. The rest, in their details, have of course never been made public. They are nevertheless known to every twice-born, Diva or initiated, Brahmin, and the Puranas contain references to some of them in veiled terms, which no matter-of-fact Orientalist has yet endeavored to make out, nor could he, if he would. These sacred astronomical cycles are of immense antiquity, and most of them pertain, as stated, to the calculations of Narada and Asuramaya. The latter has the reputation of a giant and a sorcerer, but the antediluvian giants, the Gibborim of the Bible, were not all bad or sorcerers, as Christian theology, which sees in every occultist a servant of the evil one, would have it. Nor were they worse than many of the faithful sons of the church. A Torquemada and a Catherine de Medicis certainly did more harm in their day, and in the name of their master, than any Atlantean giant or demigod of antiquity ever did, whether named Cyclops or Medusa, or yet the Orphic Titan, the anguipedal monster known as Ephialtes. There were good giants in days of old, just as there are bad pygmies now, and the Rakshasas and the Yakshas of Lanka are no worse than our modern Diameters and certain Christian and civilized generals during modern wars. Nor are they myths. He who would laugh at Briareus and Orion ought to abstain from going to or even talking of Karnak or Stonehenge. Remarks somewhere a modern writer, as the Brahmanical figures given above are approximately the basic calculations of our esoteric system, the reader is requested to carefully keep them in mind. In the Encyclopedia Britannica, we find, as the last word of science, that the antiquity of man is allowed to stretch only over tens of thousands of years. It becomes evident that these figures may be made to fluctuate between 10,000 and 100,000, therefore they mean very little, if anything, and only render still denser the darkness surrounding the question. Moreover, what matters is that science places the birth of man in the pre- or post-glacial drift. If we are told at the same time that the so-called Ice Age is simply a long succession of ages, which shaded without abrupt change of any kind into what is termed the human or recent period, the overlapping of geological periods having been the rule from the beginning of time. The latter rule only results in the still more puzzling, even if strictly scientific and correct, information that even today, man is contemporary with the Ice Age in the Alpine valleys and in the Finnmark. Thus, had it not been for the lessons taught by the Secret Doctrine, and even by exoteric Hinduism and its traditions, we should to this day be left afloat in perplexed uncertainty between the indefinite ages of one school of science, the tens of thousands of years, and the other, and the 6,000 years of the Bible interpreters. This is one of the several reasons why, with all respect due to the conclusions of the men of learning of our modern day, we are forced to ignore them in all such questions of prehistoric antiquity. Modern geology and anthropology must, of course, disagree with our views. But occultism will find as many weapons against these two sciences as it has against astronomical and physical theories, in spite of Mr. Lang's assurances that, in chronological calculations of this sort, concerning older and later formations, there is no theory, they are based on positive facts, limited only by a certain possible amount of error either way. Occultism will prove, scientific confessions in hand, that geology is very much in error, and very often even more so than astronomy. In this very passage by Mr. Lang, which gives to geology preeminence for correctness over astronomy, we find a passage in flagrant contradiction to the admissions of the best geologists themselves. Says the author, in short, the conclusions of geology, at any rate, are up to the Silurian period, where the present order of things was fairly inaugurated, are approximate, truly so, facts and not theories, while the astronomical conclusions are theories based on data so uncertain that while in some cases they give results incredibly short, in others they give results almost incredibly long. After which the reader is advised that the safest course seems to be to assume that geology really proves the duration of the present order of things to have been somewhere over 100 millions of years, and that astronomy gives an enormous, though unknown time beyond in the past, and to come in the future for the birth, growth, maturity, decline, and death of the solar system, of which our Earth is a small planet now passing through the habitable phase. Judging from past experience, we do not entertain the slightest doubt that, once called upon to answer the absurd, unscientific, and preposterous claims of the exoteric and esoteric Aryan chronology, the scientists of the result incredibly short, i.e. only 15 million years, and the scientists who would require 600 million years, together with those who accept Mr. Huxley's figures of 1 billion, since sedimentation began in Europe, would all be as dogmatic the one as the other, nor would they fail to remind the occultist and the Brahmin that it is the modern men of science who alone represent exact science, whose duty it is to fight inaccuracy and superstition. The earth is passing through the habitable phase only for the present order of things, and as far as our present mankind is concerned, with its actual coats of skin and phosphorus for bones and brain, we are ready to concede that hundreds of millions of years offered by geology, since we are taught that our present physical mankind, or the Vivasvata humanity, began only 18 million years ago. But geology has no facts to give us for the duration of geological periods, as we have shown, no more indeed than has astronomy. The authentic letter from Mr. W. Pengelly, F.R.S., quoted elsewhere, says, "It is at present, and perhaps always will be, impossible to reduce, even approximately, geological time into years or even into millenniums. And having never, hitherto, excavated a fossil man of any other than the present form, what does geology know of him? It has traced zones or strata, and with these, primordial zoological life, down to the Silurian. When it has in the same way traced man down to his primordial protoplasmic form, then we will admit that it may know something of primordial man. If it is not very material to the bearings of modern scientific discovery on modern thought, whether man has existed in a state of constant, though slow progression for the last 50,000 years of a period of 15 millions, or for that last 500,000 years of a period of 150 millions. As Mr. S. Lang tells his readers, it is very much so for the claims of the occultists, unless the latter show that it is a possibility, if not a perfect certainty, that man lived 18 millions of years ago. The Secret Doctrine might as well have remained unwritten. An attempt must, therefore, be made in this direction, and it is our modern geologists and men of science generally who will be brought to testify to the fact in the third part of this volume. Meanwhile, and notwithstanding the fact that Hindu chronology is constantly represented by the Orientalists as a fiction based on no actual computation, but simply a childish boasting, it is nevertheless often twisted out of recognition to make it yield to and fit in with Western theories. No figures have ever been more meddled with and tortured than the famous 432 followed by ciphers of the Yugas and Mahayugas. As the whole cycle of prehistoric events, such as the evolution and transformation of races and the extreme antiquity of man, hangs upon the said chronology, it becomes extremely important to check it by other existing calculations. If the Eastern chronology is rejected, we shall at least have the consolation of proving that no other, whether in the figures of science or of the churches, is one whit more reliable. As Professor Max Muller expresses it, it is often as useful to prove what a thing is, not as to show what it may be. Stanza 3. Attempts to create man. 11. The descent of the demiurge. 12. The lunar gods ordered to create. 13. The higher gods refuse. 11. The Lord of the Lords came. From her body he separated the waters, and that was heaven above, the first heaven. Here tradition falls again into the universal. As in the earliest version repeated in the Puranas, so in the latest, the Mosaic account. In the first it is said, He the Lord, the God who has the form of Brahma, when the world had become one ocean, concluding that within the waters lay the earth, and desirous to raise it up, to separate it, created himself in another form. As in the preceding Kalpa, Manvantara, he had assumed the shape of a tortoise, so in this one he took the shape of a boar, etc. In the Elohistic creation, God creates a firmament in the midst of the waters, and says, Let dry land appear. And now comes the traditional peg whereunto is hung the esoteric portion of the Kabbalistic interpretation. 12. The great Chohans, called the Lords of the Moon, of the airy bodies, bring forth men of your nature. Give them their forms within, she will build coverings without. Males, females they will be, lords of the flame also. Who are the Lords of the Moon? In India they are called Pitris or lunar ancestors, but in the Hebrew scrolls it is Jehovah himself who is the Lord of the Moon, collectively as the host and also as one of the Elohim. The astronomy of the Hebrews and their observance of times was regulated by the moon. A Kabbalist having shown that Daniel told off God's providence by set times, and that the revelation of John speaks of a carefully measured cubical city descending out of the heavens, etc., adds, But the vitalizing power of heaven lay chiefly with the moon. It was the Hebrew, Jehovah, and St. Paul enjoins, Let no man judge you for your observance of the seventh day, and the day of new moon, which are a shadow of things to come. But the body or substance is of Christ, i.e. Jehovah, that function of the power that made the barren women the joyful mother of children. For they are the gift of Jehovah, which is a key to the objection which her husband made to the Shunammite as to her going to the man of God. For it is neither the seventh day nor the day of new moon. The living spiritual powers of the constellations had mighty wars marked by the movements and positions of the stars and planets, and especially as the result of the conjunction of the moon, earth, and sun. Bentley comments on the Hindu war between the gods and the giants, as marked by the eclipse of the sun at the ascending node of the moon, 945 BC, at which time was born or produced from the sea, SRI. Sarai, S-R-I, the wife of the Hebrew Abram, who was the Venus Aphroditus of the Westerns, emblem of the luny solar year or the moon, as Shri is the wife of the moon, see footnote. the goddess of increase. Therefore, the grand monument and landmark of the exact period of the lunar year and month, by which this cycle of 19 tropical years of the sun and 235 revolutions of the moon could be calculated, was Mount Sinai, the Lord Jehovah coming down thereon. Paul speaks then as a mystagogue when he says concerning the freed woman and the bond woman of Abraham, for this Hagar, the bond woman of Abraham, is Mount Sinai in Arabia. How could a woman be a mountain, and such a mountain? Yet, in one sense, she was, and in a very marvelously true one. Her name was Hagar, Hebrew, whose number read 235, or in exact measure the very number of lunar months to equal 19 tropical years to complete this cycle, and make the likeness and similitude good. Mount Sinai being, in the esoteric language of the wisdom, the monument of the exact time of the lunar year and month, by which the spiritual vitalizing cycle could be computed, and which mountain indeed was called Furst, the mountain of the moon, Sin. So also Sarai, S-R-I, the wife of Abram, could have no child until her name was changed to Sarah, giving her the property of this lunar influence. This may be regarded as a digression from the main subject, but it is a very necessary one with a view to Christian readers, for who, after studying dispassionately the respective legends of Abram or Abraham, Sarai or Sarah, who was fair to look upon, and those of Brahma and Sarasvati, or Shri, Lakshmi Venus, with the relations of all these to the moon and water, and especially one who understands the real Kabbalistic meaning of the name Jehovah and its relation to and connection with the moon. Who can doubt that the story of Abram is based upon that of Brahma, or that Genesis was written upon the old lines used by every ancient nation? All in the ancient scriptures is allegorical, all based upon and inseparably connected with astronomy and cosmolatry. 13. They went, each on his allotted land. 7 of them, each on his lot. The lords of the flame remained behind. They would not go, they would not create. The secret teachings show the divine progenitors creating men on 7 portions of the globe, each on his lot, i.e., each a different race of men externally and internally and on different zones. This polygenistic claim is considered elsewhere in stanza 7. But who are they who create and the lords of the flame who would not? Occultism divides the creators into 12 classes, of which 4 have reached liberation, to the end of the Great Age. The 5th is ready to reach it, but still remains active on the intellectual planes, while 7 are still under direct karmic law. These last act on the man-bearing globes of our chain. Exoteric Hindu books mention 7 classes of Pitris, and among them 2 distinct kinds of progenitors or ancestors, the Barashad and the Agnishvara, or those possessed of the sacred fire and those devoid of it. Hindu ritualism seems to connect them with sacrificial fires, and with Grihastha Brahmins in earlier incarnations. Those who have and those who have not attended as they should do in their households sacred fires in their previous births. The distinction, as said, is derived from the Vedas. The first and highest class, esoterically, the Agnishvara, are represented in the exoteric allegory Grihastha, or Brahmin householders, who, having failed to maintain their domestic fires and to offer burnt sacrifices, in their past births in other manvantaras, have lost every right to have oblations with fire presented to them. Whereas the Barashad, being Brahmins who have kept up their household sacred fires, are thus honored to this day. Thence the Agnishvara are represented as devoid of, and the Barashad as possessed of fires. But esoteric philosophy explains the original qualifications as being due to the difference between the natures of the 2 classes. The Agnishvara Pitris are devoid of fire, i.e. of creative passion, because they are too divine and pure, whereas the Barashad, being the lunar spirits more closely connected with earth, became the creative Elohim of form, or the atom of dust. The allegory says that Sanandana and other Vedas, the sons of Brahma, his first progeny, were without desire or passion, inspired with holy wisdom, estranged from the universe, and undesirous of progeny. This also is what is meant by the shloka by the words, "they would not create," and is explained as follows. The primordial emanations from the creative power are too near the absolute cause. They are transitional and latent forces, which will develop only in the next and subsequent removes. This makes it plain, hence Brahma is said to have felt wrathful when he saw that those embodied spirits produced from his limbs, gatra, would not multiply themselves. After which, in the allegory, he creates other 7 mind-born sons, namely Marichi, Itri, Agiris, Pulaschi, Marichi, Etri, Agiris, Pulastya, Pulaha, Kretu, and Vesistha, the latter being often replaced by Daksha, the most prolific of the creators. In most of the texts, these 7 sons of Vesistha Daksha are called the 7 rishis of the 3rd Manvantara, the latter referencing both to the 3rd round and also to the 3rd root race and its branch races in the 4th round. These are all the creators of the various beings on this earth, the Prajapati, and at the same time, they appear as divers reincarnations in the early Manvantaras or races. It thus becomes clear why the Agnishvada, devoid of the grosser creative fire, hence unable to create physical man, having no double or astral body to project, since they were without any form, are shown in exoteric allegories as yogis, kumaras, chaste youths, who became rebels, asuras fighting and opposing gods, etc. Yet it is they alone who could complete man, i.e. make him a self-conscious, almost a divine being, a god on earth. The Barashad, though possessed of creative fire, were devoid of the higher Mahat element, being on a level with the lower principles, those which precede gross objective matter. They could only give birth to the outer man, or rather to the model of the physical man, the astral man. Thus, though we see them entrusted with the task by Brahma, the collective Mahat or universal divine mind, the mystery of creation is repeated on earth, only in an inverted sense, as in a mirror. It is those who are unable to create the spiritual immortal man who project the senseless model, the astral, of the physical being. And as will be seen, it was those who would not multiply, who sacrificed themselves to the good and salvation of spiritual humanity. For to complete the septenary man, to add to his 3 lower principles and cement them with the spiritual monad, which could never dwell in such a form otherwise than in an absolutely latent state, 2 connecting principles are needed, manas and kama. This requires a living spiritual fire of the middle principle from the 5th and 3rd states of pleroma. But this fire is the possession of the triangles, not of the perfect cubes, which symbolize the angelic beings. The former having from the first creation possessed themselves of it and being said to have appropriated it for themselves, as in the allegory of Prometheus. These are the active and therefore in heaven no longer pure beings. They have become the independent and free intelligences shown in every theogony as fighting for that independence and freedom, and hence, in the ordinary sense, rebellious to the divine passive law. These are then those flames, the Agnishvada, who show, as in the shloka, remain behind, instead of going along with others to create men on earth. But the true esoteric meaning is that most of them were destined to incarnate as the egos of the forthcoming crop of mankind. The human ego is neither Atman nor Buddhi, but the higher manas, the intellectual fruitage and the efflorescence of the intellectual self-conscious egotism in the higher spiritual sense. The ancient works referred to it as Karana Sharira on the plane of Sutratma, which is the golden thread on which, like beads, the various personalities of this higher ego are strung. If the reader were told, as in the semi-esoteric allegories, that these beings were returning nirvanis from preceding mahamanvantaras, ages of incalculable duration, which have rolled away in the eternity, a still more incalculable time ago, he would hardly understand the text correctly, while some Vedantis might say, this is not so, the nirvani can never return, which is true during the manvantara he belongs to, and erroneous where eternity is concerned. For it is said in the sacred shlokas, the thread of radiance which is imperishable and dissolves only in nirvana re-emerges from it in its integrity on the day when the great law calls all things back into action. Hence, as the higher Pitris or Jnanis had no hand in his physical creation, we find primeval man issued from the bodies of his spiritually fireless progenitors, described as aeriform, devoid of compactness, and mindless. He had no middle principle to serve him as a medium between the highest and the lowest, the spiritual man and the physical brain, for he lacked manas. The monads which incarnated in those empty shells remained as unconscious as when separated from their previous incomplete forms and vehicles. There is no potentiality for creation or self-consciousness in a pure spirit on this our plane, unless it's too homogeneous, perfect, because divine nature is, so to say, mixed with and strengthened by an essence already differentiated. It is only the lower line of the triangle, representing the first triad that emanates from the universal monad, that can furnish this needed consciousness on a plane of differentiated nature. But how could these pure emanations, which on this principle must have originally been themselves unconscious, in our sense, be of any use in supplying the required principle, as they could hardly have possessed it themselves? The answer is so difficult to comprehend unless one is well acquainted with the philosophical metaphysics of a beginningless and endless series of cosmic rebirths, and becomes well impressed and familiarized with that immutable law of nature which is eternal motion, cyclic and spiral, therefore progressive even in its seeming retrogression. The one divine principle, that nameless that of the Vedas, is that universal total, which neither in its spiritual aspects and emanations nor in its physical atoms can ever be at absolute rest, except during the nights of Brahma. Hence also the firstborn are those who are first set in motion at the beginning of a manvantara, and thus the first to fall into the lower spheres of materiality. They who are called in theology the thrones, and are the seat of God, must be the first incarnated men on earth, and it becomes comprehensible if we think of the endless series of past manvantaras, to find that the last had to come first, and the first last. We find, in short, that the higher angels had broken, countless eons before, through the seven circles, and thus robbed them of the sacred fire. This means in plain words that they had assimilated during their past incarnations, in lower as well as in higher worlds, all the wisdom therefrom, the reflection of Mahat in its various degrees of intensity. No entity, whether angelic or human, can reach the state of nirvana, or of absolute purity, except through aeons of suffering and the knowledge of evil as well as good, as otherwise the latter would remain incomprehensible. Between man and the animal, whose monads or yivas are fundamentally identical, there is the impassable abyss of mentality and self-consciousness. What is human mind in its higher aspect? Whence comes it, if it be not a portion of the essence, and in some rare cases of incarnation, the very essence of a higher being, one from a higher and divine plane? Can man, a god in the animal form, be the product of material nature by evolution alone, even as is the animal which differs from man in external shape, but by no means in the materials of its physical fabric, and is informed by the same through undeveloped monad? seeing that the intellectual potentialities of the two differ as the sun does from the glowworm? And what is it that creates such difference, unless man is an animal plus a living God within his physical shell? Let us pause and ask ourselves seriously the question, regardless of the vagaries and sophisms of both the materialistic and the psychological modern sciences. To some extent, it is admitted that even the esoteric teaching is allegorical. To make the latter comprehensible to the average intelligence, the use of symbols cast in an intelligent form is needed. Hence the allegorical and semi-mythical narratives in the exoteric, and the only semi-metaphysical and objective representations in the esoteric teachings. For the purely and transcendentally spiritual conceptions are adapted only to the perceptions of those who see without eyes, hear without ears, and sense without organs, according to the graphic expression on the commentary. The too Puritan idealist is at liberty to spiritualize the tenant, whereas the modern psychologist would simply try to spirit away our fallen, yet still divine human soul, divine in its connection with Buddhi. The mystery attached to the highly spiritual ancestors of the divine man within the earthly man is very great. His dual creation is hinted at in the Puranas, though its esoteric meaning can be approached only by collating together the many varying accounts, and reading them in their symbolical and allegorical character. So it is in the Bible, both in Genesis and even in the epistles of Paul. For that Creator, who is called in the second chapter of Genesis the Lord God, is in the original the Elohim, or gods, the lords in the plural. And while one of them makes the earthly atom of dust, the other breathes into him the breath of fire, and the third makes of him a living soul, all of which readings are implied in the plural number of the word Elohim. Or again, as Paul says, the first man is of the earth, the second, the last, or rather highest, is the Lord from heaven. In the Aryan allegory, the rebellious sons of Brahma are all represented as holy ascetics and yogis. Reborn in every kalpa, they generally try to impede the work of human procreation. When Daksha, the chief of the Prajapatis or creators, brings forth 10,000 sons for the purpose of peopling the world, Narada, a son of Brahma, the great Rishi, and virtually a Kumara, if not so in name, interferes with and twice frustrates Daksha's aim by persuading those sons to remain holy ascetics and eschew marriage. For this, Daksha curses Narada to be reborn as a man, as Brahma has cursed him before for refusing to marry and obtain progeny, saying, "Perish in thy present, diva or angelic form, and take up thy abode in the womb," i.e. become a man. Notwithstanding several conflicting versions of the same story, it is easy to see that Narada belongs to that class of Brahmas, firstborn, who have all proven rebellious to the law of animal procreation, for which they had to incarnate as men. Of all the Vedic rishis, Narada, as already shown, is the most incomprehensible, because the most closely connected with the occult doctrines, especially with the secret cycles and kalpas. Certain contradictory statements about this sage have much distracted the Orientalists. Thus he is shown as refusing positively to create or have progeny, and even as calling his father Brahma a false teacher, for advising him to get married, as related in the Narada Pancharatra. Nevertheless, he is referred to as one of the Prajapatis or progenitors. In the Naradiya Purana, he describes the laws and the duties of the celibate adepts. And as these occult duties do not happen to be found in the fragment of about 3,000 stanzas in the possession of European museums, the Brahmins are proclaimed liars. The Orientalists forgetting that the Naradiya is credited with containing 25,000 stanzas, and that it is not very likely that such MSS should be found in the hands of the Hindu profane, those who are ready to sell any precious ola for a red pottage. Suffice it to say that Narada is the Deva Rishi of occultism par excellence, and that the occultist who does not ponder, analyze, and study Narada from his 7 esoteric facets will never be able to fathom certain anthropological, chronological, and even cosmic mysteries. He is one of the fires above mentioned and plays a part in the evolution of this kalpa, from its incipient down to its final stage. He is an actor who appears in each of the successive acts, or root races, of the present manvantaric drama, in the world allegories which strike the keynote of esotericism, and are now becoming more familiar to the reader. But shall we turn to other ancient scriptures and documents for the corroboration of the fires, sparks, and flames? They are plentiful, if one only seeks for them in the right places. In the Kabbalistic book of the Concealed Mystery, they are clearly enunciated, and also in the Ha-Idra Zutra Kadisha, or the Lesser Holy Assembly. The language is very mystical and veiled, yet still comprehensible. In the latter, among the sparks of prior worlds, vibrating flames and sparks from the divine flint, the workman proceeds to create man, male and female. 427. These flames and sparks, angels and their worlds, stars and planets, are said, figuratively, to become extinct and die, that is to say, remain unmanifested, until a certain process of nature is accomplished. To show how thickly veiled from public view are the most important facts of Anthropogenesis, two passages are now quoted from two Kabbalistic books. The first is from the Ha-Idra Zuta Kadisha, 429, from a light bearer, one of the 7 sacred planets. Of insupportable brightness proceeded a radiating flame, dashing off like a vast and mighty hammer those sparks which were the prior worlds. 430. And with most subtle ether were those intermingled and bound mutually together, but only when they were conjoined together, even the Great Father and Great Mother. 431. From Ho himself is Ab the Father, and from Ho himself is Ruach the Spirit, who are hidden in the Ancient of Days, and therein is that ether concealed. 432. And it was connected with a light bearer, a planet and its angel or regent, which went forth from that light bearer of insupportable brightness, which is hidden in the bosom of Ima, the Great Mother. Now the following extract from the Zohar, under the heading The Pre-Adamite Kings, and also deals with the same mystery. We have learned in the Sifra Desnutha that the Atidaka Datikin, Ancient of Ancients, before he prepared his form, built kings and engraved kings, and sketched out kings, men the kings of the animals, and they could not exist, till he overthrew them and hid them until after a time. Therefore it is written, and these are the kings which reigned in the land of Edom. And they could not exist till Risha Hivra, the white head, the Atika, Datikin, ancient of the ancients, arranged himself. When he arranged himself, he formed all forms above and below. Before he arranged himself in his form, he had not yet formed all those whom he desired to form, and all worlds have been destroyed. They did not remain in their places, because the form of the kings had not been formed as it ought to be, and the holy city had not been prepared. Now the plain meaning of these two allegorical and metaphysical disquisitions is simply this. Worlds and men were in turn formed and destroyed, under the law of evolution and from pre-existing material, until both the planets and their men, in our case our Earth and its animal and human races, became what they are now in the present cycle. Opposite polar forces, an equilibrized compound of spirit and matter, of the positive and the negative, of the male and the female. Before man could become male and female physically, his prototype, the creating Elohim, had to arrange his form on this sexual plane astrally. That is to say, the atoms in the organic forces, descending into the plane of the given differentiation, had to be marshaled in the order intended by nature, so as to be ever carrying out in an immaculate way that law which the Kabbalah calls the balance, through which everything that exists does so as male and female in its final perfection in this present stage of materiality. Chokmah, wisdom, the male Sephirah, had to diffuse itself in and through Bina, intelligent nature or understanding. Therefore, the first root race of men, sexless and mindless, had to be overthrown and hidden until after a time, i.e., the first race, instead of dying, disappeared in the second race, as certain lower lives and plants do in their progeny. It was a wholesale transformation. The first became the second root race without either begetting it, procreating it, or dying. They passed by together, as it is written, and he died, and another reigned in his stead. Why? Because the holy city had not been prepared. And what is the holy city? The magnum, the secret place or the shrine on earth. In other words, the human womb, the microcosmic copy and reflection of the heavenly matrix. The female space or primeval chaos, in which the male spirit fecundates the germ of the sun, or the visible universe. So much so that in the paragraph on the emanation of the male and female principles, in the Zohar, it is said that on this earth the wisdom from the holy ancient does not shine except in male and female. Chokmah, wisdom, is the father, and Bina, understanding, is the mother. And when they connect one with the other, they bring forth and diffuse and emanate truth. In the sayings of Rabbi Yeyeva Saba, i.e. the old, we learned this. What is Bina, understanding? But when they connect in one another, the Yod and the He, they became impregnated and produced a son. And therefore it is called Bina, understanding. It means Ben Yah, i.e. son of Yah. This is the completeness of the whole. This is also the completeness of phallicism by the rabbis. Its perfect apotheosis. The divine being dragged into the animal, the sublime into the grossness of the terrestrial. Nothing so graphically gross exists in Eastern occultism, nor in the primitive Kabbalah, the Chaldean Book of Numbers. We have said so already in Isis Unveiled. We find it rather unwise on the part of Catholic writers to pour out their vials of wrath in such sentences as these. In a multitude of pagodas, the phallic stone, ever and always assuming, like the Grecian batalos, the brutally indecent form of the lingam, the Mahadeva. Before casting slurs on a symbol whose profound metaphysical meaning is too much for the modern champions of that religion of sensual par excellence, Roman Catholicism, to grasp, they are in duty bound to destroy their oldest churches and change the form of the cupolas of their own temples. The Mahado of Elephanta, the round tower of Begalpur, the minarets of Islam, either rounded or pointed, are the originals of the campanile column of San Marco at Venice, of Rochester Cathedral, and of the modern Duomo of Milan. All of these steeples, turrets, domes, and Christian temples are the reproductions of the primitive idea of the lithos, the upright phallus. Nevertheless, and however it may be, the fact that all these Hebrew Elohim, sparks and cherubs are identical with the Devas, Rishis, and the fires and flames, the Rudras and the 49 Agnis of the ancient Aryas, is sufficiently proven by and in the Kabbalah. Stanza 4. Creation of the first races. 14. Creation of men. 15. They are empty shadows. 16. The creators are perplexed how to create a thinking man. 17. What is needed for the formation of a perfect man. 14. The seven hosts, the will-born lords, propelled by the spirit of life-giving, separate men from themselves, each on his own zone. They threw off their shadows or astral bodies, if such an ethereal being as a lunar spirit may be supposed to rejoice in an astral, besides a hardly tangible body. In another commentary, it is said that the ancestors breathed out the first man, as Brahma is explained to have breathed out the suras or gods, when they became asuras from asu, breath. In a third, it is said that they, the newly created men, were the shadows of the shadows. With regard to this sentence, they were the shadows of the shadows, A few more words may be said and a fuller explanation attempted. The first process of the evolution of mankind is far easier to accept than the one which follows it, though one and all such processes will be rejected and doubted even by some Kabbalists, especially the Western, who study the present effects but have neglected to study their primary causes. Nor does the writer feel competent to explain a mode of procreation so difficult of appreciation save for an Eastern occultist. Therefore, it is useless to enter here into details concerning the process, though it is minutely described in the secret books, as it would only lead to speaking of facts hitherto unknown to the profane world, and hence to their being misunderstood. An atom made of the dust of the ground will always be found preferable, by a certain class of students, to one projected out of the ethereal body of his creator, though the former process has never been heard of, while the latter is familiar, as all know, to many spiritualists in Europe and America, who, of all men, ought to understand it. For those who have witnessed the phenomena of a materializing form oozing out of the pores of a medium, or, at other times, out of his left side, can fail to credit the possibility, at least, of such a birth? If there are in the universe such beings as angels or spirits whose incorporeal essence may constitute an intelligent entity, notwithstanding the absence of any, to us, solid organism, and if there are those who believe that a God made the first man out of dust and breathed into him a living soul, and there are millions upon millions who believe both, what does this doctrine of ours contain that is so impossible? Very soon the day will dawn when the world will have to choose whether it will accept the miraculous creation of man, and cosmos too, out of nothing, according to the dead letter of Genesis, or a first man born from a fantastic link, absolutely missing, so far, the common ancestor of man and of the true ape. Between these two fallacies, occult philosophy steps in. It teaches that the first human stock was projected by higher and semi-divine beings out of their own essences. If the latter process is to be considered as abnormal or even inconceivable, because obsolete in nature at this point of evolution, it is yet proven possible on the authority of certain spiritualistic facts. Which then we ask of three hypotheses or theories is the most reasonable and the least absurd. Certainly no one, provided he be not a soul-blind materialist, can ever object to the occult teaching. Now, as shown, we gather from the latter that man was not created, the complete being he is now. However imperfect, he still remains. There was a spiritual, a psychic, an intellectual, and an animal evolution from the highest to the lowest, as well as a physical development, from the simple and homogeneous up to the more complex and heterogeneous, though not quite on the lines traced for us by the modern evolutionists. This double evolution in two contrary directions required various ages of divers natures and degrees of spirituality and intellectuality to fabric the being now known as man. Furthermore, the one absolute, ever acting and never erring law, which proceeds on the same lines from one eternity, or manvantara, to the other, ever furnishing an ascending scale for the manifested, or that which we call the great illusion, Mahamaya, but plunging spirit deeper and deeper into materiality on the one hand, and then redeeming it through flesh and liberating it. This law, we say, uses for these purposes the beings from other and higher planes, men or minds, manus, in accordance with their karmic exigencies. At this juncture, the reader is asked again to turn to the Indian philosophy and religion. The esotericism of both is at one with our secret doctrine, however much the form may differ and vary. On the identity and difference of the incarnating powers. The progenitors of men, called in India fathers, pitaras, or pitris, are the creators of our bodies and lower principles. They are ourselves as the first personalities, and we are they. Primeval man would be the bone of their bone and the flesh of their flesh, if they had bones and flesh. As stated, they were lunar beings. The endowers of man with his conscious, immortal ego are the solar angels, whether so regarded metaphorically or literally. The mysteries of the conscious ego or human soul are great. The esoteric name for these solar angels is literally the Lords, Naf, of preserving ceaseless devotion, pranadana. Therefore, they of the fifth principle, manas, seem to be connected with or to have originated the system of the yogis who make the pranadana their fifth observance. It has already been explained why the trans-Himalayan occultists regard them as evidently identical with those who in India are termed Kumaras, Agnishvadas, and the Barishads. How precise and true is Plato's expression, how profound and philosophical his remark on the human soul or ego, when he defined it as a compound of the same and the other. And yet how little has this hint been understood, since the world took it to mean that the soul was the breath of God, of Jehovah. It is the same and the other, as the great initiate philosopher said, for the ego, the higher self, when merged with and in the divine monad, is man, and yet the same as the other. The angel in him incarnated in the same with the universal Mahat. The great classical writers and philosophers felt this truth when saying that there must be something within us which produces our thoughts, something very subtle. It is a breath, it is fire, it is ether, it is quintessence, it is a slender likeness, it is an intellection, it is a number, it is harmony. All these are manasas and rajasas, the kumaras, asuras, and other rulers and pitris, who incarnated in the third race, and in this and various other ways endowed mankind with mind. There are 7 classes of pitris, as shown below, 3 incorporeal and 4 corporeal, and 2 kinds, the Agnishvada and the Barishad. And we may add that as there are 2 kinds of pitris, so there is a double and a triple set of Barishad and Agnishvada. The former, having given birth to their astral doubles, are reborn the sons of Atri, and are the pitris of the demons, or corporeal beings on the authority of Manu, while the Agnishvada were reborn are the sons of Marichi, a son of Brahma, and are the pitris of the gods. The Vaya Purana declares the 7 orders of pitris to have been originally first gods. The Varajas, whom Brahma with the eye of Yoga beheld in the eternal spheres and who are the gods of the gods. The Matsya adds that the gods worship them. The Harivamsha distinguishes the Virajas as one class of the pitris only, a statement corroborated in the secret teachings, which, however, identify the Virajas with the elder Agnishvadas, and the Rajaza, or Abutarajaza, who are incorporeal without even an astral phantom. Vishnu is said in most of the MSS to have incarnated in and through them. In the Rivata Manvantara, again Hari, best of gods, was born of Sambhuti as the divine Manasa, originating with the deities called Rajaza. Sambhuti was a daughter of Daksha, the wife of Marichi, the father of Agnishvada, who, along with the Rajaza, are ever associated with Manasa, as remarked by a far more able Sanskritist than Wilson, Mr. Fitzward Hall. Manasa is no inappropriate name for a deity associated with the Rajaza. We appear to have in it Manasam, the same as Manas, with the change of termination required to express male personification. All the sons of Viraja are Manasa, says Nilakanta. And Viraja is Brahma, and therefore the incorporeal pitris are called Virajas, from being the sons of Viraja, says Vaya Purana. We could multiply our proofs ad infinitum, but it is useless. The wise will understand our meaning. The unwise are not required to. There are 33 crores or 330 millions of gods in India. But as remarked by the learned lecturer on the Bhagavad Gita, they may all be devas, but are by no means all gods, in the high spiritual sense one attributes to the term. This is an unfortunate blunder generally committed by Europeans. Deva is a kind of spiritual being, and because the same word is used in ordinary parlance to mean God, it by no means follows that we have and worship 33 crores of gods. These beings, as may be naturally inferred, have a certain affinity with one of the three component bodies, basic principles into which we have divided man. The names of the deities of a certain mystic class change with every Manvantara. Thus, the 12 great gods, Yayas, created by Brahma to assist him in the work of creation in the very beginning of the Kalpa, and who, lost in Samadhi, neglected to create, whereupon they were cursed to repeatedly be born in each Manvantara till the 7th, are respectively called Ajitas, Tushitas, Satyas, Haras, Vekuntas, Sadyas, and Adityas. They are Tushitas in the second Kalpa and Adityas in the Vivasvata period, besides other names for each age. But they are identical with the Manasas or Rajasas, and these with our incarnating Yan Chohans. Yes, besides those beings who, like the Yakshas, Gandharvas, Kinnaras, etc., taken in their individualities, inhabit the astral plane. They are real devas, and to these classes belong the Adityas, the Virajas, and the Kumaras, the Asuras, and all those high celestial beings whom occult teachings call Manasvin, the wise, foremost of all, and who would have made all men the self-conscious, spiritually intellectual beings they will be, had they not been cursed to fall into generation and to be reborn themselves as mortals for their neglect of duty. Stanza 4 continued. 15, 7 times 7 shadows of future men. A. Were born each of his own color and kind. B. Each inferior to his father. The fathers, the boneless, could give no life to being with bones. Their progeny were Bhuta, with neither form nor mind. Therefore they are called the Chaya race. C. A. Manu, as already remarked, comes from the root man, to think, hence a thinker. It is from this Sanskrit word very likely that sprung the Latin mens, mind, the Egyptian menes, the mastermind, the Pythagorean monas, or conscious thinking unit, mind also, and even our manas, or mind, the fifth principle in man. Hence these shadows are called amanasa, mindless. With the Brahmins, the Pitris are very sacred because they are the progenitors, or ancestors of men. The first Manushas on this earth, and offerings are made to them by the Brahmin when a son is born unto him. They are more honored, and their ritual is more important than the worship of the gods. May we not now search for a philosophical meaning in this dual group of progenitors? The Pitris being divided into 7 classes, we have here the mystic number again. Nearly all the Puranas agree that 3 of these are arupa, formless, while 4 are corporeal. The former being intellectual and spiritual, the latter material and devoid of intellect. Esoterically, it is called the Asuras, who form the first 3 classes of Pitris, born in the body of the night, whereas the other 4 were produced from the body of twilight. Their fathers, the gods, were doomed to be born fools on earth, according to the Vaya Purana. The legends are purposely mixed up and made very hazy, the Pitris being in one the sons of the gods, and in another those of Brahma, while the third makes them instructors of their own fathers. It is the hosts of the 4 material classes who create men simultaneously on the 7 zones. Now, with regard to the 7 classes of Pitris, each of which is again divided into 7, a word to students and a query to the profane, that class of the fire yanis, which we identify in undeniable grounds with the Agnishvadas, is called in our school the heart of the Yoni Kohanic body, and is said to have incarnated in the 3rd race of men and made them perfect. The esoteric mystagogy speaks of the mysterious relation existing between hedomatic essence and substance of this angelic heart and that of man, whose every physical organ and psychic and spiritual function is a reflection, so to say, a copy on the terrestrial plane of the model or prototype above. Why, it is asked, should there be such a strange repetition of the number 7 in the anatomical structure of man? Why should the heart have 4 lower cavities and 3 higher divisions, answering so strangely to the septenary division of the human principles, separated into 2 groups, the higher and the lower? And why should the same division be found in the various classes of Petris, and especially our fire Yanis? For, as already stated, these beings fall into 4 corporeal or grosser and 3 incorporeal or subtler principles, or call them by any other name you please. Why do the 7 nervous plexuses of the body radiate 7 rays? Why are there 7 plexuses? And why 7 distinct layers in the human skin? Says the commentary, having projected their shadows and made men of one element, ether, the progenitors reascend to Mahaloka, whence they descend periodically, when the world is renewed to give birth to new man. The subtle bodies remain without understanding, manas, until the advent of the suras, gods, now called asuras, not gods. Not gods for the Brahmins, perhaps, but the highest breaths for the occultist, since those progenitors, pitaras, the formless and the intellectual, refuse to build man, but endow him with mind, the 4 corporeal classes creating only his body. This is very plainly shown in various texts of the Rig Veda, where the highest authority for a Hindu of any sect whatever. Therein asura means spiritual, divine, and the word is used as a synonym for the supreme spirit, and the term asura, in the sense of a god, is applied to Varuna and Indra and preeminently to Agni, the 3 having been, in days of old, the 3 highest gods before Brahmanical theomythology distorted the true meaning of almost everything in the archaic scriptures. But as the key is now lost, the asuras are hardly mentioned. In the Zendavesta, the same is found. In the Mazdian or Magian religion, Asura is the Lord Asura Vishvavedas, the all-knowing or omniscient Lord, and Asura Mazda, becoming later Ahura Mazda, is, as Bemphi shows, the Lord who bestows intelligence. Asura Meda and Ahura Mazdo. Everywhere in this work it is shown on equally good authority that the Indo-Iranian Asura was always regarded as 7-fold. This fact, combined with the name Mazda, as above, which makes of the 7-fold Asura the Lord, or Lords collectively, who bestows intelligence, connects the Upanishads with the Asuras, and with our incarnating Yan Chohans, as well as with the Elohim and the 7 informing gods of Egypt, Chaldea, and every other country. Why these gods refused to create man is not, as stated in exoteric accounts, because their pride was too great to share the celestial power of their essence with the children of earth, but for reasons already suggested. However, allegory has indulged in endless fancies, and theology has taken advantage thereof in every country, to make out its case against these firstborn, or the logi, and to impress it as a truth on the minds of the ignorant and credulous. The Christian system is not the only one which has degraded these gods into demons. Zoroastrianism and even Brahmanism have profited thereby to obtain hold over the people's mind. Even in Chaldean exotericism, beings who refuse to create, and are said to oppose thereby the demiurgus, are also denounced as spirits of darkness. The Suras, who win their intellectual independence, fight the Suras, who are devoid thereof and are shown as passing their lives in profitless ceremonial worship based on blind faith, a hint now ignored by the orthodox Brahmins. And forthwith the former becomes Asuras. The first and mind-born sons of the deity refuse to create progeny, and are cursed by Brahma to be born as men. They are hurled down to earth, which later on is transformed in theological dogma into the infernal regions. Ahriman destroys the bull created by Ormazd. which is the emblem of terrestrial elusive life, the germ of sorrow, and forgetting the perishing finite seed must die, in order that the plant of immortality, the plant of spiritual, eternal life, should sprout and live. Ahriman is proclaimed the enemy, the opposing power, the devil. Typhon cuts Osiris into 14 pieces, in order to prevent him from peopling the world and thus creating misery. And Typhon becomes, in the exoteric theological teaching, the power of darkness. But all this is the exoteric shell. It is the worshippers of the latter who attribute disobedience and rebellion, the effort and self-sacrifice of those who would help men, to their original status of divinity through self-conscious efforts. And it is these worshippers of form who have made demons of the angels of light. Esoteric philosophy, however, teaches that 1/3 of the yanis, i.e. 3 classes of the Arupa Pitris, endowed with intelligence, which is a formless breath composed of intellectual, not elementary substances, was simply doomed by the law of karma and evolution to be reborn or incarnated on earth. Some of these were Nirmanakayas and from other Manvantaras. Hence we see them in all the Puranas reappearing on this globe in the 3rd Manvantara. Read 3rd root race as kings, rishi, and heroes. This tenet, being too philosophical and metaphysical to be grasped by the multitudes, was, as already stated, disfigured by the priesthood for the purpose of preserving a hold over the former through superstitious fear. The supposed rebels, then, were simply those who, compelled by karmic law to drink the cup of gall to its last bitter drop, had to incarnate anew, and thus make responsible thinking entities of the astral statues protected by their inferior brethren. Some are said to have refused because they had not in them the requisite materials, i.e., an astral body, for they were arupa. The refusal of others had reference to their having been adepts and yogis of long past preceding Manvantaras, another mystery. But later on, as Nirmanakayas, they sacrificed themselves for the good and salvation of the monads, which were waiting for their turn, and which otherwise would have had to linger for countless ages in irresponsible, animal-like, though in appearance human forms. It may be a parable and an allegory within an allegory. Its solution is left to the intuition of the student, if he only reads that which follows with his spiritual eye. As to their fashioners or ancestors, those angels who, in the exoteric legends, obeyed the law, they must be identical with the Barashad Pitris, or the Pitris Devatas, i.e., those possessed of the physical creative fire. They could only create, or rather clothe, the human monads with their own astral selves. But they could not make man in their image and likeness. Man must not be like one of us, say the creative gods, entrusted with the fabrication of the lower animal, but higher. Their creating the semblance of men out of their own divine essence means, esoterically, that it is they who become the first race, and thus shared its destiny and further evolution. They would not, simply because they could not, give to man that sacred spark which burns and expands into the flower of human reason and self-consciousness, for they had it not to give. This was left to that class of devas who became symbolized in Greece under the name of Prometheus, to those who had naught to do with the physical body, yet everything with the purely spiritual man. Each class of creators endows man with what it has to give. The one builds his external form. The other gives him its essence, which later on becomes the human higher self owing to the personal exertion of the individual. But they could not make men, as they were themselves, perfect, because sinless because having only the first pale shadowy outlines of attributes, and all these, all perfect, from the human standpoint, white, pure, and cold as the virgin snow. Where there is no struggle, there is no merit. Humanity, of the earthy, was not destined to be created by the angels of the first divine breath. Therefore they are said to have refused to create, and man had to be formed by more material creators, who in their turn could give only what they had in their own natures, and no more. Subservient To eternal law, the pure gods could only project out of themselves shadowy men, a little less ethereal and spiritual, less divine and perfect than themselves, shadows still. The first humanity, therefore, was a pale copy of its progenitors, too material even in its ethereality to be a hierarchy of gods, too spiritual and pure to be men, endowed as it is with every negative nirguna perfection. Perfection, to be fully such, must be born out of imperfection. The incorruptible must grow out of the corruptible, having the latter as its vehicle and basis in contrast. Absolute light is absolute darkness, and vice versa. In fact, there is neither light nor darkness in the realms of truth. Good and evil are twins, the progeny of space and time, under the sway of Maya. Separate them by cutting off one from the other, and they both will die. Neither exists per se, since each has to be generated and created out of the other, in order to come into being. Both must be known and appreciated before becoming objects of perception. Hence, in mortal mind they must be divided. Nevertheless, as the illusionary distinction exists, it requires a lower order of creative angels to create inhabited globes, especially ours, or to deal with matter on this earthly plane. The philosophical Gnostics were the first to think so, in the historical record, and to invent various systems upon this theory. Therefore, in their schemes of creation, one always finds their creators occupying a space at the very foot of the ladder of spiritual being. With them, those who created our earth and its mortals were placed on the very limit of Mayavic matter. And their followers were taught to think, to the great disgust of the Church Fathers, that for the creation of those wretched races, in a spiritual and moral sense, which grace our globe, no high divinity could be made responsible, but only angels of a low hierarchy, to which class they relegated the Jewish god, Jehovah. Mankind's different from the present are mentioned in all the ancient cosmogonies. Plato speaks in the Phaedrus of a winged race of men. Aristophanes in Plato's Banquet speaks of a race androgynous and with round bodies. In Pymander, all the animal kingdom even is double-sexed. Thus it is said, "The circuit having been accomplished, the knot was loosened, and all the animals, which were equally androgynous, were united, separated together with man. For a causes had to produce effects on earth." Again, in the ancient Quiche manuscript, the Popol Vuh, published by the late Abbé Brasseur de Bourbourg, the first men are described as a race whose sight was unlimited, and who knew all things at once, thus showing the divine knowledge of the gods, not mortals. The Secret Doctrine, correcting the unavoidable exaggerations of popular fancy, gives the facts as they are recorded in the archaic symbols. B. These shadows were born each of his own color and kind, each also inferior to his father, or creator, because the latter was a complete being of his kind. The commentaries refer to the first sentence of the color or complexion of each human race thus evolved. In Pymander, the 7 primitive men, created by nature from the heavenly man, all partake of the qualities of the 7 governors, or rulers who loved man, their own reflection and synthesis. In the Norse legends, one recognizes in Asgard the habitat of the gods, as also in the Aesir themselves. The same mystical Loki and personifications woven into the popular myths as in our Secret Doctrine, and we find them in the Vedas, the Puranas, the Mazdean scriptures, and the Kabbalah. The Ases of Scandinavia, the rulers of the world which preceded ours, whose name means literally the pillars of the world, its supports, and thus identical with the Greek Cosmocrates, the 7 workmen or rectors of Pymander, the 7 rishis and pitris of India, the 7 Chaldean gods and 7 evil spirits, the 7 Kabbalistic Sephiroth, synthesized by the Upper Triad, and even the 7 planetary spirits of the Christian mystics. The Aces created the earth, the seas, the sky, and the clouds, the whole visible world, from the remains of the slain giant Mir. But they do not create man, but only his form from the ask or the ash tree. It is Odin who endows him with life and soul, after Lodur had given him blood and bones, and finally it is Honir who furnishes him with his intellect, manas, and with his conscious senses. The Norse ask the Hesiodic ash tree, whence issued the men of the generation of bronze, the third root race, and the Tsitsi tree of the Popol, out of which the Mexican third race of men was created, are all one. This may be plainly seen by any reader. But the occult reason why the Norse Yggdrasil, the Hindu Aishvada, the Gogurd, and the Hellenic Tree of Life, and the Tibetan Zampun are one with the Kabbalistic Sephirothic tree, and even with the holy tree made by Ahura Mazda and the Tree of Eden, who among the Western scholars can tell. Nevertheless, the fruits of all those trees, whether Pipala or Hamoa, or even the more prosaic apple, are the plants of life in fact and verity. The prototypes of our races were all enclosed in the microcosmic tree, which grew and developed within and under the great mundane macrocosmic tree, and the mystery is half revealed in the Durjotamas, where it is said, Pipala, the sweet fruit of that tree upon which come spirits who love the science, and where the gods produce all marvels. As in the Gogard, among the luxuriant branches of all these mundane trees the serpent dwells. But while the macrocosmic tree is the serpent of eternity and of absolute wisdom itself, those who dwell in the microscopic tree are the serpents of the manifested wisdom. One is the one and all, the others are its reflected parts. The tree is man himself, of course, and the serpent dwelling in each, the conscious manas, the connecting link between spirit and matter, heaven and earth. Everywhere it is the same. The creating powers produce man, but fail in their final object. All these logi strive to endow man with conscious immortal spirit, reflected in the mind, manas, alone. They fail, and they are all represented as being punished for the failure, if not for the attempt. What is the nature of the punishment? A sentence of imprisonment in the lower or nether region, which is our earth, the lowest in its chain, an eternity, meaning the duration of the life cycle, in the darkness of matter, or within animal man? It has pleased the half-ignorant and half-designing church fathers to disfigure the graphic symbol. They took advantage of the metaphor and allegory in every old religion to turn them to the benefit of the new one. Thus man was transformed into the darkness of a material hell. His divine consciousness, obtaining from his indwelling principle, the Manasa, or the incarnated Deva, became the glaring flames of the infernal region, and our globe, that hell itself. Pipala, Hoama, the fruit of the tree of knowledge, were denounced as the forbidden fruit, and the serpent of wisdom, the voice of reason and consciousness, remained identified for ages with the fallen angel, which is the old dragon, the devil. The same for the other high symbols. The swastika, the most sacred and mystic symbol in India, the Yana cross, as it is now called by the Masons, notwithstanding its direct connection and even identity with the Christian cross, has become dishonored in the same manner. It's the devil's sign, we are told by the Indian missionaries. Does it not shine on the head of the great serpent of Vishnu, on the 1,000-headed Shisha Ananta in the depths of Patala, the Hindu Naraka or hell? It does. But what is Ananta? As Shisha, it is almost endless manvantaric cycle of time, and becomes infinite time itself when called Ananta, the great 7-headed serpent, on which rests Vishnu, the eternal deity, during pralaic inactivity. What has Satan to do with this highly metaphysical symbol? The swastika is the most philosophically scientific of all symbols, as also the most comprehensible. It is the summary in a few lines of the whole work of creation, or evolution as one should rather say, from cosmotheogony down to anthropogeny, from the invisible unknown Parabrahman to the humble moneron of materialistic science, whose genesis is as unknown to that science as is that of the all-deity itself. The swastika is found heading the religious symbols of every old nation. It is the worker's hammer in the Chaldean Book of Numbers, the hammer above referred to in the Book of Concealed Mystery, which striketh sparks from the flint, space, those sparks becoming worlds. It is Thor's hammer, the magic weapon forged by the dwarfs against the giants, or the pre-cosmic titanic forces of nature, which rebel and, while alive in the region of matter, will not be subdued by the gods, the agents of universal harmony, but have first to be destroyed. This is why the world is formed out of the relics of the murdered Ymir. The swastika is the Mjolnir, the storm hammer, and therefore it is said that when the Aces, the holy gods, after having been purified by fire, the fire of the passions and suffering in their life incarnations, become fit to dwell in Ida, in eternal peace, then Mjolnir will become useless. This will be when the bonds of Hel, the goddess queen of the region of the dead, will bind them no longer, for the kingdom of evil will have passed away. Surtur's flames had not destroyed them, nor yet had the raging waters of the several deluges. There were the sons of Thor. They brought Mjolnir with them, not as a weapon of war, but as the hammer with which to consecrate the new heavens and the new earth. Verily, many are its meanings. In the macrocosmic work, the hammer of creation, with its 4 arms bent at right angles, refers to the continual motion and revolution of the invisible cosmos of forces. In that of the manifested cosmos and our earth, it points to the rotation in the cycles of time of the world's axes and their equatorial belts. The 2 lines forming the swastika, meaning spirit and matter, the 4 hooks suggesting the motion in the revolving cycles. Applied to the microcosm, man, it shows him to be a link between heaven and earth, the right hand being raised at the end of the horizontal arm, the left hand pointing to the earth. In the Smaragdine tablet of Hermes, the uplifted right hand is inscribed with the word solve, the left with the word coagula. It is at one and the same time an alchemical, cosmogonical, anthropological, and magical sign, with 7 keys to its inner meaning. It is not too much to say that the compound symbolism of this universal and most suggestive of signs contains the key to the 7 great mysteries of cosmos. Born in the mystical conceptions of the early Aryans, and by them placed at the very threshold of eternity, on the head of the serpent Ananta, it found its spiritual death in the scholastic interpretations of medieval anthropomorphists. It is the alpha and the omega of universal creative force, evolving from pure spirit and ending in gross matter. It is also the key to the cycle of science, divine and human, and he who comprehends its full meaning is forever liberated from the toils of Mahamaya, the great illusion and deceiver. The light that shines from under the divine hammer, now degraded into the mallet or gavel of the grand masters of Masonic lodges, is sufficient to dissipate the darkness of any human schemes or fictions. How prophetic are the songs of the 3 Norse goddesses, to whom the ravens of Odin whisper of the past and the future, as they flutter round in their abode of crystal beneath the flowing river. The songs are all written down in the scrolls of wisdom, of which many are lost, but some still remain, and they repeat in poetical allegory the teachings of the archaic ages. To summarize from Dr. Wagner's Asgard and the Gods concerning the renewal of the world, which is a prophecy that the 7th race of our round told in the past tense, the Mjolnir had done its duty in this round, and on the field of Ida, the field of resurrection, for the 5th round, the sons of the highest gods assembled, and in them their fathers rose again, the egos of all their past incarnations. They talked of the past and the present, and remembered the wisdom and prophecies of their ancestors which had all been fulfilled. Near them, but unseen by them, was the strong, the mighty one, who rules all things, makes peace between those who are angry with each other, and ordains the eternal laws that govern the world. They all knew he was there. They felt his presence and his power, but were ignorant of his name. At his command, the new earth rose out of the waters of space. To the south, above the field of Ida, he made another heaven called Andlang, and further off a third, known as Widblain. Over Gimil's cave a wondrous palace was erected, which was covered with gold and shining bright in the sun. These are the three gradually ascending globes of our chain. There the gods were enthroned, as they used to be, and they rejoiced in the restoration and in the better time. From Gimil's heights, the seven globe, the highest and purest, they looked down upon the happy descendants of Leaf and Leafrasir, the coming Adam and Eve of purified humanity, and signed to them to climb up higher, to rise in knowledge and wisdom, in piety and the deeds of love, step by step from one heaven to another, until they were at last to be fit united to the divinities in the house of the All-Father. He who knows the doctrines of esoteric Buddhism or wisdom, though so imperfectly sketched hitherto, will see clearly the allegory contained in the above. Its more philosophical meaning will be better understood if the reader thinks carefully over the myth of Prometheus. It is examined further on in the light of the Hindu Pramantha, degraded into a purely physiological symbol by some Orientalists and taken in connection with terrestrial fire only. Their interpretation is an insult to every religion, including Christianity, whose greatest mystery is thus dragged down to matter. The friction of divine Pramantha and Arani could suggest itself under this image only to the brutal conceptions of the German materialists, than whom there are none worse. It is true that the divine babe, Agni, with the Sanskrit-speaking race, who became Ignis with the Latins, is born from the conjunction of Pramantha and Arani, the swastika, during the sacrificial ceremony. But what of that? Vashtri, Vishvakarman, is the divine artist and carpenter, and is also the father of the gods and of creative fire in the Vedas. So ancient is the symbol and so sacred that there is hardly an excavation made on the sites of old cities without its being found. A number of such terracotta discs called fuseoles were found by Dr. Schliemann under the ruins of ancient Troy. Both the forms, swastika and cross, were excavated in great abundance, their presence being one more proof that the ancient Trojans and their ancestors were pure Aryans. See, Chaya, as already explained in the astral image, it bears this meaning in Sanskrit works. Thus, Sanya, spiritual consciousness, the wife of Surya, the sun, is shown retiring into the jungle to lead an aesthetic life, and leaving behind to her husband her Chaya, the shadow or image. 16. How are the Manusha born? The Manus with minds, how are they made? A. The fathers called to their help their own fire, which is the fire that burns in earth. The spirit of the earth called to his help the solar fire. These three produced in their joint efforts a good rupa. It could stand, walk, run, recline, or fly, yet it was still but a chuya, a shadow with no sense. B. A. Here an explanation again becomes necessary in the light and with the help of the exoteric added to the esoteric scriptures. The Manushyas, men, and the Manus are here equivalent to the Chaldean Adam. This term not meaning at all the first man, as with the Jews, or one solitary individual, but mankind collectively, as with the Chaldeans and Assyrians. It is the 4 orders or classes of Yani Chohans out of the 7, says the commentary, who were the progenitors of the concealed man, i.e. the subtle inner man. The law of the moon, the lunar spirits, were, as already stated, only the ancestors of his form, i.e., of the model according to which nature began her external work upon him. Thus, primitive man was, when he appeared, only a senseless Bhuta, or phantom. This creation was a failure. B. This attempt again was a failure. It allegorizes the vanity of physical nature's unaided attempts to construct even a perfect animal, let alone man. For the fathers, the lower angels, are all nature spirits, and the higher elementals also possess an intelligence of their own. But this is not enough to construct a thinking man. Living fire was needed, that fire which gives the human mind its self-perception and self-consciousness, or manas. And the progeny of Parvaka and Shuchi are the animal, electric, and solar fires, which create animals and could thus furnish only a physical living constitution to that first astral model of man. The first creators, then, were the Pygmalions of primeval man. They failed to animate the statue intellectually. This stanza, we shall see, is very suggestive. It explains the mystery of, and fills the gap between, the informing principle in man, the higher self or human monad, and the animal monad, both one and the same, although the former is endowed with divine intelligence, the latter with instinctual faculty alone. How is the difference to be explained, and the presence of that higher self in man accounted for? Says the commentary, the sons of Mahat are the quickeners of the human plant. They are the waters falling upon the arid soil of latent life, and the spark that vivifies the human animal. They are the lords of spiritual life eternal. In the beginning, in the second race, some of the lords only breathed of their essence into Manusha, men, and some took in man their abode. This shows that not all men become incarnations of the divine rebels, but only a few among them. The remainder had their fifth principle simply quickened by the spark thrown into it, which accounts for the great difference between the intellectual capacities of men and races. Had not the sons of Mahat, speaking allegorically, skipped the intermediate worlds, in their impulse toward intellectual freedom, the animal man would never have been able to reach upward from this earth and attain through self-exertion this ultimate goal. The cyclic pilgrimage would have had to be performed through all the planes of existence half unconsciously, if not entirely so. So in the case of the animals. It is owing to this rebellion of intellectual life against the morbid inactivity of pure spirit that we are what we are, self-conscious, thinking men with the capabilities and attributes of gods in us, for good as much as for evil. Hence the rebels are our saviors. Let the philosopher ponder well over this, and more than one mystery will become clear to him. It is only by the attractive force of the contrast that the two opposites, spirit and matter, can be cemented together on earth, and smelted in the fire of self-conscious experience and suffering, find themselves wedded in eternity. This will reveal the meaning of many hitherto incomprehensible allegories, foolishly called fables. It explains, to begin with, the statement made in Pymander, that the heavenly man, the son of the Father, who partook of the nature and essence of the seven governors, or creators and rulers of the material world, peeped through the harmony and breaking through the strength of the seven circles of fire, so showed and made manifest the downward-born nature. It explains every verse in the Hermetic narrative, as also the Greek allegory of Prometheus. Most of all, importantly, it explains the many allegorical accounts about the wars in heaven, including that of Revelation with respect to the Christian dogma of the fallen angels. It explains the rebellion of the oldest and highest angels and the meaning of their being cast down from heaven into the depths of hell, i.e., matter. It even solves the recent perplexity of the Assyriologists who expressed their wonder through the late George Smith as follows. My first idea of this part of the rebellion was that the war with the powers of evil preceded the creation. I now think it followed the account of the fall. In the same work, Mr. George Smith gives an engraving from an early Babylonian cylinder of the sacred tree, the serpent, man, and woman. The tree has 7 branches, 3 on the man's side, 4 on that of the female. These branches are typical of the 7 root races, in the third of which, at its very close, occurred the separation of the sexes and the so-called fall into generation. The 3 earlier races were sexless, then hermaphrodite, the other 4 male and female as distinct from each other. As the writer tells us, The dragon, which is in the Chaldean account of the creation, leads man to sin, is the creature of Tiamat, the living principle of the sea and of chaos, which was opposed to the deities at the creation of the world. This is an error. The dragon is the male principle, or phallus, personified or rather animalized, and Tiamat, the embodiment of the spirit of chaos, of the deep or abyss, is the female principle, the womb. The spirit of chaos and disorder refers to the mental perturbation which it led to. It is the sensual, attractive, magnetic principle which fascinates and seduces, the ever-living active element which throws the whole world into disorder, chaos, and sin. The serpent seduces the woman, but it is the latter who seduces man, and both are included in the karmic curse, though only as a natural result of a cause produced, says George Smith. It is clear that the dragon is included in the curse for the fall, and that the gods, the Elohim, jealous at seeing the man of clay becoming a creator in his turn, like all the animals, invoke on the head of a human race all the evils which afflict humanity. Wisdom and knowledge shall injure him. He shall have family quarrels, shall submit to tyranny. He will anger the gods. He shall be disappointed in his desires. He shall pour out useless prayer. He shall commit future sin. No doubt subsequent lines continue these topics, but again our narrative is broken, and it only reopens where the gods are preparing for war with the powers of evil, which are led by Tiamat, the woman. This account is omitted in Genesis for monotheistic purposes, but it is a mistaken policy, born no doubt of fear and regard for dogmatic religion in its superstitions, to seek to restore the Chaldean fragments by Genesis, whereas it is the latter, far younger than any of the fragments, which ought to be explained by the former. 17. The breath needed a form. The Father gave it. The breath needed a gross body. The earth molded it. The breath needed the spirit of life. The solar laws breathed it into its form. The breath needed a mirror of its body. We gave it our own, said the Yanis. The breath needed a vehicle of desires. It has it, said the drainer of waters. But breath needs a mind to embrace the universe. We cannot give that, said the fathers. I never had it, said the spirit of the earth. The form would be consumed were I to give it mine, said the great fire. Man remained an empty, senseless Buddha. Thus have the boneless given life to those who became men with bones in the third. As a full explanation is found in the commentary on stanza 5, a few remarks will now suffice. The father of primitive physical man, or of his body, is the vital electric principle residing in the sun. The moon is its mother because of that mysterious power in the moon, which has as decided an influence upon human gestation and generation, which it regulates, as it has on the growth of plants and animals. The wind or ether, standing in this case for the agent of transmission by which those influences are carried down from the two luminaries and diffused upon earth, is referred to as the nurse, while spiritual fire alone makes of man a divine and perfect entity. Now, what is that spiritual fire? In alchemy, it is hydrogen in general, while in esoteric actuality, it is the emanation or the ray which proceeds from its noumenon, the yan of the first element. Hydrogen is gas only on our terrestrial plane, but even in chemistry, hydrogen would be the only existing form of matter, in our sense of the term, and it is very nearly applied to protyle, which is our lium. It is the father and generator, so to say, or rather the apadi, basis of both air and water, and is fire, air, and water, in fact, one under three aspects, hence the chemical and alchemical trinity. In the world of manifestation, or matter, it is the objective symbol and the material emanation from the subjective and purely spiritual entitative being in the region of noumena. Well might Godfrey Higgins have compared hydrogen to, and even identified it with, the two on, the one of the Greeks. For, as he remarks, hydrogen is not water, though it generates it. Hydrogen is not fire, though it manifests or creates it. Nor is it air, though air may be regarded as a product of the union of water and fire. Since hydrogen is found in the aqueous element of the atmosphere, it is 3 in 1. If one studies comparative theogony, it is easy to find that the secret of these fires was taught in the mysteries of every ancient people, preeminently in Samothrace. There is not the smallest doubt that the Kabiri, the most arcane of all the ancient deities, gods, and men, great deities and titans, are identical with the Kumaras and Rudras headed by Kartikeya, a Kumara also. This is quite evident, even exoterically, as these Hindu deities were, like the Kabiri, the personified sacred fires of the most occult powers of nature. The several branches of the Aryan race, the Asiatic and the European, the Hindu and the Greek, did their best to conceal their true nature, if not their importance. As in some cases of the Kumaras, the number of the Kabiri is uncertain. Some say that there were 3 or 4 only, others say 7. Axirius, Axiosursa, Axiosursus, and Camillus may very well stand for the alter egos of the 4 Kumaras: Sanat, Kumara, Sananda, Sanaka, and Sanatana. The former deities, whose reputed father was Vulcan, often confounded with the Dioscuri, Corybantes, Enactes, etc. Just as the Kumaras, whose reputed father is Brahma, or rather the flame of his wrath, which prompted him to perform the 9th or Kumara creation, resulting in Rudra or Nilahoita, Shiva, and the Kumaras, were confounded with the Asuras, the Rudras, and the Pitris, for the simple reason that they are all one, i.e. correlative forces and fires. There is no space to describe these fires and their real meaning here, though we may attempt to do so if the rest of the work is ever published. Meanwhile, a few more explanations may be added. The foregoing are all mysteries which must be left to the personal intuition of the student for solution, rather than described. If he would learn something of the secret of the fires, let him turn to certain works of the alchemists, who very correctly connect fire with every element, as do the occultists. The reader must remember that the ancients considered religion and the natural sciences, along with philosophy, as closely and inseparably linked together. Asclepius was the son of Apollo, the son of fire or life, as once Helios, Pythias, and the god of oracular wisdom. In exoteric religions, as much as in esoteric philosophy, the elements, especially fire, water, and air, are made the progenitors of our 5 physical senses, and hence are directly connected in an occult way with them. These physical senses pertain even to a lower creation than the one called in the Puranas, Pratisarga, or secondary creation. Liquid fire proceeds from indiscrete fire, says an occult axiom. The circle is the thought, the diameter or the line is the word, and their union is life. In the Kabbalah, Bath Kol is the daughter of the divine voice, or primordial light, Shekinah. In the Puranas and Hindu exotericism, Vak is the voice, is the female logos of Brahma, a permutation of Aditi, primordial light. And if Bath Kol in Jewish mysticism is an articulate, preternatural voice from heaven, revealing to the chosen people the sacred traditions and laws, it is only because Vak was called before Judaism the mother of the Vedas, who entered onto the rishis and inspired them by her revelations, just as Bath Kol is said to have inspired the prophets of Israel and the Jewish high priests. And both exist to this day in their respective sacred symbologies, because the ancients associated sound or speech with the ether of space, of which sound is the characteristic. Hence fire, water, and air are the primordial cosmic trinity. I am, they thought, thy God, more ancient than the moist principle, the light that radiates within darkness, chaos, and the shining word of God. Sound is the son of the deity. Thus, we have to study well the primary creation before we can understand the secondary. The first race had 3 rudimentary elements in it, and no fire as yet, because with the ancients, the evolution of man and the growth and development of his spiritual and physical senses were subordinate to the evolution of the elements on the cosmic plane of this earth. All proceeds from Pravavapaya, the evolution of the creative and sentient principles in the gods, and even the so-called creative deity himself. This is found in the names and appellations given to Vishnu in exoteric scriptures. As the Orphic Protologos, he is called Pravaja, predogenic, and the other names connect him in their descending order more and more with matter. The following order on parallel lines may be found in the evolution of the elements and the senses, or in cosmic terrestrial man or spirit and mortal physical man. 1. Ether, hearing, sound. 2. Air, touch, sound, and touch. 3. Fire or light, sight, sound, touch, and color. 4. Water, taste, sound, touch, color, and taste. 5. Earth, smell, sound, touch, color, taste, and smell. As seen, each element adds to its own characteristics those of its predecessor, as each root race adds the characterizing sense of the preceding race. The same is true in the septenary creation of man, who evolves gradually in 7 stages and on the same principles as will be shown further on. Thus, while gods or Yan Chohans, Devas, proceed from the first cause, which is not Parabrahman, for the latter is the all-cause and cannot be referred to as the first cause, which first cause is called in the Brahmanical books Jagad Yoni, the womb of the world. Mankind emanates from these active agents in cosmos. But men during the first and second races were not physical beings, but merely rudiments of the future men. Bhutas, which proceeded from Bhutadi, origin or the original place whence sprang the elements. Hence they proceeded with all the rest from Prabhavayapaya, the place whence is the origination, and into which is the resolution of all things, as explained by the commentator on the Vishnu Purana, whence also are physical senses, whence even the highest created deity itself in our philosophy. As one with the universe, whether we call him Brahma, Ishvara, or Purusha, he is a manifested deity, hence created or limited and conditioned. This is easily proven even from the exoteric teachings. After being called incognizable, eternal Brahma, neuter or abstract, the Pundarik Kaksha, supreme and imperishable glory, once that instead of Sadika Rupa, changeless or immutable, nature, he is addressed as Ikanika Rupa, both single and manifold. He is the cause, becomes merged with his own effects, and his names, if placed in esoteric order, show the following descending scale. Mahapurusha, or Paramatman, Supreme Spirit. Atman, or Pravaja, Protologos, the living spirit of nature. Indrichaman, or Hrishikesha, spiritual or intellectual soul, one with the senses. Bhutatman, the living or life soul. Kashtrajna, embodied soul or the universe of spirit and matter. Branditarchanata, false perception material universe. The last name means something perceived or conceived of owing to false and erroneous apprehension as a material form, but is in fact only Maya, illusion, as is all our physical universe. It is our strict analogy with the attributes of this Brahma in both the spiritual and material worlds that the evolution of the Yan Kohanic essences takes place, the characteristics of the latter being reflected in their turn in man, collectively, and in each of his principles, every one of which contains in itself, in the same progressive order, a portion of their various fires and elements. Stanza 5. The evolution of the second race. 18. The sons of Yoga. 19. The sexless second race. 20. The sons of twilight. 21. The shadow or the astral man retires within and man develops a physical body. 18. The first were the sons of Yoga. Their sons, the children of the yellow father and the white mother. In the later commentary, the sentence is translated, the sons of the sun and of the moon, the nursling of ether, or the wind. A. They were the shadows of the lords. B. They, the shadows, expanded. The spirits of the earth clothed them. The solar laws warmed them, i.e., preserved the vital fire in the nascent physical forms. The breaths had life, but had no understanding. They had no fire or water of their own. C. A. Remember in this connection with the tabula smardina of Hermes, the esoteric meaning of which has 7 keys to it. The astrochemical is well known to students. The anthropological may now be given. The one thing mentioned in it is man. It is said, the father of that one only thing is the sun, its mother the moon. The wind carries it in its bosom, and its nurse is the spirituous earth. In the occult rendering of the same, it is added, and spiritual fire is its instructor, guru. This fire is the higher self, the spiritual ego, or that which is eternally reincarnating under the influence of its lower personal selves, changing with every rebirth, full of tana or desire to live. It is a strange law of nature that on this plane, the higher spiritual nature should be, so to say, in bondage to the lower. Unless the ego takes refuge in the Atman, the all-spirit, and merges entirely into the essence thereof, the personal ego may goad it to the bitter end. This cannot be thoroughly understood unless the student makes himself familiar with the mystery of evolution, which proceeds on triple lines, spiritual, psychic, and physical. That which propels towards and forces evolution, i.e. compels the growth and development of man towards perfection, is A. the monad, or that which acts in it unconsciously through a force inherent in itself, and B. the lower astral body or the personal self. The former, whether imprisoned in a vegetable or an animal body, is endowed with, is indeed itself that force. Owing to its identity with the all-force, which, as said, is inherent in the monad, it is all-potent on the arupa or formless plane. On our plane, its essence being too pure, it remains all-potential but individually becomes inactive. For instance, the rays of the sun, which contribute to the growth of vegetation, do not select this or that plant to shine upon. Uproot the plant and transfer it to a piece of soil where the sunbeam cannot reach it and the latter will not follow it. So with the Atman. Unless the higher self or ego gravitates towards its sun, the monad, the lower ego or personal self will have the upper hand in every case. For it is this ego, with its fierce selfishness and animal desire to live a senseless life, tana, which is the maker of the tabernacle, as Buddha calls it in the Dhammapada. Hence the expression, the spirits of the earth clothed the shadows and expanded them. To these spirits, being temporarily the human astral selves, it is they who give or build the physical tabernacle of man, for the monad and its conscious principle, manas, to dwell in. But the solar laws or spirits warm the shadows. This is physically and literally true. Metaphysically, or on the psychic and spiritual plane, it is equally true that the Atman alone warns the inner man, i.e., it enlightens it with the ray of divine life, and alone it is able to impart to the inner man, or the reincarnating ego, its immortality. Thus we shall find for the first 3.5 root races, up to the middle or turning point, it is the astral shadows of the progenitors, the lunar Petries, which are the formative powers in the races, and which build and gradually force the evolution of the physical form towards perfection. This at the cost of a proportionate loss of spirituality. Then from the turning point, it is the higher ego, or incarnating principle, the nous, or mind, which reigns over the animal ego and rules it whenever it is not carried down by the latter. In short, spirituality is on its ascending arc, and the animal or physical impedes it from steadily progressing on the path of its evolution. Only when the selfishness of the personality has so strongly infected the real inner man with its lethal virus that the upward attraction has lost all its power on the thinking, reasonable man. In sober truth, vice and wickedness are an abnormal, unnatural manifestation. At this period of our human evolution, at least they ought to be so. The fact that mankind was never more selfish and vicious than it is now, civilized nations having succeeded in making of the former an ethical characteristic, of the latter an art, is an additional proof of the exceptional nature of the phenomena. The entire scheme is in the Chaldean Book of Numbers, and even in the Zohar. If one only understands the meaning of the apocalyptic hints, first comes Ein Sof, the concealed of the concealed, then the point, Sephirah, and the later Sephiroth, then the Atzalatic world, a world of emanations that gives birth to three other worlds. The first, the Briatic world called the Throne, the abode of pure spirits. The second, the world of formation, the Jetzeratic, the habitat of the angels who sent forth the third, or world of action. The Asiatic world, which is the earth or our world, and yet it is said this world, also called Klinfoth, contained the six other spheres and matter, that is the residence of the Prince of Darkness. This is as clearly stated as can be, for Metatron, the angel of the second Briatic world, the first habitable world, means messenger, angel, called the Great Teacher, and under him are the angels of the third world, or Jetzeratic, whose 10 and 7 classes are the Sephiroth, or whom it is said that they inhabit or vivify this world as essential entities and intelligences, and their correlates and logical contraries inhabit the third habitable world called the Asiatic. These contraries are called the shells, or demons, who inhabit the 7 habitations called Sheba Hachaloth, which are simply the 7 zones of our globe. Their prince is called in the Kabbalah Samael, the angel of death, who is also the seducing serpent Satan. But this Satan is also Lucifer, the bright angel of light, the light and life bringer, the soul alienated from the holy ones, the other angels, and for a period anticipating the time when they would descend on earth to incarnate in their turn. The Book of Wisdom teaches that all souls, monads, are pre-existent in the worlds of emanations, and the Zohar teaches that in the soul is the real man, i.e. the ego and the conscious I am, the manas. Says Josephus, repeating the belief of the Essenes, soul descend from the pure air to be chained to bodies. And Philo states that the air was full of souls, and that those which were nearest the earth descending to be tied to mortal bodies, return back to bodies being desirous to live in them. Because through and in the human form they will become progressive beings, whereas the nature of the angel is purely intransitive. Therefore, man has in him the potency of transcending the faculties of the angels. Hence, the initiates in India say that it is the Brahmin, the twice-born, who rules the gods or devas, and Paul repeated it in his epistle to the Corinthians. Know ye not that we, the initiates, shall judge angels? Finally, it is shown in every ancient scripture and cosmogony that man evolved primarily as a luminous incorporeal form, over which, like molten brass poured into the model of the sculptor, the physical frame of his body was built by, through and from, the lower forms and types of animal terrestrial life, says the Zohar. The soul and the form, when descending on earth, put on an earthly garment. His protoplastic body was not formed of that matter of which our mortal frames are fashioned. When Adam dwelled in the Garden of Eden, he was dressed in the celestial garment, which is the garment of heavenly light, light of that light which was used in the Garden of Eden. Man, the heavenly Adam, was created by the 10 Sephiroth of the Jetzeratic world, and by their common power the 7 angels of a still lower world engendered the earthly Adam. First Samael fell, and then deceiving man caused his fall also. B, the sentence, they were the shadows of the Lords, i.e. the progenitors created man out of their own astral bodies, explains a universal belief. The devas are credited in the East with having no shadows of their own. The devas cast no shadows, and this is the sure sign of a good Holy Spirit. C, why had they no fire or water of their own? Because that which hydrogen is to the elements and gases on the objective plane, its noumenon is in the world of mental or subjective phenomena. Since its Trinitarian latent nature is mirrored in its 3 active emanations, from the 3 higher principles in man, namely spirit, soul, and mind, or Atma, Buddhi, and Manas. It is the spiritual and also the material human basis. Rudimentary man, having been nursed by the air or the wind, becomes the perfect man later on. When, with the development of spiritual fire, the noumenon of the 3 in 1 within his self, he acquires from his inner self, or instructor, the wisdom of self-consciousness, which he does not possess in the beginning. Thus, here again, divine spirit is symbolized by the sun or fire, divine soul by water and the moon, both standing for the father and mother of Pneuma, the human soul or mind, symbolized by the wind or air, for Pneuma means breath. Hence, in the Smaradine tablet, disfigured by Christian hands, the superior agrees with the inferior, and the inferior with the superior, to effect that one truly wonderful work, which is man. For the secret work of Chiram, or King Hiram in the Kabbalah, 1 in essence, but 3 in aspect, is the universal agent or lapis philosophorum. The culmination of the secret work is spiritually perfect man. At one end of the line, the union of the 3 elements is the occult solvent in the soul of the world, the cosmic soul or astral light at the other, and on the material plane it is hydrogen in its relation to the other gases. The 2 on truly the one, whom no person has seen except the Son, this sentence applying both to the metaphysical and physical cosmos, and to the spiritual and material man. For how could the latter understand the 2 on, the one Father, if his manas, the Son, does not become as one with the Father, and through this absorption receive enlightenment from the divine instructor, or guru, Atma Buddhi? As says the commentary, if thou wouldst understand the secondary, creation so-called, O Lanu, thou shouldst first study its relation to the primary. The first race had 3 elements, but no living fire. Why? Because we say 4 elements, my son, but ought to say 3, says Hermes Trismegistus. In the primary circle, or creation, that which is marked reads root, as in the secondary likewise. Thus, in alchemy, or Western Hermeticism, a variant on Eastern esotericism, we find X, sulfur, mercury, salt, the symbol flamma, natura, matter, and X, spiritus, aqua, sanguis. And these 3 are all quaternaries completed by the root, fire, the spirit, beyond manifested nature is the fiery breath and its absolute unity. In the manifested universe, it is the central spiritual sun, the electric fire of all life. In our system, it is the visible sun, the spirit of nature, the terrestrial God, and in, on, and around the earth, the fiery spirit thereof. Air, fluidic fire, water, liquid fire, earth, solid fire. All is fire, ignis. It is in its ultimate constitution, or I, the root of which is O, not, in our conceptions the all in nature and its mind. Prometor is divine fire. It is the creator, the destroyer, the preserver. The primitive names of all the gods and all connected with fire, from Agni, the Aryan, to the Jewish god who is a consuming fire. In India, God is called in various dialects Ashur, Isur, Iswar, and Ishvara. In Sanskrit, the Lord from Isha, but this is primarily the name of Shiva, the destroyer. And the three chief Vedic gods are Agni, Ignis, Vayu, and Surya, fire, air, and the sun, three occult degrees of fire. In the Hebrew, Aza means to eliminate, and Asha is fire. In occultism, to kindle a fire is synonymous to evoking one of the three great fire powers, or to call on God. In Sanskrit, the root ush is fire or heat, and the Egyptian word Osiris is compounded as shown by shelling of the two primitives Aish and Aser, or fire enchanter. Azer in the old Etruscan meant a god, being perhaps derived from Asura of the Vedas. Ishvara is an analogous term, as Dr. Keneally thought, who quotes the Bhagavad Gita to the effect that Ishvara resides in every mortal being and puts in motion, by his supernatural powers, all things which mount on the wheel of time. It is the creator and the destroyer truly. The primitive fire was supposed to have an insatiable appetite for devouring. Maximus of Tyre relates that the ancient Persians threw into the fire combustible matter, crying, "Devour, O Lord." In the Irish language, Asam or Assam means to make or create, and Asar was the name also of one of the ancient Irish gods. The literal meaning of the word is to kindle a fire. The Christian Kabbalists and symbologists who disfigured Pymander, prominently among the Bishop of Ayr, Francis de Tours, in the 16th century, divided the elements in the following way. The four elements formed from divine substances and the spirits of the salts of nature represented by Saint Matthew, angel man, water, Jesus Christ, angel man, Michael, Saint Mark, the lion, fire, Saint Luke, the bull, earth, Saint John, the eagle, air. The quintessence, Flamma Virgo, virgin oil, Flamma Durisma, Virgo, Lucis, eternal matter. The first race of men were then simply the images, the astral doubles of their fathers, who were the pioneers, or the most progressed entities from a preceding through lower sphere, the shell of which is now our moon. But even this shell is all potential, for the moon, having generated the earth, its phantom, attracted by magnetic affinity, sought to form its first inhabitants, the pre-human monsters. To assure himself of this, the student has to again turn to the Chaldean fragments and read what Berosus says. Berosus obtained his information, he tells us, from A, the male-female deity of wisdom. While the gods were generated in the androgynous bosom of this wisdom, Svabhavat, mother space, its reflections became on earth the woman Omoroka, who is the Chaldean Thavath or Thalath, the Greek Thalassa, the deep or the sea, which esoterically and even exoterically is the moon. It was the moon, Amoroka, who presided over the monstrous creation of nondescript beings which were slain by the Jhanis. Evolutionary law compelled the lunar fathers to pass, in their monadic condition, through all the forms of life and being on this globe. But at the end of the third round, they were already human in their divine nature, and were thus called upon to become the creators of the forms destined to fashion the tabernacles of the less progressed monads, whose turn it was to incarnate. These forms are called the sons of yoga, because yoga, union with Brahma, exoterically, is the supreme condition of the passive infinite deity, since it contains all the divine energies and is the essence of Brahma, who is said as Brahma to create everything through yoga power. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva are the most powerful energies of God. Brahma, says a Puranic text, yoga here is the same as jhana, which is again synonymous with yoga in the Tibetan text, where the sons of yoga are called the sons of jnana, or of that abstract meditation through which the jnana Buddhas created their celestial sons, the jnani bodhisattvas. All the creatures in the world have each a superior above. This superior, whose inner pleasure it is to emanate into them, cannot impart a flux until they have adored, i.e. meditated, as during yoga. 19. The second race was the product by budding and expansion, the asexual from the sexless. Thus was Olanu, the second race, produced. What would be the most contested by scientific authorities in this asexual race? The second, the fathers of the sweat-born, so-called, and perhaps still more the third race, the egg-born androgynes. These two modes of procreation are the most difficult to comprehend, especially for the Western mind. It is evident that no explanation can be attempted for those who are not students of occult metaphysics. European language has no words to express things which nature repeats no more at this stage of evolution, things which therefore can have no meaning for the materialist. But there are analogies. It is not denied that in the beginning of physical evolution there must have been processes in nature, spontaneous generation, for instance, now extinct, which are repeated in other forms. Thus, we are told that microscopic research shows no permanence of any particular mode of reproducing life, for it shows that the same organism may run through various metamorphoses in the course of its life cycle, during some of which may be sexual and others asexual, i.e., it may reproduce itself alternately by the cooperation of two beings of opposite sex, and also by fissure or budding from one being only, which is of no sex. Budding is the very word used in the stanza. How could these chayas reproduce themselves otherwise, viz., procreate the second race, since they were ethereal, asexual, and even devoid as yet of the vehicle of desire, or kama-rupa, which evolved only in the third race? They evolved the second race unconsciously, as do some plants, or perhaps, as the amoeba, only on a more ethereal, impressive, and larger scale. If indeed the cell theory applies equally to botany and zoology, and extends to morphology, as well as to physiology of organisms, and if the microscopic cells are looked upon by physical science as independent living beings, just as occultism regards the fiery lives, there is no difficulty in the conception of the primitive process of procreation. Consider the first stages of development of a germ cell. Its nucleus grows, changes, and forms a double cone or spindle, thus, within the cell. The spindle approaches the surface of the cell, and one half of it is extruded in the form of what are called polar cells. These polar cells now die, and the embryo develops from the growth and segmentation of the remaining part of the nucleus, which is nourished by the substance of the cell. Then why could not beings have lived thus, and been created in this way, at the very beginning of human and mammalian evolution? This may perhaps serve as an analogy to give some idea of the process by which the second race was formed from the first. The astral form clothing the monad was surrounded, as it is still, by its egg-shaped sphere of aura, which here corresponds to the substance of the germ cell or ovum. The astral form itself is the nucleus, now as then instinct with the principle of life. When the season of reproduction arrives, the subastral extrudes a miniature of itself from the egg of surrounding aura. This germ grows and feeds on the aura until it becomes fully developed, when it gradually separates from its parent, carrying with its own sphere of aura, just as we see living cells reproducing their like by growth and subsequent division into two. The analogy with the polar cells would seem to hold good, since their death would now correspond to the change introduced by the separation of the sexes, when gestation in utero, i.e., within the cell, became the rule. As the commentary tells us, the early second, root race were the fathers of the sweat-born. The later second root race were the sweat-born themselves. This passage from the commentary refers to the work of evolution from the beginning of a race to its close. The sons of Yoga, or the primitive astral race, had 7 stages of evolution racially or collectively, as every individual being in it had and has now. It is not Shakespeare only who divided the ages of man into a series of 7, but nature herself. Thus, the first subraces of the second race were born at first by the process described on the law of analogy, while the last began gradually, pari passu, with the evolution of the human body to be formed otherwise. The process of reproduction had 7 stages also in each race, each covering aeons of time. What physiologist or biologist can tell whether the present mode of generation, with all its phases of gestation, is older than 500,000 or at most 1 million of years, since their cycle of observation began hardly a half-century ago? Primeval human hermaphrodites are in fact in nature well known to the ancients, and form one of Darwin's greatest perplexities. Yet there is certainly no impossibility, but on the contrary, a great probability that hermaphroditism existed in the evolution of the early races, while on grounds of analogy and on that of the existence of one universal law in physical evolution, acting indifferently on the construction of plant, animal, and man, it must be so. The mistaken theories of monogenesis and the descent of man from the mammal, instead of the mammals from man, are fatal to the completeness of evolution as taught in modern schools on Darwinian lines, and they will have to be abandoned in view of the insuperable difficulties which they encounter. Occult tradition, in terms of science and knowledge, are denied in this particular to antiquity, can alone reconcile the inconsistencies and fill the gap. Says a Talmudic axiom, "If thou wilt know the invisible, open thine eyes wide on the visible. If thou wilt know the invisible, open thine eyes wide on the visible." In The Descent of Man occurs the following passage, which shows how near Darwin came to the acceptance of this ancient teaching. It has long been known that in the vertebrate kingdom one sex bears rudiments of various accessory parts, appertaining to the reproductive system, which properly belonging to the opposite sex. Some remote progenitor of the whole vertebrate kingdom appears to have been hermaphrodite or androgynous. But here we encounter a singular difficulty. In the mammalian class, the males possess rudiments of a uterus, with the adjacent passages in the vesticuli prostate. They bear also rudiments of mammae, and some male marsupials have traces of a marsupial sac. Other analogous facts could be added. Are we then to suppose that some extremely ancient mammal continued androgynous, after it had acquired the chief distinction of its class, and therefore after it had diverged from the lower classes of the vertebrate kingdom? This seems very improbable, for we have to look to fishes, the lowest of all the classes, to find any existent androgynous forms. Mr. Darwin is evidently strongly disinclined to adopt the hypothesis which the facts so forcibly suggest, viz., that a primeval androgynous stem from which the mammalian sprang. His explanation runs that various accessory organs proper to each sex are found in a rudimentary condition in the opposite sex, may be explained by such organs having been gradually acquired by the one sex, and then transmitted in more or less imperfect state to the other. He instances the case of spurs, plumes, and brilliant colors acquired for battle or ornament by male birds, and only partially inherited by their female descendants. In the problem to be dealt with, however, the need of a more satisfactory explanation is evident, the facts being of so much more prominent and important a character than the mere superficial details with which they are compared by Darwin. Why not candidly admit the argument in favor of the hermaphroditism which characterizes the old fauna? Occultism proposes a solution which embraces the facts in a most comprehensive and simple manner. These relics of a prior androgyne stock must be placed in the same category as the pineal gland and other organs equally mysterious. which afford us silent testimony as to the reality of functions which have long since become atrophied in the course of animal and human progress, but which once played a signal part in the general economy of primeval life. The occult doctrine, in any case, can be advantageously compared with that of the most liberal men of science, who have theorized upon the origin of the first man. Long before Darwin, Naudin, who gave the name of blasphema to that which the Darwinists call protoplasm, put forward a theory half occult and half scientifical materialistic. He made Adam, the asexual, spring suddenly from the clay, as it is called in the Bible, the blasphema of science, as Naudin explains. It is from this larval form of mankind that the evolutive force affected the completion of species. For the accomplishment of this great phenomena, Adam had to pass through a phase of immobility and unconsciousness, very analogous to the nymphal state of animals undergoing metamorphosis. For the eminent botanist, Adam was not one man, however, but mankind, which remained concealed within a temporary organism, already distinct from all others and incapable of contracting an alliance with any of them. He shows the differentiation of sex is accomplished by a process of germination similar to that of Medusa and Asidius. Mankind, thus constituted physiologically, would remain a sufficient evolutive force for the rapid production of the various great human races. De Quatrefages criticizes this position in the human species. It is unscientific, he says, or properly speaking, Naudin's ideas do not form a scientific theory, inasmuch as primordial blasphema is connected in his theory with the first cause, which is credited with having made potentially in the blasphema all past, present, and future beings, and thus of having in reality created these beings en masse. Moreover, Naudin does not even consider the second causes, or their action in this evolution of the organic world. Science, which is only occupied with second causes, has thus nothing to say to the theory of M. Naudin. Nor will it have any more to say to the occult teachings, which are to some extent approached by Naudin. For if we but see in his primordial blasphema the yon kohanic essence, the chaya or double of the Petris, which contains within itself the potentiality of all forms, we are quite in accord. But there are two real and vital differences between our teachings. M. Naudin declares that evolution has progressed by sudden leaps and bounds instead of extending slowly over millions of years, and his primordial blasphema is endowed only with blind instincts, a kind of unconscious first cause in the manifested cosmos, which is an absurdity. Whereas it is our yonic kohanic essence, the causality of the primal cause, which creates physical man, which is the living, active, and potential matter, pregnant per se with the animal consciousness of a superior kind, such as found in the ant and the beaver, which produces the long series of physiological differentiations. Apart from this, his ancient and general process of creation from proto-organisms is as occult as any theory of Paracelsus or Kunrath could be. Moreover, the Kabbalistic works are full of proof of this. The Zohar, for instance, says that every type in the visible has its prototype in the invisible universe. All that which is in the lower, our world, is found in the upper. The lower and the upper act and react upon each other. 20. Their fathers were the self-born. The self-born, the chaya, from the brilliant bodies of the lords, the fathers, the sons of twilight. The shadows, or chayas, are called the sons of the self-born, as the latter name is applied to all the gods and beings born through the will, whether of deity or adept. The homunculi of Paracelsus would perhaps also be given this name, though the latter process is on the far more material plane. The name Sons of Twilight shows that the self-born progenitors of our doctrine are identical with the Petris of the Brahmanical system, as the title is a reference to their mode of birth, these Petris being stated to have issued from Brahma's body of twilight, as stated in the Puranas. 21. When the race became old, the old waters mixed with the fresher waters. A. When its drops became turbid, they vanished and disappeared in the new stream, in the hot stream of life. The outer of the first became the inner of the second. B. The old wing became the new shadow, and the shadow of the wing. C. A. The old or primitive race merged in the second race and became one with it. B. This is a mysterious process of the transformation and evolution of mankind. The material of the first forms, shadowy, ethereal, and negative, was drawn or absorbed into and thus became the complement of the forms of the second race. The commentary explains this by saying that as the first race was simply composed of the astral shadows of the creative progenitors, having of course neither astral nor physical bodies of its own, the race never died. Its men melted gradually away, becoming absorbed in the bodies of their own sweat-born progeny, more solid than their own. The old form vanished and was absorbed by, disappeared in, the new form, more human and physical. There was no death in those days, of a period more blissful than the Golden Age. But the first, or parent, material was used for the formation of the new being, to form the body and even the inner or lower principles or bodies of the progeny. C. When the shadow retires, i.e., when the astral body becomes covered with more solid flesh, man develops a physical body. The wing, or the ethereal form that produced its shadow and image, became the shadow of the astral body and its own progeny. The expression is queer and original. As there may be no occasion to refer to this mystery later, it is well to point out at once the dual meaning contained in the Greek myth bearing upon this particular phase of evolution. It is found in the several variants of the allegory of Leda and her two sons, Castor and Pollux, each of which variants has a special meaning. Thus, in Book 11 of the Odyssey, Leda is spoken as the spouse of Tyndarus, who gave birth by her husband, the two sons of valiant heart, Castor and Pollux. Jupiter endows them with a marvelous gift and privilege. They are semi-immortal. They live and die each in turn and every alternate day. As the Tyndaridae, the twin brothers are an astronomical symbol and stand for day and night. Their two wives, Phoebe and Hilaria, the daughters of Apollo, are the sun, personifying the dawn and the twilight. Again, in the allegory where Zeus is shown as the father of the two heroes, born from the egg to which Leda gives birth, the myth is entirely theogonical. It relates to that group of cosmic allegories in which the world is described as born from an egg. For Leda assumes it is in the shape of a white swan, when uniting herself to the divine swan, or Brahma Kalahamsa. Leda is the mythical bird, then, to which, in the traditions of various peoples of the Aryan race, are attributed various ornithological forms of birds which lay all golden eggs. In the Kalevala, the epic poem of Finland, the beauteous daughter of the ether, the water mother, creates the world in conjunction with a duck. Another form of the swan or goose, Kalahamsa, who lays 6 golden eggs and the 7th an egg of iron in her lap. But the variant of the Leda allegory, which has a direct reference to a mystic man, is found in Pindar only, with a slighter reference to it in the Homeric hymns. Castor and Pollux are in it no longer the Dioscuri of Apollodorus, but become the highly significant symbol of the dual man, the mortal and the immortal. Not only this, but, as will now be seen, they are also the symbol of the third race, and its transformation from the animal man into a god man with only an animal body. Pindar shows Leda uniting herself in the same night to her husband and also to the father of the gods, Zeus. Thus Castor is the son of the mortal, Pollux the progeny of the immortal. In the allegory made up for this occasion, it is said that in a riot of vengeance against the Apherides, Pollux kills Lynceus. Of all mortals, he whose sight is the most penetrating, but Castor is wounded by Idas, who sees and knows. Zeus puts an end to the fight by hurling his thunderbolt and killing the last 2 combatants. Pollux finds his brother dying. In his despair, he calls upon Zeus to slay him also. Thou canst not die together, answers the master of the gods. Thou art of a divine race. But he gives them choice. Pollux will either remain immortal, living eternally in Olympus, or if he would share his brother's fate in all things, he must pass half his existence underground, and the other half in the golden heavenly abodes. This semi-immortality, which is also to be shared by Castor, is accepted by Pollux, and thus the twin brothers live alternately, one during the day and the other during the night. Is this poetical fiction only? An allegory, one of those solar myth interpretations higher than which no modern Orientalist seems able to soar? Indeed, it is much more. Here we have an allusion to the egg-born third race, the first half of which is mortal, i.e. unconscious in its personality, and having nothing within itself to survive, and the latter half of which becomes immortal in its individuality by reason of its fifth principle being called to life of the informing gods, and thus connecting the monad with this earth. This is Pollux, while Castor represents the personal, mortal man, an animal of not even a superior kind, when unlinked from the divine individuality. Twins truly, yet divorced by death forever, unless Pollux, moved by the voice of twinship, bestows on his less favored mortal brother a share of his own divine nature, thus associating him with his own immortality. Such is the occult meaning of the metaphysical aspect of the allegory. The widely spread modern interpretation of it, so celebrated in antiquity, Plutarch tells us, as symbolical of brotherly devotion, namely, that it was an image of the sun and moon borrowed from the spectacle of nature, is weak and inadequate to explain the secret meaning. Besides the fact that the moon, with the Greeks, was feminine in exoteric mythology, and could therefore hardly be regarded as Castor, and at the same time be identified with Diana, ancient symbologists who held the sun, the king of all sidereal orbs, as the visible image of the highest deity, would not have personified it by Pollux, a demigod only. If from Greek mythology we pass to the Mosaic allegories and symbolism, we find a still more striking corroboration of the same tenet under another form. Unable to trace in them the egg-born, we shall still unmistakably find in the first 4 chapters of Genesis the androgynes and the first 3 races of the Secret Doctrine, hidden under most ingenious symbology. The divine hermaphrodite. An impenetrable veil of secrecy was thrown over the occult and religious mysteries after the submersion of the last remnant of the Atlantean race some 12,000 years ago, lest they should be shared by the unworthy and so desecrated. Of these sciences, several have now become exoteric, such as astronomy, for instance, in its purely mathematical and physical aspects. But their dogmas and tenets, being all symbolized and left to the sole guardianship of parable and allegory, have been forgotten, and hence the meaning has been perverted. Nevertheless, one finds the hermaphrodite in the scriptures and traditions of almost every nation. And why such unanimous agreement if the statement is only a fiction? Under cover of this secrecy, the 5th race were led to the establishment, or rather the re-establishment of the religious mysteries, in which ancient truths might be taught to the coming generations under the veil of allegory and symbolism. Behold the imperishable witness to the evolution of the human races from the divine, and especially from the androgynous race. The Egyptian Sphinx, that riddle of the ages, divine wisdom incarnating on earth and forced to taste the bitter fruit of personal experience of pain and suffering, generated on earth only under the shade of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, a secret first known only to the Elohim, the self-initiated higher gods. In the book of Enoch we have Adam, the first divine androgyne, separating into man and woman and becoming Yahiva in one form, or race, and Cain and Abel, male and female, in its other form or race, the double-sexed Jehovah, an echo of its Aryan prototype, Brahmavak, after which come the 3rd and 4th root races of mankind, that is to say, races of men and women or individuals of opposite sexes, no longer sexless semi-spirits and androgynes, as were the 2 races which precede them. This fact is hinted at in every anthropogeny, It is found in fable and allegory, in myth and revealed scriptures, in legend and tradition. For of all the great mysteries inherited by initiates from hoary antiquity, this is one of the greatest. It accounts for the bisexual element found in every creative deity, in Brahma Viraj Vak, as in Adam Jehovah Eve, also in Cain Jehovah Abel. For the book of the generations of Adam does not even mention Cain and Abel, but says only male and female created by them, and called their name Adam. Then it proceeds to say, and Adam begat a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Seth. After which he begets other sons and daughters, thus proving that Cain and Abel are his own allegorical permutations. Adam stands for the primitive human race, especially in its cosmos-sidereal sense. Not so, however, in its theoanthropological meaning. The compound name of Jehovah, or Yahovah, meaning male life and female life, first androgynous, then separated into two sexes, is used in this sense in Genesis from chapter 5 onwards. As the author of the Source of Measures says, the two words of which Jehovah is composed make up the original idea of male-female as the birth originator. For the Hebrew letter Yod was the membrum virile, and Hova was Eve, the mother of all living, of the procreatics, earth and nature. The author believes, therefore, that it is seen that the perfect one, the perfect female circle or yoni, 20,612, numerically, as originator of measures, takes also the form of birth origin, or as hermaphrodite one, hence the phallic form and use. Precisely only the phallic form and use came long ages later, and the first and original meaning of Enos, the son of Seth, was the first race born in the present usual way from man and woman. For Seth is no man but a race. Before him humanity was hermaphrodite. While Seth is the first result physiologically after the fall, he is also the first man, hence his son Enos is referred to as the son of man. Seth represents the later third race. To screen the real mystery, name of Ein Sof, the boundless and endless no thing, the Kabbalists have brought forward the compound attribute appellation of one of the personal creative Elohim, whose name was Yah or Yah, the letters I or J or Y being interchangeable, or Yahovah, i.e. male and female. Yah-Eve, a hermaphrodite, or the first form of humanity, the original Adam of earth, not even Adam Kadmon, whose mind-born son is the earthly Yahovah, mystically. And knowing this, the crafty rabbin Kabbalist has name of it so secret that he could not divulge it later on without exposing the whole scheme, and thus he was obliged to make it sacred. How close is the identity between Brahma Prajapati and Jehovah Sephiroth, between Brahma Viraj and Jehovah Adam? The Bible and the Puranas compared alone can show. Analyzed and read in the same light, they afford cogent evidence that they are two copies of the same original, made at two periods far distant from each other. Compare once more in relation to this subject Genesis 4:1-26 and Manu 1:32, and they will both yield their meaning. In Manu, Brahma, who like Jehovah or Adam in Genesis, is both man and God, and divides his body into male and female, stands in his esoteric meaning for the symbolical personification of creative and generative power, both divine and human. The Zohar affords still more convincing proof of identity, while some rabbins repeat word for word the original Puranic expressions. Example, the creation of the world is generally considered in the Brahmanical books of the Leela, the delight or sport, the amusement of the Supreme Creator. Vishnu being thus discrete and indiscrete substance, spirit, and time, sports like a playful boy, as you should learn by listening to his frolics. Now compare this to what it is said in the book Nobeleth Hokmah. The Kabbalists say that an entering into existence of the worlds happened through delight in that Ein Sof, rejoined in itself, and flashed and beamed from itself to itself, which are called delight. Thus it is not a curious idea of the Kabbalists, as the author just quoted remarks, but purely a Puranic Aryan idea. Only why make of Ein Sof a creator? The divine hermaphrodite is then Brahma Vak Viraj, and that of the Semites, or rather of the Jews, is Jehovah Cain Abel. Only the heathen were and are more sincere and frank than were the later Israelites and rabbis, who undeniably knew the real meaning of the exoteric deity. The Jews regard the name given to them, the Yahudi, as an insult, yet they have, or would have if they only wished it, as undeniable a right to call themselves the ancient Yahudi Yahovians, as the Brahmins have to call themselves Brahmins after their national deity. For Yahovah is the generic name of that group or hierarchy of creative planetary angels, under whose star their nation has evolved. He is one of the planetary Elohim of the regent group of Saturn. Verse 26 of chapter 4 of Genesis, when read correctly, would alone give them such a right, for it calls the new race of men, sprung from Seth and Enos, Jehovah, something quite different from the translation adopted in the Bible, which ought to read, "To him also was born a son, Enos. Then began men to call themselves Yah, or Yahovah, to wit, men and women, the lords of creation." One has but to read the above-mentioned verse in the original Hebrew text, and by the light of the Kabbalah, to find that instead of the words as they now stand translated, the correct translation should be, "Then began men to call themselves Jehovah," and not, "Then began men to call upon the name of the Lord," the latter being a mistranslation, whether deliberate or not. Again, the well-known passage, "I have gotten a man from the Lord," should read, "I have gotten a man, even Jehovah." Luther translated the passage one way, the Roman Catholics quite differently. Bishop Wordsworth renders it, "Cain, I have gotten Cain, from Cainithi, I have gotten." Luther, "I have gotten a man, even the Lord Jehovah." And the authors of the Source of Measures, "I have measured a man, even Jehovah." The last is the correct rendering, for A, a famous rabbi and a Kabbalist, explained the passage to the writer in precisely this way, and B, this rendering is identical with that in the Secret Doctrine of the East with regard to Brahma. In Isis Unveiled, it was explained by the writer that Cain is the son of the Lord, not Adam. The Lord is Adam Kadmon, the father of Yod Heva, Adam Eve, or Jehovah, the son of sinful thought, not the progeny of flesh and blood. Seth, on the other hand, is the leader and the progenitor of the races of the earth, for he is the son of Adam, exoterically, but esoterically he is the progeny of Cain and Abel. Since Abel or Hebel is a female, the counterpart and female half of the male Cain, and Adam is the collective name for man and woman. Male and female, Zakar va Nakobeh, created he them, and called their name Adam. The verses in Genesis from chapters 1 to 5 are purposely mixed up for Kabbalistic reasons. After the man of Genesis 1:26 and Enos, the son of man, of 4:26, after Adam, the first androgyne, after Adam Kadmon, the sexless, the first logos, Adam and Eve once separated, come finally Jehovah Eve and Cain Jehovah. These represent distinct root races for millions of years elapsed between them. Hence the Aryan and the Semitic theoanthropographies are two leaves on the same stem. Their respective personifications and symbolic personages stand in relation to each other in the following way. One, the unknowable, referred to in various ways in Rig Vedic verse, such as Not was called later on Para Brahman, the Ein, no thing, or Ein Sof of the Kabbalists, and again the Spirit of God that moves upon the face of the waters in Genesis. All these are identical. Moreover, in Genesis 1 verse 2 is placed as verse 1 in the secret Kabbalistic texts, where it is followed by the Elohim creating the heaven and the earth. This deliberate shifting of the order of the verses was necessary for monotheistic and Kabbalistic purposes. Jeremiah's curse against the Elohim, gods who have not created the heavens and the earth, shows that there were other Elohim who had. 2. The heavenly Manu Svayambhuva, who sprang from Smayambhuva Narayana, the self-existent, the Adam Kadmon of the Kabbalists, and the androgyne man of Genesis 1 are also identical. Number 3, Manu Svayambhuva is Brahma, or the Logos, and he is Adam Kadmon, who in Genesis 4:5 separates himself into two halves, male and female, thus becoming Yahovah or Yehovah Eve, as Manu Svayambhuva or Brahma separates himself to become Brahma Viraj, and Vak Viraj, male and female. All the rests of the texts and versions are blinds. 4. Vak is the daughter of Brahma and is named Shatarupa, the hundred-formed, and Savitri, Generatrix, the mother of the gods and of all living. She is identical with Eve, the mother of all the lords or gods or of all living. Besides this, there are many other occult meanings. What is written on the subject in Isis Unveiled, although scattered about and very cautiously expressed at the time, is correct. Explaining esoterically Ezekiel's wheel, it is said of Jodhiva, or Jehovah, when the ternary is taken in the beginning of the tetragram, it expresses the divine creation spiritually, i.e. without any carnal sin. Taken at its opposite end, it expresses the latter. It is feminine. The name of Eve is composed of 3 letters. That of the primitive or heavenly Adam is written with 1 letter, Yod or Yod. Therefore, it must not be read Jehovah, but Eva or Eve. The Adam of the first chapter is the spiritual, therefore pure androgyne, Adam Kadmon. When woman issues from the left rib of the second Adam of dust, the pure Virgo is separated and falling into generation, or the downward cycle becomes Scorpio, emblem of sin and matter. While the ascending cycle points to the purely spiritual races, or the 10 pre-diluvian patriarchs, the Prajapatis and Sephiroth, led on by the creative deity himself, who is Adam Kadmon or Yod-Chiva. Spiritually, the lower one, Yehovah, is that of the terrestrial races, led on by Enoch or Libra, the 7th, who, because he is half divine, half terrestrial, it is said to have been taken by God alive. Enoch or Hermes or Libra are one. This is only one of several meanings. No need to remind the scholar that Scorpio is the astrological sign of the organs of reproduction. Like the Indian rishis, the patriarchs are all convertible in their numbers, as well as interchangeable. According to the subject to which they relate, they become 10, 12, 7, or 5, and even 14. And they have the same esoteric meaning as the Manus or rishis. Moreover, Jehovah, as may be shown, has a variety of etymologies, but only those are true which are found in the Kabbalah. Eve is the Old Testament term and was pronounced Yava. Inman suggests that it was contracted from the 2 words Yaho-Aya, Yaho-Yah, or Yaho-Izya. Punctuated it is, which is, however, a rabbinical caprice to associate it with the name Adonai, or which has the same points. It is curious and indeed hardly conceivable that the Jews anciently read the name Adonai when they had so many names of which Yeho and Yah and Ayah constituted a part. But so it was, and Philo-Biblos, who gives us the so-called fragment of Sankshunaethon, spelt it in the Greek letters. Yavo or Yivo. Theodore says that it was the Sumerians pronounced it Yava and the Jews Yaho. Professor Gibbs, however, suggests its punctuation thus, Yehovah, and he cut the Gordian knot of its true occult meaning. For in this last form, as a Hebrew verb, it means he will be. It was also derived from the Chaldaic verb inu, or iu, Eve, or iwa, Eva, to be, And so it was, since from Enosh, the son of man only, were the truly human races to begin and to be as males and females. This statement receives further corroboration inasmuch as Parkhurst makes the verb to mean 1, to fall down, i.e. into generation or matter, and 2, to be to continue as a race. The aspirate of the word Eva, to be being, Eve, which is the feminine of, and the same as Hebe, the Grecian goddess of youth and the Olympian bride of Heracles, makes the name Jehovah appear still more clearly in its primitive double-sexed form. Finding in Sanskrit such syllables as Ya and Ya, example Yanavi, Ganges, and Yaganantha, Lord of the World, it becomes clear why Mr. Rawlinson is so very confident in his works of an Aryan or Vedic influence on the early mythology of Babylon. Nor is it to be much wondered at that the alleged 10 tribes of Israel disappeared during the captivity period without leaving a trace behind them, when we are informed that the Jews had de facto but 2 tribes, those of Judah and of Levi. The Levites, moreover, were not a tribe at all, but a priestly caste. The descendants have only followed their progenitors, the various patriarchs, into thin sidereal air. They were Brahms and Abrams in days of old, truly, and before the first Jew had been born. Every nation held its first god and gods to be androgynous, nor could it be otherwise, since they regarded their distant primeval progenitors, their dual-sexed ancestors, as divine beings and gods, just as do the Chinese to this day. And they were divine in one sense, and also was their first human progeny, the mind-born, primitive humanity, which was most assuredly bisexual, as all the more ancient symbols and traditions show. Under the emblematical devices and peculiar phraseology of the priesthood of old lie latent hints of scientists as yet undiscovered during the present cycle. Well acquainted as may be a scholar with the hieratic writing and hierological system of the Egyptians, he must first of all learn to sift their records. He has to assure himself, compass and rule in hand, that the picture writing he is examining fits, to a line, certain fixed geometrical figures, which are the hidden keys to such records, before he ventures on an interpretation. But there are myths which speak for themselves. In this class, we may include the double-sexed first creators of every cosmogony. The Greek Zeus Zen, ether, and Sithonia, the chaotic earth, and Metis, water, his wives Osiris and Isis Latona, the former god also representing ether, the first emanation of the supreme deity, Amun, the primeval source of light, the goddess earth and water again, Mithras, the rock-born god, the symbol of the male mundane fire, or the personified primordial light, and Mithra, the fire goddess, at once his mother and his wife, the pure element of fire, the active or male principle, regarded as light and heat in conjunction with earth and water, or matter, the female or passive element of cosmical generation. All these are records of the primeval divine hermaphrodite. Stanza 6. The evolution of the sweat-born. 22. The evolution of 3 races continued. 23. The second race creates the third and perishes. 22. Then the second evolved the egg-born, the third. The sweat grew, its drops grew, and the drops became hard and round. The sun warmed it, the moon cooled and shaped it, the wind fed it until its ripeness. The white swan from the starry vault overshadowed the big drop. The egg of the future race, the man swan of the later third, A. First male-female, then man and woman, B. A. The text of the stanza clearly implies that the human embryo was nourished ab extra by cosmic forces, and that the father-mother furnished apparently the germ that ripened, in all probability a sweat-born egg, to be hatched out in some mysterious way disconnected from the double parent. It is comparatively easy to conceive of an oviparous humanity, since even now man is, in one sense, egg-born. Magendie, moreover, in his Précis élémentaire de physiologie, citing a case where the umbilical cord was ruptured and perfectly scissorized, yet the infant was born alive, pertinently asked, how was the circulation carried on in this organ? On the next page, he says, nothing is at present known respecting the use of digestion in the fetus, and respecting its nutrition, he propounds this query. What then can we say of the nutrition of the fetus? Physiological works contain only vague conjectures at this point. But the skeptic may urge, Magendie's book belongs to the last generation, and science has since made such strides that his stigma of ignorance can no longer be fixed upon the profession. Indeed, let us turn to a very great authority upon physiology, viz. Sir Michael Foster, and to the disadvantage of modern science we shall find him saying, concerning the rise and development of this functional activities of the embryo, our knowledge is almost a blank. We know scarcely anything about the various steps by which the primary fundamental qualities of the protoplasm of the ovum are differentiated into the complex phenomena which we have attempted in this book to explain. The students of Trinqual Cantab will now kindly draw a veil before the statue of Hygeia and bandage the eyes of the busts of Galen and Hippocrates, lest they look reproachfully at their degenerate descendants. One further fact we must note, Sir Michael Foster is discreetly silent about the case of the ruptured umbilical cord cited by his great French confrère. B. This is a very curious statement, as explained in the commentaries. To make it clear, the first race having created the second by budding, as explained above, the second race gives birth to the third, which itself is separated into three distinct divisions, consisting of men differently procreated. The first two of these are produced by an oviparous method, presumably unknown to modern natural history, while the early subraces of the third humanity procreated their species by a kind of exudation of moisture or vital fluid, the drops of which coalescing formed an oviform ball, or shall we say egg, that served as an extraneous vehicle for the generation therein of a fetus and child. The mode of procreation by the later subraces changed in its results at all events. The little ones of the earlier subraces were entirely sexless, shapeless, even for all one knows, but those of the later subraces were born androgynous. It is in the third race that the separation of sexes occurred. From being previously asexual, humanity became distinctly hermaphrodite or bisexual, and finally the man-bearing eggs began to give birth, gradually and almost imperceptibly in their evolutionary development. First to beings in which one sex predominated over the other, and finally to distinct men and women. And now let us search for corroboration of these statements in the religious legends of East and West. Let us take the egg-born race first. Think of Kashyapa, the Vedic sage, and the most prolific of creators. He was the son of Marichi, Brahma's mind-born son, and he is made to become the father of the Nagas, or serpents, among other beings. Exoterically, the Nagas are semi-divine beings which have a human face and the tail of a serpent. Yet there was a race of Nagas, said to be 1,000 in number only, born or rather sprung from Kadru, Kashyapa's wife, for the purpose of peopling Patal, which is undeniably America, as will be shown. And there was a Naga Dvipa, one of the 7 divisions of Bharatavarsha, India, inhabited by people bearing the same name, who are allowed, even by some Orientalists, to be historical and to have left many a trace behind them to this day. Now, the point most insisted upon at present is that whatever origin be claimed for man, his evolution took place in this order. 1, sexless, as all the earlier forms are. 2, then by a natural transition, he became a solitary hermaphrodite, a bisexual being. And 3, finally separated and became what he is now. Science teaches us that all the primitive forms, though sexless, still retained the power of undergoing the processes of sexual multiplication. Why, then, should man be excluded from that law of nature? Bisexual reproduction is an evolution, a specialized and perfected form on the scale of matter of the fissiparous act of reproduction. Occult teachings are preeminently panspermic, and the early history of humanity is hidden only from ordinary mortals. Nor is the history of the primitive races buried for the initiates in the tomb of time, as it is for profane science. Therefore, supported on the one hand by that science which shows us progressive development, and on an internal cause for every external modification, as a law in nature, and on the other hand by an implicit faith in the wisdom. We may say pansophia, even, of the universal traditions gathered and preserved by the initiates, who have perfected them into an almost faultless system. Thus supported, we venture to state the doctrine clearly. In an able article written some 15 years ago, our learned and respected Professor Alexander Wilder of New York shows the absolute logic and necessity of believing the primeval race double-sexed, and gives a number of scientific reasons for it. He argues firstly that a large part of the vegetable creation exhibits the phenomenon of bisexuality, the Linnaean classification enumerating thus almost all plants. This is the case in the superior families of the vegetable kingdoms, as much as in the lower forms, from the hemp to the Lombardy poplar and ailanthus. In the animal kingdom also it is the same. In insect life, the moth generates a worm and the worm becomes a moth, as in the mysteries the great secret was expressed. Taurus draconum genuit et torum draco, the coral-producing family which, according to Agassiz, has spent many hundreds of thousands of years during the present geological period in building out the peninsula of Florida, produce their offspring from themselves like the buds and ramifications in a tree. Bees are somewhat in the same line. The aphids, or plant lice, keep house like Amazons, and virgin parents perpetuate the race for 10 successive generations. What say the old sages, the philosopher teachers of antiquity? Aristophanes speaks thus on the subject in Plato's Banquet. Our nature of old was not the same as it is now. It was androgynous, the form and name partaking of and being common to both the male and female. Their bodies were round and the manner of their running circular. They were terrible in force and strength and had prodigious ambition. Hence Zeus divided each of them in two, making them weaker. Apollo, under his direction, closed up the skin. Meschia and Messiane were but a single individual with the old Persians. They also taught that man was the product of the tree of life, growing in androgynous pairs, till they were separated at a subsequent modification of the human form. In the Book of the Generations, Toldeth, of Adam, the verse, God created, bara, brought forth, man in his image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. If read esoterically, will yield the true sense, viz. The Elohim, gods, brought forth from themselves, by modification, man in their image. Created they him, collective humanity or Adam, male and female he, collective deity them. This will show the esoteric point. The sexless race was their first production, a modification of and from themselves, the pure spiritual existences, and this was Adam's solus. Thence came the second race, Adam, Eve, or Yod-Heva, inactive androgynes, and finally the third, or the separating hermaphrodite, Cain and Abel, who produced the fourth, Seth, Enos, etc. It is this third, the last semi-spiritual race, which was also the last vehicle of the divine and innate wisdom, ingenerate in the Enochs, the seers of that mankind. The fourth, which had tasted the fruit of the tree of good and evil, wisdom already united to earthly and therefore impure intelligence, had consequently to acquire the wisdom by initiation and great struggle. And the union of wisdom and intelligence, the former ruling the latter, is called, in the Hermetic books, the God possessing the double fecundity of the two sexes. Mystically, Jesus was held to be man-woman. So also in the Orphic hymns sung during the mysteries, we find Zeus is a male, Zeus is an immortal maid. The Egyptian Ammon was the goddess Neph in his other half. Jupiter has female breasts. Venus is bearded in some of her statues, and Ila, the goddess, is also Sudyuma, the god, as Vevasvada's progeny. Says Professor Wilder, the name Adam, or man, itself implies this double form of existence. It is identical with Athamas, or Thomas, Tamil, Tam, which is rendered by the Greek Didymus, a twin. If therefore the first woman was formed subsequently to the first man, she must, as a logical necessity, be taken out of man. Accordingly, we read, and the side which the Lord God, Elohim, had taken from man, made he a woman. The Hebrew word here is zala, which bears the translation, we have given. It is easy to trace the legend in Berosus, who says that Thaleth, the Amaroka, or Lady Urka, was the beginning of creation. She was also Melita, the queen of the moon. The two memorable twin births of Genesis, that of Cain and Abel and of Esau and Jacob, shadow the same idea. The name Hebel is the same as Eve, and its characteristic seems to be feminine. Unto thee shall be his desire, said the Lord God to Cain, and thou shalt rule over him. The same language has been uttered to Eve. Thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. Thus the pristine bisexual unity of the human third race is an axiom in the Secret Doctrine. Its virgin individuals were raised to gods because that race represented their divine dynasty. That moderns are satisfied with worshipping the male heroes of the fourth race, who created gods after their own sexual image, whereas the gods of primeval mankind were male and female. As stated in Volume 1, the humanities developed coordinately and on parallel lines with the four elements, every new race being physiologically adapted to meet the additional element. Our fifth race is rapidly approaching the fifth element. Call it interstellar ether, if you will, which has more to do, however, with psychology than with physics. We men have learned to live in every climate, whether frigid or tropical, but the first two races had naught to do with climate, nor were very subservient to any temperature or change therein. And thus we are taught men lived down to the close, to the third root race, when eternal spring reigned over the whole globe, such as is now enjoyed by the inhabitants of Jupiter, a world which, as M. Camille Flammarion says, is not subject like our own to the vicissitudes of seasons, nor to abrupt alternations of temperature, but is enriched with all the treasures of eternal spring. Those astronomers who maintain that Jupiter is in a molten condition, in our sense of the term, are invited to settle their dispute with this learned French astronomer. It must, however, be always borne in mind that the eternal spring referred to is only a condition cognized as that by the Jovians. It is not spring as we know it. In this reservation it is to be found the reconciliation between the two theories here cited. Both embrace partial truths. It is thus a universal tradition that mankind has evolved gradually into its present shape from an almost transparent condition of texture, and neither by miracle nor by sexual intercourse. Moreover, this is in full accord with the ancient philosophies, from those of Egypt and India, with their divine dynasties, down to that of Plato. And all these universal beliefs must be classed with the presentiments and obstinate conceptions, some of them ineradicable in popular faiths. Such beliefs, as remarked by Louis Figuier, are frequently the outcome of the wisdom and observation of an infinite number of generations of men. For a tradition which has a uniform and universal existence has all the weight of scientific testimony. And there is more than one such tradition in the Puranic allegories, as has been shown. Moreover, the doctrine that the first race of mankind was formed out of the chayas, or astral images, of the Pitris, is fully corroborated in the Zohar. In the Zalam shadow image of Elohim, the Petrus, he made Adam, man. It has been repeatedly urged as an objection that, however high the degree of metaphysical thought in ancient India, yet the old Egyptians had nothing but crass idolatry and zoolatry to boast of. Hermes, as alleged, being the work of Greek mystics who lived in Egypt. To this an answer can be given. A direct proof that the Egyptians believed in the secret doctrine is that it was taught to them at initiation. Let the objectors open the Eclogue, Physic et Ethic of Stobaeus, the Greek compiler of ancient fragments who lived in the 5th century AD. The following is a transcription by him of an old Hermetic fragment showing the Egyptian theory of the soul. Translated word for word, it says, "From one soul, that of all, spring all the souls which spread themselves as if purposely distributed throughout the world. These souls undergo many transformations. Those which are already creeping creatures turn into aquatic animals. From these aquatic animals are derived land animals, and from the latter the birds. From the beings who live aloft in the air, heaven, men are born. On reaching that status of men, the souls receive the principle of conscious immortality, become spirits, and then pass into the choir of gods." 23. The self-born were the Chayas, the shadows from the bodies of the sons of twilight. Neither water nor fire could destroy them. Their sons were. This verse cannot be understood without the help of the commentaries. It means that the first root race, the shadows of the progenitors, could not be injured or destroyed by death. Being so ethereal and so little human in constitution, they could not be affected by any element, flood, or fire. But their sons, the second root race, could be and were so destroyed, as the progenitors merged wholly in their own astral bodies, which were their progeny. So their progeny was absorbed in its descendants, the sweat-born. These were the second humanity, composed of the most heterogeneous, gigantic semi-human monsters, the first attempts of material nature at building human bodies. The ever-blooming lands, Greenland among others, of the second continent were transformed, successively, from Edens with the eternal spring into Hyperborean Hades. This transformation was due to the displacement of the great waters of the globe, to oceans changing their beds, and the bulk of the second race perished in this first great throe of the evolution and consolidation of the globe during the human period. Of such great cataclysms there have already been 4, and we may expect the 5th for ourselves in due course of time. The accounts in the various Puranas about our progenitors are as contradictory in their details as everything else. Thus, while in the Rig Veda, Ida or Ila, it's called the instructress of Vivasvata Manu, Sayana makes her of a goddess presiding over the earth, and the Shatapatha Brahmana shows her to be the Manu's daughter, an offspring of his sacrifice, and later on his Vivasvata's wife, by whom he begat the race of Manus. In the Puranas, she is again Vivasvata's daughter, the wife of Buddha, wisdom, the illegitimate son of the moon, Soma, and the planet Jupiter's, Brihaspati's wife, Tara. All this, which seems a jumble to the profane, is full of philosophical meaning to the occultist. On the very face of the narrative, a secret and sacred meaning is perceivable. All the details, however, being so proposedly mixed up that the experienced eye of an initiate alone can follow them and place the events in their proper order. The story, as told in the Mahabharata, strikes the keynote, and yet it needs to be explained by the secret sense contained in the Bhagavad Gita. It is the prologue to the drama of our 5th humanity. While Vivasvata was engaged in devotion on the riverbank, a fish craves his protection from a bigger fish. He saves it and places it in a jar, where growing larger and larger it communicates to him the news of the forthcoming deluge. This fish is the well-known Matsya Avatara, the first avatara of Vishnu the Dagon, of the Chaldean Zisutras, and many other things besides. The story is too well known to need repetition. Vishnu orders a ship to be built in which Manu is saved along with the 7 rishis, according to the Mahabharata. This, however, being absent from other texts. Here the 7 rishis stand for the 7 races, the 7 principles, and various other things, for there is again a double mystery involved in this manifold allegory. We have said elsewhere that the Great Flood had several meanings, and that it referred, as also does the fall, to both spiritual and physical, both cosmic and terrestrial events. As above, so it is below. The ship or ark, navis, in short, being the symbol of the female generative principle, is typified in the heavens by the moon, and on earth by the womb, both being the vessels and bearers of the seeds of life and being, which the sun, or Vishnu, the male principle, vivifies and fructifies. The first cosmic flood refers to primordial creation, or the formation of heaven and the earths, in which case chaos and the great deep stand for the flood, and the moon for the mother, from whom proceed all the life germs. But the terrestrial deluge and its story has also its dual application. In one case, it has reference to that mystery when mankind was saved from utter destruction, by the mortal woman being made the receptacle of the human seed at the end of the 3rd race, and in the other, to the real and historical Atlantean submersion. In both cases, the host or the Manu which saved the seed is called Vivasvata Manu. Hence the diversity between the Puranic and other versions. While in the Shatapatha Brahmana, Vivasvata produces a daughter and begets from her the race of Manu, a reference to the first human Manushas, who had to create women by will, Kriya Shakti, before they were naturally born from the hermaphrodites as an independent sex, and were therefore regarded as their creator's daughters. The Puranic accounts make Ida or Ila the wife of Buddha, wisdom. This version refers to the events of the Atlantean flood, when Vivasvata, the great sage on earth, saved the 5th root race from being destroyed along with the remnants of the 4th. This is shown very clearly in the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna is made to say, "The 7 great rishis, the 4 preceding Manus, partaking of my essence, were born from my mind. From them sprang, was born, the human race and the world." Here, the 4 preceding Manus out of the 7 are the 4 races which have already lived, for Krishna belongs to the 5th race, his death having inaugurated the Kali Yuga. Thus, Vivasvata Manu, the son of Surya, the sun, and the savior of our race, is connected with the seed of life, both physically and spiritually. But at present, while speaking of all, we have to concern ourselves only with the first 2. The deluge is undeniably a universal tradition. Glacial periods were numerous, and so were the deluges, for various reasons. Stockwell and Kroll enumerate some half-dozen glacial periods and subsequent deluges, the earliest of all being dated by them 850,000 and the last about 100,000 years ago. But which was our deluge? Assuredly the former, the one which to this date remains recorded in the traditions of all peoples from the remotest antiquity, the one that finally swept away the last peninsulas of Atlantis, beginning with Ruta and Daitya, and ending with the comparatively small island mentioned by Plato. This is shown by the agreement of the certain details in all the legends. It was the last of its gigantic character, this little deluge, the traces of which Baron Bunsen found in Central Asia, and which he places at about 10,000 years BC, had nothing to do with either the semi-universal deluge or Noah's flood, the latter being a purely mythical rendering of old traditions, nor even with the submersion of the last Atlantean island, or at least having with them only a moral connection. Our 5th race, the non-initiated portions of it, hearing of many deluges, have confused them, and now know of but one. This one altered the whole aspect of the globe in its interchange and shifting of land and sea. We may compare the tradition of the Peruvians that the Incas, 7 in number, have repeopled the earth after the deluge. Humboldt mentions the Mexican version of the same legend, but confuses somewhat the details of the still preserved legend concerning the American Noah. Nevertheless, the eminent naturalist mentions twice 7 companions and the divine bird, which preceded the boat of the Aztecs, and thus makes 15 elect instead of the 7 and the 14. This was written probably under some involuntary reminiscence of Moses, who is said to have mentioned 15 grandsons of Noah who escaped with their grandsire. Then again, Xisuthros, the Chaldean Noah, is saved and translated alive to heaven, like Enoch, with the 7 gods, the Kebirim, or the 7 divine titans. Again, the Chinese Yao has 7 figures which sail with him and which he will animate when he lands and use for human seed. Osiris, when he enters the ark, or solar boat, takes 7 rays with him, etc. Samchuniathon makes the Elite, or Titans, the Kebirim, contemporary with Agruas, the great Phoenician god, whom Faber sought to identify with Noah. Further, it is suspected that the name Titan is derived from Titan, the fountains of the chaotic abyss. Tithias, or Titius, is the divine deluge, and thus the Titans, who are 7, are shown to be connected with the flood and the 7 rishis saved by Vivasvata Manu. These Titans are the sons of Kronos, time, and Re, the earth. And as Arguus, Saturn, and Siddiq are one and the same personage, and as the 7 Kabiri are also said to be the sons of Siddiq or Kronos Saturn, the Kabiri and Titans are identical. For once, the pious Faber was right in his conclusions when he wrote, "I have no doubt of the 7 Titans or Kabiri being the same also as the 7 rishis of the Hindu mythology, who are said to have escaped in a boat along with Menu, the head of the family." But he is less fortunate in his speculations when he adds, "The Hindus in their wild legend have variously perverted the history of Noachide. Yet it is remarkable that they seem to have religiously adhered to the number 7. Hence Captain Wilford very judiciously observes that perhaps the 7 Manus, the 7 Brahmadikas, with the 7 rishis are the same, and make only 7 individual persons. The 7 Brahmadikas were Prajapatis, or lords of the Prajas, or creatures. From them mankind was born, and they are probably the same with the 7 Menus. These 7 grand ancestors of the human race were created for the purpose of replenishing the earth with inhabitants. The mutual resemblance of the Kabiri, the Titans, the Rishis, and the Noetic family is too striking to be the effect of mere accident. Faber was led into this mistake and subsequently built his entire theory concerning the Kabiri on the fact that the name of the scripture Japhet is on the list of the Titans contained in a verse of the Orphic hymns. Accordingly to Orpheus, the names of the 7 Archite Titans, whom Faber refuses to identify with the impious Titans, their descendants were Cous, Croeus, Phorcys, Cronus, Oceanus, Hyperion, and Iapetus. But why could not the Babylonian Ezra have adopted the name of Iapetus for one of Noah's sons? The Kabiri, who are the Titans, are also called Manes, and their mother Mania, according to Arnobius. The Hindus can therefore claim with far more reason that the Manes mean their Manus, and their Mania is the female Manu of the Ramayana. Mania is Ila, or Ida, the wife and daughter of Vivasvata Manu, from whom he begot the race of Manus. Like Re, the mother of the Titans, she is the earth, Sayana making her the goddess of the earth, and she is but the second edition and repetition of Vak. Both Ida and Vak are turned into males and females, Ida becoming Sudyumna, and Vak, the female Viraj, turning into a woman in order to punish the Gandharvas. One version referring to the cosmic and divine theogony, the other to the later period. The Manas and Mania of Arnobius are names of Indian origin, appropriated by the Greeks and Latins and disfigured by them. Thus it is no accident, but the result of one archaic doctrine, common to all, of which the Israelites, through Ezra, the author of the modernized Mosaic books, were the latest adapters. So unceremonious were they with the other people's property that the pseudo-Berosus shows that Titaea, of whom Diodorus Siculus makes the mother of the Titans or Diluvians, was the wife of Noah. Faber calls him the pseudo-Berosus, yet accepts the information in order to register one proof more that the pagans have borrowed all their gods from the Jews by transforming patriarchal material. According to our humble opinion, this is one of the best proofs possible of exactly the reverse. It shows as clearly as facts can show that it is the biblical pseudo-personages which are all borrowed from pagan myths, if myths they must be. It shows at any rate that Berosus was well aware of the source of Genesis, and that it bore the same cosmic astronomical characters as the allegories of Isis Osiris and the Ark, and other older archite symbols. For Berosus says that Titaea Magna was afterwards called Aricia and worshipped with the earth. And this identifies Titaea, Noah's consort, with Re, the mother of the Titans, and with Ida, being both goddesses who preside over the earth and the mothers of the Manus and Menes, or Titan Kabiri. And Titaea Aricia was worshipped as Hortia, says the same Berosus, and this is a title of Vesta, goddess of the earth. Scarcely an ancient poet of historic or prehistoric days fails to mention the sinking of the two continents, often called isles, in one form or another, hence the destruction, besides Atlantis, of Phlegian Island. Pausanias and Nonus both tell how. From its deep-rooted base, the Phlegian side, stern Neptune shook and plunged beneath the waves its impious inhabitants. Faber felt convinced that the Phlegian island was Atlantis, but all such allegories are more or less distorted echoes of the Hindu tradition and about that great cataclysm, which befell the fourth, really human, though gigantic race, the one which preceded the Aryan. Yet, as just said, like all other legends, the legends of the deluge has more than one meaning. It refers in theogony to pre-cosmic transformations, to spiritual correlations, however absurd the term may sound to a scientific ear, and also to subsequent cosmogony, to the great flood of waters, matter, and chaos, awakened and fructified by those spirit rays which were swamped by and perished in the mysterious differentiation, a pre-cosmic mystery, the prologue to the drama of being. Anu, Bel, and Noah preceded Adam Kadmon, Adam the Red, and Noah, just as Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva preceded Vivasvata and the rest. All this goes to show that the semi-universal deluge known to geology, the first glacial period, must have occurred just as the time allotted to it by the Secret Doctrine, namely 200,000 years in round numbers after the commencement of our fifth race, or about the time assigned by Messrs. Kroll and Stockwell for the first glacial period, i.e. about 850,000 years ago. Thus, as the latter disturbance is attributed by geologists and astronomers to an extreme eccentricity of the Earth's orbit, and as the Secret Doctrine attributes it to the same source, but with the addition of another factor, the shifting of the Earth's axis, a proof of which may be found in the Book of Enoch, in the veiled language of the Puranas be not understood. All this should tend to show that the ancients knew something of the modern discoveries of science. Enoch, when speaking of the great inclination of the Earth, which is in travail, is quite significant and clear. Is not this evident? Noah is Noah, floating on the waters in his ark, the latter being the emblem of Arga, or moon, the feminine principle. Noah is the spirit falling into matter. We find him as soon as he descends upon the earth, planting a vineyard, drinking of the wine and getting drunk thereon, i.e. the pure spirit becomes intoxicated as soon as it is finally imprisoned in matter. The 7th chapter of Genesis is only another version of the first. Thus, while the latter reads, "And darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters," in the former it is said, "And the waters prevailed. And the ark went with Noah, the Spirit, upon the face of the waters." Thus Noah, if identical with the Chaldean Nuah, is the spirit vivifying matter, which latter is chaos, represented by the deep or the waters of the flood. In the Babylonian legend, the pre-cosmical blended with the terrestrial event, it is Ishtar, Ashtaroth, or Venus, the lunar goddess, who is shut up in the ark and sends out a dove in search of dry land. George Smith notes in the tablets first the creation of the moon, and then that of the sun. Its beauty and perfection are extolled, and the regularity of its orbit, which led to its being considered the type of a judge and the regulator of the world. If this story related simply to a cosmogonical cataclysm, even when the latter universal, why should the goddess Ishtar or Ashtaroth, the moon, speak of the creation of the sun after the deluge? The waters might have reached as high as the mountain of Nizir in the Chaldean version, or Jebel Judi, the deluge mountains of the Arabian legend, or yet Ararat of the biblical narrative, and even the Himalaya or the Hindu tradition, and yet not have reached the sun. The Bible itself stops short of such a miracle. It is evident that the deluge to the people who first recorded it had another meaning, less problematical and far more philosophical than that of a universal deluge, of which there are no geological traces whatever. As all such cataclysms are periodical and cyclical, and as Manu Vevasvada figures as a generic character under various circumstances and events, there seemed to be no serious objection to the supposition that the first great flood had an allegorical as well as a cosmic meaning, and that it had at the end of the Satya Yuga, the age of truth, when the second root race, the Manu with bones, made its primeval appearance as the sweat-born. The second flood, the so-called universal, which affected the fourth root race, now conveniently regarded by theology as the accursed race of giants, the Canaanites and the sons of Ham, is the flood which was first perceived by geology. If one carefully compares the accounts in the various legends of the Chaldees and other exoteric works of the nations, it will be found that all of them agree with the orthodox narratives given in the Brahmanical books. And it may be perceived that while in the first account there is no god or mortal yet on earth, when Manu Vevasvada lands on Himavan, in the second, the 7 rishis are allowed to keep him company, thus showing that whereas some accounts refer to the sidereal and cosmic flood before the so-called creation, the others treat one of the great flood of matter on earth, and the other a real watery deluge. In the Shatapatha Brahmana, Manu finds that the flood had swept away all living creatures, and he alone was left, i.e. the seed of life alone remained from the previous dissolution of the universe, or Mahapralaya, after a day of Brahma. And the Mahabharata refers simply to the geological cataclysm which swept away nearly all the fourth race to make room for the fifth. Therefore is Vevasvada Manu shown under 3 distinct attributes in our esoteric cosmogony, as the root Manu on globe A in the first round, B as the seed of life on globe D in the 4th round, and C as the seed of man at the beginning of every root race, in our 5th race especially. The very commencement of the latter witnesses during the Devapara Yuga, the destruction of the accursed sorcerers, of that island, Plato speaks only of its last island, beyond the Pillars of Hercules, in the Atlantic Ocean, from which there was an easy transition to other islands in the neighborhood of another large continent, America. It is this Atlantic land which was connected with the White Island, and this White Island was Ruta. But it was not the Atala and the White Devil of Colonel Wilford as already shown. It may well be remarked here that the Vapara Yuga lasts 864,000 years according to the Sanskrit texts, and that if the Kali Yuga began about 5,000 years ago, that is just 869,000 years since that destruction took place. Again, these figures are not very widely different from those given by geologists who place their glacial period at 850,000 years ago. The Shatapatha then tells us that a woman was produced who came to Manu and declared herself his daughter, with whom he lived and begat the offspring of Manu. This refers to the physiological transformation of sexes during the third root race, and the allegory is too transparently clear to need much explanation. Of course, as already remarked, in the separation of sexes, an androgyne being was supposed to divide his body into two halves, as in the case of Brahma and Vak and even Adam and Eve. And thus the female is, in a certain sense, his daughter, just as he will be her son, the flesh of his and her flesh, and the bone of his and her bone. Let it be also remembered that not one of our Orientalists has yet learned to discern in those contradictions and amazing nonsense, as some call the Puranas, that a reference to a Yuga may mean a round, a root race, and often a sub-race, as well as form a page torn out of pre-cosmic theogony. This double and triple meaning is proved by various references to one and the same individual, apparently, under an identical name, while in reality the references are to events divided by entire kalpas. A good instance is that of Ila. She is first represented as one thing and then as another. In the exoteric legends, it is said that Manu Vevasvata, desiring to create sons, instituted a sacrifice to Mitra and Varuna. But, though a mistake of the officiating Brahmin, a daughter only was obtained, Ila or Ida. Then, through the favorite of the two deities, her sex is changed and she becomes a man, Sudyumna. Then she is again turned into a woman, and so on. The fable adding that Shiva is her consort were pleased that she should be male 1 month and a female another. This has a direct reference to the third root race, whose men were androgynes. But some very learned occultists think they have declared that Ida is primarily food, nourishment, or a libation of milk, thence a stream of praise personified as the goddess of speech. The profane are not told, however, the reason why a libation of milk or a stream of praise should be male or female by turn, unless, indeed, there is some internal evidence which the occultists fail to perceive. In its most mystical meaning, the union of Swayambhuva Manu with Vak Shatarupa, his own daughter, this being the first ehumerization of the dual principle of which Vevasvata Manu and Ila are a secondary and third form, stands in cosmic symbolism as the root life, the germ from which spring all the solar systems, the worlds, angels, and the gods. For as says Vishnu, from Manu all creation, gods, asuras, man must be produced. By him the world must be created, that which moves and moveth not. But we may find worse opponents than even the Western scientists and Orientalists. If, on the question of figures, Brahmins may agree with our teaching, we are not so sure that some of the orthodox conservatives may not raise objections to the modes of procreation attributed to their Petri Devitas. We shall be called upon to produce the works from which we quote, and we will invite them to read their own Puranas a little more carefully and with an eye to the esoteric meaning. And then, we repeat again, they will find, under the veil of more or less transparent allegories, every statement made herein corroborated by their own works. 1 or 2 instances have already been given as regards the appearance of the second race, which is called the sweat-born. This allegory is regarded as a fairy tale, and yet it conceals a psychophysiological phenomena, and one of the greatest mysteries of nature. But in view of the chronological statements made herein, it is natural to ask, could men exist 18 million years ago? To this, occultism answers in the affirmative, notwithstanding all scientific objectors. Moreover, this duration covers only the Vevasvata Manu, man, i.e. the male and female entity already separated into distinct sexes. The 2.5 races that preceded that event may have lived 300 million years ago for all that science can tell, for the geological and physical difficulties in the way of the theory could not exist for the primeval ethereal man of the occult teachings. The whole issue of the quarrel between the profane and the esoteric sciences depends upon the belief in and demonstration of the existence of an astral body within the physical, the former independent of the latter. Paul Dacier, the positivist, seems to have proven the fact pretty plainly, not to speak of the accumulated testimony of the ages and that of the modern spiritualists and mystics. It will be found difficult to reject this fact in our age of proofs, tests, and ocular demonstrations. The Secret Doctrine maintains that, notwithstanding the general cataclysms and disturbances of the fourth round of our globe, which, owing to its being the period of its greatest physical development, for the fourth round is the middle point of the life cycle allotted to it, were far more terrible and intense than during any of the three preceding rounds, the cycles of its earlier psychic and spiritual life and of its semi-ethereal conditions. Physical humanity had existed upon it for the last 18 million years. This period was preceded by 300 million years of the mineral and vegetable development. To this, all those who refuse to accept the theory of a boneless, purely ethereal man will object. Science, which knows only of physical organisms, will feel indignant, and materialistic theology still more so. The former will object on logical and reasonable grounds, based on the preconception that all animate organisms have always existed on the same plane of materiality in all the ages. The latter on a tissue of most absurd fictions. The ridiculous claim usually brought forward by theologians is based on the virtual assumption that mankind, read Christians, on this planet have the honor of being the only human beings in the whole cosmos who dwell on a globe, and that they are consequently the best of their kind. The occultists, who believe firmly in the teachings of the mother philosophy, repel the objections of both theologians and scientists. They maintain on their side that even during those periods, when there must have been insufferable heat, even at the two poles, with successive floods, upheaval of the valleys, and constant shifting of the great waters and seas, none of these circumstances could form an impediment to human life and organization, such as is assigned by them to early mankind. Neither the heterogeneity of ambient regions, full of deleterious gases, nor the perils of a crust hardly consolidated, could prevent the first and second races from making their appearance even during the Carboniferous or the Silurian age itself. Thus the monads destined to animate future races were ready for the new transformation. They had passed their phases of immaterialization of plant and animal life, from the lowest to the highest, and were waiting for their human, more intelligent form. Yet what could the plastic modelers do but follow the laws of evolutionary nature? Could they, as claimed by the biblical dead letter, form Lord God? Like, or as Pygmalion in the Greek allegory, Adam, Galatia, out of volcanic dust and breathe a living soul into man? No, because the soul was already there, latent in its monad, and needed but a coating. Pygmalion, who fails to animate his statue, and Bahak Zivo of the Nazarene Gnostics, who fails to construct a human soul in the creature, are, as conceptions, far more philosophical and scientific than Adam, taken in the dead letter sense, or the biblical Elohim creators. Esoteric philosophy, which teaches spontaneous generation, after the Shishta and Prajapati have thrown the seed of life on the earth, shows the lower angels able to construct physical man only. Even with the help of nature, after having evolved the ethereal form out of themselves, and leaving the physical form to evolve gradually from its ethereal, or what would now be called protoplasmic model. This will again be objected to. Spontaneous generation is an exploded theory, we shall be told. Pasteur's experiments disposed of it 20 years ago, and Professor Tyndall is against it. Well, suppose he is. He ought to know that, should spontaneous generation be indeed proven impossible in our present world period and actual conditions, which the occultists deny, still it would be no demonstration that it could not have taken place under different cosmic conditions, not only in the seas of the Laurentian period, but even on the then convulsed earth. It would be interesting to know how science could ever account for the appearance of species and life on Earth, especially of man, once that she rejects both the biblical teachings and spontaneous generation. Pasteur's observations, however, are far from being perfect or proven. Blanchard and Dr. Letau reject their importance, and in fact show that they have none. The question is so far left, prejudice. The question is so far left, subjudice, as well as the other as to when at that period life appeared on the earth. As to the idea that Haeckel's moneron, a pinch of salt, has solved the problem of the origin of life, it is simply absurd. Those materialists who feel inclined to poo-poo the theory of the self-existent, the self-born heavenly man, represented as an ethereal, astral man, must excuse even a tyro in occultist laughing, in his turn at some speculations of modern thought. After proving most learnedly that the primitive speck of protoplasm, moneron, is neither animal nor plant but both, and that it has no ancestors among either of these, since it is that moneron which serves as a point of departure for all organized existence, we are finally told that the monero are their own ancestors. This may be very scientific, but it is very metaphysical also, too much so even for the occultist. If spontaneous generation has changed its methods now, owing perhaps to accumulated material on hand, so as to almost escape detection, it was nevertheless in full swing in the genesis of terrestrial life. Even the simple physical form and the evolution of species show how nature proceeds. The scale-bound gigantic saurian, the winged pterodactyl, the megalosaurus, and the 100-foot-long iguanodon of the later period are the transformations of the earliest representatives of the animal kingdom found in the sediments of the primary epoch. There was a time when all the above enumerated antediluvian monsters appeared as filamentoid infusoria, without shell or crust, with neither nerves, muscles, organs, nor sex, and reproduced their kind by gemmation. As do microscopical animals also, the architects and builders of our mountain ranges. Agreeably to the teachings of science, why not man in this case? Why should he not follow the same law in his growth, i.e. gradual condensation? Every unprejudiced person would prefer to believe that primeval humanity had at first an ethereal, or if so preferred, a huge filamentoid jelly-like form evolved by gods or natural forces, which grew, condensed throughout millions of ages and become gigantic in its physical impulse and tendency, until it settled into the huge physical form of the fourth race of man. Rather than believe him be created of the dust of the earth, literally, or from some unknown anthropoid ancestor. Nor does our esoteric theory clash with scientific data, except on first appearance, as Dr. A. Wilson, FRS, says in a letter to Knowledge, December 23, 1881. Evolution, rather nature, in the light of evolution, has only been studied for some 25 years or so. That is, of course, a mere fractional space in the history of human thought. And just because of this, we do not lose all hope that materialistic science will amend its ways, and will gradually accept the esoteric teachings, if even at first divorced from their, to science, too metaphysical elements. Has the last word on the subject of human evolution yet been said? As Professor Huxley says, each such answer to the great question, man's real place in nature, invariably asserted by the followers of its propounder, if not by himself, to be complete and final, remains in high authority and esteem. It may be 1 century, it may be for 20, but as invariably, time proves each reply to have been a mere approximation to the truth, tolerable chiefly on account of the ignorance of those by whom it was accepted, and wholly intolerable when tested by the larger knowledge of their successors. Will this eminent Darwinian admit the possibility of his pithecoid ancestry being assignable to the list of wholly intolerable beliefs in the larger knowledge of occultists? But whence the savage? Mere rising to the civilized state does not account for the evolution of form. In the same letter, The Evolution of Man, Dr. Wilson makes other strange confessions. Thus, he observes in his answer to the queries put to knowledge by G.M., has evolution affected any change in man? If so, what change? If not, why not? If we refuse to admit, as science does, that man was created a perfect being and then became degraded, there exists only another supposition, that of evolution. If man has arisen from a savage to a civilized state, that surely is evolution. We do not yet know because such knowledge is difficult to acquire, if the human frame is subject to the same influences as those of lower animals. But there is little doubt that elevation from savagery to civilized life means and implies evolution, and that of considerable extent. Mentally, man's evolution cannot be doubted. The ever-widening sphere of thought is sprung from small and rude beginnings, like language itself. But man's ways of life, his power of adaptation to his surroundings, and countless other circumstances have made the facts and course his evolution very difficult to trace. This very difficulty ought to make the evolutionists more cautious in their affirmations. But why is evolution impossible if man was created a perfect being and then became degraded? At best, it can only apply to the outward physical man. As remarked in Isis Unveiled, Darwin's evolution begins at the middle point, instead of commencing from man, as for everything else, from universals. The Aristotle-Baconian method may have its advantages, but it has undeniably already demonstrated its defects. Pythagoras and Plato, who proceeded from universals downwards, are now shown more learned in the light of modern science than was Aristotle. For the latter opposed and denounced the idea of the revolution of the earth and even of its rotundity when writing, "Almost all who affirm what they have studied heaven in its uniformity claim that the earth is in the center, but the philosophers of the Italian school, otherwise called the Pythagoreans, teach entirely the contrary." This because the Pythagoreans were initiates and followed the deductive method, whereas Aristotle, the father of the inductive system, complained of those who taught that the center of our system was occupied by the sun, and the earth was only a star, which by a rotary motion around the same center produces night and day. The same with regard to man. The theory taught in the Secret Doctrine, and now expounded, is the only one which, without falling into the absurdity of a miraculous man created out of the dust of the earth, or the still greater fallacy of man evolving from a pinch of lime salt, the ex-protoplasmic moneron, can account for his appearance on earth. Analogy is the guiding law in nature, the only true Ariadne's thread that can lead us through the inextricable paths of her domain toward her primal and final mysteries. Nature, as a creative potency, is infinite, and no generation of physical scientists can ever boast of having exhausted the list of her ways and methods, however uniform the laws upon which she proceeds. If we can conceive of a ball of fire mist as it rolls through the eons of time in the interstellar spaces, becoming gradually a planet, a self-luminous globe, to settle into a man-bearing world of Earth, thus having passed from a soft plastic body into a rock-bound globe, and if we see on it everything evolving from the non-nucleated jelly speck that becomes the sarcode of the moneron, then passes from its protistic state into the form of an animal, to grow into a gigantic reptilian monster of the Mesozoic times, then dwindling again into the comparatively dwarfish crocodile, now confined solely to tropical regions, and the universally common lizard. If we can now conceive all this, then how can man alone escape the general law? There were giants on earth in those days, says Genesis, repeating the statement of all the other Eastern scriptures, and the Titans are founded on an anthropological and physiological fact. And as the hard-shelled crustacean was once upon a time a jelly speck, a thoroughly homogeneous particle of albumin in a firmly adhesive condition, so was the outward covering of primitive man, his early coat of skin plus an immortal spiritual monad and a psychic temporary form and body within that shell. The modern, hard, muscular man, almost impervious to any climate, was perhaps some 25 million years ago. Just what the Hegelian moneron is, strictly an organism without organs, an entirely homogeneous substance with a structureless albumum body within, and a human form only outwardly. No man of science has the right, in this century, to find the figures of the Brahmins in the question of chronology preposterous, for their own calculations often exceed by far the claims made by esoteric science. This may easily be shown. Helmholtz calculated the cooling of the Earth from a temperature of 2,000 degrees to 200 degrees centigrade. Must have occupied a period of no less than 350 million years. Western science, including geology, seems generally to allow our globe an age of about 500 million years altogether. Sir William Thomson, however, limits the appearance of the earliest vegetable life to 100 million years ago, a statement respectfully contradicted by the archaic records. Speculations, furthermore, vary daily in the domains of science. Meanwhile, some geologists are very much open to such limitation. Vogler calculates that the time requisite for the deposit of the strata known to us must at least have amounted to 648 millions of years. Both time and space are infinite and eternal. The earth as a material existence is indeed infinite. The changes only which it has undergone can be determined by finite periods of time. We must therefore assume that the starry heaven is not merely in space, which no astronomer doubts, but also in time, without beginning or end, that it never was created and is imperishable. Sobel repeats exactly what the occultists say, but the Aryan occultists, we may be told, knew nothing of these later speculations. As Coleman says, they were even ignorant of the globular form of our earth. To this, the Vishnu Purana contains a reply, which has forced certain Orientalists to open their eyes very wide. The sun is stationed for all time in the middle of the day, and over against midnight in all the Vipas, continents, Maitreya, but the rising and setting of the sun being perpetually opposite to each other, and in the same way, all the cardinal points, and do the cross points, Maitreya, people speak of the rising of the sun where they see it, and where the sun disappears, there to them it is setting. Of the sun, which is always in one and the same place, there is neither setting nor rising. For what is called rising and setting are only the seeing and the not seeing the sun. To this Fitzedward, Hall remarks, the heliocentrism taught in this passage is remarkable. It is contradicted, however, a little further on. Contradicted purposely because it was a secret temple teaching. Martin Haug remarked the same teaching in another passage. It is useless to calumniate the Aryans any longer. To return to the chronology of the geologists and anthropologists, we are afraid science has no reasonable grounds on which she could oppose the views of the occultists in this direction, except that of man, the highest organic being of creation. Not a trace was found in the primary strata. Only in the uppermost, the so-called alluvial layer, is all that can be urged so far. That man was not the last member in this mammalian family, but the first in this round is something that science will be forced to acknowledge one day. A similar view also has already been mooted in France on very high authority, that man can be shown to have lived in the mid-tertiary period, and in a geological age where there did not yet exist one single specimen of the now known species of mammals, is a statement that science cannot deny, and which has now been proven by quatrophages. But even supposing his existence in the Eocene period is not yet demonstrated, what period of time has elapsed since the Cretaceous period? We are aware of the fact that only the boldest geologists dare place man further back than that of the Miocene age. But how long, we ask, is the duration of these ages and periods since the Mesozoic time? On this, after a good deal of speculation and wrangling, science is silent. The greatest authorities upon the subject being compelled to answer to the question, we do not know. This ought to show that the men of science are no greater authorities in this matter than are the profane. If, according to Professor Huxley, the time represented by the coal formation alone would be 6 million years, how many more millions would be required to cover the time from the Jurassic period or the middle of the so-called reptilian age, when the third race appeared, up to the Miocene, when the bulk of the fourth race was submerged? The writer is aware that those specialists, whose computations of the ages of the globe and man are the most liberal, have always had the shire majority against them. But this proves very little, since the majority rarely, if ever, turns out to be right in the long run. Harvey stood alone for many years. The advocates for crossing the Atlantic with steamers were in danger of ending their days in a lunatic asylum. Mesmer is classed to this day in the encyclopedias, along with Cagliostro and Saint Germain, as a charlatan and impostor. And now that Messrs. Charcot and Richer have vindicated Mesmer's claims, and that mesmerism under its new name of hypnotism, a false nose on a very old face, is accepted by science, it does not strengthen our respect for that majority. When we see the ease and unconcern with which its members treat of hypnotism, of telepathic impacts, and its other phenomena, they speak of it in short as if they had believed therein since the days of Solomon, and had not only a few years ago called its votaries lunatics and impostors. The same revulsion of thought is in store for the long period of years which esoteric philosophy claims as the age of sexual and physiological mankind. Therefore, even the stanza which says, "The mind-born, the boneless, gave being to the will-born with bones," adding that this took place in the middle of the third race 18 million years ago, has yet a chance of being accepted by future scientists. As far as 19th century thought is concerned, we shall be told, even by some personal friends who are imbued with an abnormal respect for the shifting conclusions of science, that such a statement is absurd. How much more improbable will appear our further assertion, viz., that the antiquity of the first race dates back millions of years beyond this again. For although the exact figures are withheld, and it is out of the question to refer the incipient evolution of the primeval divine races with certainty to either the early secondary or the primary ages of geology, one thing is clear, that the figures 18 millions of years which embrace the duration of sexual physical man have to be enormously increased if the whole process of spiritual, astral, and physical development is taken into account. Many geologists, indeed, consider that the duration of the Quaternary and Tertiary ages demands the concession of such an estimate, and it is quite certain that no terrestrial conditions, whatever negative the hypothesis of an Eocene man, if evidence for his reality is forthcoming, occultists who maintain that the above date carries us far back into the secondary or reptilian age may refer to M. de Quatrefages in support of the possible existence of man in that remote antiquity. But with regard to the earliest root races, the case is very different. If the thick agglomeration of vapors charged with carbonic acid that escaped from the soil, or was held in suspension in the atmosphere since the commencement of sedimentation, offered a fatal obstacle to the life of human organisms as now known, how, it will be asked, could the primeval men have existed? This consideration is, in reality, out of court. Such terrestrial conditions as were then operative had no touch with the plane on which the evolution of the ethereal astral races proceeded. Only in relatively recent geological periods has the spiral course of cyclic law swept mankind into the lowest grade of physical evolution, the plane of gross material causation. In those early ages, astral evolution was alone in progress, and the two planes, the astral and the physical, though developing on parallel lines, had no point direct contacts with one another. It is obvious that a shadow-like ethereal man is related by virtue of his organization, if such it can be called, only to that plane from which the substance of the apody is derived. There are things perhaps that may have escaped the far-seeing, but not all-seeing eyes of our modern naturalists. Yet it is nature herself who undertakes to furnish the missing links. Agnostic speculative thinkers have to choose between the version given by the secret doctrine of the East and the hopelessly materialistic Darwinian and biblical accounts of the origin of man, between no soul and no spiritual evolution, and the occult doctrine which repudiates special creation and the evolutionist anthropogenesis equally. Again, to take up the question of spontaneous generation, life, as science shows, has not always reigned on this terrestrial plane. There was a time when even the Haeckelien moneron, that simple globule of protoplasm, had not appeared yet at the bottom of the seas. Whence came the impulse which caused the molecules of carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, etc. to group themselves into the Urschleim of Aachen, that organic slime now Christian protoplasm? What were the prototypes of the Monera? They at least could not have fallen in meteorites from other globes already formed, Sir William Thomson's wild theory to this effect notwithstanding. And even if they had so fallen, if our Earth got its supply of life germs from other planets, who or what had carried them on these planets? Here again, unless the occult teaching is accepted, we are compelled once more to face a miracle, to accept the theory of a personal anthropomorphic creator, the attributes and definitions of whom, as formulated by the monotheists, clash as much with philosophy and logic as they degrade the ideal of an infinite universal deity, before whose incomprehensible awful grandeur the highest human intellect feels dwarfed. Let not the modern philosopher, while arbitrarily placing himself on the highest pinnacle of human intellectuality, hitherto evolved, show himself spiritually and intuitionally so far below the conceptions of even the ancient Greeks, themselves on a far lower level in these respects than the philosophers of Eastern Aryan antiquity. Hylozoism, when philosophically understood, is the highest aspect of pantheism. It is the only possible escape from idiotic atheism based on lethal materiality, and the still more idiotic anthropomorphic conceptions of the monotheists, between which it stands on its own entirely neutral ground. Hylozoism demands absolute divine thought, which would pervade the numberless active creating forces or creators which entities are moved by, and have their being in, from, and through that divine thought. The latter, nevertheless, having no personal concern in them or their creations, than the sun has in the sunflower and its seeds, or in vegetation in general. Such active creators are known to exist and are believed in because perceived and sensed by the inner man and the occultist. Thus, the latter says that an absolute deity having to be unconditioned and unrelated cannot be thought of at the same time as an active, creating, one living God, without immediate degradation of the ideal. A deity that manifests in space and time, these two being simply the forms of that which is the absolute all, can be but a fractional part of the whole. And since that all cannot be divided in its absoluteness, therefore that sensed creator, we say creators, can be at best but the mere aspect thereof. To use the same metaphor, inadequate to express the full idea, yet well adapted to the case in hand. These creators are like the numerous rays of the solar orb, which remains unconscious of and unconcerned in the work. While its mediating agents, the rays become the instrumental media every spring, the Manvantarg dawn of the earth, in fructifying and awakening the dormant vitality inherent in nature and its differentiated matter. This was so well understood in antiquity that even the moderately religious Aristotle remarked that such work of direct creation would be quite unbecoming to God. Plato and other philosophers taught the same. Deity cannot set its own hand to creation. This Cudworth calls hylozoism, as old Zeno is credited by Laertius with having said, "Nature is a habit moved from itself, according to seminal principles, perfecting and containing those several things which in determinate times are produced from it, and acting agreeably to that from which it was secreted." Let us return to our subject, pausing to think over it. Indeed, if there was vegetable life during those periods that could feed on the deleterious elements, and if there was even animal life whose aquatic organization could be developed, notwithstanding the supposed scarcity of oxygen, why could there not be human life also? In its incipient physical form, i.e., in a race of beings adopted for that geological period and its surroundings. Besides, science confesses that it knows nothing of the real length of geological periods. But the chief question before us is whether it is quite certain that from time to time of that which is called the Azoic Age, there ever was such an atmosphere as that hypothesized by the naturalists. Not all the physicists agree with this idea. Were the writer anxious to corroborate the teachings of the Secret Doctrine by exact science, it would be easy to show, on the admission of more than one physicist, that the atmosphere has changed little, if at all, since the first condensation of the oceans, i.e., since the Laurentian period, the Pyrolithic Age. Such, at any rate, is the opinion of Blanchard Semounier, and even of Bischoff, as the experience of the last scientists with basalts have shown. For were we to take the word of the majority of scientists as to the quantity of deadly gases and of elements entirely saturated with carbon and nitrogen, in which the vegetable and animal kingdoms are shown to have lived, thrive in, and developed, then one would have come to the curious conclusion that there were, in those days, oceans of liquid carbonic acid instead of water. With such an element, it becomes doubtful whether the ganoids or even the primitive trilobites themselves could live in the oceans of the primary age, let alone in those of the Silurian, as shown by Blanchard. The conditions that were necessary for the earliest race of mankind, however, require no elements, whether simple or compound. That which was stated at the beginning is maintained. The spiritual ethereal entity which lived in spaces unknown to Earth, before the first sidereal jelly speck, evolved in the ocean of crude cosmic matter, billions and trillions of years before our globular speck in infinity, called Earth, came into being and generated the Monera in its drops, called oceans, needed no elements. The Manu with the soft bones could well dispense with calcium phosphate, as he had no bones, save in a figurative sense. And while even the Monera, however homogeneous their organism, still required physical conditions of life that would help them toward further evolution, the being which became primitive man and the father of man after evolving on planes of existence undreamed of by science, could well remain impervious to any state of atmospheric conditions around him. The primitive ancestor in Brasseur de Bourbourg's Popol Vuh, who, in the Mexican legends, could act and live with equal ease underground and water as upon the earth, answers only to the second and early third races in our texts. And if the three kingdoms of nature were so different in pre-Diluvian ages, why should not man have been composed of materials and combinations of atoms now entirely unknown to physical science? The plants and animals now known in almost numberless varieties and species have all developed according to scientific hypotheses, from primitive and far fewer organic forms. Why should not the same have occurred in the case of man, the elements, and the rest? As the commentary says, universal Genesis starts from the one, breaks into 3, then 5, and finally culminates in 7 to return into 4, 3, and 1. Stanza 7. From the semi-divine down to the first human races. 24. The higher creators reject in their pride the forms evolved by the sons of Yoga. 25. They will not incarnate in the early egg-born. 26. They select the later androgynes. 27. The first man endowed with mind. 24. The sons of wisdom, the sons of night, ready for rebirth, came down. They saw the vile forms of the first third. A. We can choose, said the lords, we have wisdom. Some entered the chayas. Some projected a spark. Some deferred till the fourth. From their own rupa they filled the kama. Those who entered became arhats. Those who received but a spark remained destitute of knowledge. The spark burned low, B. The third remained mindless. Their yivas were not ready. These were set apart among the seven. They became narrow-headed. The third were ready. In these shall we dwell, said the Lord of the flame and of the dark wisdom. C. This stanza contains in itself the whole key to the mysteries of evil, the so-called fall of the angels, and the many problems that have puzzled the brains of the philosophers from the time that memory of man began. It solves the secret of the subsequent inequalities or intellectual capacity of both or social position, and gives a logical explanation to the incomprehensible karmic course throughout the aeons which followed. The best explanation which can be given in view of the difficulties of the subject will now be attempted. A. Up to the fourth round, and even to the later part of the third race in this round, man, if the ever-changing forms that clothe the monads during the first 3 rounds and the first 2.5 races of the present round can be given that misleading name, is so far only an animal intellectually. It is only in the present midway round that he entirely develops in himself the fourth principle as a fit vehicle for the fifth. But manas will be relatively fully developed only in the following round, when it will have an opportunity of becoming entirely divine until the end of the rounds. As Christian Schottgen says in Hore Hebrase, etc., the first terrestrial atom had only the breath of life, nefesh, but not the living soul. B. Here the inferior races, of which there are still some analogues left, as the Australians now fast dying out, and some African and Oceanic tribes are meant. They were not ready. Signifies that the karmic development of these monads had not yet fitted them to occupy the forms of men destined for incarnation in higher intellectual races. But this is explained later on. C. The Zohar speaks of black fire, which is absolute light, wisdom. To those who, prompted by old theological prejudice, may say, but the Asuras are the rebel devas, the opponents of the gods, hence devils and the spirits of evil. It is answered. Esoteric philosophy admits neither good nor evil per se as existing independently in nature. The cause for both is found, as regards the cosmos and the necessity of contraries or contrasts, and with respect to man, in his human nature, his ignorance and passions. There are no devils or the utterly depraved, as there are no angels absolutely perfect, though there may be spirits of light and of darkness. Thus Lucifer, the spirit of intellectual enlightenment and freedom of thought, is metaphorically the guiding beacon, which helps man to find his way through the rocks and sandbanks of life. For Lucifer is the Logos in his highest, and the adversary in his lowest aspect, both of which are reflected in our ego. Lactantius, speaking of the nature of Christ, makes the Logos the Word, the firstborn brother of Satan, and the first of all creatures. The Vishnu Purana describes these primeval creatures, Tiryakshotas, with crooked digestive canals. They were endowed with inward manifestations, but mutually in ignorance about their kind and nature. The 28 kinds of baddhas, or imperfections, do not apply, as Wilson thought, to the animals now known, which are specified by him, for they did not exist in those geological periods. This is quite plain from the said work, in which the first created are the fivefold immovable world, minerals and vegetables. Then come those fabulous animals, Tiryakshotas, the monsters of the abyss, slain by the lords, of stanzas 2 and 3. Then the Urdhvashrotas, the happy celestial beings, which feed on ambrosia. And lastly, the Arvakshrotas, human beings, Brahma's seventh creation, so-called. But these creations, including the latter, did not occur on this globe, wherever else they may have taken place. It is not Brahma who creates things and men on this earth, but the chief and lord of the Prajapatis, the lords of being and terrestrial creation. Obeying the command of Brahma, Daksha, the synthesis or the aggregate of the terrestrial creators and progenitors, the Pitris included, made superior and inferior, Vara and Avara, things, referring to Putra, progeny and bipeds and quadrupeds, and subsequently, by his will, referring to sons of will and yoga, gave birth to females, i.e. separated the androgynes. Here again we have bipeds or men created before the quadrupeds as in the esoteric teachings. Since in the exoteric accounts the asuras are the first beings created from the body of night, while the Pitris issue from that of twilight, the gods being placed by Parashara in the Vishnu Purana between the two and shown to evolve from the body of the day. It is easy to discover a determined purpose to veil the order of creation. Man is the Avrakshota, coming from the body of the dawn, and elsewhere man is again referred to when the creator of the world Brahma is shown creating fierce beings who were denominated Bhutas and eaters of flesh, or as the text has it, fiends, frightful from being monkey-colored and carnivorous. Whereas the Rakshasas are generally translated by evil spirits and enemies of the gods, which identifies them with the Asuras. In the Ramayana, when Hanuman is reconnoitering the enemy in Lanka, he finds there Rakshasas, some hideous, while some were beautiful to look upon, and in the Vishnu Purana, there is a direct reference to their becoming the saviors of humanity, or of Brahma. The allegory is very ingenious. Great intellect and too much knowledge are a two-edged weapon in life, and instruments for evil as well as for good. When combined with selfishness, they will make of the whole of humanity a footstool for the elevation of him who possesses them, and a means for the attainment of his objects. While applied to altruistic humanitarian purposes, they may become the means of the salvation of many. At all events, the absence of self-consciousness and intellect will make of man an idiot, a brute in human form. Brahma is Mahat, the universal mind, hence too selfish among the Rakshasas, showing the desire to become possessed of it all, to devour Mahat. The allegory is transparent. At any rate, esoteric philosophy identifies the pre-Brahmanical Asuras, Rudras, Rakshasas, and all the adversaries of the gods in the allegories, with the egos, which, by incarnating in the still witless man of the third race, made him consciously immortal. They are then, during the cycle of incarnations, the true dual logos, the conflicting and two-faced divine principle in man. The commentary that follows and the next stanzas may no doubt throw more light on this very difficult tenet, but the writer does not feel competent to give it out fully. Of the succession of races, however, the commentary says, "First come the self-existent on this earth. They are the spiritual lives projected by the absolute will and law at the dawn of every rebirth of the worlds. These lives are the divine Shishta, the seed Manus, or the Prajapatis and the Pitris. From these proceed 1. The first race, the self-born, which are the astral shadows of their progenitors. The body was devoid of all understanding, mind, intelligence, and will. The inner being, the higher self or monad, though within the earthly frame, was unconnected with it. The link, the manas, was not there as yet. 2. From the first race emanated the second, called the sweat-born, and the boneless. This is the second root race endowed by the preservers, Rakshasas, and the incarnating gods, the Asuras and Kumaras, with the first primitive and weak spark, the germ of intelligence. And from these in turn proceeds, number 3, the third root race, the twofold androgynes. The first races thereof are shells, till the last is inhabited, i.e. informed by the yanis. The second race, as stated above, being also sexless, evolved out of itself at its beginning, the third androgyne race, by an analogous but already more complicated process. As described in the commentary, the very earliest of that race were the sons of passive yoga. They issued from the second Manushas, human race, and became oviparas. The emanations that came out of their bodies during the seasons of procreation were ovulary, the small spheroidal nuclei developing into a large, soft, egg-like vehicle, gradually hardened when, after a period of gestation, it broke and the young human animal issued from it unaided, as the fowls do in our race. This must seem to the reader ludicrously absurd. Nevertheless, it is strictly on the lines of evolutionary analogy, which science perceives in the development of the living animal species. First, the Moneron-like procreation by self-division, then, after a few stages, the oviparous, as in the case of the reptiles, which are followed by the birds, then finally the mammals with their oviviparous modes of producing their young ones. If the term oviviparous is applied to some fish and reptiles which hatch their eggs within their bodies, why should it not be applied to female mammalians, including women? The ovule in which, after impregnation, the development of the fetus takes place is an egg. At all events, this conception is more philosophical than that of Eve with a suddenly created placenta giving birth to Cain, because of the apple, even when the marsupial, the earliest of mammals, is not placental yet. Moreover, the progressive order of the methods of reproduction, as unveiled by science, is a brilliant confirmation of esoteric ethnology. It is only necessary to tabulate the data in order to prove our assertion. 1. Fission. A, as seen in the division of the homogeneous speck of protoplasm, known as moneron or amoeba, into 2. B, as seen in the division of the nucleated cell, in which the cell nucleus splits into subnuclei, which either develop within the original cell wall or burst it and multiply outside as independent entities. Cf. the first root race. 2. Budding. A small portion of the parent structure swells out at the surface and finally parts company, growing to the size of the original organism. Example, many vegetables, the sea anemone, etc. Cf. the second root race. Number 3. Spores. A single cell thrown off by the parent organism, which develops into a multicellular organism reproducing the features of the latter, c.g. bacteria and mosses. 4. Intermediate hermaphroditism. Male and female organs inhering in the same individual. Example, the majority of plants, worms, and snails, etc., allied to budding. Cf. second and early third root races. 5. True sexual union. Cf. later third root race. We now come to an important point with regard to the double evolution of the human race. The sons of wisdom, or the spiritual jnanis, had become intellectual through their contact with matter, because they had already reached, during previous cycles of incarnation, that degree of intellect which enables them to become independent and self-conscious entities on this plane of matter. They were reborn only by reason of karmic effects. They entered those who were ready and became the arhats, or sages, alluded to above. This needs explanation. It does not mean that monads entered forms in which other monads already were. They were essences, intelligences, and conscious spirits, entities seeking to become still more conscious by uniting with more developed matter. Their essence was too pure to be distinct from the universal essence, but their egos, or manas, since they are called Manasaputra, born of Mahat or Brahma, had to pass through early human experiences to become all-wise and be able to start on the returning ascending cycle. The monads are not discrete principles, limited or conditioned, but rays from that one universal absolute principle. The entrance of one ray of sunlight following another through the same aperture into a dark room will not constitute two rays, but one ray intensified. It is not in the course of natural law that man should become a perfect septenary being before the seventh race in the seventh round. Yet he has all the principles latent in him from his birth. Nor is it part of the evolutionary law that the fifth principle, manas, should receive its complete development before the fifth round. All such prematurely developed intellects on the spiritual plane in our race are abnormal. They are those whom we have called the fifth rounders. Even in the coming seventh race, as the close of this fourth round, while our four lower principles will be fully developed, that of manas will only proportionately be so. This limitation, however, refers solely to the spiritual development. The intellectual on the physical plane was reached during the fourth root race. Thus, those who were half ready, who received but a spark, constitute the average humanity which had to acquire their intellectuality during the present manvantaric evolution, after which they will be ready in the next for the full reception of the sons of wisdom. While those which were not ready at all, the latest monads, which had hardly evolved from their last transitional and lower animal forms at the close of the third round, remained the narrow-brained of the stanza. This explains the otherwise unaccountable degrees of intellectuality among the various races of men, the savage Bushman and the European, even now. Those tribes of savages whose reasoning powers are very little above the level of animals are not the unjustly disinherited or the unfavored, as some may think, nothing of the kind. They are simply those latest arrivals among the human monads which were not ready, which have to evolve during the present round, as also on the 3 remaining globes, hence on 4 different planes of being, so as to arrive at the level of the average class when they reach the 5th round. One remark may prove useful as food for thought to the student in this connection. The monads on the lowest specimens of humanity, the narrow-brained, savage South Sea Islander, the African, the Australian, had no karma to work out when first born as men, as their more favored brethren in intelligence had. The former are spinning out karma only now. The latter are burdened with past, present, and future karma. In this respect, the poor savage is more fortunate than the greatest genius of civilized countries. Let us pause before giving any more such strange teachings. Let us try and find out how far any ancient scriptures, and even science, permit the possibility of, or even distinctly corroborate, such wild notions as are found in our Anthropogenesis. Recapitulating that which has been said, we find that the Secret Doctrine claims for man 1. A polygenic origin, 2. A variety of modes of procreation before humanity fell into the ordinary method of generation, 3. That the evolution of animals, of the mammalians at any rate, follows that of man instead of preceding it. And this is diametrically opposed to the now generally accepted theories of evolution and the descent of man from an animal ancestor. Let us, giving to Caesar what is Caesar's, examine first of all the chances for the polygenetic theory among the men of science. Now, the majority of the Darwinian evolutionists incline to play a polygenetic explanation of the origin of apes. On this particular question, however, as in many other cases, scientists are at 6s and 7s. They agree to disagree. Does man ascend from one single couple or from several groups? Monogenism or polygenism? As far as one can venture to pronounce, or what, in the absence of witnesses, will never be known. The second hypothesis is as far the more probable. Abel Hovelak, in his Science of Language, comes to a similar conclusion, arguing from the evidence available to a linguistic inquirer. In an address delivered before the British Association, Professor W. H. Flower remarked on this question. The view which appears best to accord with what is now known of the characters and distribution of the races of man is a modification of the monogenistic hypothesis. Without entering into the difficult question of the method of man's first appearance upon the world, we must assume for it a vast antiquity, at all events as measured by any historical standard. If we had any approach to a complete paleontological record, the history of man could be reconstructed, but nothing of the kind is forthcoming. Such an admission must be regarded as fatal to the dogmatism of the physical evolutionists, and as opening a wide margin to occult speculations. The opponents of the Darwinian theory were, and still remain, polygenists. Such intellectual giants as John Crawford and James Hunt discussed the problem and favored polygenesis, and in their day there was a far stronger feeling in favor of than against this theory. It was only in 1864 that Darwinians began to be wedded to the theory of unity, of which Messrs. Huxley and Lubbock became the first copyfay. As regards to the other question, of the priority of man to the animals in the order of evolution, the answer is as promptly given. If man is really the microcosm of the macrocosm, then the teachings have nothing so very impossible in it, and is but logical. For man becomes that macrocosm for the three lower kingdoms under him. Arguing from a physical standpoint, all the lower kingdoms save the mineral, which is light itself crystallized and immetalized, from plants to the creatures which preceded the first mammalians. All have been consolidated in their physical structures by means of the cast-off dust of those minerals, and the refuse of the human matter, whether from living or dead bodies on which they fed, and which gave them their outer bodies. In his turn also man grew more physical by reabsorbing into his system that which he had given out, and which became transformed in the living animal crucibles through which it had passed, owing to nature's alchemical transmutations. There were animals in those days of which our modern naturalists had never dreamed, and the stronger became physical material man, the giants of those times, the more powerful were his emanations. Once that androgyne humanity separated into sexes, transformed by nature into childbearing engines, it ceased to procreate its like through drops of vital energy oozing out of the body. But while man was still ignorant of his procreative powers on the human plane, before his fall, as a believer in Adam would say, all this vital energy scattered far and wide from him was used by nature for the production of the first mammal animal forms. Evolution is an eternal cycle of becoming, we are taught, and nature never leaves an atom unused. Moreover, from the beginning of the round, all in nature tends to become man. All the impulses of the dual, centripetal, and centrifugal force are directed towards one point. Man, the progress in the succession of being, says Agassiz, consists in an increasing similarity of the living fauna, and among the vertebrates especially in the increasing resemblance to man. Man is the end towards which all animal creation has tended from the first appearance of the first Paleozoic fishes. Just so, but the Paleozoic fishes are at the lower curve of the arc of the evolution of forms, and this round began with astral man, the reflection of the Jian Chohans, called the builders. Man is the alpha and the omega of objective creation. As said in Isis Unveiled, all things had their origin in spirit, evolution having originally begun from above and proceeding downwards, instead of the reverse, as taught in the Darwinian theory. Therefore, the tendency spoken of by eminent naturalists above quoted is one inherent in every atom. Only, were one to apply it to both sides of evolution, the observations made would greatly interfere with modern theory, which has now almost become Darwinian law. But in citing the passage from Agassiz's work with approval, it must not be understood that the occultists are making any concession to the theory which derives man from the animal kingdom. The fact that, in this round he preceded the mammalia, is obviously not impunged by the consideration that the latter follow in the wake of man. 25. How did the Manasa, the sons of wisdom, act? They rejected the self-born. They are not ready. They spurned the sweat-born. They are not quite ready. They would not enter the first egg-born. To a theist or a Christian, this verse would suggest a rather theological idea, that of the fall of the angels through pride. In the Secret Doctrine, however, the reasons for the refusal to incarnate in half-ready physical bodies seems to be more connected with physiological than metaphysical reasons. Not all the organisms were sufficiently ready. The incarnating powers chose the ripest fruits and spurned the rest. By a curious coincidence, when selecting a familiar name for the continent on which the first androgynes, the third root race, separated, the writer chose, on geographical considerations, that of Lemuria, invented by Mr. P. L. Sclater. It was only later that, on reading Haeckel's Pedigree of Man, it was found that the German animalist had chosen the name for his late continent. He traces properly enough the center of human evolution to Lemuria, but with a slight scientific variation, speaking of it as that cradle of mankind. He pictures the gradual transformation of the anthropoid mammal into the primeval savage. Voigt again holds that in America man sprang from a branch of the Platyrrhine apes, independently of the origination of the African and Asian rootstocks from the Old World Catatarians. Anthropologists are, as usual, at loggerheads on this question, as on many others. We shall examine this claim in the light of esoteric philosophy in stanza 8. Meanwhile, let us give a few moments of attention to the various consecutive modes of procreation according to the laws of evolution. Let us begin by the mode of reproduction of the later subraces of the third human race, by those who found themselves endowed with the sacred fire from the spark of higher and then independent beings, who were the psychic and spiritual parents of man, and the lower Petri Devatas, the Petris, were the progenitors of his physical body. That third and holy race consisted of men who, at their zenith, were described as towering giants of godly strength and beauty, and the depositories of all the mysteries of heaven and earth. Have they likewise fallen, if then incarnation was the fall? Of this presently, the only thing now to be noted of these is that the chief gods and heroes of the fourth and fifth races, as of later antiquity, are the deified images of these men of the third. The days of their physiological purity and those of their so-called fall have equally survived in the hearts and memories of their descendants. Hence the dual nature shown in these gods, both virtue and sin being exalted to their highest degree in the biographies composed by posterity. They were the pre-Adamite and the divine races, with which even theology, in whose sight they are all the accursed Cainite races, now begins to busy itself. But the action of the spiritual progenitors of that race has first to be disposed of. A very difficult and abstruse point has to be explained with regard to the shlokas 26 and 27. 26. When the sweat-born produced the egg-born, the twofold, the mighty, the powerful with bones, the lords of wisdom said, "Now shall we create." Why now, and not earlier? This the following shloka explains. 27. The third root race became the Vahan, of the lords of wisdom. It created sons of will and yoga. By Kriya Shakti, it created them, the holy fathers, ancestors of the Arhats. How did they create, since the lords of wisdom are identical with the Hindu devas, who refuse to create? Clearly they are the Kumaras of the Hindu pantheon and Puranas, those elder sons of Brahma. Sanadana and the other sons of Vedas, who, previously created by him, without desire or passion, remained chaste, inspired with holy wisdom, and undesirous of progeny. The power by which they first created is that which has since caused them to be degraded from their high status to the position of evil spirits of Satan and his host, created in their turn by the unclean fancy of exoteric creeds. It was by Kriya Shakti, that mysterious and divine power, latent in the will of every man, which, if not called to life, quickened and developed by yoga training, remains dormant in 999,999 men out of 1,000,000, and so gets atrophied. This power is explained in the 12 signs of the zodiac as follows. Kriya Shakti. The mysterious power of thought, which enables it to produce external, perceptible, phenomenal results by its own inherent energy. The ancients held that any idea will manifest itself externally, if one's attention and will is deeply concentrated upon it. Similarly, an intense volition will be followed by the desired result. A yogi performs his wonders by means of Ichcha Shakti, willpower, and Kriya Shakti. The third race has thus created the so-called sons of will and yoga, or the ancestors, the spiritual forefathers, of all the subsequent and present arhats, or mahatmas, in a truly immaculate way. They were indeed created, not begotten, as were the brethren of the fourth race, who were generated sexually after the separation of sexes, the fall of man. For creation is but the result of will acting on phenomenal matter, the calling forth out of it the primordial divine light and eternal life. They were the holy seed grain of the future saviors of humanity. Here we have to again make a break in order to explain certain difficult points, of which there are many. It is almost impossible to avoid such interruptions. The order of the evolution of the human races stands as follows in the 5th book on the commentaries, and has already been given. The first men were Chayas, 1, the second the sweat-born, 2, the third egg-born, and the Holy Fathers born by the power of Kriya Shakti, 3. The fourth were the children of the Padmapani, 4. Of course, such primeval modes of procreation, by the evolution of one's image, through drops of perspiration, after that by yoga, and then by what people will regard as magic, Kriya Shakti, are doomed beforehand to be regarded as fairy tales. Nevertheless, beginning with the first and ending with the last, there really is nothing miraculous in them, nor anything which may not be shown to be natural. This must be proven. 1. Chaya birth, or that primeval mode of sexless procreation, the first race having oozed out, so to say, from the bodies of the Pitris, is hinted at in a cosmic allegory in the Puranas. It is the beautiful allegory and story of Sanya, the daughter of Vishvakarman, married to the sun, who, unable to endure the fervors of her lord, gave him her chaya, shadow image or astral body, while she herself repaired to the jungle to perform religious devotions or tapas. The sun, supposing the chaya to be his wife, begat by her children, like Adam with Lilith, an ethereal shadow also, as in the legend, through an actual living female monster millions of years ago. But perhaps this instance proves little except the exuberant fancy of the Puranic authors. We have another proof ready. If the materialized forms, which are sometimes seen oozing out of the bodies of certain mediums, could, instead of vanishing, be fixed and made solid, the creation of the first race would become quite comprehensible. This kind of procreation cannot fail to be suggestive to the student. Neither the mystery nor the impossibility of such a mode is certainly any greater, while it is far more comprehensible to the mind of the true metaphysical thinker than the mystery of the conception of the fetus, its gestation and birth as a child as we now know it. Now to the curious and little understood corroboration in the Puranas about the sweat-born. Number 2, Kandu is a sage and a yogi, eminent in holy wisdom and pious austerities, which finally awaken the jealousy of the gods, who are represented in the Hindu scriptures as being in never-ending strife with the ascetics. Indra, the king of the gods, finally sends one of his female apsaras to tempt the sage. This is no worse than Jehovah sending Sarah, Abraham's wife, to tempt Pharaoh. But in truth it is these gods, and God, who are ever trying to disturb ascetics and thus make them lose the fruit of their austerities, who ought to be regarded as tempting demons instead of applying the term to the Rudras, Kamaras, and Asuras, whose great sanctity and chastity seem a standing reproach to the Don Juanic gods of the pantheon. But it is the reverse that we find in all the Puranic allegories, and not without good esoteric reason. The king of the gods, Indra, seems a beautiful apsaras, nymph, named Pramloka, to seduce Kandu and disturb his penance. She succeeds in her unholy purpose, and 907 years, 6 months, and 3 days spent in her company seem to the sage as one day. When this psychological or hypnotic state ends, the Muni bitterly curses the creature who has seduced him, thus disturbing his devotions. "Depart, begone," he cries, "vile bundle of delusions." And Pramloka, terrified, flies away, wiping the perspiration from her body with the leaves of the trees as she passes through the air. The nymph went from tree to tree, and as with the dusky roots that crown their summits, she dried her limbs. The child she had conceived by the rishi came forth from the pores of her skin in drops of perspiration. The trees received the living dews, and the winds collected them into one mass. "This," said Soma, the moon, "I matured by my rays, and gradually it increased in size, till the exhalation that had rested on the treetops became the lovely girl named Marisha. Now Kandu stands for the first race. He is a son of the Petris, hence one devoid of mind, a fact hinted at by his being unable to discern a period of nearly 1,000 years from one day. Therefore he is shown to be so easily deluded and blinded. Here is a variant of the allegory in Genesis, of Adam, born an image of clay, into which the Lord God breathes the breath of life, but not of intellect and discrimination, which are developed only after he had tasted of the fruit of the tree of knowledge. In other words, when he has acquired the first development of mind and had implanted in him manas, whose terrestrial aspect is of the earthy, though its highest faculties connect it with spirit and the divine soul. Pramloka is the Hindu Lilith of the Aryan Adam, and Marisha, the daughter born of the perspiration from her pores, is the sweat-born, and stands as a symbol for the second race of mankind. It is not Indra, who in this case figures in the Puranas, but Kamadeva, the god of love and desire, who sends Pramloka on earth. Logic, as well as the esoteric doctrine, shows that it must be so. For Kama is the king and lord of the Apsarsis, of whom Pramloka is one, and therefore, when Kandu, cursing her, exclaims, "Thou hast performed the office assigned by the monarch of the gods. Go," he must mean that monarch Kama, and not Indra, to whom the Asparsis are not subservient. For Kama again is in the Rig Veda, the personification of that feeling which leads and propels to creation. He was the first movement that stirred the One, after its manifestation from the purely abstract principle to create. Desire first arose in it, which was the primal germ of mind, and which sages, searching with their intellect, have discovered to be bond which connects entity with non-entity. A hymn in the Atharva Veda exalts Kama into a supreme god and creator and says, Kama was born the first. Him neither gods nor fathers, Petri, nor men have equaled. The Atharva Veda identifies him with Agni, but makes him superior to that god. The Taittiriya Brahmana makes him allegorically the son of Dharma, moral religious duty, piety, and justice, and of Shraddha, faith. Elsewhere, Kama is born from the heart of Brahma. Therefore, he is Anmapu, self-existence, and Aja, the unborn. His sending Pramloka has a deep philosophical meaning. Sent by Indra, the narrative has none. As Eros was connected in early Greek mythology with the world's creation and only afterwards became the sexual Cupid, so was Kama in his original Vedic character. The Harivansha making him a son of Lakshmi, who is Venus. The allegory, as said, shows the psychic element developing the physiological before the birth of Daksha, the progenitor of real physical men, who was made to be born from Marisha and before whose time living beings and men were procreated by the will, by sight, by touch, and by yoga, as will be shown. This, then, is the allegory on the mode of procreation of the second, or of the sweat-born. The same for the third race in its final development. Marisha, through the exertions of Soma, the moon, is taken to wife by the Prachatasis, the production of the mind-born, sons of Brahma also, from whom they beget the patriarch Daksha, a son of Brahma also in a former kalpa or life. Explain and add the Puranas in order to mislead, yet speaking the truth. 3. The early third race then is formed from drops of sweat, which after many a transformation grow into human bodies. This is not more difficult to imagine or realize than the growth of the fetus from an imperceptible germ, and its subsequent development into a child, and then into a strong, heavy man. But the third race changes yet again its mode of procreation according to the commentaries. It is said to have emanated a vis formativa, which changed the drops of perspiration into greater drops, which grew, expanded, and became ovoid bodies, huge eggs. In these, the human fetus gestated for several years. and the Puranas, Marisha, the daughter of Kandu, the sage, became the wife of the Prachetis and the mother of Daksha. Now Daksha is the father of the first human-like progenitors, having been born in this way. He is mentioned later on. The evolution of man, the microcosm, is analogous to that of the universe, the macrocosm. His evolution stands between that of the latter and that of the animal, for which man, in his turn, is a macrocosm. Then the third race becomes, number 4, the androgyne or hermaphrodite. This process of men bearing explains, perhaps, why Aristophanes in Plato's Banquet describes the nature of the old race as androgynous, the form of every individual being rounded, having the back and sides as in a circle, whose manner of running was circular, terrible in force and strength, and with prodigious ambition. Therefore, to make them weaker, Zeus divided them, in the third root race, into 2, and Apollo the sun, under his direction, closed up the skin. The Madagascans, the island belonged to Lemuria, have a tradition about the first man. He lived at first without eating, and having indulged in food, a swelling appeared in his leg. This bursting, there emerged from it a female, who became the mother of the race. Truly, we have our sciences in heterogenesis and parthenogenesis, showing that the field is yet open. The polyps produce their offspring from themselves, like the buds and ramifications of a tree. Why not the primitive human polyp? The very interesting polyp Storidium passes alternatively from gemmation into the sex method of reproduction. Curiously enough, though it grows merely as a polyp on a stalk, it produces gemmules, which ultimately develop into a sea nettle or medusa. The medusa is utterly dissimilar to its parent organism, the Storidium. It also reproduces itself differently, by sexual method, and from the resulting eggs, Storidia once more put in an appearance. This striking fact may assist many to understand that a form may be evolved, as in the sexual Lemurians, from the hermaphrodite parentage, quite unlike its immediate progenitors. It is moreover unquestionable that in the case of human incarnations, the law of karma, racial or individual, overrides the subordinate tendencies of heredity, its servant. The meaning of the last sentence in the above-quoted commentary of Shloka 27, namely that the fourth race were the children of Padmapani, may find its explanation in a certain letter from the inspirer of esoteric Buddhism. The majority of mankind belongs to the seventh sub-race of the fourth root race, the above-mentioned Chinamen and their offshoots and branchlets, Malayans, Mongolians, Tibetans, Hungarians, Finns, and even the Esquimaux are all remnants of this last offshoot. Padmapani, or Avalokiteshvara in Sanskrit, is in Tibetan Chenrisi. Now, Avalokiteshvara is the great logos in its higher aspect in the divine regions. But in the manifested planes, he is, like Daksha, the progenitor, in the spiritual sense, of men. Padmapani Avalokiteshvara is called esoterically Bodhisattva, or Dhyan Chohan. Chenrisi Vanchug, the powerful and all-seeing. He is considered now as the greatest protector of Asia in general, and of Tibet in particular. In order to guide the Tibetans and Lamas in holiness and preserve the great Arhats in the world, this heavenly being is credited with manifesting himself from age to age in human form. A popular legend has it that whenever faith begins to die out in the world, Padmapani Chenrisi, the lotus bearer, emits a brilliant ray of light, and forthwith incarnates himself in one of the two great lamas, the Dali and the Teshu lamas. Finally, it is believed that he will incarnate as the most perfect Buddha in Tibet instead of in India, where his predecessors, the great Rishis and Manus, had appeared in the beginning of our race, but now appear no longer. Even the exoteric appearance of Jnani Chenrisi is suggestive of the esoteric teaching. He is evidently, like Daksha, the synthesis of all the preceding races and the progenitor of all the human races after the third. The first complete one, and thus is represented in the culmination of the four primeval races in the 11th faced form. This is the column built in 4 rows, each series having 3 faces or heads of different complexions. The 3 faces for each race being typical of its 3 fundamental physiological transformations. The first is white, moon-colored. The second is yellow. The third, red-brown. The fourth, in which are only 2 faces, the third face being left a blank, a reference to the untimely end of the Atlanteans, is brown-black. Padmapani, Daksha, is seated on the column and forms the apex. In this reference, compare Shloka 39. The Jnani Chohan is represented with 4 arms, another allusion to the 4 races. For while 2 are folded, the third hand holds a lotus, Padmapani, the lotus bearer, the flower symbolizing generation, and the fourth holds a serpent, emblem of the wisdom in his power. On his neck is a rosary, and on his head the sign of water, matter, deluge, while on his brow rests the third eye, Shiva's eye, that of spiritual insight. His name is Protector of Tibet, Savior of humanity. On other occasions, when he has only 2 arms, he is Chenrisi, the Jnani, and Bodhisattva, Shakna, Padma, Karpo, he who holds a white lotus. His other name is Chantong. He is 1,000 eyes, when he is endowed with 1,000 arms and hands, on the palm of each of which is represented an eye of wisdom. These arms radiating from his body like a forest of rays. Another of his names in Sanskrit is Lokapati, or Lokanatha, Lord of the World, and in Tibetan Jinten Gompo, Protector and Savior against evil of any kind. Padmapani, however, is the lotus bearer, symbolically only for the profane. Esoterically, it means the supporter of the kalpas, the last of which is called Padma, and represents 1/2 of the life of Brahma. Though really a minor kalpa, it is called Maha, great, because it comprises the age in which Brahma sprang from a lotus. Theoretically, the kalpas are infinite, but practically they are divided and subdivided in space and time, each division, down to the smallest, having its own jnani as patron or regent. Padmapani, Avalokiteshvara, becomes, in China, in his female aspect, Kuan Yin, who assumes any form at pleasure in order to save mankind. The knowledge of the astrological aspect of the constellations on the respective birthdays of these jnanis, Amitba, the Amito foe of China, included example on the 19th day of the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the 11th month, and on the 7th day of the 3rd month, etc., gives the occultist the greatest facilities for performing what are called magic feats. The future of an individual is seen with all its coming events marshaled in order, in a magic mirror placed under the ray of certain constellations. But beware of the reverse of the metal, sorcery. Stanza 8. Evolution of the animal mammalians, the first fall. 28. How the first mammals were produced. 29. A quasi-Darwinian evolution. 30. The animals get solid bodies. 31. Their separation into sexes. 32. The first sin of the mindless men. 28. From the drops of sweat, from the residue of the substance, matter from dead bodies of men and animals of the wheel before, and from cast-off dust, the first animals were produced. The occult doctrine maintains that, in this round, the mammalians were a later work of evolution than man. Evolution proceeds in cycles. The great Manvantaric cycle of 7 rounds, beginning in the first round with the mineral, vegetable, and animal, brings its evolutionary work on the descending arc to a dead stop in the middle of the 4th race, at the close of the first half of the 4th round. It is on our Earth, then, the 4th sphere and the lowest, and in the present round, that this middle point has been reached. And since the monad has passed, after its first immetalization on globe A, through the mineral, vegetable, and animal worlds in every degree of the 3 states of matter, except the last degree of the 3rd or solid state, which it reached only at the midpoint of evolution. It is but logical and natural that at the beginning of the 4th round on globe D, Man should be the first to appear, and also that his frame should be of the most tenuous matter that is compatible with objectivity. To make it still clearer, if the monad begins its cycle of incarnations through the three objective kingdoms on the descending curved line, it is necessarily to enter on the reascending curved line of the sphere as a man also. On the descending arc, it is the spiritual which gradually transforms into the material. On the middle line of the base, spirit and matter are equilibrized in man. On the ascending arc, spirit is slowly reasserting itself at the expanse of the physical, or matter, so that at the close of the seventh race, of the seventh round, the monad will find itself as free from matter and all its qualities as it was in the beginning, having gained in addition the experience and wisdom, the fruitage of all its personal lives, without their evil and temptations. This order of evolution is found also in the first and second chapters of Genesis, if one reads it in its true esoteric sense, for chapter 1 contains the history of the first three rounds, as well as that of the first three races of the fourth, up to the moment when man is called to conscious life by the Elohim of wisdom. In chapter 1, animals, whales, and fowls of the air are created before the androgyne Adam. In chapter 2, Adam, the sexless, comes first, and the animals only appear after him. Even the state of mental torpor and unconsciousness of the first two races, and of the first half of the third race, is symbolized, in the second chapter of Genesis, by the deep sleep of Adam. It is the dreamless sleep of mental inaction, the slumber of the soul and mind, which is meant by that sleep, and not at all the physiological process of differentiation of sexes, as a learned French theorist, M. Naudin, imagined. The Puranas, the Chaldean and Egyptian fragments, and also the Chinese traditions, all show an agreement with the Secret Doctrine as to the process and order of evolution. We find in them the corroboration of almost all of our teaching, for instance, the statement concerning the oviparous mode of procreation of the third race, and even a hint of a less innocent mode of procreation of the first mammal forms. Gigantic, transparent, dumb, and monstrous they were, says the commentary. Study in this connection the stories of the several rishis and their multifarious progeny. Pulatsya is the father of all the serpents and nagas, an oviparous brood. Kashyapa is grandsire, through his wife Tamra, of the birds, and of Garuda, king of the feathered tribe, while by his wife Surabhi he was the parent of cows and buffaloes, etc. In the Secret Doctrine, the first nagas, being wiser than serpents, are the sons of will and yoga, born before the complete separation of the sexes, matured in the man-bearing eggs produced by the power, Kriya Shakti, of the holy sages of the early third race. In these were incarnated the lords of the three upper worlds, the various classes of Rudras, who had been Tushitas, who had been Yayas, who are Adityas, for, as explained by Parashara, there are 100 appellations of the immeasurably mighty Rudras. Some of the descendants of the primitive Nagas, the serpents of wisdom, peopled America, when its continent arose during the palmy days of the great Atlantis. America being the Patala of Antipodes, of Yamba Dvipa, not of Bharatavarsha. Otherwise, whence the traditions and legends, the latter always more true than history, says Augustine theory. And even the identity in the names of certain medicine men and priests who exist to this day in Mexico. We shall have to say something of the Nargals and the Nagals, and also of Nagalism, called devil worship by the missionaries. In almost all the Puranas, the story of the sacrifice of Daksha is given, the oldest account of which is to be found in the Vayu Purana. Allegorical as it is, there is more meaning and biological revelation in it to a naturalist than in all the pseudo-scientific vagaries which are regarded as learned theories and hypotheses. Daksha, who was regarded as the chief progenitor, is moreover pointed out as the creator of physical man, in the fable which makes him lose his head from his body in the general strife between the gods and the Ramas. This head being burnt in the fire is replaced by the head of a ram, according to Kashikanda of the Shanda Purana. Now the ram's head and horns are ever the symbol of generating power, of reproductive force, and a phallic. As we have shown, it is Daksha who establishes the era of men engendered by sexual intercourse. This mode of procreation did not occur suddenly, however, as one may think, but required long ages before it became one natural way. Therefore, Daksha's sacrifice to the gods is shown to have been interfered with by Shiva, the destroying deity, evolution and progress personified, who was the regenerator at the same time, who destroys things under one form, but to recall them to life under another more perfect type. Shiva Rudra creates the terrible Virabhadra, born of his breath, the 1,000-headed, 1,000-armed monster, and commissions him to destroy the sacrifice prepared by Daksha. Then Virabhadra, abiding in the region of ghosts, ethereal men, created from the pores of his skin Ramakupas, powerful Ramas. Now, however mythical the allegory, the Mahabharata, which has as much history as the Iliad, shows the Ramas and other races springing in the same manner from the Romakupas, hair or skin pores. This allegorical description of Daksha's sacrifice is full of significance to the students of the Secret Doctrine, who know of the sweat-born. In the Vayu Puranas account of the sacrifice, moreover, it is said to have taken place in the presence of creatures born from the egg, from the vapor, vegetation, pores of the skin, and finally only from the womb. Daksha typifies the early third race, holy and pure, as yet devoid of the individual ego, and possessing passive capacities only. Brahma, therefore, commands him to create. In the exoteric texts, when obeying the command, he made inferior and superior, Avara and Vara, progeny, Putra, bipeds and quadrupeds, and by his will gave birth to females, to the gods, to the Datyas, giants of the fourth race, the snake gods, animals, cattle, and the Danavas, titans and demon magicians, and other beings. From that period forward, living creatures were engendered by sexual intercourse. Before the time of Daksha, they were variously propagated, by the will, by sight, by touch, and by the influence of religious austerities practiced by devout sages and holy saints. And now comes the simple zoological teaching. Number 29. Animals with bones, dragons of the deep, and flying sarpas were added to the creepy things. They that creep on the ground got wings. They of the long necks in the water became the progenitors of the fowls of the air. This is a point on which the teachings and modern biological speculation are in perfect accord. The missing links representing this transition process between reptile and bird are apparent to the veriest bigot, especially in the Ornithocelidae, Hesperornis, and the Archaeopteryx of Voigt. Number 30. During the third, the boneless animals grew and changed. They became animals with bones. Their chayas became solid. Vertebrates, and after that mammalians. Before that, the animals were also ethereal proto-organisms, just as man was. 31. The animals separated the first. They began to breed. The twofold man separated also. He said, "Let us as they, let us unite and make creatures." They did. 32. And those which had no spark took huge she-animals unto them. They begat upon them dumb races. Dumb they were themselves, but their tongues untied. The tongue of their progeny remained still. Monsters they bred. A race of crooked, red-haired, covered monsters going all fours. A dumb race, to keep the shame untold. The fact of former hermaphrodite mammals and the subsequent separation of sexes is now indisputable, even from the standpoint of biology. As Professor Oscar Schmidt, an avowed Darwinist, shows, Use and disuse, combined with selection, elucidate the separation of the sexes, and the existence, otherwise totally incomprehensible, of rudimentary sexual organs. In the vertebrata, especially, each sex possesses such distinct traces of the reproduction apparatus characteristics of the other that even antiquity assumed hermaphroditism as a natural primeval condition of mankind. The tenacity with which these rudiments of sexual organs are inherited is remarkable. In the class of mammals, actual hermaphroditism is unheard of, although through the whole period of their development they drag along with them these residues borne by their unknown ancestry. No one can say how long. The animals separated the first, says Shloka 31. Bear in mind that at that period men were different even physiologically to what they are now, the middle point of the fifth race being already past. We are not told what the huge she-animals were, but they certainly were as different from any we now know, as were the men from the men of today. This was the first physical fall into matter, of some of them existing in lower races. Bear in mind Shloka 24, the sons of wisdom had spurned the early third race, i.e. the non-developed, and are shown incarnating in and thereby endowing with intellect the later third race. Thus the sin of the brainless or mindless races who had no spark and were irresponsible fell upon those who failed to do by them their karmic duty. What may be the objections to the foregoing? Thus, occultism rejects the idea that nature developed man from the ape or even from an ancestor common to both, but on the contrary traces some of the most anthropoid species to the third race man of the early Atlantean period. As this proposition will be maintained and defended elsewhere, a few words more are all that are needed at present. For greater clearness, however, we shall repeat in brief what was said previously in Volume 1, Stanza 6. Our teachings show that while it is quite correct to say that nature had, at one time, built round the human astral form an ape-like external shape, it is also correct that this shape was no more than that of missing link. Then were the multitudinous other coverings of that astral form, during the course of its natural evolution through all the kingdoms of nature. Nor was it, as has been shown on this fourth round planet, that such evolution took place, but only during the first, second, and third rounds, when man was in turn a stone, a plant, and an animal, until he became what he was in the first root race of present humanity. The real line of evolution differs from the Darwinian, and the two systems are irreconcilable unless the latter is divorced from the dogmas of natural selection and the like. Indeed, between the Moneron of Haeckel and the Ceres Ripa of Manu, there lies an impassable chasm in the shape of the Jiva. For the human monad, whether immetalized in the stone atom or invegetized in the plant, or inanimalized in the animal, is still ever a divine, hence also a human monad. It ceases to be human only when it becomes absolutely divine. The terms mineral, vegetable, and animal, monad, are intended to create a superficial distinction. There is no such thing as a monad, jiva, other than divine, and consequently having once been, or having in the future to become, human. The latter term has to remain meaningless unless this difference is well understood. The monad is a drop out of the shoreless ocean beyond, or to be correct, within the plane of primeval differentiation. It is divine in its higher and human in its lower condition. The adjectives higher and lower being used for lack of better words. But a monad it remains at all times, save in the nirvanic state, under whatever conditions or whatever external forms. As the Logos reflects the universe in the divine mind, and the manifested universe reflects itself in each of its monads, as Leibniz put it, repeating on Eastern teaching, so the monad has, during the cycle of its incarnations, to reflect in itself every root form of each kingdom. Therefore, the Kabbalists say correctly that man becomes a stone, a plant, an animal, a man, a spirit, and finally God, thus accomplishing his cycle or circuit and returning to the point of which he had started as the heavenly man. But by man, the divine monad is meant, and not the thinking entity, much less his physical body. The men of science now try to trace the immortal soul while rejecting its existence through a series of animal forms from the lowest to the highest, whereas in truth, all the present fauna are the descendants of those primordial monsters of which the stanzas speak. The animals, the creeping beasts, and those in the waters that preceded man in this fourth round, as well as those contemporary with the third race, and again the mammalia that are posterior to the third and fourth races, all are either directly or indirectly the mutual and correlative product, physically, of man. It is correct to say that the man of this manvantara, i.e., of the three preceding rounds, has passed through all the kingdoms of nature, that he was a stone, a plant, an animal. But A, these stones, plants, and animals were the prototypes, the filmy presentiments of those of the fourth round, and B, even those at the beginning of the fourth round were the astral shadows, as the occultists express it, of the present stones, plants, and animals. And finally, neither the forms nor genera of either man, animal, or plant were what they became later. Thus, the astral prototypes of the lower beings of the animal kingdom of the fourth round, which preceded the chayas of men, were the consolidated, though still very ethereal sheaths of the still more ethereal forms, or models, produced at the close of the third round on Globe D, as set forth in esoteric Buddhism. Produced from the residue of the substance, matter from dead bodies of men and other extinct animals of the wheel before, or the previous third round, as Shloka 28 tells us. Hence, while the nondescript animals that preceded the astral man at the beginning of this life cycle on our earth were still, so to speak, the progeny of the man of the third round, the mammalians of this round owe their existence, in a great measure, to man again. Moreover, the ancestor of this present anthropoid animal, the ape, is the direct production of the yet mindless man, who desecrated his human dignity by putting himself physically on the level of an animal. The above accounts for some of the alleged physiological proofs brought forward by the anthropologists as a demonstration of the descent of man from the animals. The point most insisted upon by the evolutionists is that the history of the embryo is an epitome of that of the race, that every organism in its development from the egg runs through a series of forms, through which, in like succession, its ancestors have passed in the long course of Earth's history. The history of the embryo is a picture in little, and outline of that of the race. This conception forms the gist of our fundamental biogenetic law, which we are obliged to place at the head of the study of the fundamental law of organic development. This modern theory was known as a fact to, and far more philosophically expressed by, the sages and occultists from the remotest ages. A passage from Isis Unveiled may here be cited to furnish a few points of comparison. It was asked why, with all their great learning, physiologists were unable to explain teratological phenomena. Any anatomist who has made the development and growth of the embryo a subject of special study can tell, without much brain work, what daily experience and the evidence of his own eyes show him, viz., that up to a certain period the human embryo is a facsimile of a young batrachian in its first remove from the spawn, a tadpole. But no physiologist or anatomist seems to have had the idea of applying to the development of the human being, from the first instant of its physical appearance as germ to its ultimate formation and birth. The Pythagorean esoteric doctrine of metempsychosis, so erroneously interpreted by critics. The meaning of the Kabbalistic axiom, a stone becomes a plant a beast a man, etc., was mentioned in another place in relation to the spiritual and physical evolution of man on this earth. We will now add a few more words to make the matter clearer. What is the primitive shape of a future man? A grain, a corpuscle, some say physiologists, a molecule, an ovum of the ovum, say others. If it could be analyzed by the microscope or otherwise, of what ought we expect to find it composed? Analogically, we should say, of a nucleus of inorganic matter, deposited from the circulation of the germinating point and united with a deposit of organic matter. In other words, this infinitesimal nucleus of the future man is composed of the same elements as a stone, of the same elements as the earth, which the man is destined to inhabit. Moses is cited by the Kabbalist as authority for the remark that it required earth and water to make a living being, and thus it may be said that man first appears as a stone. At the end of 3 or 4 weeks, the ovum has assumed a plant-like appearance, one extremity having become spheroidal and the other tapering like a carrot. Upon dissection, it is found to be composed like an onion of very delicate laminae or coats enclosing a liquid. The laminae approach each other at the lower end, and the embryo hangs from the root of the umbilicus almost like the fruit from a bough. The stone has now become changed by metempsychosis into a plant. Then the embryonic creature begins to shoot out from the inside outward its limbs and develops its features. The eyes are visible as 2 black dots. The ears, nose, and mouth form depressions like the points of a pineapple before they begin to project. The embryo develops into an animal-like fetus, the shape of a tadpole, and like an amphibious reptile, lives in water and develops from it. Its monad has not yet become either human or immortal, for the Kabbalists tell us that this only occurs at the 4th hour. One by one, the fetus assumes the characteristics of the human being. The first flutter of the immortal breath passes through its being. It moves, and the divine essence settles in the infant frame, which it will inhabit until the moment of physical death, when man becomes a spirit. This mysterious process of a 9-month formation the Kabbalists call the completion of the individual cycle of evolution. As the fetus develops amidst the liquor amni in the womb, so the earths germinate in the universal ether, or astral fluid, in the womb of the universe. These cosmic children, like their pygmy inhabitants, are first nuclei, then ovules, then gradually mature and become mothers, in their turn, develop mineral, vegetable, animal, and human forms. From center to circumference, from the imperceptible vehicle to the utmost conceivable bounds of the cosmos, those glorious thinkers, the occultists, trace cycle merging into cycle, containing and contained in an endless series. The embryo evolving in its prenatal sphere, the individual in his family, the family in the state in mankind, the earth in our system, that system in its central universe, the universe in the cosmos, and the cosmos in the one cause, the boundless and the endless. Thus runs their philosophy of evolution, differing as we see from that of Haeckel. All are but parts of one stupendous whole, whose body nature is, and Parabrahm the soul. These are the proofs of occultism, and they are rejected by science. But how is the chasm between the mind of man and animal to be bridged in this case? How, if the anthropoid and human primogenes had argumenti gratia, a common ancestor, in the way modern speculation puts it? How did the two groups diverge so widely from one another as regards mental capacity? True, the occultist may be told that in every case occultism does what science repeats. It gives a common ancestor to ape and man, since it makes the former issue from primeval man. Aye, but that primeval man was man only in external form. He was mindless and soulless at the time he begot, with a female animal monster, the forefather of a series of apes. This speculation, if speculation it be, is at least logical and fills the chasm between the mind of man and animal. Thus it accounts for and explains the hitherto unaccountable and inexplicable, the fact of which science is almost certain, that in the present stage of evolution no issue can follow from the union of man and animal, is considered and explained elsewhere. Now, what is the fundamental difference between the accepted, or nearly so, conclusions, as enunciated in the pedigree of man, that man and ape have a common ancestor, and the teachings of occultism, which deny this conclusion and accept the fact that all things and all living beings have originated from one common source? Materialistic science makes man evolve gradually to what he is now, starting from the first protoplasmic speck called Moneron, which we are told has, like the rest, originated in the course of immeasurable ages from a few, or from one simple, spontaneously arising original form that has obeyed one law of evolution. He is made to pass through unknown and unknowable types up to the ape, and thence to the human being. Where the transitional shapes are discoverable, we are not told, for the simple reason that no missing links between man and the apes have ever yet been found, though this fact in no way prevents men like Haeckel from inventing them ad libitum. Nor will they ever be met with simply again because that link which unites man with his real ancestry is searched for on the objective plane and in the material world of forms, whereas it is safely hidden from the microscope and dissecting knife within the animal tabernacle of man himself. We repeat what we have said in Isis Unveiled. All things had their origin in spirit, evolution having originally begun from above and proceeded downward, instead of the reverse, as taught in the Darwinian theory. In other words, there has been a gradual materialization of forms until a fixed ultimate of debasement is reached. This point is that at which the doctrine of modern evolution enters into the arena of speculative hypothesis. Arrived at this period, we shall find it easier to understand Haeckel's anthropogeny, which traces the pedigree of man from its protoplasmic root, sodden in the mud of seas, which existed before the oldest of the fossiliferous rocks were deposited, according to Mr. Huxley's exposition. We may more easily still believe man of the third round evolved by gradual modification of an astral mammal of ape-like organization. When we remember that the same theory in more condensed and less elegant but equally comprehensible phraseology was said by Berosus to have been taught many thousands of years before his time by the man-fish Oannes, or Dagon, the semi-demon of Babylonia, though on somewhat modified lines. But what lies back of the Darwinian line of descent? So far as Darwin is concerned, nothing but unverifiable hypotheses. For as he puts it, he views all beings as the lineal descendants of some few beings which lived long before the first bed of the Silurian system was deposited. He does not attempt to show us what these few things were. But it answers our purpose quite as well, for in the bare admission of their existence, recourse to the ancients for corroboration and elaboration of the idea receives the stamp of scientific approbation. Truly, as we have said in our first work, if we accept Darwin's theory of the development of species, we find that his starting point lies in front of an open door. We are at liberty either to remain within with him or cross the threshold, beyond which lies the limitless and the incomprehensible, or rather unutterable. If our mortal language is inadequate to express what our spirit, while on this earth, dimly foresees in the great beyond, it must realize at some point in the timeless eternity. But what lies beyond Haeckel's theory? Why, Bathybius, Haeckel, and no more. Stanza 9. The final evolution of man. 33. The creators repent. 34. They atone for their neglect. 35. Men become endowed with their minds. 36. The fourth race develops perfect speech. 37. Every androgynous unit is separated and becomes bisexual. 33. Seeing which the Laz, who had not built men, wept, saying. 34. The Amanasa have defiled our future abodes. This is karma. Let us dwell in the others. Let us teach them better, lest worse should happen. They did. 35. Then all men became endowed with manas. They saw the sin of the mindless. But they had already separated, before the ray of divine reason had enlightened the dark region of their hitherto slumbering minds, and had sinned. That is to say, they had committed evil unconsciously by producing an effect which was unnatural. Yet, like the other 6 primitive brother or fellow races, even so this 7th henceforth degenerated race, which will have to bide its time for its final development on account of the sin committed, even this race will find itself on the last day on one of the 7 paths. For the wise guard the home of nature's order. They assume excellent forms in secret. But we must see whether the animals tampered with were of the same kind as those known to zoology. The fall occurred according to the testimony of ancient wisdom and the old records. As soon as Daksha, the reincarnated creator of men and things in the early third race, disappeared to make room for that portion of mankind which had separated. This is how one commentary explains the details that preceded the fall. In the initial period of man's 4th evolution, the human kingdom branched off in several and various directions. The outward shape of its first specimens was not uniform, for the vehicles, the egg-like eternal shells in which the future fully physical man gestated, were often tampered with before they hardened by huge animals of species now unknown and belonging to the tentative efforts of nature. The result was that intermediate races of monsters, half animals, half men, were produced. But as they were failures, they were not allowed to breathe long and live, although the intrinsically paramount power of psychic over physical nature being yet very weak and hardly established, the egg-born sons had taken several of their females unto themselves as mates, and bred other human monsters. Later, animal species and human races becoming gradually equilibrized, they separated and mated no longer. Man created no more, he begot. But he also begot animals as well as men in days of old. Therefore the sages, or wise men, who speak of males who had no more will-begotten offspring, but begat various animals along with the Danavas, giants, on females of other species, animals being as, or in the manner of, sons putative to them, and they, the human males, refusing in time to be regarded as putative fathers of dumb creatures, spoke truthfully and wisely. Upon seeing this state of things, the kings and lords of the last races, of the 3rd and the 4th, placed the seal of prohibition upon this sinful intercourse. It interfered with karma. It developed new karma. They, the divine kings, struck the culprits with sterility. They destroyed the red and blue races. In another, we find there were blue and red-faced animal men even in later times, not from actual intercourse between the humans and animal species, but by descent. And still another passage mentions red-haired swarthy men going on all fours, who bend and unbend, stand erect and fall on their hands again, who speak as their forefathers, and run on their hands as their giant foremothers. Perchance in these specimens Hegelians might recognize not the Homo primigenius, but some of the lower tribes, such as some tribes of the Australian savages. Nevertheless, even these are not descended from the anthropoid apes, but from human fathers and semi-human mothers, or, to speak more correctly, from human monsters, those failures mentioned in the first commentary. The real anthropoids, Haeckel's Catarrhini and Platyrrhini, came far later in the closing times of Atlantis. The orangutan, the gorilla, the chimpanzee, and the Sniffocephalus are the latest and purely physical evolutions from lower anthropoid mammalians. They have a spark of the purely human essence in them. Man, on the other hand, has not one drop of pithecoid blood in his veins. Thus saith old wisdom and universal tradition. How was the separation of sexes effected? It is asked. Are we to believe the old Jewish fable of the rib of Adam yielding Eve? Even such belief is more logical and reasonable than the descent of man from the quadrumana without any reservation, as the former hides an esoteric truth under a fabulous version, while the latter conceals no deeper fact than a desire to force upon mankind a materialistic fiction. The rib is bone, and when we read in Genesis that Eve was made out of the rib, it only means that the race with bones was produced out of a previous race and races which were boneless. This is an esoteric tenet spread far and wide. It is almost universal under its various forms. A Tahitian tradition states that man was created out of Area, red earth. Tarawa, the creative power, the chief god, put man to sleep for long years, for several lives. This means racial periods, and it is a reference to the mental sleep as shown elsewhere. During that time, the deity pulled an ivy bone out of man, and she became a woman. Nevertheless, whatever the allegory may signify, even its exoteric meaning necessitates a divine builder of man, a progenitor. Do we then believe in such supernatural beings? We say no. Occultism has never believed in anything, whether animate or inanimate, outside nature. Nor are we cosmolaters or polytheists for believing in heavenly man and divine men, for we have the accumulated testimony of the ages, with its unvarying evidence on every essential point, to support us in this, the wisdom of the ancients and universal tradition. We reject, however, such groundless and baseless traditions as have outgrown strict allegory and symbolism, although they may have found acceptance in exoteric creeds. But that which is preserved in unanimous tradition, only the willfully blind could reject. Hence, we believe in races of beings other than our own in far remote geological periods, in races of ethereal, following incorporeal men, arupa, with form but no solid substance, giants who preceded us pygmies, in dynasties of divine beings, those kings and instructors of the third race in arts and sciences, compared with which our little modern science stands less chance than elementary arithmetic with geometry. No, certainly not. We do not believe in supernatural, but only in superhuman, or rather interhuman intelligences. One can easily appreciate the feeling of reluctance that an educated person would have to being classed with the superstitious and ignorant, and even realize the great truth uttered by Renan when he states that the supernatural has become like the original sin, a blemish that everyone seems ashamed of, even those most religious persons who refuse in our day to accept, be it a minimum of Bible miracles and all their crudeness, and who, seeking to reduce them to the minimum, hide and conceal it in their furthermost corners of the past. But the supernatural of Renan belongs to dogma and its dead letter. It has naught to do with its spirit, nor with the reality of facts in nature. If theology asks us to believe that it was only 4,000 or 5,000 years ago that men lived 900 years or more, that a portion of mankind, the enemies of the people of Israel exclusively, was composed of giants and monsters, we decline to believe that such a thing existed in nature only 5,000 years back. For nature never proceeds by jumps and starts, and logic and common sense, besides geology, anthropology, and ethnology, have justly rebelled against such assertions. But if this same theology, giving up her fantastic chronology, had claimed that men lived 969 years, the age of Methuselah, 5 million years ago, we should have nothing to say against the claim. For in those days, the physical frame of men was, compared to the present human body, as that of Megalosaurus to a common lizard. A naturalist suggests another difficulty. The human is the only species which, however unequal in its races, can breed together. There is no question of selection between human races, say the anti-Darwinists, and no evolutionist can deny the argument, one which very triumphantly proves specific unity. How then can occultism insist that a portion of the fourth race, humanity, begot young ones from females of another, only semi-human, if not quite an animal race? The hybrids resulting from which union not only bred freely, but produced the ancestors of the modern anthropoid apes. Esoteric science replies to this that it was in the very beginning of physical man. Since then, nature has changed her ways, and sterility is the only result of the crime of man's bestiality. But we have even today proofs of this. The Secret Doctrine teaches that the specific unity of mankind is not without exceptions even now. For there are, or rather still were a few years ago, descendants of these half-animal tribes or races, both of remote Lemurian and Lemuro-Atlantean origin. The world knows them as Tasmanians, now extinct. Australians, Andaman Islanders, etc. The descent of the Tasmanians can almost be proved by a fact, which struck Darwin a good deal, without his being able to make anything of it. This fact deserves notice. De quatrophages and other naturalists who seek to prove monogenesis by the very fact of every race of mankind being capable of crossing with every other have left out their calculations exceptions, which do not in this case confirm the rule. Human crossing may have been a general rule from the time of the separation of sexes, but this does not prevent another law asserting itself, viz. Sterility between two human races, just as between two animal species of different kinds. In those rare cases when a European, condescending to see in a female of a savage tribe a mate, happens to choose a member of such mixed tribes. Darwin notes such a case in a Tasmanian tribe, whose women were suddenly struck with sterility en masse some time after the arrival among them of European colonists. The great naturalist tried to explain this fact by change of diet, food conditions, etc., but finally gave up the solution of the mystery. For the occultist, it is very evident. Crossing, as it is called, of Europeans with Tasmanian women, i.e., the representatives of a race whose progenitors were a soulless and mindless monster with a real human, though still as mindless a man, brought on sterility. And this not only as a consequence of a physiological law, but also as a decree of karmic evolution, and the question of further survival of the abnormal race. In no one point of the above is science prepared to believe as yet, but it will have to in the long run. Esoteric philosophy, let us remember, only fills the gaps left by science and corrects her false premises. Yet in this particular, geology and even botany and zoology support the esoteric teachings. It has been suggested by many geologists that the Australian native, coexisting as he does with an archaic fauna and flora, must date back to an enormous antiquity. The whole environment of this mysterious race, about whose origin ethnology is silent, is a testimony to the truth of the esoteric position. As Jukes says, it is a very curious fact that not only these marsupial animals, the mammals found in the Oxfordshire Stonefeld states, but several of the shells, as for instance the trigonias and even some of the plants found fossil in the oolitic rocks, much more nearly resemble those now living in Australia than the living forms of any other part of the globe. This might be explained on the supposition that since the Oolitic, Jurassic period, less change has taken place in Australia than elsewhere, and that the Australian flora and fauna consequently retained something of the Oolitic type, while it had been altogether supplanted and replaced on the rest of the globe. Now, why has less change taken place in Australia than elsewhere? Where is the raison d'etre for such a curse of retardation? It is simply because the nature of the environment develops pari passu with the race concerned. Correspondences rule in every quarter. The survivors of those later Lemurians, who escaped the destruction of their fellows when the main continent was submerged, became the ancestors of a portion of the present native tribes. Being a very low subrace, begotten originally of animals, of monsters whose very fossils are now resting miles under the seafloors, their stock has since existed in an environment strongly subjected to the law of retardation. Australia is one of the oldest lands now above the waters, and in the senile decrepitude of old age, its virgin soil notwithstanding, it can produce no new forms unless helped by new and fresh races, and artificial cultivation and breeding. To return once more, however, to the history of the third race, the sweat-born, the egg-bearing, and the androgyne. Almost sexless in its early beginnings, it became bisexual or androgynous, Almost sexless in its early beginnings, it became bisexual or androgynous, very gradually, of course. The passage from the first to the last transformation required numberless generations, during which the simple cell that issued from the earliest parent, the two in one, first developed into a bisexual being, and then the cell, becoming a regular egg, gave forth a unisexual creature. The third race, mankind, is the most mysterious of all the 5 hitherto developed races. The mystery of the how of the generation of the distinct sexes must, of course, be very obscure here, as it is the business of an embryologist and a specialist, the present work giving only faint outlines of the process. But it is evident that the units of the third race humanity began to separate in their prenatal shells, or eggs, and to issue out of them as a distinct male and female babes, ages after the appearance of its early progenitors, and as time rolled on its geological periods, the newly born subraces began to lose their natal capacities. Toward the end of the 4th subrace of the third race, the babe lost its faculty of walking as soon as liberated from its shell, and by the end of the 5th, mankind was born under the same conditions, and by identically the same process as our historical generations. This required, of course, millions of years. The reader has been made acquainted with the approximate figures, at least of the exoteric calculations. We are approaching the turning point of the evolution of the races. Let us see what occult philosophy says on the origin of language. 36. The 4th race developed speech. The commentaries explain that the first race, the ethereal or astral sons of Yoga, also called self-born, was in our sense speechless, for it was devoid of mind on our plane. The second race had a sound language, to wit, chant-like sounds composed of vowels alone. The third race developed in the beginning, a kind of language which was only a slight improvement on the various sounds in nature, on the cry of the gigantic insects and of the first animals, which, however, were hardly nascent in the day of the sweat-born or the early third race. It is the second half, when the sweat-born gave birth to the egg-born, the middle third race. And when these, instead of hatching out, may the reader pardon the rather ridiculous expression when applied to human beings in our age, as androgynous beings, began to evolve in separate males and females, and when the same law of evolution led them to reproduce their kind sexually, an act which forced the creative gods, compelled by karmic law, to incarnate in mindless men. Then only was speech developed. But even then it was still no better than a tentative effort. The whole human race was at the time of one language on one lip. This did not prevent the last 2 subraces of the third race from building cities and sowing far more wide the first seeds of civilization under the guidance of their divine instructors and their own already awakened minds. Let the reader also bear in mind that as each of the 7 races is divided into 4 ages, the golden, silver, bronze, and iron age, so is every smallest division of subraces. Speech then developed, according to the occult teaching, in the following order. 1. Monosyllabic speech, that of the first approximately fully developed human beings at the close of the third root race, the golden-colored, yellow-complexioned men after their separation into sexes and the full awakening of their minds. Before that, they communicated through what would now be called thought transference, though with the exception of the race called the Sons of Will and Yoga, the first in whom the Sons of Wisdom had incarnated. Thought was but very little developed in nascent physical man and never soared above a low terrestrial level. Their physical bodies belonged to the earth. Their monads remained on a higher plane altogether. Language could not well be developed before the full acquisition and development of their reasoning faculties. This monosyllabic speech was the vowel parent, so to speak, of the monosyllabic languages mixed with the hard consonants, still in use among the yellow races which are now known to the anthropologist. 2. Agglutinative speech. These linguistic characteristics developed into the agglutinative languages. The latter were spoken by some Atlantean races, while other parent stocks of the fourth race preserved the mother language. And languages have their cyclic evolution, their childhood, purity, growth, fall into matter, admixture with other languages, maturity, decay, and finally death. So the primitive speech of the most civilized Atlantean races, that language which referred to as Rakshashi Bhasha in old Sanskrit works, decayed and almost died out, while the cream of the fourth race gravitated more and more toward the apex of physical and intellectual evolution, thus leaving as an heirloom to the nascent fifth, the Aryan race, the inflectional, highly developed languages, the agglutinative, decayed, and remained as a fragmentary fossil idiom, now scattered and nearly limited to the Aboriginal tribes of America. 3. Inflectional speech, the root of the Sanskrit, very erroneously called the elder sister of the Greek instead of its mother, was the first language, now the mystery tongue of the initiates, of the fifth race. The Semitic languages are the bastard descendants of the first phonetic corruptions of the eldest children of the early Sanskrit. The occult doctrine admits of no such divisions as the Aryan and the Semite, and accepts even the Turanian with ample reservations. The Semites, especially the Arabs, are later Aryans, degenerate in spirituality and perfected in materiality. To these belong all the Jews and the Arabs. The former are a tribe descended from the Chandalas of the India, the outcasts, many of them ex-Brahmins, who sought refuge in Chaldea, in Sindh, and Arya, Iran, and were truly born from their father Abram, no Brahman, some 8,000 years BC. The latter, the Arabs, are the descendants of those Aryans who would not go into India at the time of the dispersion of nations, some of whom remained on the borderlands thereof, in Afghanistan and Kabul, and along the Oxus, while others penetrated into and invaded Arabia. But this was when Africa was already been raised as a continent. We have meanwhile to follow, as closely as limited space will permit, the gradual evolution of the now truly human species. It is in the sudden arrested evolution of certain subraces and their forced and violent diversion into the purely animal line by artificial crossbreeding, truly analogous to the hybridization which we have now learned to utilize in the vegetable and animal kingdoms, that we have to look for the origin of the anthropoids. In these red-haired and red-covered monsters, the fruit of the unnatural connection between men and animals, the lords of wisdom did not incarnate as we see. Thus, through a long series of transformations due to unnatural crossbreeding, unnatural sexual selection, originated in due course of time the lowest specimens of humanity, while further bestiality and the fruit of their first animal efforts of reproduction begat a species which developed into mammalian apes ages later. As to the separation of sexes, it did not occur suddenly, as one may think. Nature proceeds slowly in whatever she does. 37. The one became two. Also all the living and creeping things that were still one, giant fish, birds, and serpents with shell heads. This relates evidently to the so-called age of amphibious reptiles, during which science denies that man existed. But what could the ancients know of antediluvian prehistoric animals and monsters? Nevertheless, in Book 6 of the Commentaries is found a passage which, freely translated, says, "When the third separated and fell into sin by breeding men-animals, the animals, became ferocious, and men, and they mutually destructive. Till then there was no sin, no life taken. After the separation, the Satya, the Yuga, was at an end. The eternal spring became constant change, and seasons succeeded. Cold forced men to build shelters and devise clothing. The man appealed to the superior fathers, the higher gods or angels. The Nirmankayas of the Nagas, the wise serpents and dragons of light, came, and the precursors of the enlightened, the Buddhas, divine kings descending and taught men sciences and arts, for man could live no longer in the first land, Ada Varsha, the Eden of the first races, which had turned into a white, frozen corpse. The above is suggestive. We will see what can be inferred from this brief statement. Some may incline to think that there is more in it than is apparent at first sight. When the idea, and the true meaning of the term Eden, Christians will maintain that the Garden of Eden is the holy paradise, the place desecrated by the sin of Adam and Eve. The occultists will deny this dead-letter interpretation and show the reverse. One need not believe in the Bible and see it in divine revelation to say that this ancient book, if read esoterically, is based upon the same universal traditions as the other ancient scriptures. What Eden was is partially shown in Isis Unveiled, where it is said that the Garden of Eden as a locality is no myth at all. It belongs to those landmarks of history which occasionally disclose to the student that the Bible is not all mere allegory. Eden, or the Hebrew Gan Eden, meaning the park or the Garden of Eden, is an archaic name of the country watered by the Euphrates and its many branches, from Asian and Armenia to the Erythraean Sea. In the Chaldean Book of Numbers, its location is designated in numerals, and in the cipher Rosicrucian manuscript left by Count Saint Germain, it is fully described. In the Assyrian tablets, it is rendered Gandunias. Behold, say the Elohim of Genesis, the man is become as one of us. The Elohim may be accepted in one sense for gods or powers, and in another for Elim or priests. The Hierophants initiated into the good and evil of this world, for there was a college of priests called the Elim, while the head of their caste, or the chief of their Hierophants, was known as Java Elim. Instead of becoming a neophyte and gradually attaining his esoteric knowledge through a regular initiation, an Adam or man uses his intuitional faculties and, prompted by the serpent, woman, and matter, tastes of the tree of knowledge, the esoteric or secret doctrine unlawfully. The priests of Hercules, or Melkarth, the lord of Eden, all wore coats of skin, the text says, and Java Alim made for Adam and his wife. Chitanuth Ar. The first Hebrew word chitin is the Greek chiton. It became a Slavonic word by adoption from the Bible and means a coat, an upper garment. Though obtaining the same substratum of esoteric truth as does every early cosmogony, the Hebrew scripture wears on its face the marks of a double origin. Its genesis is purely a reminiscence of the Babylonian captivity. The names of places, men, and even objects can be traced from the original text to the Chaldeans and the Akkadians, the progenitors and Aryan instructors of the former. It is strongly contested that the Akkad tribes of Chaldea, Babylonia, and Assyria were in a way cognate with the Brahmins of Hindustan. There are more proofs in favor of this opinion than otherwise. The Shemite or Assyrian ought perchance to have called it the Turanian, and the Mongolians have been denominated Scythes. But if the Akkadians ever existed, otherwise than in the imagination of some philologists and ethnologists, they certainly would never have been a Turanian tribe, as some Assyriologists have striven to make us believe. They were simply emigrants on their way to Asia Minor from India, the cradle of humanity, and their sacerdotal adepts tarried to civilize and initiate a barbarian people. Halevi proved the fallacy of the Turanian mania in regard to Akkadian people, and other scientists have proved that the Babylonian civilization was neither born nor developed in that country. It was imported from India, and the importers were Brahmanical Hindus. And now, 10 years after this was written, we find ourselves corroborated by Professor Sayce, who says in his first Hiber lecture that the culture of the Babylonian city Eridu was of foreign importation. It came from India. Much of the theogony was borrowed from the Semites, from the non-Semitic Akkadians or Proto-Chaldeans, whom they supplanted, and whose local cults they had neither the will nor the power to uproot. Indeed, throughout a long course of ages, the two races, the Semites and Akkadians, lived side by side, their notions and worship of the gods blending insensibly together. Here the Akkadians are called non-Semitic. as we had insisted they were and Isis unveiled, which is another corroboration. Nor are we less right in always maintaining that the Jewish biblical history was a compilation of historical facts, arranged from other people's history in Jewish garb, Genesis excluded, which is esotericism pure and simple. But it is really the exine to Kashmir and beyond that science has to search for the cradle, or rather one of the chief cradles of mankind and the sons of Ada, especially in after times, when the Garden of Eden on the Euphrates became the college of the astrologers and magi, the Elim. But this college and this Eden belong to the fifth race, and are simply a faint reminiscence of the Adavarsha, of the primeval third race. What is the etymological meaning of the word Eden? In Greek, it is signifying voluptuousness. In this aspect, it is no better than the Olympus of the Greeks, Indra's heaven, Svarga on Mount Meru, and even the paradise full of Horus, promised by Mahomet to the faithful. The Garden of Eden was never the property of the Jews, for China, which can hardly be suspected of having known anything of the Jews, 2000 BC, had such a primitive garden in Central Asia inhabited by the dragons of wisdom, the initiates. And according to Klaproth, the hieroglyphical chart copied from a Japanese cyclopedia in the book of Fekuki places its Garden of Wisdom on the plateau of Pamir between the highest peaks of the Himalayan ranges, and describing it as the culminating point of Central Asia, shows the four rivers, Oxus, Indus, Ganges, and Silo, flowing from a common source, the Lake of Dragons. But this is not the genetic Eden, nor is it the Kabbalistical Garden of Eden. For the former, Eden, Ila-a, means in one sense wisdom, a state like that of nirvana, a paradise of bliss, while in another sense it refers to intellectual man himself, the container of the Eden in which grows the tree of knowledge of good and evil, man being the knower thereof. Renan and Bartholomew St. Hilaire, basing themselves on the most solid inductions, think it impossible to doubt any longer, and both place the cradle of humanity in the region of the Timaeus. Finally, the journal Asiatic concludes that all the traditions of the human race, gathering its primitive families at the region of their birthplace, show them to us grouped around the countries where Jewish tradition places the Garden of Eden, where the Aryans, Zoroastrians, established their Aryana-Veyo, or the Meru. They are hemmed in to it by the north by countries which join Lake Aral, and to the south by Baltistan, or Little Tibet. Everything concurs in proving that there was the abode of that primitive humanity to which we have to be traced. That primitive humanity was in its fifth race, when the four-mouthed dragon, the lake, of which very few traces are now left, was the abode of the sons of wisdom, the first mind-born sons of the third race. Yet it was neither the only nor the primitive cradle of humanity. That primitive humanity was in its fifth race, when the four-mouthed dragon, the lake, of which very few traces are now left, was the abode of the sons of wisdom, the first mind-born sons of the third race. Yet it was neither the only nor the primitive cradle of humanity, though it was the copy of the cradle, verily, of the first thinking divine man. It was the Paradesha, the highland of the first Sanskrit-speaking people, the Hedon, the country of delight of the Greeks, but it was not the bower of voluptuousness of the Chaldeans, for the latter was but the reminiscence of it, nor again was it there that the fall of man occurred after the separation. The Eden of the Jews was copied from the Chaldean copy. That the fall of man into generation occurred during the earliest portion of what science calls the Mesozoic times, or the age of the reptiles, is evidenced by the Bible phraseology concerning the serpent, the nature of which is explained in the Zohar. The question is not whether Eve's incident with the tempting reptile is allegorical or textual. For no one can doubt that it is the former, but to show the antiquity of the symbolism on the very face of it, and that it was not a Jewish but a universal idea. Now we find in the Zohar a very strange assertion, one that is calculated to provoke the reader to merry laughter by its ludicrous absurdity. It tells us that the serpent, which was used by Shamael, the supposed Satan, to seduce Eve, was a kind of flying camel. Flying camel is indeed too much for the most liberal-minded FRS. Nevertheless, the Zohar, which can hardly be expected to use the language of a Cuvier, was right in its description. For we find it called in the old Zoroastrian MSS, Ajmog, which in the Avesta is represented as having, after the fall, lost its nature and its name, and is described as a huge serpent with a camel's neck. Salver asserts that there are no winged serpents nor veritable dragons. Grasshoppers are still called by the Greeks winged serpents, and this metaphor may have created several narratives on the existence of winged serpents. There are none now, but there is no reason why they should not have existed during the Mesozoic age, and Cuvier, who had reconstructed their skeletons, is a witness to flying camels. Already, after finding simple fossils of certain saurians, the great naturalist has written that if anything can justify the hydras and other monsters, whose figures were so often repeated by medieval historians, it is incontestably the plesiosaurus. We are unaware if Cuvier has added anything in the way of a further mea culpa, but we may well imagine his confusion for all his slanders against archaic veracity when he found himself in the presence of a flying saurian, the pterodactyl, found in Germany. 78 feet long and carrying vigorous wings attached to its reptilian body. The fossil is described as a reptile, the little fingers of whose hands are so elongated as to bear a long membranous wing. Here, then, the flying camel of the Zohar is vindicated, for surely between the long neck of the plesiosaurus and the membranous wing of the pterodactyl, or still better, the mosasaurus, there is enough scientific probability on which to build a flying camel, or a long-necked dragon. Professor Cope of Philadelphia has shown that the mosasaurus fossil in the chalk was a winged serpent of this kind. There are characters in its vertebra which indicate union with the ophidia rather than with the lacertilia. And now to the main question. It is well known that antiquity has never claimed paleontography and paleontology among its arts and sciences, and it never had its Cuviers. Yet on Babylonian tiles, and especially in old Chinese and Japanese drawings, in the oldest pagodas and monuments, and in the Imperial Library at Peking, many a traveler has seen and recognized perfect representations of plesiosauri and pterodactyls in the multiform Chinese dragons. Moreover, the prophets speak in the Bible of the flying fiery serpents, and Job mentions the Leviathan. Now the following questions are put very directly. Number 1. How could the ancient nations know anything of the extinct monsters of the Carboniferous and Mesozoic times, and even represent and describe them orally and pictorially, unless they had either seen these monsters themselves or possessed descriptions of them in their traditions, which descriptions necessitate living and intelligent eyewitnesses? Number 2, and if such eyewitnesses are once admitted, unless retrospective clairvoyance is granted, how can humanity in the first Paleolithic men be no earlier than about the middle of the Tertiary period? We must bear in mind that most of the men of science do not allow man to have appeared before the Quaternary period, and thus shut him out completely from the Cainozoic times. Here we have extinct species of animals, which disappeared from the face of the earth millions of years ago, described by and known to nations whose civilization, it is said, could hardly have begun a few thousand years ago. How is this? Evidently, either the Mesozoic time has to be made to overlap the Quaternary period, or man must be made the contemporary of the pterodactyl and the plesiosaurus. It does not follow that because the occultists believe in and defend ancient wisdom and science, even though winged saurians are called flying camels in the translations of the Zohar, we therefore as readily believe in all the stories which the Middle Ages gives us of such dragons. Pterodactyls and plesiosauri ceased to exist with the bulk of the third race. When therefore we are gravely asked by Roman Catholic writers to credit Christopher Scherer's and Father Kircher's cock and bull stories of their having seen with their own eyes living, fiery, and flying dragons, respectively in 1619 and in 1669, we may be allowed to regard their assertions as either dreams or fibs. Nor shall we regard otherwise than a poetical license the story of old Petrarch, who, while following one day his Laura in the woods and passing near a cave, is credited with having found a dragon, whom he forthwith stabbed with his dagger and killed, thus preventing the monster from devouring the lady of his heart. We would willingly believe the story that Petrarch lived in the days of Atlantis, when such antediluvian monsters may still have existed. We deny their existence in our present era. The sea serpent is one thing, the dragon quite another. The former is denied by the majority because it lives in the very depths of the ocean, is very scarce, and rises to the surface only when compelled, perhaps by hunger. Thus keeping it invisible, it may exist and still be denied. But if there is such a thing as a dragon of the above description, how could it ever escape detection? It is a creature contemporary with the earliest fifth race and exists no more. The reader may inquire why we speak of dragons at all. We answer, firstly, because the knowledge of such animals is a proof of the enormous antiquity of the human race, and secondly, to show the difference between the real zoological meaning of the words dragon, naga, and serpent, and the metaphorical meaning when used symbolically. The profane reader who knows nothing of the mystery of language is likely, whenever he finds one of these words mentioned, to accept it literally. Hence the quid pro quo and unjust accusations. A couple of instances will suffice. Sed et serpens? Aye, but what is the nature of the serpent? Mystics intuitionally see in the serpent of Genesis an animal emblem and a high spiritual essence, a cosmic force, superintelligent, a great fallen light, a spirit, sidereal, aerial, and tellurian at the same time, whose influence circumambulates the globe. As de Merville, a Christian fanatic of the dead letter, has it, and which only manifested itself under the physical emblem which agreed the better with its moral and intellectual coils, i.e. under the Ophidian form. But what will Christians make of the brazen serpent, the divine healer? If the serpent is to be regarded as the emblem of cunning and evil, the evil one itself, how can the line of demarcation ever be settled when it is traced arbitrarily in a sectarian theological spirit? For if the followers of the Roman Church are taught that Mercury and Asclepius, or Asclepios, who are in truth one, are devils and the sons of devils, and the wand and serpent of the latter, the devil's wand, how about the brazen serpent of Moses? Every scholar knows that both the heathen wand and the Jewish serpent are one and the same, namely the caduceus of Mercury, son of Apollo Python. It is easy to comprehend why the Jews adopted the Ophidian shape for their seducer. With them it was purely physiological and phallic, and no amount of casuistical reasoning on the part of the Roman Catholic Church can give it another meaning. Once that the mystery language is well studied, and that the Hebrew scrolls are read numerically, the occultists know that the serpent, the naga, and the dragon have each a septenary meaning. That the sun, for instance, was the astronomical and cosmic emblem of the two contrasted lights, and the two serpents of the Gnostics, the good and the evil. They also know that, when generalized, the conclusions of both science and theology present two most ridiculous extremes. For when the former tells us that it is sufficient to trace the legends of the serpents to their primal source, The astronomical legend, and to meditate seriously on the sun, the conqueror of Python, and the celestial virgin and the zodiac forcing back the devouring dragon. If we would have the key of all the subsequent religious dogmas, it is easy to perceive that, instead of generalizing, the author simply has his eye on Christian religion and revelation. We call this the one extreme. We see the other when theology, repeating the famous decision of the Council of Trent, seeks to convince the masses that from the fall of man until the hour of his baptism, the devil has full power over him and possesses him by right. To this occult philosophy answers, prove first the existence of the devil as an entity, and then we may believe in such congenital possession. A very small amount of observation and knowledge of human nature may be sufficient to prove the fallacy of this theological dogma. Had Satan any reality? In the objective or even subjective world? In the ecclesiastical sense? It is the poor devil who would find himself chronically obsessed and even possessed by the wicked, hence by the bulk of mankind. It is humanity itself, and especially the clergy, headed by the haughty, unscrupulous, and intolerant Roman Church, which has begotten, given birth to, and reared in love the evil one. But this is a digression. The whole world of thought is reproached by the Church with having adored the serpent. The whole humanity burnt incense to it or stoned it. The Zens speak of it as do the kings in Vedas, as the Edda and the Bible. Everywhere the sacred serpent, the Naga, has its shrine and its priest. In Rome it is the Vestal who prepares its meal with the same care that she bestows on the sacred fire. In Greece, Asclepius cannot cure without its assistance, and delegates to it its powers. Everyone has heard of the famous Roman embassy sent by the Senate to the god of medicine, and its return with the not less famous serpent, which proceeded of its own will and by itself towards its master temple on one of the islands of Tiber. Not a bacchant, and did not wind it, the serpent, in her hair. Not an augur, but questioned it with care. Not a necromancer whose tombs are free from its presence. The Canaanites and the Ophites call it creator, while recognizing, as Schelling did, that the serpent is evil in substance and in person. Yes, the author is right, and if one would have a complete idea of the prestige which the serpent enjoys to our own day, he ought to study the matter in India and learn all that is believed about and still attributed to the Nagas, cobras, in that country. One should also visit the Africans of the Waida, the Voodoos of Port-au-Prince in Jamaica, the Nagals of Mexico, and the Pa, or man-serpents of China, etc. But why wonder that the serpent is adored and at the same time cursed, since we know that from the beginning it was a symbol? In every ancient language, the word dragon signified what it now does in Chinese, long, or the being who excels in intelligence, and in Greek, or he who sees and watches. It is to the animal of this name that any of these epithets can apply. It is not evident, wherever superstition and oblivion are the primitive meaning, may have led savages now, that the above qualifications were intended to apply to the human originals, who were symbolized by serpents and dragons. These originals, called to this day in China the dragons of wisdom, were the first disciples of the Jnanis, who were their instructors. In short, the primitive adepts of the third race, and later of the fourth and fifth races. The name became universal, and no sane man before the Christian era would have ever confounded the man and the symbol. The symbol of Knuphis, or the son of the world, writes Champollion, and among others that of an enormous serpent standing on human legs. This reptile, the emblem of the good genius, is a veritable Agatha demon. It is often represented bearded. This sacred animal, identical with the serpent of the Ophites, is found engraved on numerous Gnostic or Basilidean stones. The serpent has various heads, but is constantly inscribed with the letters XNOYBIE. Agatha demon was endowed with the knowledge of good and evil. i.e. with divine wisdom, for without the latter the former is impossible. Repeating Iamblichus, Champollion shows him to be the deity called Ixtor, or the fire of the celestial gods, the great Thoth Hermes, to whom Hermes Trismegistus attributes the invention of magic. The invention of magic, a strange term to use as though the unveiling of the eternal and actual mysteries of nature could be invented. As well attribute, millennias hence, the invention instead of the discovery of radiant matter to Mr. Crookes. Hermes was not the inventor or even the discoverer, for, as said in the last footnote but one, Thought Hermes is a generic name, as is Enoch, Enochian, the inner spiritual eye, Nebo, the prophet and seer, etc. It is not the proper name of any one living man, but a generic title of many adepts. Their connection with the serpent in symbolic allegories is due to their enlightenment by the solar and planetary gods during the earliest intellectual race, the third. They are all the representative patrons of the secret wisdom. Asclepios is the son of the sun god Apollo, and he is Mercury. Nebo is the son of Bel Merodach. Vivasvata Manu, the great Rishi, is the son of Vivasvat, the sun or Surya, etc. And while astronomically the Nagas, along with the Rishis, the Gandharvas, Asparaces, Gramanis, or Vakshas, minor gods, Yatudanas and Devas are the sun's attendants throughout the 12 solar months. In theogony and also in anthropological evolution, they are gods and men. When incarnated in the nether world, let the reader be reminded in this connection of the fact that Apollonius met in Kashmir Buddhist Nagas. They are neither serpents zoologically nor yet the Nagas ethnologically, but wise men. The Bible, from Genesis to Revelation, is but a series of historical records of the great struggle between white and black magic, between the adepts of the right path, the prophets, and those of the left, the Levites, the clergy of the brutal masses. Even the students of occultism, though some of them have more archaic MSS and direct teaching to rely upon, find it difficult to draw a line of demarcation between the Sodales of the right path and those of the left. The great schism that arose between the sons of the fourth race, as soon as the first temples and halls of initiation had been erected under the guidance of the sons of God, is allegorized in the sons of Jacob. That there are two schools of magic, and that the Orthodox Levites did not belong to the Holy One, is shown in the words pronounced by the dying Jacob. And here it may be well to quote a few sentences from Isis Unveiled. The dying Jacob thus describes his sons. Dan, he says, shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path, that biteth the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backwards, i.e., he will teach candidates black magic. I have waited for thy salvation, O Lord. Of Simeon and Levi, the patriarch remarks that they are brethren. Instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. O my soul, come not thou into their secret, unto their assembly. Now in the original the words their secret read their sod, and sod was the name for the great mysteries of Baal, Adonis, and Bacchus, who were all sun gods and had serpents for symbols. The Kabbalists explain the allegory of the fiery serpents by saying that this was a name given to the tribe of Levi, to all the Levites in short, and that Moses was the chief of the Sodales. It is to the mysteries that the original meaning of the dragon slayers has to be traced, and the question is fully treated of hereafter. Meanwhile, it follows that if Moses was the chief of the mysteries, he was the hierophant thereof. And further, at the same time, we find the prophets thundering against the abominations of the people of Israel. That there were two schools. Fiery serpents was then simply the epithet given to the Levites of the priestly caste, after they had departed from the good law, the traditional teachings of Moses, and to all those who followed black magic. Isaiah, when referring to the rebellious children, who will have to carry their riches into the lands whence come the viper and the fiery flying serpent, or Chaldea and Egypt, whose initiates had already greatly degenerated in his day, 700 BC, meant the sorcerers of those lands. But these must be carefully distinguished from the fiery dragons of wisdom and the sons of the fire mist. In the great book of the mysteries, we are told that 7 lords created 7 men. 3 lords, Jan Chohans or Petris, were holy and good, 4 less heavenly and full of passion. The Chayas, phantoms of the fathers, were as they. This accounts for the differences in human nature, which is divided into 7 gradations of good and evil. There were 7 tabernacles ready to be inhabited by monads under 7 different karmic conditions. The commentaries explain on this basis and the easy spread of evil. As soon as the human forms had become real men, some ancient philosophers, however, in their genetical accounts, ignored the 7 and gave only 4. Thus, the Mexican local Genesis has 4 good men, described as the 4 real ancestors of the human race, who were neither begotten by the gods nor born of woman, but whose creation was a wonder wrought by the creative powers, and who were made only after 3 attempts at manufacturing men had failed. The Egyptians in their theology had only 4 sons of God, whereas in Pymander 7 are given, thus avoiding any mention of the evil nature of man. When, however, Set from a god sank into Set Typhon, he began to be called the 7th son, whence probably arose the belief that the 7th son of the 7th son is always a natural-born magician, though at first only a sorcerer was meant. Apap, the serpent symbolizing evil, is slain by Eker, Set's serpent. Therefore, Set Typhon could not be that evil. In the Book of the Dead, it is commanded that chapter CLXIII should read, "In the presence of a serpent on 2 legs," which means a high initiate, a hierophant, for the discus and ram's horns that adorn his serpent's head in the hieroglyphics of the title of the said chapter. Denote this. Over the serpent are represented the 2 mystic eyes of Ammon, the hidden mystery god. The above passages corroborate our assertion and show what the word serpent really meant in antiquity. But as to the Nagals and Nargals, whence came the similarity or names between the Indian Nagas and the American Nagals, the Nargal was the Chaldean and Assyrian chief of the Magi, Rab Mag, and the Nagal was the chief sorcerer of the Mexican Indians. Both their names, from the Nergal Sarizar, the Assyrian god, and the Hindu Nagas, both have the same faculties and the power to have an attendant daemon, with whom they identify themselves completely. The Chaldean and Assyrian Nargal kept his daemon in the shape of some animal considered sacred inside the temple. The Indian Nagal keeps his whenever he can, in the neighboring lake or wood, or in the house, in the shape of some household animal. Such similarity cannot be attributed to coincidence. A new world is discovered, and what we find that for our forefathers of the 4th race, it was already an old one, that Arjuna, Krishna's companion and Chela, is said to have descended into Patala, the Antipodes, and thereon married Ulupi, a Naga, or Nagai rather, the daughter of the king of the Nagas, Kuravya. And now it may be hoped in the full meaning of the serpent emblem is proven. It is neither that of evil nor least of all that of the devil, but is indeed the eternal son Abrasax, the central spiritual son of the Kabbalists, represented in some diagrams by the circle of Tifereth. And here again we quote from our earlier volumes and enter into further explanations. From this region of unfathomable depth, Bythos, Aditi, Shekinah, the veil of the unknown, issues forth a circle formed of spirals. This is Tifereth, which in the language of symbolism means a grand cycle, composed of smaller ones. Coiled within, so as to follow the spirals, lies the serpent, emblem of wisdom and eternity, the dual androgyne, the cycle representing Inoa, or the divine mind, a power which does not create but which must assimilate. And the serpent, the Agatha demon, the Opus, the shadow of the light, non-eternal yet the greatest divine light on our plane. Both were the logi of the Ophites, or the unity as logos manifesting itself as a double principle of good and evil. Were it light alone, inactive and absolute, the human mind could not appreciate or even realize it. Shadow is that which enables light to manifest itself and gives it objective reality. Therefore, shadow is not evil, but is the necessary and indispensable corollary which completes light or good in its creator on earth. According to the views of the Gnostics, these two principles are immutable light and shadow, good and evil being virtually one and having existed through all eternity, as they will ever continue to exist so long as there are manifested worlds. This symbol accounts for the adoration by the sect of the serpent, as the Savior coiled either around the sacramental loaf or the Tau, a phallic emblem. As a unity, Enoa and Ophis are the Logos. When separated, one is the tree of spiritual life, the other the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Therefore, we find Ophis urging the first human couple, the material production of Ilboath, but owing its spiritual principle to Sophia, Achamoth, to eat of the forbidden fruit, although Orphis represents divine wisdom. The serpent, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the tree of life are the symbols transplanted from the soil of India. The Arasamaram, the banyan tree, so sacred with the Hindus, since Vishnu, during one of his incarnations, reposed under its mighty shade and there taught human philosophy and sciences, is called the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. Under the protective foliage of this kind of forests, the gurus teach their pupils their first lessons on immortality and initiate them into the mysteries of life and death. The Yava Alem of the sacerdotal college are said, in the Chaldean tradition, to have taught the sons of men to become like one of them. To the present day Fokchu, who live in the Phomeu, or the Temple of Buddha, on the top of Koinlong Sang, the great mountain, produces his greatest religious miracles under a tree called the Chinese Sungming Su, or the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. For ignorance is death, and knowledge alone gives immortality. This marvelous display takes place every 3 years, when an immense concourse of Chinese Buddhists assembles in the pilgrimage at the holy place. Now it may become comprehensible why the earliest initiates and adepts, or the wise men, who are claimed to have been initiated into the mysteries of nature by the universal mind, represented the highest angels, were named the serpents of wisdom and dragons, and also how the first physiologically complete couples, after being initiated into the mystery of human creation through Ophis, the manifested Logos, and the androgyne, by eating of the fruit of knowledge, gradually began to be accused by the material spirit of posterity of having committed sin, of having disobeyed the Lord God, and of having been tempted by the serpent. So little have the first Christians, who despoiled the Jews of their Bible, understood the first 4 chapters of Genesis in their esoteric meaning, that they have never perceived that not only was no sin intended in this disobedience, but that the serpent was actually the Lord God himself, who, as the Ophis, the Logos, or the bearer of divine creative wisdom, taught mankind to become creators in their turn. They never realized that the cross was an evolution from the tree and the serpent, and thus became the salvation of mankind. By this it would become the very first fundamental symbol of creative cause, applying to geometry, to numbers, to astronomy, to measure, and to animal production. According to the Kabbalah, the curse on man came with the formation of woman. The circle was separated from its diameter line. From the possession of the double principle in one, that is, the androgyne condition, the separation of the dual principle was made, presenting 2 opposites, whose destiny it was forever after to seek reunion into the original one condition. This curse was this, viz., that nature impelling the search, evaded and desired result by the production of a new being, distinct from that reunion or oneness desired, by which the natural longing to recover a lost state is forever being cheated. It is by this tantalizing process of a continued curse that nature lives. The allegory of Adam being driven away from the tree of life means, esoterically, that the newly separated race abused and dragged down the mystery of life into the region of animalism and bestiality. For as the Zohar shows, Metronatha, Shekinah, the wife of Metatron symbolically, is the way to the great tree of life, the mighty tree, and Shekinah is divine grace. As explained, this tree reaches the heavenly veil and is hidden between three mountains, the upper triad of principles in man. From these three mountains, the tree ascends above. The adept's knowledge aspires heavenward, and then reascends below into the adept's ego on earth. This tree is revealed in the daytime and is hidden during the night, i.e., revealed to an enlightened mind and hidden to ignorance, which is night. As says the commentary, the tree of the knowledge of the good and the evil grows from the roots of the tree of life. But then also, as the author of the Source of Measures writes, in the Kabbalah it is plainly to be found that the tree of life was the unsated cross in its sexual aspect, and that the tree of knowledge was the separation and the coming together again to fulfill the fatal condition. To display this in numbers, the values of the letters composing the word Otz, tree, are 7 and 9, the 7 being the holy feminine number and the 9 the number of the phallic or male energy. The unsated cross is the symbol of the Egyptian female male, Isis Osiris, the germinal principle in all forms, based on the primal manifestation applicable in all directions and in all senses. This is the Kabbalistic view of the Western occultists, and it differs from the more philosophical Eastern or Aryan views upon the subject. The separation of the sexes was in the program of nature and of natural evolution, and the creative faculty in male and female was a gift of divine wisdom. In the truth of such traditions, the whole of antiquity, from the patrician philosopher to the humblest spiritually inclined plebeian, has believed. And as we proceed, we may successfully show that the relative truth of such legends, if not their absolute exactness, vouched for by such giants of intellect as were Solon, Pythagoras, Plato, and others, begins to dawn upon more than one modern scientist. He is perplexed. He stands startled and confused before proofs that are being daily accumulated before him. He feels that there is no way of solving the many historical problems that stare him in the face, unless he begins by accepting ancient traditions. Therefore, in saying that we believe absolutely in ancient records and universal legends, we need hardly plead guilty before the impartial observer, for other and far more learned writers, and that two among those who belong to the modern scientific school evidently believe in much that the occultists do, in dragons, for instance, and not only symbolically but also in their actual existence at one time. It would have indeed been a bold step for anyone, some 30 years ago, to have thought of treating the public to a collection of stories ordinarily reputed fabulous, and for claiming for them the consideration due to genuine realities, or to have advocated tales, time-honored as fictions, as actual facts, and those of the nursery as being, in many instances, legends, more or less distorted, descriptive of real beings or events. Nowadays, it is a less hazardous proceeding. Thus opens the introduction to a recent 1886 and most interesting work by Mr. Charles Gould, called Mythical Monsters. He boldly states his belief in most of these monsters. He submits that many of the so-called mythical animals, which throughout long ages and in all nations have been the fertile subjects of fiction and fable, come legitimately within the scope of plain matter of fact natural history, and that they may be considered not as the outcome of exuberant fancy, but as creatures which really once existed, and of which, unfortunately, only imperfect and inaccurate descriptions have filtered down to us. probably very much refracted through the mists of time. Traditions of creatures once coexisting with man, some of which are so weird and terrible as to appear at first sight to be impossible. For me, the major part of those creatures are not chimeras, but objects of rational study. The dragon, in place of being a creature evolved out of the imagination of Aryan man by the contemplation of lightning flashing through the caverns which he tenanted, as is held by some mythologists, is an animal which once lived and dragged its ponderous coils and perhaps flew. To me, the specific existence of the unicorn seems not incredible, and in fact more probable than the theory which assigns to it origin to a lunar myth. For my part, I doubt the general derivation of myths from the contemplation of the visible workings of external nature. It seems to me easier to suppose that the palsy of times have enfeebled the utterance of these oft-told tales until their original appearance is almost unrecognizable, than that uncultured savages should possess powers of imagination and poetical invention far beyond those enjoyed by the most instructed nations of the present day. Less hard to believe that these wonderful stories of gods and demigods, of giants and dwarves, of dragons and monsters of all descriptions are transformations than to believe them to be inventions. It is shown by the same geologist that paleontologists have successfully traced back the existence of man to periods variously estimated at from 30,000 to 1 million years, to periods when he coexisted with animals which have long since become extinct. These animals, weird and terrible, were, to give a few instances, number 1, the genus Cerastes, whose huge bones and vertebrae show them to have attained a length of nearly 200 feet. The remains of such monsters, no less than 10 in number, were seen by Professor Marsh in the Movaces Terrace of Colorado, strewn upon the plains. 2, the Titanosaurus montanus, reaching 50 or 60 feet in length. Number 3, the dinosaurians in the Jurassic beds of the Rocky Mountains, of still more gigantic proportions. Number 4, the Atlantosaurus immanus, a femur of which alone is over 6 feet in length, and which would be thus over 100 feet in length. But even yet the line has not been reached, and we hear of the discovery of remains of such titanic proportions as to possess a thigh bone over 12 feet in length. Then we read of the monstrous Civatherium in the Himalayas, the four-horned stag, as large as an elephant, and exceeding the latter in height. Of the gigantic Megatherium, of colossal flying lizards, pterodactyl with crocodile jaws on a duck's head, etc. All these were coexistent with man, most probably attacked man, as man attacked them. And we are asked to believe that the said man was no larger than he is now. Is it possible to conceive that, surrounded in nature with such monstrous creatures, that man himself, a colossal giant, could have survived while all his foes had perished? Is it with his stone hatchet that he had the best of the Civatherium, or a gigantic flying saurian? Let us always bear in mind that at least one great man of science, de Quatrefages, sees no good scientific reasons why man should not have been contemporaneous with the earliest mammalia and go back as far as the secondary period. The very conservative Professor Jukes writes, "It appears that the flying dragons of romance had something like a real existence in the former ages of the world." And the author goes on to ask, does the written history of man, comprising a few thousand years, embrace the whole course of his intelligent existence? Or have we, in the long mythical eras, extending over hundreds of thousands of years, and recorded in the chronologies of Chaldea and China, shadowy mementos of prehistoric man, handed down from tradition, and perhaps transported by a few survivors to existing lands, from others which, like the fabled Atlantis of Plato, may have been submerged, or the scene of some great catastrophe, which destroyed them all with all their civilization? The few remaining giant animals, such as elephants, themselves smaller than their ancestors, the mastodons, and hippopotami, are the only surviving relics, and tend to disappear more entirely every day. But even they have already a few pioneers of their future genus, and have decreased in size in the same proportion as men have done. For the remains of a pygmy elephant, E. falconeri, were found in the cave deposits of Malta, and the same author asserts that they were associated with the remains of pygmy hippopotami, the former being only 2 feet 6 inches high. There's also the still existing hippopotamus, liberensis, which M. Milne Edwards figures a little more than 2 feet in height. Skeptics may smile and denounce our work as full of nonsense or fairy tales, but by doing so they only justify the wisdom of the Chinese philosopher Chuang, who said that the things that men do know can in no way be compared, numerically speaking, to the things that are unknown. Thus they laugh only at their own ignorance. The Sons of God and the Sacred Island. The legend given in Isis Unveiled in relation to a portion of the globe which science now concedes to have been the cradle of humanity, though it was but one of the 7 cradles in truth, runs as follows. Tradition says, and the records of the Great Book, the Book of Jan, explain that long before the days of Adam and his inquisitive wife, Hiva, were now to be found but salt lakes and desolate barren deserts. There was a vast inland sea which extended over Middle Asia, north of the proud Himalayan range and its western prolongation. In it, an island which for its unparalleled beauty had no rival in the world, was inhabited by the last remnant of the race which preceded ours. The last remnant means the sons of Will and Yoga, who, with a few tribes, survived the great cataclysm. For it was the 3rd race, inhabiting the great Lemurian continent, which preceded the veritable and complete human races, the 4th and the 5th. Therefore was it said, in Isis Unveiled, that this race could live with equal ease in water, air, or fire, for it had an unlimited control over the elements. These were the sons of God, not those who saw the daughters of men, but the real Elohim. Though in the Oriental Kabbalah they have another name. It was they who imparted nature's most weird secrets to men and revealed them to the ineffable and now lost Word. The island, according to belief, exists to the present hour, as an oasis surrounded by the dreadful wilderness of the great Gobi Desert, whose sands no foot hath crossed in the memory of man. This word, which is no word, has traveled once around the globe, and still lingers as a far-off dying echo in the hearts of some privileged men. The hierophants of the sacerdotal colleges were aware of the existence of this island, but the word was known only to the Java Alim, Mahakoan in another tongue, or chief lord of every college, and was passed to his successor only at the moment of death. There were many such colleges, and the old classical authors speak of them. There was no communication with the fair island by sea, but subterranean passages known only to the chiefs communicated with it in all directions. Tradition asserts, and archaeology accepts the truth of the legend, that there is more than one city now flourishing in India which is built on several other cities, making thus a subterranean city of 6 or 7 stories high. Delhi is one of them. Allahabad, another. Examples being found even in Europe. Example in Florence, which is built on several defunct Etruscan and other cities. Why then could not Ellora, Elephanta, Carli, and Ajunta have been built over subterranean labyrinths and passages as it is claimed? Of course, we do not allude to the caves which are known to every European, whether de visu or by hearsay, notwithstanding their enormous antiquity, though that is even disputed by modern archaeology. But to a fact known to the initiated Brahmins of India, and especially to yogis, viz., that there is not a cave temple in the country, but has its subterranean passages running in every direction, and that these underground caves and endless corridors have in their turn their caves and corridors. Who can tell whether the lost Atlantis, which is also mentioned in the Secret Book, but again under another name, peculiar to the sacred language, did not still exist in those days? We went on to ask. It did exist, most assuredly, For it was approaching its greatest days of glory and civilization when the last of the Lemurian continents went down. The great lost continent might have, perhaps, been situated south of Asia, extending from India to Tasmania. If the hypothesis, now so much doubted and positively denied by some learned authors who regard it as a joke of Plato, is ever verified, then perhaps will the scientists believe that the description of the God-inhabited continent was not altogether a fable? And they may then perceive that Plato's guarded hints and his attributing the narrative to Solon and the Egyptian priests were but a prudent way of imparting this fact to the world, and at the same time, by cleverly combining truth and fiction, of disconnecting himself from a story which the obligations imposed at initiation forbade him to divulge. To continue the tradition, we have to add that the class of hierophants was divided into two distinct categories: those who were instructed by the sons of God of the island, and who were initiated in the divine doctrine of pure revelation, and others who inhabited the lost Atlantis, if such must be its name, and who, being of another race, produced sexually but of divine parents, were born with a sight which embraced all hidden things, and was independent of both distance and material obstacle. In short, they were the fourth race of men mentioned in the Popol Vuh, whose sight was unlimited and who knew all things at once. In other words, they were the Lemuro-Atlanteans, the first who had a dynasty of spirit kings, not of manes or ghosts, as some believe, but of actual living devas or demigods or angels, again, who had assumed bodies to rule over this race, and who, in their turn, instructed them in the arts and sciences. Only as these jnanis and rupa, or material spirits, they were not always good. Their king Thelivat was one of the latter, and it is under the evil influence of this king demon that the Atlantis race became a nation of wicked magicians. In consequence of this, war was declared, the story of which would be too long to narrate. Its substance may be found in the disfigured allegories of the race of Cain, the giants, and that of Noah and his righteous family. The conflict came to an end by the submersion of Atlantis, which finds its imitation in the stories of the Babylonian and Mosaic flood. The giants and magicians, all the flesh died, and every man. All except Xisuthros and Noah, who are substantially identical with the great father of the Thlingithians, who, they say, also escaped in a large boat like the Hindu Noah, Vivasvata. If we believe the tradition at all, we have to credit the further story that from the intermarrying of the progeny of the Hierophants of the island and the descendants of the Atlantean Noah, a mixed race of righteous and wicked sprang up. On the one side, the world had its Enochs, Moseses, various Buddhas, its numerous saviors and great Hierophants. On the other hand, its natural magicians, who, through the lack of restraining power of proper spiritual enlightenment, perverted their gifts to evil purposes. We may supplement this by the testimony of some records and traditions. L'Histoire des Verges, les Peuples de la Continent Dispares. Louis Jacquelet says, one of the most ancient legends of India, preserved in the temples by oral and written tradition, relates that several 100,000 years ago there existed in the Pacific Ocean an immense continent, which was destroyed by geological upheaval, and the fragments of which must be sought in Madagascar, Ceylon, Sumatra, Java, Borneo, and the principal isle of Polynesia. The high plateau of Hindustan and Asia, according to this hypothesis, would only have been represented in these distant epochs by great islands contiguous to the central continent. According to the Brahmins, this country had attained a high civilization, and the peninsula of Hindustan, enlarged by the displacement of the waters at the time of the Grand Cataclysm, but has continued the chain of the primitive traditions born in this place. These traditions give the name of Rutas to the peoples which inhabited this immense equinoctial continent, and from their speech was derived the Sanskrit. The Indo-Hellenic tradition, preserved by the most intelligent population which emigrated from the plains of India, also relates the existence of a continent and a people to which it gives the name of Atlantis and Atlantides, and which it locates in the Atlantic in the northern portion of the tropics. Apart from this fact, the supposition of an ancient continent in those latitudes, the vestiges of which may be found in the volcanic islands and mountainous surface of the Azores, the Canaries and Cape de Verde Islands, is not devoid of geographical probability. The Greeks, who moreover never dared to pass beyond the Pillars of Hercules, on account of their dread of the mysterious ocean, appeared too late in antiquity for the stories preserved by Plato to be anything else than an echo of the Indian legend. Moreover, when we cast a look upon a planisphere, at the sight of the islands and islets strewn from the Malayan archipelago to Polynesia, from the Straits of Sunda to Easter Island, it is impossible upon the hypothesis of continents, preceding those which we inhabit, not to place there the most important of all, a religious belief common to Malacca and Polynesia, that is to say, to the two opposite extremes of the oceanic world, affirms that all these islands once formed two immense countries, inhabited by yellow men and black men, always at war, and that the gods, wearied with their quarrels, having charged ocean to pacify them, the latter swallowed up by the two continents, and since then it has been impossible to make him give up his captives. Alone the mountain peaks and high plateau escaped the flood, by the power of the gods who perceived too late the mistake they had committed. Whatever there may be in these traditions, and whatever may have been the place where a civilization more ancient than that of Rome, of Greece, of Egypt, and of India was developed, it is certain that this civilization did exist, and it is highly important to science to recover its traces, however feeble and fugitive they may be. This oceanic tradition corroborates the legend given from the records of the Secret Doctrine. The war mentioned between the yellow and the black men relates to the struggle between the sons of gods and the sons of giants, or the inhabitants and magicians of Atlantis. The final conclusion of the author, who personally visited all the islands of Polynesia and devoted years to the study of the religion, language, and traditions of nearly all the peoples, is as follows. As to the Polynesian continent, which disappeared at the time of the final geological cataclysms, its existence rests on the proofs that, to be illogical, we can doubt no longer. The three summits of this continent, the Sandwich Islands, New Zealand, Easter Island, are distant from each other from 15 to 1800 leagues, and that the groups of intermediate islands, Viti, Fiji, Samoa, Tonga, Fotuana, Ovia, the Marquesas, Tahiti, Pumatu, the Gambiers, are themselves distant from these extreme points from 700 or 800 to 1,000 leagues. All navigators agree in saying that the extreme and the central groups could never have communicated in view of their actual geographic position, and with the insufficient means that they had at hand. It is physically impossible to cross such distances in a pirogue without a compass and travel months without provisions. On the other hand, the Aborigines of the Sandwich Islands, of Viti, of New Zealand, of the central groups, of Samoa, Tahiti, etc., had never known each other, had never heard of each other, before the arrival of the Europeans. And yet each of these people maintained that their island had at one time formed part of an immense stretch of land which extended toward the west on the side of Asia. And all brought together, we found to speak the same language, to have the same usages, the same customs, the same religious belief, and all to the question, where is the cradle of your race? For sole response, extended their hand toward the setting sun. Geographically, this description clashes slightly with the facts in the secret records, but it shows the existence of such traditions, and this is all one cares for. For as there is no smoke without fire, so a tradition must be based on some approximate truth. In its proper place, we will show modern science fully corroborating the above and other traditions of the Secret Doctrine, with regard to the last two continents. The Easter Island relics, for instance, are the most astounding and eloquent memorials of the primeval giants. They are as grand as they are mysterious, and one has to but examine the heads of the colossal statues that have remained unbroken to recognize at a glance the features of the type of character attributed to the fourth race giants. They seem of one cast through different in features, of a distinctly sensual type, such as the Atlanteans, the Daityas, and Atlantinians. They are said to have had in the esoteric Hindu books. Compare these with the faces of some other colossal statues in Central Asia, those near Bamiyan, for instance, the portrait statues. Tradition tells us of Buddhas belonging to previous Manvantaras. Of those Buddhas and heroes who are mentioned in the Buddhist and Hindu works as men of fabulous size, the good and holy brothers of their wicked Kotarine brothers generally, just as Ravana, the giant king of Lanka, was the brother of Kumbhakarna. All the descendants of gods through the rishis, and thus, like Titan and his enormous brood, all heaven's firstborn. These Buddhas, though often spoiled by the symbolical representation of great pendant ears, show a suggestive difference, perceived at a glance, in the expression of their faces from that of the Easter Island statues. They may be of one race, but the former are sons of God, the latter the brood of mighty sorcerers. All these reincarnations are, however, and apart from unavoidable exaggerations in popular fancy and tradition, they are historical characters. When did they live? How long ago the two races, the third and fourth, and how long after did the various tribes of the fifth begin with their strife, the wars between good and evil? We are assured by the Orientalists that chronology is both hopelessly mixed and absurdly exaggerated in the Puranas and other Hindu scriptures. We feel quite prepared to agree with the accusation. But if Aryan writers have occasionally allowed their chronological pendulum to swing too far one way, beyond the legitimate limit of fact, nevertheless, when the distance of that deviation is compared with the distance of the Orientalists' deviation in the opposite direction, moderation will be found on the Brahmanical side. It is the Pandit who will, in the long run, be found more truthful and nearer to the fact than the Sanskritist. The Sanskritist's curtailing, even when proved to have been resorted to in order to fit a personal hobby, is regarded by Western public opinion as a cautious acceptance of the facts, whereas the Pandit is brutally treated in print as a liar. But surely this is no reason why everyone should be compelled to see this in the same light. An impartial observer may judge it otherwise. He may either proclaim both unscrupulous historians or justify both, each on his respective ground, and say Hindu Aryans wrote for their initiates, who read truth between the lines, not for the masses. If they did mix up events and confuse ages intentionally, it was not with the view of deceiving anyone, but in order to preserve their knowledge from the prying eye of the foreigner. But to him who can count the generations from the Manus, and the series of incarnations specified in the case of some heroes in the Puranas, the meaning and chronological order are very clear. As for the Western Orientalists, he must be excused on account of his undeniable ignorance of the methods used by archaic esotericism. But such existing prejudices will have to give way and disappear very soon before the light of new discoveries. Already Dr. Weber's and Professor Max Muller's favorite theories, namely that writing was not known in India even in the days of Panini, that the Hindus had all their arts and sciences, even to the zodiac and their architecture, Ferguson, from the Macedonian Greeks. These and other such cock-and-bull hypotheses are threatened with ruin, and the ghost of old Chaldea that comes to the rescue of truth. In his third Hebert lecture, 1887, Professor Sayce of Oxford, speaking of newly discovered Assyrian and Babylonian cylinders, refers at length to Ea, the god of wisdom, now identified with the Oannes of Berosus, the half-man, half-fish who taught the Babylonians culture and the art of writing. This Ea, to whom, thanks only to the biblical deluge, an antiquity of hardly 1500 BC has been hitherto allowed, is now spoken of in the following terms. To summarize from the professor, the city of Ea was Eridu, which stood 6,000 years ago on the shores of the Persian Gulf. The name means the good city, a particularly holy spot, since it was the center from which the earliest Chaldean civilization made its way to the north. As the culture god was represented as coming from the sea, it was possible that the culture of which Eridu was the seat was of foreign importation. We now know that there was intercourse at a very early period between Chaldea and the Sinaitic Peninsula, as well as with India. The statues discovered by the French at Tello, dating from at least 4000 BC, were made of the extremely hard stone known as diorite, and the inscriptions on them stated the diorite to have been brought from Magan, i.e. the Sinaitic Peninsula, which was then ruled by the pharaohs. The statues are known to resemble in general style the diorite statue, Khephren, the builder of the second pyramid, while according to Mr. Petrie, the unit of measurement marked on the plan of the city, which one of the Tello figures holds on his lap, is the same as that employed by the pyramid builders. Teak wood has been found at Mugir or Ur of the Chaldees, although that wood is an Indian special product. Add to this that an ancient Babylonian list of clothing mentions Sindhu or muslin, explained as vegetable cloth. Muslin, best known as Dhaka muslin, known in Chaldea as Hindu, Sindhu, and teak wood used 4,000 years BC, and yet the Hindus, to whom Chaldea owes its civilization, as has been well proven by Colonel Vance Kennedy, were ignorant of the art of writing before the Greeks taught them their alphabet, if at least we have to believe Orientalists. Stanza 10. The history of the fourth race. 38. The birth of the fourth Atlantean race. 39. The sub-races of the fourth humanity begin to divide and interblend. They form the first mixed races of various colors. 40. The superiority of the Atlantean over other races. 41. They fall into sin and beget children and monsters. 42. The first germs of anthropomorphism and sexual religion. They lose their third eye. 38. Thus, 2 by 2 on the 7 zones, the third race gave birth to the fourth. The Sura became the Asura. 39. The first on every zone was moon-colored, the second yellow like gold, the third red, the fourth brown, which became black with sin. The first 7 human shoots were all of one complexion. The next 7 began mixing. To understand Shloka 38, it must be read together with the Shlokas of Stanza 9. Up to this point of evolution, man belongs more to metaphysical than physical nature. It is only after the so-called fall that the races began to develop rapidly into a purely human shape. In order that the student may correctly comprehend the full meaning of the fall, so mystic and transcendental in its real significance, he must at once be told the details which preceded it, seeing that modern theology has made of the event a pivot on which its most pernicious and absurd dogmas and beliefs are made to turn. The archaic commentaries, as the reader may remember, explain that of the host of Janis, whose turn it was to incarnate as the egos of the immortal, but on this plane, senseless monads, some obeyed the law of evolution. Immediately the men of the third race became physiologically and physically ready, i.e., when they had separated into sexes. These were the early conscious beings who, now adding conscious knowledge and will to their inherent divine purity, created, by Kriya Shakti, the semi-divine man, who became the seed on earth for future adepts. Those, on the other hand, who, jealous of their intellectual freedom, unfettered as it were, was by the bonds of matter, said, We can choose, we have wisdom, and so incarnated for later. These had their first karmic punishment prepared for them. They got bodies inferior, physiologically, to their astral models, because their chayas had belonged to progenitors of an inferior degree in the 7 classes. As to those sons of wisdom who deferred their incarnation till the 4th race, which was already tainted, physiologically, with sin and impurity, these produced a terrible cause, the karmic result of which weighs on them to this day. It was produced in themselves, and they became the carriers of that seed of iniquity for aeons to come, because the bodies they had to inform had become defiled through their own procrastination. This was the fall of the angels, owing to their rebellion against karmic law. The fall of man was no fall, for he was irresponsible. But creation, having been invented on the dualistic system of the prerogative of God alone, the legitimate attribute patented by theology in the name of an infinite deity of their own making, the power of Kriya Shakti had to be regarded as satanic and as a usurpation of divine rights. Thus, in the light of such narrow views, the foregoing must naturally be considered as a terrible slander on man, created in the image of God, and still a more dreadful blasphemy in the face of the dead-letter dogma. Your doctrine, the occultists have already been told, makes of man created out of dust in the likeness of his God, vehicle of the devil from the first. Why do you make of your God a devil? Both, moreover, created in your own image, is our reply. The esoteric interpretation of the Bible, however, sufficiently refutes this slanderous invention of theology. The secret doctrine must someday become the just karma of the churches, more anti-Christian than the representative assemblies of the most confirmed materialists and atheists. The true meaning of the old doctrine of the fallen angels, in its anthropological and evolutionary sense, is contained in the Kabbalah and explains the Bible. It is found preeminently in Genesis, when the latter is read in a spirit of research for truth, with no eye to dogma, and in no mood of preconception. This is easily proven. In Genesis 6, the sons of God, Beni Elohim, became enamored of the daughters of men, marry, and reveal to their wives the mysteries unlawfully learnt by them in heaven, according to Enoch. And this is the fall of the angels. But what, in reality, is the book of Enoch itself, from which the author of Revelation, and even the St. John of the 4th Gospel, have so profusely quoted? Simply a book of initiation, giving out in allegory and cautious phraseology the program of certain archaic mysteries performed in the inner temples. The author of the sacred mysteries among the Mayas and the Quiches very justly suggests that the so-called visions of Enoch relate to his, Enoch's, experience at initiation, and what he learned in the mysteries, while he very erroneously states his opinion that Enoch had learned them before being converted to Christianity. Furthermore, he believes that this book was written at the beginning of the Christian era, when the customs and religion of the Egyptians fell into decadency. This is hardly possible, since Jude, in his epistle, quotes from the Book of Enoch, and therefore, as Archbishop Lawrence, the translator of the Book of Enoch from the Ethiopic version, remarks, it could not have been the production of a writer who lived after, or was even coeval with the writers of the New Testament, unless indeed Jude and the Gospels and all that follows were also a production of the already established church, which some critics say is not impossible. But we are now concerned with the fallen angels of Enoch, rather than with Enoch himself. In Indian exotericism, these angels, asuras, are also denounced as the enemies of the gods, those who oppose sacrificial worship offered to the devas. In Christian theology, they are broadly referred to as the fallen spirits, the heroes of various conflicting and contradictory legends, gathered from pagan sources. The coluber tortuosus, the torturous snake, a qualification said to have originated with the Jews, had quite another meaning before the Roman Church distorted it, among others, a purely astronomical signification. The serpent, fallen from on high, Diorsum fluens, was credited with the possession of the keys of the empire of the dead, to the day when Jesus saw it fall, as lightning from heaven. Notwithstanding the Roman Catholic interpretation of cadebat ut fulger, it means indeed that even the devils are subject to the Logos, who is wisdom, but at the same time as the opponent of ignorance, Satan or Lucifer. This remark refers to divine wisdom falling like lightning on and so quickening the intellects of those who fight the devils of ignorance and superstition. Up to the time when wisdom, in the shape of the incarnating spirits of Mahat, descended from on high to animate and call the third race to real conscious life, humanity, if it can be so called in its animal, senseless state, was of course doomed to moral as well as to physical death. The angels, fallen into generation, are referred to metaphorically as serpents and dragons of wisdom. On the other hand, regarded in the light of the Logos, the Christian Savior like Krishna, whether as man or Logos, may be said to have saved those who believed in the secret teachings from eternal death, and to have conquered the kingdom of darkness, or hell, as every initiate does. This is the human terrestrial form of the initiates, and also because the Logos is Christos, that principle of our inner nature which develops in us into the spiritual ego, the higher self, formed of the indissoluble union of Buddhi, the sixth, and the spiritual efflorescence of Manas, the fifth principle. The Logos is passive wisdom in heaven and conscious, self-active wisdom on earth, we are taught. It is the marriage of the heavenly man with the virgin of the world, or nature, as described in Pymander, the result of which is their progeny, immortal man. It is this which is called in St. John's Revelation the marriage of the Lamb with his bride. This wife is now identified with the Church of Rome, owing to the arbitrary interpretations of her votaries. But they seem to forget that her linen may be clean and white, outwardly like the whited sepulchre, but that the rottenness she is inwardly filled with is not the righteousness of saints, but rather the blood of the saints she has slain upon the earth. Thus the remark made by the great initiate in Luke, referring allegorically to the ray of enlightenment and reason, falling like lightning from on high into the hearts and minds of the converts to the old wisdom religion, then presented in a new form by the wise Galilean adept, was distorted out of all recognition, as was his own personality, and made to fit with one of the most cruel and the most pernicious of all theological dogmas. But if Western theology alone holds the patent and copyright of Satan, and all the dogmatic horror of that fiction, other nationalities and religions have committed equal errors in their misinterpretation of a tenet, which is one of the most profoundly philosophical and ideal conceptions of ancient thought. They have both disfigured and hinted at the correct meaning of it in their numerous allegories on the subject. Nor have the semi-esoteric dogmas of Puranic Hinduism failed to evolve very suggestive symbols and allegories concerning the rebellious and fallen gods. The Puranas team with them, and we find a direct hint at the truth in the frequent allusions of Parashara and the Vishnu Purana to all those Rudras, Rishis, Asuras, Kimuras, and Munis, who have to be born in every age to reincarnate in every Manvantara. This, esoterically, is equivalent to saying that the flames born on the universal mind, or Mahat, owing to the mysterious workings of karmic will and the impulse of evolutionary law, had, without any gradual transition, landed on this earth after having, as in Pymander, broken through the 7 circles of fire, or in short, the 7 intermediate worlds. There is an eternal cyclic law of rebirths, and the series is headed at every new manvantaric dawn by those who've enjoyed their rest from reincarnations in previous kalpas for incalculable eons, by the highest and the earliest nirvanis. It was the turn of these gods to incarnate in the present manvantara, hence their presence on earth, and the ensuing allegories, hence also the perversion of the original meaning. The gods who had fallen into generation, whose mission it was to complete divine man, are found represented later on as demons, evil spirits, and fiends. At fend and war with gods, or the irresponsible agents of the one eternal law. But no conception of such creatures as the devils and the Satan of the Christian, Jewish, and Mohammedan religions was ever intended by these 1,001 Aryan allegories. The true esoteric view about Satan, the opinion held on this subject by the whole of philosophical antiquity, is admirably brought out in an appendix entitled The Secret of Satan, to the second edition of Dr. A. Kingsford's The Perfect Way. No better and clearer indication of the truth could be offered to the intelligent reader, and it is therefore quoted here at some length. 1. And on the seventh day, seventh creation of the Hindus, there went forth from the presence of God a mighty angel, full of wrath and consuming, and God gave him the dominion of the outermost sphere. 2. Eternity brought forth time, the boundless gave birth to limit, being descended into generation. 4. Among the gods is none like unto him, into whose hands are committed the kingdoms, the power, and the glory of the worlds. 5. Thrones and empires, the dynasty of kings, the fall of nations, the birth of churches, the triumphs of time. For, as is said in Hermes 20, Satan is the doorkeeper of the temple of the king. He standeth in Solomon's porch, he holdeth the keys of the sanctuary. 21. That no man may enter therein save the anointed, having the arcanum of Hermes. These suggestive and majestic verses had reference, with the ancient Egyptians and other civilized peoples of antiquity, to the creative and generative light of the Logos. Horus, Brahma, Ahura Mazda, etc., as primeval manifestations of the ever unmanifested principle, whether called Ein Sof, Parabrahman, or Zaruna Akern, or boundless time, Kala. But the meaning is now degraded in the Kabbalah. The anointed, who has the secrets and mysteries of Hermes, or Buddha, wisdom, and who alone is entrusted with the keys of the sanctuary, the womb of nature, in order to fructify it and call to active life and being the whole cosmos, has become with the Jews Jehovah, the God of generation, on the lunar mountain, Sinai, the mountain of the moon, sin. The sanctuary had become the holy of the holies, and the arcanum had been anthropomorphized and phallicized and dragged down into matter indeed. Hence arose the necessity of making of the dragon of wisdom, the serpent of Genesis, of the conscious God who needed a body to clothe his too subjective divinity, Satan. But the innumerable incarnations of spirit and the ceaseless pulse and current of desire refer the first to our doctrine of karmic and cyclic rebirths, the second to Eros, not the later god of material, physiological love, but to the divine desire in the gods, as well as in all nature, to create and give life to beings. This, the rays of the one dark, because invisible and incomprehensible, flame, could achieve only by themselves descending into matter. Therefore, as continued in the appendix, 12. Many names hath God given him, Satan, names of mystery, secret and terrible. 13. The adversary, because matter opposeth spirit, and time accuseth even the saints of the Lord. 28. Stand in awe of him, and sin not, speaking his name with trembling. 29. For Satan is the magistrate of the justice of God, karma. He beareth the balance and the sword. 31. For to him are committed weight and measure and number. Compare that last sentence with what the rabbi who explains the Kabbalah to the prince in the book of Al-Chazari says, and it will be found that weight and measure and number are in the Sefer Yetzirah, the attributes of the Sephiroth, the 3 Sephrim or figures, ciphers, covering the whole collective number of 10, and that the Sephiroth are the collective Adam Kadmon, the heavenly man or the Logos. Thus Satan and the anointed were identified in ancient thought. Therefore, 33, Satan is the minister of God, Lord of the 7 mansions of Hades, the angel of the manifested worlds. The 7 lokas, or saptaloka, of the earth with the Hindus for Hades, or the limbo of illusion, of which theology makes a region bordering on hell, is simply our globe, the earth, and thus Satan is called the angel of the manifest worlds. It is Satan who is the god of our planet and the only god, and this without any metaphorical allusion to its wickedness and depravity, for he is one with the Logos. The first and eldest of the gods, in the order of the microcosmic divine evolution, Saturn, Satan, astronomically, is the 7th and last in the order of macrocosmic emanation, being the circumference of the kingdom of which Phoebus, the light of wisdom, also the sun, is the center. The Gnostics were right, then, in calling the Jewish God an angel of matter, or he who breathed conscious life into Adam, and whose planet was Saturn. 34. And God hath put a girdle about his loins, the rings of Saturn, and the name of his girdle is death. In anthropogeny, this girdle is the human body with its 2 lower principles. These 3 die, while the innermost man is immortal. And now we approach the secret of Satan. 37. Upon Satan only is the shame of generation. 38. He hath lost his virginal estate. So hath the Kumara, by incarnating, uncovering heavenly secrets, he hath entered into bondage. 39. He encompasseth with bonds and limits all things. 42. Twain are the armies of God. In heaven, the hosts of Michael. In the abyss, the manifested world, the legions of Satan. 43. These are the unmanifest and the manifest, the free and the bound. In matter, the virginal and the fallen. 44. And both are the ministers of the fallen, fulfilling the word divine. Therefore, 55. Holy and venerable is the Sabbath of God. Blessed and sanctified is the name of the angel of Hades, Satan. 41. The glory of Satan is the shadow of the Lord, God in the manifested world. The throne of Satan is the footstool of Adonai, the whole cosmos. When the church therefore curses Satan, it curses the cosmic reflection of God. It anathematizes God made manifest in matter or in the objective. It maledicts God, or the ever incomprehensible wisdom, revealing itself as light and shadow, good and evil in nature, in the only manner comprehensible to the limited intellect of man. This is the true philosophical and metaphysical interpretation of Samael, or Satan, the adversary in the Kabbalah, the same tenets and spirit being found in the allegorical interpretations of every other ancient religion. This philosophical view does not interfere, however, with the historical records connected with it. We say historical because allegory and mythical ornamentation round the kernel of tradition in no wise prevent that kernel being a record of real events. Thus, the Kabbalah repeated the time-honored revelations of the once universal history of our globe and the evolution of its races, as presented it under the legendary form of the various records which have formed the Bible. Its historical foundation, in however imperfect a form, is now offered in these pages from the secret doctrine of the East, and thus the allegorical and symbolical meaning of the serpent of Genesis is found explained by the sons of wisdom, or angels from higher spheres, though all and each pertain to the kingdom of Satan, or matter, revealing to men the mysteries of heaven. Hence also, all the so-called myths of the Hindu, Grecian, Chaldean, and Jewish pantheons are found to be built on fact and truth. The giants of Genesis are the historical Atlanteans of Lanka and the Greek Titans. Who can forget that Troy was once upon a time proclaimed a myth, and Homer a non-existent personage, while the existence of such cities as Herculaneum and Pompeii was denied and attributed to mere fairy legends. Yet Schliemann has proved that Troy did really exist, and the two latter cities, though buried for long ages under the Vesuvian lava, have had their resurrection day and live again on the surface of the earth. How many more cities and localities called fabulous are on the list of future discoveries? How many more personages regarded as mythical will one day become historical? Those alone can tell who read the decrees of the fate in the astral light. As the tenets of the Eastern doctrine, however, have always been kept secret, and as the reader can hardly hope to be shown the original text unless he becomes an accepted disciple, let the Greek and Latin scholar turn to the original texts of the Hermetic literature. Let him, for instance, read carefully the opening pages of the Pymander of Hermes Trismegistus, and he will see our doctrines corroborated therein, however veiled its text. There he will also find the evolution of the universe, of our earth, called nature in Pymander, as of everything else, from the moist principle, or the great deep, father-mother, the first differentiation in the manifested cosmos. First, the universal mind, which the hand of the Christian translator has metamorphosed into the earliest renderings into God, the Father, then the heavenly man, the great total of that host of angels which was too pure for the creation of the inferior worlds, or the men of our globe, but which nevertheless fell into matter by virtue of that same evolution, as the second logos of the Father. Synthetically, every creative logos, or the Son who is one with the Father, is the host of the Rectoris Mundi in itself. Even Christian theology makes of the seven angels of the presence the virtues of the personified attributes of God, which being created by him as the Manus were by Brahma, became archangels. The Roman Catholic Theodis itself, recognizing in its creative verbum princeps the head of these angels, Caput Angelorum, and the angel of the great council, Magni Concilii Angelis, thus recognizes the identity of Christ with them. The Sura became Asura, the gods became no gods, says the text, i.e., gods became fiends, Satan, when read literally. But Satan will now be shown in the teaching of the secret doctrine to be allegorized as good and sacrifice, a god of wisdom, under different names. The Kabbalah teaches that pride and presumption, the two chief prompters of selfishness and egotism, are the causes that emptied heaven of 1/3 of its divine denizens, mystically, and of 1/3 of the stars, astronomically. In other words, the first statement is an allegory and the second a fact. The former, nevertheless, is as shown intimately connected with humanity. In their turn, the Rosicrucians, who were well acquainted with the secret meaning of the tradition, kept it to themselves, teaching merely that the whole of creation was due to and the result of that legendary war in heaven, brought on by the rebellion of the angels against creative law, or the demiurge. The statement is correct, but the inner meaning is to this day a mystery. To elude further explanation of the difficulty, by appealing to divine mystery or to the sin of prying into its policy is to say nothing at all. It may prove sufficient for believers in the Pope's infallibility, but will hardly satisfy the philosophical mind. Yet the truth, although known to most of the higher Kabbalists, has never been told by any of their number. One and all, Kabbalists and symbologists have shown an extraordinary reluctance to confess the primitive meaning of the fall of the angels. In a Christian, such silence is only natural. Neither alchemist nor philosopher during the medieval ages could have uttered that which in the sight of orthodox theology was a terrible blasphemy, for it would have led them directly through the holy office of the Inquisition, to rack and stake. But for our modern Kabbalists and free thinkers, the case is different. With the latter, we fear it is merely human pride, vanity, based on a loudly rejected but ineradicable superstition. Since the Church, in her struggle with Manichaeism, invented the devil, and by placing a theological extinguisher on the radiant star god Lucifer, the son of the morning, thus created the most gigantic of all her paradoxes, a black and tenebrous light. The myth has struck its roots too deeply into the soil of blind faith to permit, in our age, even those who do not acquiesce in her dogmas, and laugh at her horned and cloven-footed Satan, to come out bravely and confess the antiquity of the oldest of all traditions. In a few brief words, it is this: semi-exoterically, the firstborn of the Almighty, Fiat Lux, or the angels of the primordial light, were commanded to create. 1/3 of them rebelled and refused, while those who obeyed, as Fetahil did, failed most signally. To realize the refusal and failure in their correct physical meaning, one must study and understand Eastern philosophy. One has to be acquainted with the fundamental mystical tenets of the Vedantins, as to the utter fallacy of attributing functional activity to the infinite and absolute deity. Esoteric philosophy maintains that during the Sandhyas, the central sun emits creative light, passively, so to say. Causality is latent. It is only during the active periods of being that it gives rise to a stream of ceaseless energy, whose vibrating currents acquire more activity and potency with every rung of the hedomatic ladder of being which they descend. Hence it becomes comprehensible how the process of creating, or rather of fashioning, the organic universe, with all its units of the 7 kingdoms, necessitated intelligent beings who became collectively a being or creative God, differentiated already from the one absolute unity, unrelated as the latter is to conditioned creation. Now the Vatican MS of the Kabbalah, the only copy of which, in Europe, is said to have been in the possession of Count Saint Germain, contains the most complete exposition of the doctrine, including the peculiar version accepted by the Luciferians and other Gnostics, and in which the parchment that the 7 sons of life are given in the order in which they are found in the Saptasuria. Only 4 of these, however, are mentioned in the editions of the Kabbalah which are procurable in public libraries, and that even in a more or less veiled phraseology. Nevertheless, even this reduced number is amply sufficient to show an identical origin, as it refers to the quaternary group of the Jan Chohans, and proves the speculation to have its origin in the secret doctrines of the Aryans. As is well known, the Kabbalah did not originate with the Jews, for the latter got their ideas from the Chaldeans and the Egyptians. Thus, even the exoteric Kabbalistic teachings speak of a central sun, and of 3 secondary suns in each solar system, our own included. As shown in that able through 2 materialistic work, New Aspects of Life and Religion, which is a synopsis of the views of the Kabbalists in an aspect deeply thought out and assimilated, the central sun was to them, as much as to the Aryans, the center of the rest, the center to which all motion was to ultimately be referred. Round this central sun, the first of the 3 systemic suns revolved on a polar plane, the second on an equatorial plane, and the third only was our visible sun. These 4 solar bodies were the organs on whose action what man calls the creation, the evolution of life on the planet Earth depends. The channels through which the influence of these bodies was conveyed to the earth, they, the Kabbalists, held to be electrical, the radiant energy flowing from the central sun, called the earth into being as a watery globe, whose tendency, as the nucleus of a planetary body, was to rush to the central sun, within the sphere of whose attraction it had been created. But the radiant energy, similarly electrifying both, withheld the one from the other, and so changed motion towards the motion round the center of attraction, which the revolving planet, Earth, thus sought to reach. In the organic cell, the visible sun found its own proper matrix and produced through this the animal, while maturing the vegetable kingdom, finally placing man at its head, in whom, through the animating action of that kingdom, it originated the psychic cell. But the man so placed at the head of the animal kingdom, at the head of the creation, was the animal, the soulless, the perishable man. Hence man, although apparently its crown, would by this advent have marked the close of creation, since creation, culminating in him, would at his death have entered on its decline. This Kabbalistic view is here quoted to show its perfect identity in spirit with the Eastern doctrine, explain or complete the teaching of the 7 suns with the 7 systems of planes of being, of which the suns are the central bodies, and you have the 7 angelic planes, whose host collectively are the gods thereof. They are the head group divided into 4 classes, from the incorporeal down to the semi-corporeal. These classes are directly connected, though in very different ways as regards voluntary connection and functions, with our mankind. They are 3, synthesized by the 4th, the first and highest, which is called the central sun, in the Kabbalistic doctrine just quoted. This is the great difference between the Semitic and the Aryan cosmogony. One, materializing, humanizes the mysteries of nature, the other spiritualizes matter, and its physiology is always made subservient to metaphysics. Thus, though the 7th principle reaches man through all the phases of being, pure as an indiscrete element and an impersonal unity, it passes through, the Kabbalah teaches from, the central spiritual sun and group the 2nd, the polar sun, which to radiate on man his Atma. Group 3, the equatorial sun, cements the buddhi to Atma and the higher attributes of manas, while Group 4, the spirit of our visible sun, endows him with his manas and its vehicle, the kama rupa, or body of passions and desires. The 2 elements of ahamkara, which evolve individualized consciousness, the personal ego. Finally, it is the spirit of the earth in its triple unity that builds the physical body, attracting to it the spirits of life and forming his linga sharia. But everything proceeds cyclically, the evolution of man like everything else, and the order in which he is generated is described fully in the Eastern teachings, whereas it is only hinted at in the Kabbalah. Says the Book of Jan, with regard to primeval man when first projected by the boneless, the incorporeal creator. First, the breath, then buddhi, and the shadow sun, the body, were created. But where was the pivot, the middle principle manas? Man is doomed, when alone the indiscrete, undifferentiated element, and the vahan, the buddhi, the cause of the causeless, break asunder from manifested life. Unless, explains the commentary, unless cemented and held together by the middle principle, the vehicle of the personal consciousness of Yiva. In other words, the 2 higher principles can have no individuality on earth, cannot be man, unless there is A, the mind, the mana's ego to cognize itself, and B, the terrestrial false personality, or the body of egotistical desires and personal will, to cement the whole as if round a pivot, which it is truly, to the physical form of man. It is the 5th and 4th principles, manas and kama rupa, that contain the dual personality, the real immortal ego. If it assimilates itself to the 2 higher, and the false and transitory personality, The Mayavi, or the astral body so-called, or the animal-human soul, the two having to be closely blended for purposes of a full terrestrial existence. Incarnate, the spiritual monad of a Newton, grafted on that of the greatest saint on earth, in a physical body the most perfect you can think of, i.e., in a 2 or even a 3-principled body composed of its stula, sharira, prana, life principle, and linga, sharira. And if it lacks its middle and 5th principles, you will have created an idiot. At best, a beautiful, soulless, empty, and unconscious appearance. Cogito ergo sum can find no room in the brain of such a creature, not on this plane, at any rate. There are students, however, who long ago understood the philosophical meaning underlying the allegory, so tortured and disfigured by the Roman Church, of the fallen angels. The kingdom of spirits and spiritual action, which flows from and is the product of spirit volition, is outside and contrasted with and in contradiction to the kingdom of divine souls and divine action. As said in the text of Commentary 14, like produces like, and no more at the genesis of being, and evolution with its limited conditioned laws comes later. The self-existent are called creations, for they appear in the spirit ray, manifested through the potency inherent in its unborn nature, which is beyond time and limited or conditioned space. Terrene products, animate and inanimate, including mankind, are falsely called creation and creatures. They are the development, evolution of the discrete elements. Again, the heavenly Rupa, Jan Chohan, creates man in his own form. It is a spiritual ideation consequent of the first differentiation and awakening of the universal manifested substance. That form is the ideal shadow of itself, and this is the man of the first race. To express it in still clearer form, limiting the explanation to this earth only, it was the duty of the first differentiated egos, the Church calls them archangels, to imbue primordial matter with the evolutionary impulse and guide its formative powers in the fashioning of its productions. This it is which is referred to in the sentences both in the Eastern and Western tradition. The angels were commanded to create. After the earth had been made ready by the lower and more material powers, and its 3 kingdoms fairly started on their way to be a fruitful and multiply, the higher powers, the archangels or jhanis, were compelled by the evolutionary law to descend on earth in order to construct the crown of its evolution, man. Thus the self-created and the self-existent projected their pale shadows. But Group the Third, the fire angels, rebelled and refused to join their fellow devas. Hindu exotericism represents them all as yogins, whose piety inspired them to refuse to create, as they desired to remain eternally Kumaras, virgin youths, in order, if possible, to anticipate their fellows in progress towards nirvana, the final liberation. But agreeably to esoteric interpretation, it was a self-sacrifice for the benefit of mankind. The rebels would not create willless, irresponsible men, as the obedient angels did, nor could they endow human beings with even the temporary reflections of their own attributes, for the latter, belonging to another, and a so much higher plane of consciousness, would leave man still irresponsible, hence interfere with any possibility of higher progress. No spiritual and psychic evolution is possible on earth, the lowest and most material plane, for one who, on that plane at all events, is inherently perfect and cannot accumulate either merit or demerit. Had man remained the pale shadow of the inert, immutable, and motionless perfection, the one negative and passive attribute of the real I am that I am, he would have been doomed to pass through life on earth as in a heavy dreamless sleep, hence a failure on this plane. The beings, or the being, collectively called Elohim, who first pronounced, if indeed they ever were pronounced, the cruel words, "Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil," And now lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat and live forever. Must have been indeed the Eldebaoth, the demiurge of the Nazarenes, filled with rage and envy against his own creature, the reflection of which created Ophimorphos. In this case, it is but natural, even from the dead letter standpoint, to view Satan, the serpent of Genesis, as the real creator and benefactor, the father of spiritual mankind. For it is he who was the harbinger of light. Bright, radiant Lucifer, who opened the eyes of the automaton, created by Jehovah, as alleged. And he who was the first to whisper, "In the day ye eat thereof ye shall be of Elohim, knowing good and evil," can only be regarded in the light as a savior. An adversary to Jehovah, the personating spirit, he still remains in esoteric truth the ever-loving messenger, the angel, the seraphim and cherubim, who both knew well and loved still more, and who conferred on us spiritual instead of physical immortality. The latter, a kind of static immortality that would have transformed man into an underlying wandering Jew. As narrated in King's Gnostics and their remains concerning Ildebaoth, whom several sects regarded as the god of Moses, Ildebaoth was far from being a pure spirit. Ambition and pride dominated in his composition. He therefore resolved to break off all connection with his mother, Achamoth, and to create a world entirely for himself. Aided by his own 6 spirits, he created man, intending him for the image of his power. But he failed utterly in his work, his man proving a vast, soulless monster crawling upon the earth. The 6 spirits were obliged to bring their work again before their father, to be animated. He did so by communicating the ray of divine light, which he himself had inherited from Achamoth, who by this loss punished him for his pride and self-sufficiency. Man, thus favored by Achamoth, at the expense of her own son, followed the impulse of the divine light, and she had transferred to him, collected a further supply out of the creation with which it was intermingled, and began to present not the image of his creator Ildebaoth, but rather that of a supreme being, the primal man. At this spectacle, the demiurgus was filled with rage and envy at having produced a being so superior to himself. His looks, inspired by his passions, were reflected in the abyss, as in a mirror. The image became instinct with life, and forth arose Satan serpent-formed, Ophiomorphos, the embodiment of envy and cunning. This is the exoteric rendering of the Gnostics, and the allegory, through a sectarian version, is suggestive and seems true to life. It is the natural deduction from the dead letter text of chapter 3 of Genesis. Hence the allegory of Prometheus, who steals the divine fire so as to allow men to proceed consciously on the path of spiritual evolution, thus transforming the most perfect of animals on earth into a potential god, and making him free to take the kingdom of heaven by violence. Hence also the curse pronounced by Zeus against Prometheus, and by Jehovah Ildebaoth against his rebellious son Satan. The cold, pure snows of the Caucasian mountain, and the never-dying, singing fire and flames of an inextinguishable hell, 2 poles yet the same idea, the dual aspect of a refined torture, a fire producer, the personified emblem of Phosphoros, of the astral fire and light in the anima mundi, that element of which the German materialist philosopher Molschott said, "Ohne Phosphor kein Gedank," or without phosphorus no thought. Burning in the fierce flames of his terrestrial passions, the conflagration fired by his thought, discerning as it now does good from evil, and yet a slave to the passions of its earthly atom, feeling the vulture of doubt and full consciousness gnawing at its heart. A Prometheus indeed, because a conscious and hence a responsible entity. The curse of life is great, yet with the exception of some Hindu and Sufi mystics, how few are those who would exchange all the tortures of conscious life, all the evils of a responsible existence, for the unconscious perfection of a passive, objectively incorporeal being, or even the universal static inertia personified in Brahma during his night's rest. For to quote from an able article by one, who, confusing the planes of existence and consciousness, fell a victim thereto. Satan, or Lucifer, represents the active, or as M. Jules Basiak calls it, the centrifugal energy of the universe, in a cosmic sense. He is fire, light, life, struggle, effort, thought, consciousness, progress, civilization, liberty, independence. At the same time, he is pain, which is the reaction of the pleasure of action, and death, which is the revolution of life, Satan, burning in his own hell, produced by the fury of his own momentum, the expansive disintegration of the nebula, which is to concentrate into new worlds. And fitly, he is again and again baffled by the eternal inertia of the passive energy of the cosmos, the inexorable I am, the flint from which the sparks are beaten out. And fitly are he and his adherents consigned to the sea of fire, because it is the sun, in one sense only in the cosmic allegory, the fount of life in our system, where they are purified, meaning thereby disintegrated and churned up to rearrange them for another life, the resurrection. That sun which, as the origin of the active principle of our earth, it is at once the home and the source of the mundane Satan. Furthermore, as if to demonstrate the accuracy of Basiak's general theory, in Le Diable et Satan, cold is known to have a centripetal effect. Under the influence of cold, everything contracts. Under it, life hibernates or dies out. Thought congeals and fire is extinguished. Satan is immortal in his own fire sea. It is only in the Niflheim, the cold hell of the Scandinavian Eddas, of the I am, that he cannot exist. But for all that there is a kind of immortal existence in Niflheim, and that existence must be painless and peaceful because it is unconscious and inactive, in the kingdom of Jehovah, if this God were all that the Jews and Christians claim for him, there is no misery, no war, no marrying and giving in marriage, no change, no individual consciousness. All is absorbed in the spirit of the most powerful. It is emphatically a kingdom of peace and loyal submission, as that of the arch-rebel, is one of war and revolution. It, the former, is in fact what Theosophy calls nirvana. But then Theosophy teaches that separation from the primal source having once occurred, reunion can only be achieved by will effort, which is distinctly satanic in the sense of this essay. It is satanic from the standpoint of Orthodox Romanism, for it is owing to the prototype of that which became in time the Christian devil, to the radiant archangels, John Chohans, who refused to create because they wanted man to become his own creator, and an immortal God that can reach nirvana and the heaven of heavenly divine peace. To close this rather lengthy comment, the Secret Doctrine teaches that the fire devas, the Rudras, and the Kumaras, the virgin angels, to whom the archangels Michael and Gabriel both belong, the divine rebels, called by the all-materializing and positive Jews the Nahash, or deprived, preferred the curse of incarnation and the long cycles of terrestrial existence and rebirths, to seeing the misery, even if unconscious, of the beings who were evolved as shadows out of their brethren, through the semi-passive energy of their two spiritual creators. If man's uses of life should be such as neither to animalize nor to spiritualize, but to humanize self, to do so he must be born human, not angelic. Hence, tradition shows the celestial yogis offering themselves as voluntary victims in order to redeem humanity, which was created godlike and perfect at first, and endow him with human affections and aspirations. To do this, they had to give up their natural status, descend on our globe, and take up their abode on it for the whole cycle of the Mahayuga, thus exchanging their impersonal individualities for individual personalities. The bliss of sidereal existence for the curse of terrestrial life. This voluntary sacrifice of the fiery angels, whose nature was knowledge and love, has been construed by the exoteric theologies into a statement that shows the rebel angels hurled down from heaven into the darkness of hell, our earth. Hindu philosophy hints at the truth by teaching that the asuras, hurled down by Shiva, are only in an intermediate state in which they prepare for higher degrees of purification and redemption from their wretched condition. But Christian theology, claiming to be based on the rock of the divine love, charity, and justice of Him it appeals to as its savior, to paradoxically enforce that claim, has invented the dreary dogma of hell, that Archimedean lever of Roman Catholic philosophy. Whereas rabbinical wisdom, than which there is none more positive, materialistic, or grossly terrestrial, as it brings everything down to physiological mysteries, calls these beings the evil one, and the Kabbalists Nahash, deprived. As just said, and the souls that have, after having been alienated in heaven from the Holy One, thrown themselves into an abyss at the dawn of their very existence, and have anticipated the time when they are to descend on earth. And let me explain at once that our quarrel is not with the Zohar or any other book of the Kabbalah in its right interpretation, for the latter is the same as our own, but only with the gross, pseudo-esoteric explanations of the later, and especially the Christian Kabbalists. Says the commentary, our earth and man are the products of the three fires. The names of these three answer in Sanskrit to the electric fire, the solar fire, and the fire produced by friction. Explained on the cosmic and human planes, these three fires are spirit, soul, and body, the three great root groups, with their four additional divisions. In the exoteric accounts, they are personified by the three sons of surpassing brilliancy and splendor, of Agni Abhimanan, the oldest son of Brahma, the cosmic Logos, by Svaha, one of Daksha's daughters. In the metaphysical sense, the fire by friction means the union between Buddhi, the sixth, and Manas, the fifth principle, which thus are united or cemented together, the fifth merging partially into and becoming part of the monad. In the physical, it relates to the creative spark, or germ, which fructifies and generates the human being. The three fires, whose names are Pavaka, Pavamana, and Shuchi, were condemned, it is said, by a curse of Vasishtha, the great sage, to be born over and over again. This is clear enough. Therefore, the flames whose functions are confused in the exoteric books and who are called indifferently Prajapatis, Pitris, Manus, Asuras, Rishis, Kumaras, etc., are said to incarnate personally in the third root race and thus find themselves reborn over and over again. In the esoteric doctrine, they are generally named Asuras, or the Asura Devata, or Pitar Devata, gods. For, as said, they were first gods, and the highest, before they became no gods, and had from spirits of heaven fallen into spirits of earth. Exoterically, note well in orthodox dogma. No theologian or Orientalist can ever understand the genealogies of the Prajapatis, the Manus, and the Rishis, or the direct connection of these, their correlation rather, with the gods, unless he has the key to the old primitive cosmogony and theogony, which all nations originally had in common. All these gods and demigods are found reborn on earth, in various kalpas and in as various characters, each, moreover, having his karma distinctly traced, and every effect assigned to its cause. Before other stanzas could be explained, it was, as may be seen, absolutely necessary to show that the sons of dark wisdom, though identical with the archangels, which theogony had chosen to call the fallen, are as divine and as pure, if not more pure, than all the Michaels and Gabriels so glorified in the churches. The Old Book also goes into various details of astral life, which at this juncture would be quite incomprehensible to the reader. It must therefore be left for later explanation, and the first and second races will now receive only bare notice. Not so the third race, the root race which separated into sexes, and which was the first to be endowed with reason, men evolving pari passu with the globe, and the latter having incrustated more than 100 millions of years before the first human subrace had yet begun to materialize, or solidify, so to say. But, as the stanza has it, the inner man, the conscious entity, was not. This conscious entity, occultism says, comes from, nay, in many cases is, the very essence and of the high intelligences, condemned by the undeviating law of karmic evolution to reincarnate in this manvantara. B. Shloka 39 relates exclusively to the racial divisions. Strictly speaking, esoteric philosophy teaches a modified polygenesis. For while it assumes to humanity a oneness of origin, insofar that its forefathers or creators were all divine beings, though at different classes or degrees of perfection in their hierarchy, it teaches that men were nevertheless born at 7 different centers of the continent of that period. Though all were of one common origin, yet, for reasons given, their potentialities and mental capabilities, outward or physical forms, and future characteristics were very different. As to their complexions, there is suggestive allegory told in the Linga Purana. The Kumaras, the Rudra gods so-called, are described as incarnations of Shiva, the destroyer of outward forms, called also Vamadeva. The latter, as a Kumara, the eternal celibate, the chaste virgin youth, springs from Brahma in each great manvantara, and again becomes 4, a reference to the 4 great divisions of the human races, as regards complexion and type, and the 3 chief variations of these. Thus, in the 29th Kalpa, in this case a reference to the transformation and evolution of the human form, which Shiva ever destroys and remodels periodically down to the great Manvantaric turning point, about the middle of the 4th Atlantean race, in the 29th Kalpa, Shiva, as Shivatalahita, the root Kumara, from moon-colored becomes white. In his next transformation he is red, and in this the exoteric version differs from the esoteric teaching. In the 3rd, yellow, in the 4th, black. Esotericism now classes these 7 variations with their 4 great divisions into only 3 distinct primeval races. As it does not take into consideration the first race, which had neither type nor color and hardly objective, though colossal form, the evolution of these races, their formation and development, proceeded on parallel lines with the evolution, formation, and development of 3 geological strata, from which the human complexion was as much derived as it was determined by the climates of these zones. The esoteric teaching names 3 great divisions, namely the red, yellow, the black, and the brown-white. The Aryan races, for instance, now varying from dark brown, almost black, red, brown, yellow, down to the whitest creamy color, are nevertheless all of one and the same stock, the 5th root race, and spring from one single progenitor, called in Hindu exotericism by the generic name of Vaivasvata Manu. The latter, remember, being the generic personage, the sage, who is said to have lived over 18 million years ago and also 850,000 years ago, at the time of the sinking of the last remnants of the great continent of Atlantis, and who is said to live even now in his mankind. This light yellow is the color of the first solid human race, which appeared after the middle of the 3rd root race, after its fall into generation, as just explained, bringing on the final changes. For it is only at that period that the last transformation took place, which brought forth man as he is now, only on a magnified scale, This race gave birth to the fourth race, Shiva, gradually transforming that portion of humanity which became black with sin into red-yellow, of which the Red Indians and the Mongolians are the descendants, and finally into brown-white races, which now, together with the yellow races, form the great bulk of humanity. The allegory in Linga Purana is curious, as showing the great ethnological knowledge of the ancients. When reading of the last transformation, which is said to have taken place 18 million years ago, let the reader at this juncture consider how many millions more it must have required to reach that final stage, and if man, in his gradual consolidation, developed pari passu with the earth, how many millions of years must have elapsed during the first, second, and the first half of the third race. For the earth was in a comparatively ethereal condition before it reached its last consolidated state. The archaic teachings, moreover, tell us that during the middle period of the Lemurio-Atlantean race, 3.5 races after the genesis of man, the earth, man, and everything on the globe were of still grosser and more material nature, while such things as corals and some shells were still in semi-gelatinous astral state. The cycles that have intervened since then have already carried us onward, on the opposite ascending arc, some steps toward our dematerialization, as the spiritualists would say. The earth, ourselves, and all things have softened since then, aye, even our brains. But it has been objected by some theosophists that an ethereal earth, even some 15 or 20 million years ago, does not square with geology, which teaches us that winds blew, rains fell, waves broke on the shore, sands shifted and accumulated, etc. That, in short, all natural causes now in operation were then in force in the very earliest ages of geological time, aye, that the oldest Paleozoic rocks. To this, the following answers are given. Firstly, what is the date assigned by geology to these oldest Paleozoic rocks? And secondly, why could not the winds blow, rains fall, and waves of carbonic acid, apparently, as science seems to imply, break on the shore, on an earth semi-astral, i.e. viscid? The word astral does not necessarily, in occult phraseology, mean as thin as smoke, but rather starry, shining, or pellucid in various and numerous degrees, from a quite filmy to a viscid state, as just observed. But it is further objected, how could an astral earth have affected the other planets in this system? Would not the whole process get out of gear now if the attraction of one planet were suddenly removed? The objection is evidently invalid, since our system is composed of older and younger planets, some dead, like the moon, others in process of formation, for all that astronomy knows to the contrary. Nor has the latter ever affirmed, as far as we know, that all the bodies of our solar systems had sprung into existence and developed simultaneously. The cis-Himalayan secret teachings differ from those of India in this respect. Hindu occultism teaches that the Vivasvata Manu, humanity is 18 millions and odd years old. We say yes, but only so far as physical or approximately physical man is concerned, whose dates from the close of the third root race. Beyond that period, man, or his filmy image, may have existed for 300 million years for all we know, since we are not taught figures which are and will remain secret with the masters of occult science, as justly stated in esoteric Buddhism. Moreover, whereas the Hindu Puranas speak of one Vivasvata Manu, we affirm that there were several, the name being a generic one. We must now say a few more words on the physical evolution of man. Archaic teachings in the Puranas and Genesis, physical evolution. The writer cannot give too much proof that the system of cosmogony and anthropogeny above described actually existed, that its records are preserved, and that it is found mirrored even in the modern versions of ancient scriptures. The Puranas on the one hand, and the Jewish scriptures on the other, are based on the same scheme of evolution, which, if read esoterically and expressed in modern language, would be found to be quite as scientific as much of what now passes current as the final word of recent discovery. The only difference between the two schemes is that the Puranas, giving as much and perhaps more attention to causes than to effects, allude to the pre-cosmic and pre-genetic periods rather than to those of so-called creation, whereas the Bible, after saying only a few words on the former period, plunges forthwith into material genesis, and while almost skipping the pre-Adamic races, proceeds with its allegories concerning the fifth race. Now, whatever the onslaught made on the order of creation in Genesis, and its dead-letter account certainly lends itself admirably to criticism, the Hindu Puranas, notwithstanding their allegorical exaggerations, will be found quite in accordance with physical science. Even what, on the face of it, appears to be the perfectly nonsensical allegory of Brahma assuming the form of a boar to rescue the earth from under the waters, finds a perfectly scientific explanation in the secret commentaries, relating as it does to the many risings and sinkings, the constant alternation of water and land from the earliest to the latest geological periods of our globe. For science teaches us now that 9/10 of the stratified formations of the Earth's crust have been gradually constructed beneath the water at the bottom of the seas. The ancient Aryans are credited with having known nothing whatever of natural history, geology, and so on. The Jewish race is, on the other hand, proclaimed even by its severest critic, an uncompromising opponent of the Bible, to have the merit of having conceived the idea of monotheism earlier and retained it more firmly than any of the less philosophical and more immoral religions of the ancient world. Only while in biblical esotericism we find physiological sexual mysteries symbolized, and very little more, something for which very little real philosophy is requisite. In the Puranas, one can find the most scientific and philosophical dawn of creation, which, if impartially analyzed and rendered into plain language from its fairy tale-like allegories, would show that modern zoology, geology, astronomy, and nearly all the branches of modern knowledge have been anticipated in ancient science and were known to ancient philosophers in their general features, if not in such details as at present. Puranic astronomy, with all its deliberate concealment and confusion for the purpose of leading the profane off the real track, has been shown even by Bentley to be a real science. And those who are versed in the mysteries of Hindu astronomical treatises will prove that modern theories of the progressive condensation of nebulae, nebulous stars and suns, with the most minute details about the cyclic progress of asterisms for chronological and other purposes, far more correct than Europeans have even now, were known in India to perfection. If we turn to geology and zoology, we find the same. What are all the myths and endless genealogies of the 7 Prajapatis, of their sons, the 7 Rishis or Manus, and of their wives, sons, and progeny, but a vast detailed account of the progressive development and evolution of animal creation, one species after the other? Were the highly philosophical and metaphysical Aryans the authors of the most perfect philosophical system of transcendental psychology, of codes of ethics, of such a grammar as Panini's, of the Sankhya and the Vedanta systems, of a moral code, Buddhism, proclaimed by Max Muller to be the most perfect on earth? Were the Aryans such fools or children as to lose their time in writing fairy tales, such as the Puranas now seem to be in the eyes of those who do not have the remotest idea of their secret meaning? What is the fable, the genealogy and origin of Kashyapa, with his 12 wives, by whom he had a numerous and diversified progeny of serpents, nagas, reptiles, birds, and all kinds of living things, who was thus the father of all kinds of animals, but a veiled record of the order of evolution in this round? So far, we do not see that any Orientalist has ever had the remotest conception of the truths concealed under the allegories and personifications. The Shatapatha Brahmana, says one, gives a not very intelligent account of Kashyapa's origin. According to the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, and the Puranas, he was the son of Marichi, the son of Brahma, the father of Vivasvat, the father of Manu, the progenitor of mankind. According to the Shatapatha Brahmana, having assumed the form of a tortoise, Prajapati created offspring. That which he created, he made akarat, hence the word kurma, tortoise. Kashyapa means tortoise, hence men say all creatures are descendants of Kashyapa. He was all this, and he was also the father of the bird Garuda, the king of the feathered tribe, who descends from and is one stock with the reptiles, the Nagas, and who becomes their mortal enemy subsequently, as he is also a cycle, a period of time, when in the course of evolution, the birds which developed from reptiles in their struggle for life and survival of the fittest, etc., turned in preference on those from whom they issued to devour them, perhaps prompted by natural law, in order to make room for other and more perfect species. In that admirable epitome, Modern Science and Modern Thought, a lesson in natural history is offered to Mr. Gladstone, showing the utter variance of the Bible with it. The author remarks that geology traced the dawn of creation through a line of scientific research. Commencing with the earliest known fossil, the Eozoon canadense of the Laurentian, and continued in a chain, every link of which is firmly welded, through the Silurian, with its abundance of molluscous, crustacean, and vermiform life, and first indication of fishes, the Devonian, with its predominance of fish and first appearance of reptiles, the Mesozoic, with its batrachians, the secondary formations, in which reptiles of the sea, land, and air preponderated, and the first humble forms of vertebrate, land animals began to appear, and finally the tertiary, in which mammalian life has become abundant, and type succeeding to type and species to species are gradually differentiated and specialized through the Eocene, Miocene, and Pliocene periods, until we arrive at the glacial and prehistoric periods, and at positive proof of the existence of man. The same order, plus the description of animals unknown to modern science, is found in the commentaries on the Puranas in general, and the Book of Jan especially. The only difference, a grave one no doubt, as implying a spiritual and divine nature of man independent of his physical body in this illusionary world, in which the false personality and its cerebral basis alone is known to orthodox psychology, is as follows. Having been in all the so-called 7 creations, which stand allegorically for the 7 evolutionary changes, or sub-races, as we may call them, of the first root race of mankind, man has been on earth in this round from the beginning, having passed through all the kingdoms of nature in the previous 3 rounds. His physical frame, one adapted to the thermal conditions of those early periods, was ready to receive the divine pilgrim at the first dawn of human life, i.e. 18 million years ago. It is only at that midpoint of the 3rd root race that man was endowed with manas. Once united, the 2 and then the 3 made one, for though the lower animals, from the amoeba to man, received their monads, in which all the higher qualities are potential, these qualities have to remain dormant till the animal reaches its human form, before which stage manas, mind, has no development in them. In the animals, every principle is paralyzed, and in a fetus-like state, save the 2nd, the vital, and the 3rd, the astral, and the rudiments of the 4th, kama, which is desire, instinct, whose intensity and development varies and changes with the species. To the materialist wedded to the Darwinian theory, this will read like a fairy tale, a mystification. To the believer in the inner, spiritual man, the statement will have nothing unnatural in it. As Commentary 9 says, men are made complete only during their 3rd, toward the 4th cycle, race. They are made gods for good and evil, and responsible only when the 2 arcs meet. After 3.5 rounds towards the 5th race, they are made by the Nirmankaya, spiritual or astral remains, of the Rudra Kamaras. cursed to be reborn on earth again, meaning doomed in their natural turn to reincarnation in the higher, ascending arc of the terrestrial cycle. Now the writer is certain to be met with what will be termed insuperable objections. We shall be told that the line of embryology, the gradual development of every individual life, and the progress of what is known to take place in the order of progressive stages of specialization, that all this is opposed to the idea of man preceding mammals. Man begins as the humblest and most primitive vermiform creature. From the primitive speck of protoplasm and the nucleated cell in which all life originates, and is developed through stages indistinguishable from those of fish, reptile, and mammal, until the cell finally attains the highly specialized development of the quadrumanius, and last of all of the human type. This is perfectly scientific, and we have nothing against that, for it all relates to the shell of a man, his body, which in its growth is subject, of course, like every other once so-called morphological unit, to such metamorphosis. It is not those who teach the transformation of the mineral atom through crystallization, which is the same function and bears the same relation to its so-called inorganic body, or basis as the formation of cells to their organic nuclei, through plant, insect, and animal into man. It is not they who will reject this theory, as it will finally lead to the recognition of a universal deity in nature, ever present, and as ever invisible and unknowable, and of intra-cosmic gods who were all once men. But we would ask, what does science and its exact discoveries and now axiomatic theories prove against our occult theory? Those who believe in the law of evolution and gradual progressive development from a cell, which from a vital became a morphological cell until it finally awoke as a protoplasm pure and simple, can surely never limit their belief to one line of evolution. The types of life are innumerable, and the progress of evolution, moreover, does not go at the same rate in every kind of species. The constitution of primordial matter in the Silurian age, we mean the primordial matter of science, was the same in every essential particular, save its degree of present grossness as the primordial living matter of today. Nor do we find that which ought to be found, if the now orthodox theory of evolution were quite correct, namely, a constant, ever-flowing progress in every species of being. Instead of this, what does one see? While the intermediate groups of animal beings all tend toward a higher type, and while specializations, now of one type and now of another, develop through the geological ages, change forms, assume new shapes, appear and disappear with a kaleidoscopic rapidity, in the description of paleontologists from one period to another, the two solitary exceptions to the general rule are those at the two opposite poles of life and type, namely man and the lower genera of being. Certain well-marked forms of living beings have existed through enormous epochs, surviving not only the changes of physical conditions, but persisting comparatively unaltered, while other forms of life have appeared and disappeared. Such forms may be termed persistent types of life, and examples of them are abundant enough in both the animal and the vegetable worlds. Nevertheless, we are not given any good reason why Darwin links together reptiles, birds, amphibians, fishes, mollusca, etc. as offshoots of a monoeric ancestry. Nor are we told whether reptiles, for instance, are direct descendants of the amphibia, the latter of fishes, and fishes of lower forms, which they certainly are. For the monads have passed through all these forms of being up to man, on every globe in the three preceding rounds, every round as well as every subsequent globe from A to G, having been and still having to be the arena of the same evolution, only repeated each time on a more solid material basis. What relation is there between the third round astral prototypes and ordinary physical development in the course of the origination of pre-mammalian organic species? Is easily answered. One is the shadowy prototype of the other, the preliminary, hardly defined and evanescent sketch on the canvas of objects which are destined to receive their final and vivid form under the brush of the painter. The fish evolved into an amphibian, a frog, in the shadows of ponds. And man passed through all his metamorphosis on this globe in the third round as he did in this, his fourth cycle. The third round types contributed to the formation of the types in the present round. On strict analogy, the cycle of 7 rounds in their work of the gradation formation of man through every kingdom of nature is repeated on a microscopic scale in the first 7 months of gestation of a future human being. Let the student think over and work out this analogy. As the 7-month-old unborn baby, though quite ready, yet needs 2 months more in which to acquire strength and consolidate. So man, having perfected his evolution during 7 rounds, remains 2 periods more in the womb of Mother Nature before he is born, or rather reborn a Jnani, still more perfect than he was before he launched forth as a monad on the newly built chain of worlds. Let the student ponder over this mystery, and then he will easily convince himself that as there are also physical links between many classes, so there are precise domains wherein the astral merges into physical evolution. Of this science breathes not one word. Man has evolved with and from the monkey, it says. But now see the contradiction. Huxley proceeds to point out plants, ferns, club mosses, some of them generically identical with those now living, which are met with in the Carboniferous epoch, for the cone of the oolitic Orocaria is hardly distinguishable from that of existing species. Subkingdoms of animals yield the same instances. The Globigerina of the Atlantic soundings is identical with the Cretaceous species of the same genus. The tabulate corals of the Silurian epoch are wonderfully like the millipores of our own seas. The Archanida, the highest group of which, the scorpions, is represented in the coal by a genus differing from its living congeners only in the eyes, etc. All of which may be closed with Dr. Carpenter's authoritative statement about the foraminifera. There is no evidence of any fundamental modification or advance in the foraminiferous type from the Paleozoic period to the present time. The foraminiferous fauna of our own series probably present a greater range of variety than existed at any previous period, but there is no indication of any tendency to elevation towards a higher type. Now, as in the foraminifera, protozoa of the lowest type of life, mouthless and eyeless, there is no indication of change except their now greater variety. So man, who is on the uppermost rung of the ladder of being, indicates still less change, as we have seen. The skeleton of his Paleolithic ancestor being found even superior in some respects to his present frame. Where is then the uniformity of law which is claimed the absolute rule for one species shading off into another, and thus, by insensible gradations, into higher types? We see Sir William Thomson admitting as much as 400 million years for the time since the surface of the globe became sufficiently cool to permit of the presence of living things. And during that enormous lapse of time in the Oolitic period alone, the so-called Age of Reptiles, we find a most extraordinary variety and abundance of saurian forms, the amphibian type reaching its highest development. We learn of ichthyosauri and plesiosauri in the lakes and rivers, and of winged crocodiles or lizards flying in the air, after which, in the Tertiary period, we find the mammalian type exhibiting remarkable divergencies from previously existing forms. Mastodons, megatheriums, and other unwieldy denizens of the ancient forests and plains. And subsequently, we are notified of the gradual modification of one of the ramifications of the quadraminous order into those beings from whom primeval man himself may claim to have been evolved. He may, but no one except the materialist can see why he should, as there is not the slightest necessity for it, nor is such an evolution warranted by facts. For those most interested in the proofs thereof confess their utter failure to find one single fact to support their theory. There is no need for the numberless types of life to represent the members of one progressive series. They are the products of various and different evolutional divergences, taking place now in one direction and now in another. Therefore, it is far more justifiable to say that the monkey evolved into the quadrumanious order than the primeval man, who has remained stationary in his human specialization since the first fossil skeleton found in the oldest strata, and of whom no variety is found save in color and facial type, has developed from a common ancestor together with the ape. That man originates like other animals in a cell and develops through stages indistinguishable from those of fish, reptile, and mammal until the cell attains the highly specialized development of the quadrumanius and at last the human type, is an occult axiom thousands of years old. The Kabbalistic axiom, a stone becomes a plant a beast a man a god, holds good throughout the ages. Haeckel, in his Schöpfungslied, shows a double drawing representing two embryos, that of a dog 6 weeks old and that of a man 8 weeks. The two, with the exception of a slight difference in the head, which is larger and wider about the brain in the man, are indistinguishable. In fact, we may say that every human being passes through the stage of fish and reptile before arriving at that of mammal and finally of man. If we take him up to the more advanced stage, where the embryo has already passed the reptilian form, we find that for a considerable time, the line of development remains the same as that of other mammalia. The rudimentary limbs are exactly similar. The 5 fingers and toes develop in the same way. And the resemblance after the first 4 weeks' growth between the embryo of a man and a dog is such that it is scarcely possible to distinguish them. Even at the age of 8 weeks, the embryo man is an animal with a tail, hardly to be distinguished from an embryo puppy. Why, then, not make man and dog evolve from a common ancestor, or from a reptile, a naga, instead of coupling man with the quadrumana? This would be just as logical as the latter, if not more so. The shape and the stages of the human embryo have not changed since historical times, and these metamorphoses were known to Asclepius and Hippocrates as well as to Mr. Huxley. Therefore, since the Kabbalists had remarked it from prehistoric times, it is no new discovery. As the embryo of man has no more of the ape in it than any other mammal, but contains in itself the totality of the kingdoms of nature. And since it seems to be a persistent type of life, far more so than even the foraminifera, it seems as illogical to make him evolve from the ape as it would to be to trace his origin to the frog or the dog. Both occult and Eastern philosophies believe in evolution, which Manu and Kapila give with far more clearness than any scientist does at the present. No need to repeat what has been fully debated in Isis Unveiled, as the reader may find all these arguments in the description of the basis under which all the Eastern doctrines of evolution rest, in our earlier volumes. But no occultist can accept the unreasonable proposition that all the now existing forms, from the structureless amoeba to the man, are the direct lineal descendants of organisms which lived millions and millions of years before the birth of man, and the pre-Silurian epochs in the sea or land mud. The occultists believe in an inherent law of progressive development. Mr. Darwin never did, and says so himself. For we find him stating that, since there can be no advantage to the Ephuserian animalcule or the intestinal worm to become highly organized, therefore natural selection, not necessarily including progressive development, leaves the animalcule and the worm, the persistent types, quiet. There does not appear much uniform law in such behavior of nature, and it looks more like the discriminative action of some superphysical selection. Perhaps that aspect of karma, which Eastern occultists would call the law of retardation, may have something to do with it. But there is every reason to doubt whether Mr. Darwin himself ever gave such an importance to his law as is now given to by his aesthetic followers. The knowledge of the various living forms in the geological periods that have gone by is very meager. The reasons given for this by Dr. Bastian are very suggestive. First, on account of the imperfect manner in which the several forms may be represented in the strata pertaining to the period. Secondly, on account of the extremely limited nature of the explorations which had been made in these imperfect representative strata. And thirdly, because so many parts of the record are absolutely inaccessible to us, nearly all beneath the Silurian system having been blotted out by time. whilst those 2/3 of the Earth's surface in which the remaining strata are to be found are now covered over by seas. Hence, Mr. Darwin says, "For my part, following out Lyell's metaphor, I look at the geological record as the history of the world imperfectly kept, and written in a changing dialect. Of this history we possess the last volume alone, relating only to 2 or 3 countries. Of this volume only here and there a short chapter has been preserved, and of each page only here and there a few lines." It is not on such meagre data, certainly, that the last word of science can be said. Nor is it on any ground of human pride, or unreasonable belief in man's representing, even here on earth, in our period, perhaps, the highest type of life, that occultism denies that all the preceding forms of human life belong to types other than our own. For it is not so. But simply because the missing link, which will prove the existing theory undeniably, will never be found by paleontologists. Believing as we do that man has, during the preceding rounds, evolved from and passed through the lowest forms of every life, vegetable and animal on Earth, there is nothing very degrading in the idea of having the orangutan as an ancestor of our physical form. Quite the reverse. As it would most irresistibly forward the occult doctrine with regard to the final evolution of everything in terrestrial nature into man. One may even inquire how it is that biologists and anthropologists, having once firmly accepted the theory of the descent of man from the ape, how it is that they have hitherto left untouched the future evolution of the existing apes into man. This is only a logical sequence of the first theory, unless science would make of man a privileged being and his evolution a non-precedent in nature, quite a special and unique case. And that is what all this leads physical science to. The reason, however, why the occultists reject the Darwinian, and especially the Haeckelien, hypotheses is because it is the ape, not man, which is, in sober truth, a special and unique instance. The pithecoid is an accidental creation, a forced growth, the result of an unnatural process. The occult doctrine is, we think, more logical. It teaches a cyclic, never-varying law in nature. The latter having no personal special design, but acting on a uniform plan that prevails through the whole Manvantaric period and deals with the land worm as it deals with man. Neither the one nor the other having sought to come into being. Hence, both are under the same evolutionary law, and both have to progress according to karmic law. Both have started from the same neutral center of life, and both have to re-emerge into it at the consummation of the cycle. It is not denied that in the preceding round man was a gigantic ape-like creature, and when we say man, we ought perhaps to say the rough mold that was developing for the use of man in this round only, the middle or the transition point of which we have hardly reached. Nor was man during the first 2.5 root races what he is now. That point he reached, as said before, only 18 million years ago, during the secondary period as we claim. Till then he was, according to tradition and occult teaching, a god on earth who had fallen into matter, or generation. This may or may not be accepted, since the secret doctrine does not impose itself as an infallible dogma, and since, whether its prehistoric records are accepted or rejected, it has nothing to do with the question of actual man and his inner nature, the fall mentioned above having left no original sin on humanity. But all this has been sufficiently dealt with. Furthermore, we are taught that the transformations through which man passed on the descending arc, which is centrifugal for spirit and centripetal for matter, and those he is preparing to go through, henceforward on his ascending path, which will reverse the direction of the two forces, viz., matter will become centrifugal and spirit centripetal, that all such transformations are next in store for the anthropoid apes also, all those at any rate who have reached the remove next to man in this round. For these will all be men in the 5th round, just as the present men inhabited ape-like forms in the 3rd, the preceding round. Behold then, in the modern denizens of the great forests of Sumatra, the degraded and dwarfed examples. blurred copies, as Mr. Huxley has it, ourselves, as we, the majority of mankind, were in the earliest subraces of the fourth root race during the period of what is called the fall into generation. The ape, we know, is not the product of natural evolution, but an accident, a crossbreed between an animal being or form and man. As has been shown in the present volume, it is the speechless animal that first began sexual connection, for it was the first to separate into male and female. Nor was it intended by nature that man should follow this bestial example, as is now shown by the comparatively painless procreation of their species by animals, and the terrible suffering and danger of the same in woman. The ape is, indeed, as remarked in Isis Unveiled, a transformation of species most directly connected with that of the human family, a bastard branch engrafted on their own stock before the final perfection of the latter. The apes are millions of years later than the speaking human being, and are the latest contemporaries of our fifth race. Thus, it is most important to remember that the egos of the apes are entities compelled by their karma to incarnate in the animal forms, which resulted from the bestiality of the latest third and the earliest fourth race men. They are entities who had already reached the human stage before this round. Consequently, they form an exception to the general rule. The numberless traditions about satyrs are no fables, but represent an extinct race of animal men. The animal Eves were their foremothers, and the human Adams their forefathers. Hence the Kabbalistic allegory of Lilith, or Lilatu, Adam's first wife, whom the Talmud describes as a charming woman with long wavy hair, i.e. a female hairy animal of a character now unknown, still a female animal, who in the Kabbalistic and Talmudic allegories is called the female reflection of Samael. Samael, Lilith, or man-animal united. A being called in the Zohar Heobeshat, the beast, or evil beast. It is from this unnatural union that the present apes descended. The latter are truly speechless men, and will become speaking animals or men of a lower order in the fifth round, while the adepts of a certain school hope that some of the egos of the apes of a higher intelligence will reappear at the close of the sixth root race. What their form will be is of secondary consideration. The form means nothing. Genera and species of the flora, fauna, and the highest animal, its crown, man, changed and vary according to the environments and climatic variations. Not only with every round, but every root race likewise, as well as after every geological cataclysm that puts an end to, or produces, a turning point in the latter. In the sixth root race, the fossils of the orang, the gorilla, and the chimpanzee will be those of extinct quadrumanious mammals and new forms, though fewer and even wider apart as ages pass on and the close of the Manvantara approaches. Will develop from the cast-off types of human races as they revert once again to astral, out of the mirror of physical life. There were no apes before man, and they will be extinct before the seventh race develops. Karma will lead on the monads of the unprogressed man of our race and lodge them in the newly evolved human frames of the thus physiologically regenerated baboon. This will take place, of course, millions of years hence. But the picture of this cyclic procession, of all that lives and breathes now on earth, of each species in its turn, is a true one, and needs no special creation or miraculous formation of man, beast, and plant ex nihilo. This is how occult science explains the absence of any link between ape and man, and shows the former evolving from the latter.